Thriller Trainee Chapter 192 to Chapter 246. According to the definition of the ID card, an appearance value of 90 would probably be considered a beauty on Earth. If an appearance value exceeded 99, it would no longer be considered a human. However, according to common sense, a human's appearance value could only hover between 15 and 90. If Notre Dame de Paris was real, the bell ringer Quasimodo should be an example of someone with an appearance value of 15. If the appearance value was too low, one could use their face to scare their enemies or teammates. It was the same if the appearance value was too high. Whether it was a human or an animal in this Super S-level instance dungeon, they were all visual animals. If the appearance value was high, the initial favorability of the NPC would be high, and it would be easier for the trainees to achieve their goals. However, it was obvious that Xianxia was not aware of his high appearance value. All he wanted to do was to pull two Yumimen along and escape. The two of them rushed out of the hospital hall and began to run wildly in the corridor. "What clues did you find?" Xianxia asked the Yin-Yang master as he ran. "There's no time to explain. Follow me. I found a secret room in the corridor. There, I found clues left behind by the survivors from 20 years ago." Takaman answered while panting as he ran. "As long as we run past this corner," he took the lead and rushed forward. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the two forks in front of him. He was dumbfounded. Wait, which way did I come from?" Xianxia was speechless. As expected of Takaman, he was unreliable in all caps. Hey, don't give me that expression. I'm telling you, I've become a European king now." The Yin-Yang master was not convinced. "Subsystem, give me a navigation skill." The subsystem gladly obeyed. "Your throw result is 99/15. Congratulations, it's a big failure." Takaman was speechless. "So, not only did you not remember the way back, but you also completely forgot the way from the secret room to the veterinary hospital. You completely forgot where you are now, and where the north, south, east, and west are. If no one leads the way for you, the navigation skill under a big failure will make you lose all sense of direction and go in circles." Takaman jumped up from the ground angrily. "Bullshit. There must be something wrong with this die. Not only did I get a great luck success, I even got a great success for detection, library, and first aid. How could I get a great failure?" Xianxia looked at him with an unsurprised, "we all understand," expression, which made him feel even more hurt. The Yin-Yang master sounded extremely aggrieved. "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to anyone. My luck suddenly improved after I separated from you." "Who knew that the moment I bumped into you?" Halfway through his words, Takaman suddenly realized something and shut his mouth again. He turned around and looked at the white-haired young man in shock. "Xianxia, why are you looking at me like that?" Although that was what he said, Xianxia had a bold guess in his mind. This matter could not be so coincidental. After he and two Yimen separated, two Yimen's luck became better, while Xianxia's luck became worse. There were a few times when he threw the die, and it was as if the die was filled with lead. In order to prove his innocence, Xianxia threw a die under Magician's piercing gaze. "Your throw result is 7/30. Listening successful." You heard a muffled noise coming from the corridor on the left. It sounded like Oxhead and Horseface running while dragging chains behind them. "This could be an accident." "Don't you think so?" Magician consoled Takaman. "It's too much of a coincidence. Don't think too much about it." "No." The Yin-Yang master looked at him faintly. "I just asked the subsystem to conduct a psychological test on you. I noticed that you're feeling guilty." Xianxia. Ahahaha. Why was he feeling guilty? Because Xianxia and Takaman's minds were in sync. Both of them had the same thought. Previously, Takaman had boasted that he was lucky before he received the Yin-Yang master's bloodline. He could win the third prize in the lottery. He wasn't the luckiest person in the world, but he could be considered a stowaway. But now, whenever Takaman and Xianxia were together, Xianxia would hit 10 out of 10 while Takaman would miss 10 out of 10. On the contrary, after they separated, their luck changed again. For some reason, the Yin-Yang master recalled the meaningful glance Zhuge and had given him when the group of great S's had gathered in the meeting room to discuss the strategy for the next dungeon. If this wasn't a big deal, Zhuge had even asked him if he would protect Magician. At that time, Takuman had thought that the other party was evaluating his performance. Naturally, he had nodded and patted his chest. Master Duanshui of the Earth Imperial School had a good relationship with all parties. Although the other organizations hated Zhuge to the core, the Yin-Yang masters had no enmity with him, and they didn't know each other. Therefore, his understanding of number 3 only stopped at the level of dangerous and don't provoke him. But who would have thought that at the masquerade party, Takuman would be tricked by Zhuge? Since then, the Yin-Yang master was alarmed by any gaze that Zhuge gave him. Coincidentally, number 3's ability was deeply related to Taoism. If one had to talk about it, the Yin-Yang master even originated from Taoism. It was like a great-grandson meeting his ancestor. No matter how much he played, he couldn't win. Coincidentally, in the theory of Yin-Yang and 5 elements, there was a theory of borrowing luck. As a Yin-Yang master, Takuman had also dabbled in it. He thought about how number 3, as the military advisor, took care of Magician in all aspects and was very considerate. Takuman felt that he might have been used by Zhuge as a guinea pig to borrow luck for Magician. Good lord, although he agreed to protect the savior, Zhuge's method was too sinister. Unethical. Thus, the Yin-Yang master looked at Xianxia with accusatory eyes. The latter laughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Let's run to the right first. Even if we can't find the secret room, we should find a quieter place to discuss the clues you found. How about that? Indeed, now wasn't the time to discuss this. The animals in the veterinary hospital behind them probably hadn't received the alarm that a precious human had escaped from the auction venue. Therefore, there were no doctors or nurses chasing after them. They only needed to avoid Oxhead and Horseface. After ending this topic, the two of them started running for their lives again. Takuman had completely lost his sense of direction. He could only run behind Xianxia. He had to go wherever Xianxia took him. He had no right to speak. After going around 3 intersections, they finally stopped. Okay, let's stop here. Xianxia used listen again. After confirming that there were no problems, he turned back and urged Takuman, what clues did you find? Wait. Takuman stood in place. He lifted his skirt and groped around in his pants. After a while, the Yin-Yang master took out a diary from his elastic belt and handed it over. Here, take a look. Xianxia was silent for a while. He barely overcame his psychological barrier and took the book that had been torn to shreds. I suspect that the survivors who came to this S-level dungeon 20 years ago aren't dead yet. Takuman watched as Magician flipped to the last page and explained, this symbol is different from the one we saw on the signboard. The symbol on this can be used. We can use the system to contact the survivors who left behind the symbol. However, I feel that things are a little strange, so I decided to meet you first and discuss with you before making a decision. The survivors from 20 years ago weren't dead yet, Xianxia's brows furrowed tightly. They were all aware of their biggest suspicions. After entering the dungeon, they had to accept the main mission. After completing the main mission, they could return to the infinite loop at any time. If they couldn't complete the main mission, the trainee would be killed on the spot. It was a paradox. If they could complete the main mission, the trainee would return to the infinite loop immediately and wouldn't be allowed to stay in the dungeon world. However, if they couldn't complete the mission, how could the survivors from 20 years ago survive? Xianxia thought about it carefully and understood the crux of the matter. Subsystem, are you hiding something? He looked as if he was denouncing the system, and it immediately silenced the inexperienced system. You better tell me the truth. We're in the same boat now. Xianxia increased his firepower. It's the first day now. It'll be dawn soon. After 2 days, your energy will be depleted. If we can't find a way back, we'll be trapped here forever. You won't be able to return to the main system either. You're a mature subsystem now. You can do as you see fit. 20 years ago, this dungeon was still in the light dimension. After the 5 teams of survivors entered, this dungeon gradually moved from the light dimension to the dark dimension. After a moment of silence, the system briefly explained the concept of the light dimension and the dark dimension. In the records of the main system, the survivors of this dungeon were indeed wiped out. The main mission issued at the time showed that none of the survivors successfully completed the mission. The two S-class experts smelled the scent of conspiracy in this. It wasn't anything else, but the intention of the person who left the symbol. What do we do now? Should I try to contact this symbol? The yin-yang master scratched his head. The other pages have been torn off. The owner of the diary obviously didn't give us any other choice. If they didn't try to contact the survivor from 20 years ago, then this hard-won clue would be wasted. They would be like before, running around aimlessly like flies. However, the current situation was difficult to understand. There were only 2 days left. In 2 days, the subsystem's energy would be exhausted, and they would lose the 10-sided die. Use it. Xianxia made a prompt decision. Regardless of whether it was a human or a ghost, he would try it first. Whether it was friend or foe, he would deal with it according to the situation. At the very least, he still had the luck he stole from Takuman. What was there to be afraid of? Okay, then I'll let the system use it. Takuman responded and contacted the subsystem. The next second, the symbol emitted a burst of purple light. Both of them stared at the symbol and were silent for a few minutes. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. What's going on? Tsuchimikado picked up the diary and flipped 2 pages forward. He suddenly lost his words. On the only 2 pages in front, on the originally blank paper, a strange black and white photo suddenly appeared. Logically speaking, according to the setting of the Mad Circus instance, which was similar to Earth's medieval productivity, there shouldn't be a photo, but it did appear. This was definitely left behind by those who survived 20 years ago. Xianxia and Takuman realized this at the same time, but the next second, they were all attracted by what was in the photo. A deeper, darker negative emotion swept through their minds. At the same time, in countless dimensions, places that transcended eras and planes, a repetitive, hollow, and hateful monotonous sound of a flute sounded in their ears, constantly repeating a pale tone. There were no words to describe the existence in this black and white photo. Because it represented an indescribable supreme fear. You seem to be targeted by the most indescribable evil existence in the universe. Because of the sudden impact of rationality, the system will perform 2 throws in your place. Your rationality has been reduced by 6 points. S-level trainee Xianxia's rationality 40/50ths, S-level trainee Takuman's rationality 40/50ths. The loss of rationality has reached 1/5 in a day. Trainees will enter an indeterminate madness state. You have drawn madness state, temporary amnesia. Duration of negative state, 5 hours. After 5 hours, trainees will automatically regain consciousness. Good luck. Temporary amnesia was a negative state after trainees entered an indeterminate madness state. In short, trainees would forget the memories of the present, and the future for a period of time. Perhaps before they lost their memories on the spot, they were still talking in a safe place. When they woke up in the next moment, they were already standing in front of a terrifying monster and had forgotten everything that happened in the past few hours. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying symptom of madness. The second before they lost their sanity, Xianxia and Takuman exchanged a solemn look. It was obvious that they had been tricked. The survivor knew that there would be people entering this instance world in the future, so he deliberately left obvious clues and deliberately gave them only one path. In the end, he deliberately let them see this photo. If they were to trace it back even further, perhaps those survivors were the real culprit that summoned them into this S-level instance world. In the next second, the 2 of them lost their rationality and lost their memories. When they opened their eyes again, Xianxia found himself in the cold steel cage again. His memories of the past 5 hours were blank and broken. His hands and feet were tied with cold shackles again, his clothes were tattered, and his bare feet stepped on the furry carpet in the cage, pale and weak. Under the countless spotlights, the white-haired youth's extraordinarily beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of magic. In the auction hall, the eyes of the nobles lit up, like thousands of ominous and filthy lights in the darkness. The host stood beside the cage and shouted excitedly. Next, it's time to auction this precious cat. Is everyone ready? How did it feel to be back to square one after closing and opening your eyes? Xianxia felt terrible. The nausea and discomfort from the aftereffects of the indefinite madness were still there. When he stepped barefoot into the cage, he only felt that the lights in front of him and the countless gazes below were intertwined with each other. They were full of sticky malice, which made him feel even more nauseous. Xianxia would rather enjoy the gaze of the number one that wanted to tear him apart and eat him than accept the undisguised malice of these animals. This would arouse his desire to destroy. The subsystem was right. Since entering this instant's dungeon, he had been subtly influenced by the malice that filled this instant's dungeon. He could only suppress his desire to destroy by constantly suppressing it. The background of this instant's dungeon and the NPCs all revealed a morbid madness. Not only were they crazy, but they also had the tendency to infect normal people and drag all outsiders down with them. The young man stood in the middle of the cage, his hands bound by iron chains. His white hair slid down his back, and his expression was cold and distant. Perhaps it was this coldness that made the animals below even more excited and had the desire to conquer. Such a beautiful kitten, no matter its figure or face, it was the best of the best. Who wouldn't want to bring it home? The nobles below whispered to each other. Looks like the number one beauty of the Duke's family will have to give up her position. That's right. If you ask me, the number one beauty in front of this kitten is like a star in front of the sun. She's not even fit to carry the kitten's shoes. That's right. But the crown prince has been angry that he didn't get the number one beauty last time. It looks like he's going to get back at her this time. That's hard to say. Don't forget, the Duke is still. The noblewoman who spoke covered her mouth and nose with a fan and lowered her voice. If you insist on doing it, the crown prince still won't get any benefits. He'll probably have to give it up. Now that the royal family was in decline, the king could even be considered a puppet supported by the Duke. Almost 70% of the power in the entire kingdom was in the hands of the Duke and his family. Looking at the recent rumors, a prince had already gained the favor of the Duke. It was likely that there would be a major upheaval in the kingdom soon. The nobles could see clearly who was the real ruler and who was just a fledgling who could die at any time. Even the king didn't have much power, let alone the crown prince. The current crown prince just had to be someone who didn't know his place. Ambition was written all over his face, and he was trying to gather power. Sooner or later, he would be dealt with. But it's hard to say. The crown prince came to the auction today, but the Duke hasn't shown up yet. Another brown bear nobleman adjusted his scarf. If the Duke hadn't come, I'm afraid the crown prince would have gotten his hands on the kitten. That was true. Logically speaking, the big shots of the entire upper-class society would not be absent from such an annual auction. But this time, all the other big shots were present, except for the one with the highest authority. Everyone looked up at the central private room, but it was still pitch black. As everyone knew, only a duke could enjoy a long-term and only private box in the circus. The box just happened to be situated high above all the spectator seats. It was like a moon surrounded by stars and looked down upon all living beings, and it was sufficient to display its status. Brown Bear picked up the pipe on the side and narrowed his eyes. There was an iron chain connected to its seat, and the iron chain was tied to a steel collar around a human's neck. Seeing him raise his hand, the naked human hurriedly crawled over and lit a fire for it in a fawning manner. Brown Bear patted the humans but as if he was rewarding him, leaving a deep bloody mark. The latter didn't dare to cry out in pain. Instead, he lay on the ground and raised himself higher so that the other nobles could see the human flower arrangement and tattoos behind him. Unfortunately, such a beauty is the carnival sacrifice chosen by the church. The nobles shook their heads regretfully. It's a pity that you only have the right to use it for 3 days. Even if you buy it and don't get out of bed for 3 days, it's still a loss. Even if it was only the right to use it for 3 days, it was definitely not something they could dream of. In short, in this auction, under the power, the items being auctioned were secondary. Everyone knew that the crown prince would definitely try his best to bid for the right to use this kitten in order to fight for it. Sure enough, just after the host announced the start of the auction, a voice came from the venue. 50,000 gold coins. Sure enough. The other nobles revealed looks of tacit understanding. 50,000 gold coins going once. If there is no higher bid within 3 times, this kitten will be taken away by His Highness the Crown Prince. The host didn't look surprised. The other party had already contacted the circus in private and was just going through the process. No animals below the stage spoke. Since the Crown Prince had made a move, they wouldn't overstep their authority. It had always been a noble tradition to leave some face for the royal family. Besides, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the royal family was declining, it was still relative to the duke. In this animal society with a strict system of rights, it was easy for the royal family to execute a few nobles who spoke nonsense. Instead, it was the Crown Prince who stood up. The Crown Prince was a pitch-black wolf. He wore a double-breasted fur coat and an expensive hat made from human hair. His green eyes flashed with a murderous light that was determined to win. He didn't hide it as he looked at the white-haired youth on the auction stage. He was arrogant and proud. Xianxia didn't look at him. After suppressing the inexplicable irritation in his heart, he looked back instead. There was only one cage on the auction stage. Takaman was nowhere to be seen. Because they both received the crazy punishment of temporary amnesia, Xianxia wasn't sure if the Yinyang master was caught and brought back to the auction house like him. Now the two of them were separated again. Since Zhugen chose to borrow Takaman's luck, it meant that the other party's luck wasn't bad. Even if Takaman was caught, Xianxia being auctioned would undoubtedly buy him some time. In addition, the Yinyang master also brought a B-grade item. If he was lucky, Takaman might be able to escape backstage again. On the other hand, Xianxia was in a difficult situation. He was now in the venue, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even if he was lucky, it would be difficult for him to escape with only the 10-sided dice. 50,000 gold coins going twice. The little cat's indifference made the Crown Prince feel a bit unhappy. He picked up a cat stick from the hands of a kneeling human servant and reached it into the cage through the gap, trying to scratch the cat's beautiful jawline a few times. Xianxia sneered. He twisted the chain in his hand and snapped the cat stick in half like a magic trick. This was no different from slapping the Crown Prince's face. The nobles behind him were watching a good show, which made him even angrier. Very good, strong enough, I like it. The Crown Prince didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and signaled for his servant to bring up the whip. The other animals looked at its actions and were surprised. The Crown Prince actually wanted to train this beautiful cat on the spot during the auction. Training pets was something that almost all animals would do to their human pets. It wasn't just limited to nobles. Some nobles even liked fierce animals. They would purposely buy good breeds that weren't raised in underground farms from a young age from private organizations. Humans raised by private organizations inherited their parents' bloodlines and strengths, so their appearance wouldn't be bad. They were spoiled from a young age, and their temperaments were deliberately raised to be arrogant and lawless. The more they were like this, the more interesting it would be to train them when they reached adulthood. As the buyer who had basically decided on the cat, the Crown Prince certainly had the right to do so, not to mention his royal status. At least, no one present dared to stop him. There were many whips that were presented. They were of different sizes and thicknesses. Some were thin, while others were full of steel barbs. If you kneel down and lick my feet now, I can consider letting you go. The Crown Prince's wolf claws swept across the thickest whip. His tone was threatening. Xianxia pretended that he didn't hear him. The disgust in his light pink eyes deepened, and a shadow was forming. He was already prepared to use the friendship cards from the clown and the Mad Hatter to cause a huge ruckus in this disgusting auction. Good, very good. The Crown Prince angrily picked up the thickest whip and signaled for the host to open the door of the cage. You see, this auction is for the right to use the cat. Your Highness, please be careful not to kill it. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the church. The host opened the door of the cage for him while nodding and bowing, afraid of angering the Crown Prince. Get out. The Crown Prince was in a fit of anger. Why would he care about a servant's words? The whip in his hand cracked loudly. Instead, it landed on the host's body. With one whip, the host was whipped off the auction stage. The host rolled a few times on the carpet and hit the edge of a stone pillar. His head was bleeding, and he immediately fell unconscious. Seeing this scene, none of the nobles present made a sound. Since the crown prince had the mood to discipline his pet in front of everyone, no one thought it was a big deal. After all, it wasn't the first time that the nobles had messed around. They had played all kinds of tricks. Disciplining in front of everyone was the lightest punishment. Even if they couldn't get this beautiful kitten, they could still feast their eyes on it being whipped in front of everyone. At this critical moment, a shout suddenly came from the door. "Stop!" The next second, the heavy door of the auction hall was pushed open with a bang. A group of knights wearing steel helmets and armor entered through the door. Every step they took caused the ground to tremble slightly. They had sharp swords on their bodies, and the one at the front was holding a black iron spear. The cloak on their back was embroidered with a cold shield-shaped family emblem. They were like a team of nocturnal death gods, coming to take the lives of any invaders at any time. "It's the Duke's army. What's going on? Why did His Highness suddenly use his private army?" At this time, all the nobles who were sitting there to watch the show couldn't sit still. One by one, they stood up, their beautiful faces pale. It was needless to say what it meant to have military power in this age of productivity that was close to the Middle Ages. The moment the army appeared, the nobles thought that His Highness the Duke was finally going to make a move and directly usurp the throne. They were scared out of their wits. In the end, no one thought that the leader of the knights would just walk forward with a spear. Even if he was facing the crown prince now, the knight's horse face hidden under the helmet showed no fear. "His Highness the Duke has specified that he wants this human. Your Highness, please part with him." The knight's tone was calm, as if he was describing a very normal matter. This was a statement, not a question in a questioning tone. After saying this, he waved his hand and signaled the knights behind him to take the Xianxia away. "No, what right? Do you?" The crown prince's face twisted, turning green and white. He was extremely embarrassed. It was also at this moment that the noisy venue suddenly quieted down. Because the nobles saw the carriage that had silently stopped at the door. The carriage had a cold color and was very inconspicuous. If it wasn't for the shield-shaped family emblem on the tapestry hanging at the door, no one would pay attention to it at night. Although the person in the carriage didn't show any signs of wanting to get off, its appearance was enough to explain a lot. Seeing this scene, all the nobles sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. His Highness the Duke actually came in person. This time, even the arrogant crown prince was like a mouse that had its tail stepped on. He immediately became listless. The Duke's army directly surrounded the auction venue. In this situation, who dared to not know what was going on? Thus, in this cold and solemn atmosphere, the chains on the Xianxia's hands were cut off by the knight's sword, making a crisp sound. However, it only cut off the chains. The shackles at the end were still on the magician's hands and feet. These uninvited knights didn't seem to have any intention of helping him. Instead, they silently stood on both sides and cleared a path. The animals looked at the white-haired cat that was escorted by the knights all the way to the carriage. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, exchanging shocked looks with each other. Who would have thought that His Highness the Duke had mobilized his army, and when everyone thought that this was a political coup, they were told that His Highness was only going to snatch a cat? Xianxia's face was cold and expressionless. In fact, he had already urged the subsystem to prepare the items and was ready to escape at any time. However, the moment he was about to break through the blockade of the army, countless invisible steel wires suddenly flashed in the air. An irresistible force came from his back and pushed him straight to the carriage door. From the thick curtain, a cold and familiar hand reached out and grabbed the magician's waist, pulling him onto its lap. In the auction house, none of the nobles dared to make a sound. Not only the nobles, but even the caped and pointy-hat members of the church who had been guarding around the auction house were as quiet as chickens. The armor of the surrounding troops was cold and hard, like silent statues. The iron swords and spears in their hands were sharp enough to make the animals around them tremble in fear. These troops had seen real blood. They often held human hunting gatherings in the outskirts of the city, and the smell of blood could be smelled from far away. They drank raw meat and drank blood. Using them to suppress the nobles with ulterior motives was definitely a great killing weapon. A few years ago, a group of nobles had intended to rebel, and they had been brutally suppressed by them. Since then, the name of the Duke's army had frightened the nobles and made them tuck their tails between their legs. But who would have thought that this time, they would come out for a beautiful cat that was being auctioned? You can't just look at things on the surface. Maybe this time, you suddenly came here with the intention of showing off your power to the crown prince? I think this guess makes sense. It's very likely that this is the case. The nobles exchanged glances in silence. Their guess was not wrong. After all, mobilizing an army just because of a cat was a little too outrageous. If this cat was given power, then this matter would become clear. The Duke probably felt that the crown prince had been too arrogant recently, so he wanted to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson and let the royal family know who was the real power behind the scenes. What a tragedy. Last year, the Duke had intercepted the auction once, and this year, the Duke had intercepted the auction again. Moreover, the Duke had intercepted the auction with an army. The other nobles all looked at him sympathetically. The crown prince felt the gazes from all directions. He clenched his wolf claws and became more and more angry. It endured and endured. Suddenly, it took a step forward and walked forward. A knight on the side subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he was hit hard by the whip in his hand. What kind of bastard are you? How dare you stand in the way of the royal family? Seeing this, the head knight hurriedly hit the knight with his sword, forcing him to kneel down. I'm sorry, Your Highness. This is a new soldier who doesn't know etiquette. I apologize. At the very least, he had to give the crown prince some face. After all, he knew that the other party was giving him a way out. If he really wanted to pursue the matter, he, as the crown prince, did not have the authority to deal with the Duke's private army. No matter what, on the surface, the royal family was still respected. It was enough to protect their endangered dignity. The crown prince could not afford to lose his temper. He snorted coldly with an ashen face and walked straight to the door. All the animals watched its movements. Every step the crown prince took was very heavy. It was obvious that he was mad with anger, but he still had to put on a courteous expression on his face. It was really funny. It walked up to the carriage at the door and stared at the curtain of the carriage with its glowing green eyes. Good evening, Your Grace. The gazes of all the animals turned towards the carriage. Just now, everyone clearly saw that when the knight led the cat to the door, the person in the carriage directly pulled him in. Now that the curtain was down, who knew what was happening in the carriage, the person in the carriage chuckled. Take a breath. The magician was forced to straddle the man's legs. His hands were shackled in front of him. Through the torn parts of his clothes, the pale skin underneath could be seen. It was coated with a layer of hazy cold light in the dark. He sat very steadily. Even when some people raised their legs maliciously, his upper body did not panic. Instead, he slowly raised his leg and stepped on the man's lapel to prevent himself from slipping down the lower part. Go away, take a breath if you want, the Xianxia retorted. The white-haired youth did not wear shoes. He had walked barefoot through the auction venue and inevitably got some dust. Now that he bent his leg and stepped on the devil's chest, not only did it mess up the latter's neat clothes, but it also made it convenient for the latter. The Duke lazily propped his head up and did not respond to the Xianxia's provocation. Instead, he held the youth's slender waist with one hand and looked at the youth's thighs with a burning gaze. It was very invasive. The animals outside did not dare to breathe loudly. It was a scene of silence. All eyes were focused on the door of the carriage, waiting for the person's answer. No one would have thought that there would be such a scene in the carriage. Then what should we do? Number 1 said slowly. If you don't take a breath or two, how will they know what we are doing now? Oh? Xianxia asked in return. He lowered his head, and the white hair in front of his forehead fell down and landed on his chest. The devil finally moved when he sensed that the youth's feet seemed to be moving down and stepping on a dangerous area. Or rather, it was not the devil who moved, but the shadow. The night was dark and the moon was bright. Darkness fell from the sky and enveloped the earth. There were no lights in the carriage. All the illumination was from the moonlight that poured in through the window. After removing his eye enhancement ability, the Xianxia did not have night vision. Everything he saw was darkness. The hand that reached out from the shadow grabbed his ankle as a warning. Don't move. The hand moved down, and with a bone-chilling temperature, it closed around the youth's bare feet. The dust on the soles of his feet stained the devil's white gloves, and the grayish-black marks were abrupt and dazzling. The man paused for a moment. Then, all the nobles saw a leopard paw use a cane inlaid with sapphires to lift the curtain of the carriage. It knocked on the carriage door frame a few times. The fact that the crown prince did not answer for a long time was enough to make him feel disrespected. Now, the other party's arrogant attitude made him almost unable to maintain the forced expression on his face. His nails dug into his palms until they bled. This cat is too enthusiastic. I can't split myself, so I neglected you. Please forgive me. The white-haired cat sneered and pulled the tie in the shadow with his shackled hand. Another cold hand also appeared from the shadow and stroked the Xianxia's neck as a warning. It was very suggestive, just like how one would treat a real cat. The Xianxia, whose neck was being held, suddenly shivered and kicked out with his other foot. The carriage was only separated from the outside world by the curtain. It was so quiet in the night that one could hear a drop of water. The rustling of clothes in the carriage and the confrontation between the two could be heard as long as one was not deaf. Especially when the iron handcuffs in the Xianxia's hands hit the corner of the carriage. Because of the inconvenience of movement, most of his movements were restricted. In the end, the two hands that appeared from the shadow pressed him against the cushion. The nobles outside exchanged a knowing smile with each other. They could hear the noise inside just by standing outside. It seemed that the temperamental kitten was really to the duke's liking. But when they thought about it, they remembered that the kitten was so beautiful that it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of magic, and they all expressed their understanding. The nobles had many quirks. The higher the position, the weirder they were. Some animals liked to discipline their humans in public. Only the crown prince, who was standing in the cold wind, gritted his teeth in anger and quickly lowered his head, afraid that the people in the carriage would see his twisted expression. But the people in the carriage were not in the mood to look at him. The demon grabbed the white-haired youth's foot as a warning. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving up your treasure. It's late, and it's rare to have a good night, so I won't disturb you any longer. The deep voice of the Duke NPC slowly sounded, and there was no emotion in it. Send my regards to the master of the church. I'll bring this little guy to the carnival in 2 days. Let's go back to the mansion. Yes, Your Highness. The coachman in front of the carriage quickly responded, and the whip in his hand fell mercilessly. Those human beings, who were only wearing saddles and reins and had the word horse tattooed on their backs, sprang into action. Under the urging of the coachman's whips, they lowered their heads and ran forward, huffing and puffing. With so many driving forces, the heavy four-wheeled carriage was also being pulled forward. Behind the carriage, the Silver Army in armor saluted and bowed to the departing carriage under the command of the Knight Commander. They returned to their neat formation and trotted behind the carriage. After the carriage and the army had completely left, the auction house was silent for a moment, and then a heated discussion broke out. This matter was simply too explosive. It was the crown prince who had set his eyes on the little kitten first. He had reserved it and auctioned it off. Who would have thought that His Excellency the Duke would come directly with an army and snatch away this beautiful little thing? In my opinion, even if we deduct today's day of use, His Excellency will still make a profit. The nobles returned to their seats, and the kneeling humans beside them hurriedly crawled over to act as footpads for them. Indeed, if you ask me, that kitten is so beautiful that even His Excellency the Duke couldn't control himself. A noblewoman opened her fan and said in a teasing tone, I wonder what's going on with the rare species that we caught from the outside. Last time, I heard that the Duke dragged out a few good species from his residence. It said that their bodies were a bloody mess, and not a single piece of flesh was intact. They clicked their tongues, raised their little fingers, and held up a mirror to tidy up their curly hair, which had turned pale from fright. In the mirror, the heads of the animals were filled with indescribable malice, and the darkness of madness and filth hid in their eyes, just like this extremely sick pocket dimension. This kind of hatred was like an infectious plague, not only filling this world, but also infecting the outsiders who were captured, turning everything evil and blasphemous. On the other side of the carriage, the situation had changed drastically. Xianxia realized that perhaps because they had been kicked out of this pocket dimension not long ago, the demons could not show their true bodies, and they could not even use their puppet strings. They could only reach out from the shadows with their two hands, which was both tragic and funny. As for His Excellency the Duke? The only puppet string that could be used was firmly attached to the head of the Black Panther. Is it funny? His white glove pinched the young man's trembling chin as he laughed. A low voice sounded in Magician's ears, and there was a hint of danger. Laugh again and I'll make you gasp for air. After number one said this, there was a moment of silence in the carriage. The next second, there was an earth-shattering burst of laughter. If Xianxia had only thought that the devil's careful detour around the Super S-level instance dimension was pitiful and amusing, then now, he was laughing at him without holding back. Magician was laughing so hard that his long and narrow eyebrows were squinted. His white hair swayed along his shoulders, and his face was full of pleasure. Looking at number one's helpless and furious expression, Magician really wanted to laugh at him. Xianxia shifted his body on the soft cushion and found a comfortable position. He lazily rested his head on the cushion behind him. This carriage was originally built for the noble duke. Although it looked inconspicuous from the outside and was very low-key, the interior was very impressive. Every part of the carriage was made of excellent materials. Even the cushions on the back were stuffed with a lot of precious fluff. Xianxia laughed as he spared no effort in mocking the devil. Let me take a breather? He narrowed his eyes and imitated what the devil liked to do. He leisurely sized up the two hands that came out from the shadows. His gaze was full of mockery and ridicule. Just based on your appearance? Do you want to be kicked out by the instance dimension again? The devil was speechless. Magician's words really hit him where it hurt. This Super S-level instance dimension already rejected outsiders from entering, and its connection to the main system was 1,000 miles away. However, its spatial coordinates were located in the dark dimension and were unstable. Even the main system could not detect it. It was not hard to understand that there was a higher dimension above the dark dimension. Even the main system could only control a lower-level dimension. For higher-level dimensions, it could only communicate with them on an equal footing. Even if it interfered, it could only allow survivors to carry out missions with the instance dimension's permission. In other words, even the main system could not determine the coordinates of this dimension. Only a lunatic like number one would choose to directly enter the dark dimension's spatial turbulence. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous move. Even if it was a demon, it would be the same if they traversed the spatial turbulence without any positioning. Fortunately, he was similar to the dark dimension in certain aspects. As an existence that was filled with the malice of an entire plane, number one had long since broken away from the category of humans. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a monster that was born purely out of malice. The dark dimension accepted him. However, this dungeon did not accept him, so he could only be a stowaway. Especially after being kicked out, the plane strengthened its supervision. If the original body really came over, it would probably be kicked out again in the next second. Behind the shadow, the man narrowed his dark golden eyes, his expression unfathomable. In the past, the devil would have been more than happy to teach Xianxia a lesson on the consequences of provoking him. But he didn't know why, but when he saw Magician raise his chin and provoke him, he lost interest. A feeling that things were about to get out of his control arose spontaneously. This feeling made the demon very unhappy and even a little irritated. This was a rare emotion for him. Xianxia watched as Magician suddenly released his grip on his chin and returned to the shadows. He was a little confused. According to his understanding of the devil, it would either be a battle of words or a battle of words. Although Xianxia knew that he was at a disadvantage, it would be too much for him to swallow his pride in front of his nemesis just because he was at a disadvantage. Thus, when he provoked Magician, he had already tensed his body and was ready to counterattack at any time. He didn't expect Magician to take the initiative to retreat first. He had to admit that he was very surprised. Xianxia had wanted to use this opportunity to lure number one into using his power and experience the joy of a second strike. But now, it seemed that he didn't have the chance. But since the devil had retreated, Xianxia could also remove the shackles on his body. Magician sat up straight and went through the unlock system to unlock the shackles on his wrists and ankles. Dong, the heavy shackles instantly rolled onto the carpet of the carriage. Xianxia rubbed his wrist that had turned red from being strangled. He grabbed the blanket on the cushion and wrapped it around his body. The temperature was a little cold at night, and his Xianxia was as good as not wearing anything. The carriage was not bumpy even though it was pulled purely by manpower. Perhaps it could be compared to the rickshaws of old Shanghai. The coachman had to hit someone with his whip. If he didn't want to be hit, he had to run faster. If he was too slow, the whip would leave a long bloody mark on his back. Xianxia was constantly on guard against the wind and grass around him. The carriage wasn't spacious, and the controlled Panther Duke occupied the center of the carriage. Xianxia could only sit in the corner. The shadows flowed quietly in the places where the moonlight couldn't reach. The puppet Duke was silent in the darkness like a statue that would never wake up. However, Xianxia was still on guard the entire journey. The devil didn't show any signs of approaching. Xianxia was confused. Was the repulsive force of this dungeon that strong? Was it strong enough to make the devil behave? Even Xianxia couldn't believe it. The two of them were not the type to be overcautious, especially when they were facing off against each other. Just like Xianxia, he didn't provoke him even though he knew he was at a disadvantage. Number 1 was the same. If he didn't accept Xianxia's provocation just because the dungeon would kick him out, then number 1 wouldn't be number 1 anymore. Whoever retreated first would seem to have lowered their head to the other party, and it was a clear sign of weakness. This was an unspoken rule between the two of them. Who would be willing to show weakness? They were mortal enemies who wouldn't back down even if it was just a kiss. Every time they met, swords were drawn, crossbows were drawn, and the smell of incense ignited in the air. It was so quiet and peaceful. Even if they were just sitting in the same room, it was extremely strange. In the end, it was Magician who broke the strange silence. Why are you here? This was the question that had puzzled Xianxia for a long time. If the devil hadn't been absent from every dungeon he had participated in before, it could still be explained as it wanted to see its old enemy suffer. But this time, he and Takaman had been inexplicably summoned to this Super S-level dungeon. They couldn't contact the main system and didn't even have to complete the main mission. If they couldn't find a way back in 3 days, they would be stuck here forever. Based on the current situation, even though number 1 was a mentor, the main system couldn't do anything about it. How could the devil appear here was a question worth pondering. This is the second time you've asked this question. A low voice came from the shadows, revealing an obvious carelessness. Is its answer that important? Maybe it was important, maybe it wasn't. In the past, the devil's only pleasure was to enjoy the ugliness, suffering, war, and chaos of the human world. Such unchanging things were full of malice and revealed the true nature of humans. But after a long time, one would get tired of it. Especially for someone born of malice, most ugliness wasn't worth mentioning. Because of this, the devil had been bored for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to make a deal with the main system and come up with such a horrifying trainee competition. But the biggest reward of this competition wasn't the fun he had originally imagined, but the predicted savior. What was even more interesting was how similar they were. Enemies would always understand each other the best. Such an interesting toy wouldn't be found in the future. If you die in this dungeon, I'll be very sorry, Your Excellency Magician. The man's tone was calm and meaningful. Even if he died, the devil wouldn't let him die at the hands of anyone other than himself. Shouldn't the savior die at the hands of the great demon king? If he died while fighting the monsters, the great demon king would be lawless, and the world would be unable to be saved. Outside the carriage, the curtain of night began to disperse. The dazzling red sun rose from the east, and the day was coming. The dark earth was pushed aside, and the color suddenly became clear. Xianxia and Takaman ran for most of the night and lost their memories for 5 hours. Logically speaking, even if the winter sun rose later, it should be around this time. After a long time, so long that the devil thought he wouldn't get an answer, the white-haired youth sneered. The devil didn't care. I heard you have an unavoidable death in this dungeon? I have a way to get you out of this dungeon. The man's hand reappeared from the shadows, and casually rested on the magician's shoulder. What way? Number 1 didn't answer. Instead, his slender fingers circled the youth's beautiful jawline and slid to his lips. The shape of the magician's lips was beautiful. People with thin lips were naturally more indifferent and cold. As everyone knows, there's a price to pay for making a deal with the devil. Behind the shadows, the man stared at the changes in the magician's expression, not missing a single detail. "Oh?" Zhongjiao's face was expressionless. He asked in return, "Let's hear it." For example, the cold fingertips circled the youth's tailbone. It was a bewitching and suggestive action, but Zhongjiao could clearly see the devil's lack of interest. It was very contradictory. No two people are born to be enemies. A prophecy is always just a prophecy. While they were talking, the carriage quietly drove into the beautiful and classical mansion. Zebra, who was wearing a butler's uniform, came forward and stood respectfully beside the carriage. Without the master's order, he didn't dare to disturb the Duke, for fear of disturbing him. "Let's change the way we address her. Bed partner? It's a little lacking in warmth. Then, how about lover?" The devil pondered seriously, but he felt more and more bored. He was looking forward to the devil's choice, but also looking forward to the devil's lack of choice. If an arrogant and cold cat caught your attention, would you want it to continue catching birds and butterflies outside, or would you lock it in your own cage? What attracted the devil's attention was the magician, who had an unruly soul and was disdainful of those in power in the eyes of millions of ordinary people, or a caged bird who was willing to become the devil's captive in order to save his life in the future. In the next second, Zhongjiao punched him across the air. Scram! Seeing the magician nimbly jump down from the carriage, the devil was stunned. He suddenly put down his hand and chuckled. Takuman had woken up. Abruptly waking up from a state of chaos, his head was still throbbing with a dull pain, as if someone had smashed it with a hammer. Just by standing, he was filled with an indescribable sense of dizziness and nausea. This should be 5 hours later. The yin-yang master searched his memories of the past 5 hours and found that they were all blank. The after effects of the indefinite madness would cause him to lose his memories of the next 5 hours. Where he was 5 hours ago, he might not be there 5 hours later. Not only that, but his legs were also sore. It was no less painful than when he had been running for his life in the underground farm. This was really strange. Could it be that he had just experienced a mad dash for his life? Takuman rubbed his head and looked around. He was now in a narrow corridor. The ground was covered with a furry scarlet carpet. There were no lights on either side, and only a flickering candle was lit at the end of the corridor. It was so quiet all around that he could only hear his own breathing. Where was this? The yin-yang master was confused. He was about to vigilantly take out the only item he had with him from the main system, just in case. Takuman had brought a B-grade item with him. It was a functional item. After using it, he would immediately become invisible and could be used 3 times, with a time limit of 30 seconds each time. He had only changed it after listening to Zhuge An's advice. Although it was unlucky, Takuman's strength was there for all to see. He had accumulated a lot of wealth in the infinite loop over the years. At the very least, he had a lot of B-grade items in his backpack. Ordinary trainees could only look at them and sigh. In the end, he chose this invisibility item. It could be used to attack, defend, advance, and retreat. It was an excellent choice for sneak attacks or for running away. If it wasn't for the fact that his leg was broken when he was running, and he was afraid that the large group of ox-head and horse-face monsters running towards the corridor would give him a war trample while he was invisible, Takuman would have taken it out long ago. The second after the yin-yang master took out the item, he suddenly realized that there were only 2 uses left. This time, it was definitely used during the 5 hours when he lost his memories. There was no other possibility. What happened in the past 5 hours? Why didn't he see magician when he woke up? Could it be that the 2 of them accidentally bumped into Oxhead and Horseface, and that's why he used the item? But even if he had used a tool, why would he appear in such a completely unfamiliar place? The more questions he had, the more curious Takuman became. He hesitated for a moment, then tiptoed toward the corner ahead. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something. Subsystem, use stealth. Your throw result is 17 to 35, stealth successful, therefore, you will feel your footsteps become lighter and your body lighter. Even under such a quiet environment, you won't make a single sound when you walk. As expected, her luck improved after separating from magician. Takuman cursed Zhuge An's treachery in his heart and walked carefully along the wall. Unexpectedly, there really seemed to be no one in this tunnel. He groped around for a few minutes before his vision suddenly opened up. This was a very spacious library. In the center of the library, there were many chairs covered with cushions and tapestries. Around them, there were layers of walnut bookshelves filled with books. Strangely, the books on the shelves seemed to be quite old. The corners of the books were yellowed and old. The crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling refracted a faint and clear dark yellow light, providing the only light in this spacious room. Takaman saw the scene in the center of the library at a glance. The carpet there had been neatly moved away, revealing the gray and black floor below. Someone had drawn a huge magic array with unknown materials on the floor. The Yin-Yang master walked closer and saw that it was dried blood, but he didn't know what kind of creature's blood it was. Good heavens, it's finally within my field of expertise. Takaman muttered and quickly walked over. He didn't rashly step into the magic array. Instead, he squatted down cautiously and placed his finger lightly on the pattern. Although he had lost his ability as a onmyoji, Tsuchimikado was still a person who had once memorized the Xianxia Jiejue by burning the midnight oil. Although he had lost his ability, he wouldn't forget what he remembered. All the spells in the world had the same goal. Whether it was spiritual power, magic power, or even true energy, they were all the same thing in the end. This magic array had already lost its effect. The Yin-Yang master's gaze swept past a blood-stained dagger on a chair and frowned slightly. Because of the sudden dense dark aura in the air, Takaman speculated that there might have been a black magic ritual here. At this moment, the system that had been silent finally spoke. Used once in a library, something's up, Takaman did as he was told. Your throw result is 34 to 40. Library successful. A total of 10 targets have been found. Conducting dark dice, then you were lucky enough to find a remnant page of an ancient book among the thousands of books on dozens of bookshelves surrounding the magic array. It seems to be a product of the 16th century. A remnant page of the Sussex manuscript? That's right, it wasn't a book, but a carefully framed remnant page. Because of his high spiritual perception, just by holding it in his hand, the Yin-Yang master could feel the dangerous aura from this remnant page. If you want to read this remnant page, you need to pass a rationality check. If you pass the rationality check, you will lose 1 to 3 rationality points. If you fail, you will lose 1 to 6 rationality points. Please. Takaman threw a 10-sided die. Your throw result is 92 to 50. Rationality check failed. Conducting dark dice, please wait, your rationality points have decreased by 3. S-level trainee Takaman's rationality points 37/50. Your Cthulhu mythological skill has increased by 2 points. The Yin-Yang master flipped open the remnant page in his hand. Considerately, the characters recorded on the remnant page were in very friendly English. It was just that there were a lot of scribbles on it, and there were even smudged ink marks. Even so, when Takaman's eyes fell on the first line, he was shocked and could no longer control his gaze. It was as if he was forcibly pulled by the string of flamboyant characters, and his eyes unconsciously looked down. The remnant page wasn't long. When Takaman finished reading it, he was shocked to realize that his back was already covered in cold sweat. There were only a few words on it that recorded an extremely evil god. Takaman realized something. After putting down the remnant page, he turned around and flipped through the other books on the bookshelf. Unsurprisingly, there were many obscure and ancient words recorded in those books, and all of them were praises for the evil god. The Yin-Yang master remembered the church that he heard the animals talk about in the underground farm and at the auction, and he couldn't hide his shock. There was no doubt that the animals in this world believed in evil gods. This was big news. It meant that it was very likely that these evil gods were the ones who summoned them to this world. But how was that possible? Could it be that the survivors from 20 years ago had established an organization in this Super S-level instance dungeon? Because of the lack of confidence, Takaman couldn't think of a reason why. Just as he was about to throw another detection, there was a sudden sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor. How is it? The white-haired one was caught and sent to the Duke. The other small one hasn't moved yet, and I don't know where it went. The entire circus has been searched. Yumiman was shocked. He took a big stride and rolled behind a row of bookshelves. Subsystem, quick, listen. Your throw result is 99/20. Congratulations, it's a big failure. Then you feel a buzzing sound in your ears, and you've fallen into temporary deafness for unknown reasons. Takuman was speechless. Why is my luck so erratic? Damn. On the other side, after jumping down from the carriage, Xianxia was warmly treated. The servants in this duke's mansion were all raccoons. None of them were fond of speaking or smiling, and their expressions were solemn. Although they seemed to be respectful to the kitten that the Black Panther Duke brought back from the auction, the contempt in their eyes couldn't be hidden. The servants brought Xianxia to a washroom and told him that the hot water was ready and that he had to wash up quickly. Xianxia didn't move after closing the door. Instead, he asked the subsystem to listen to the sounds outside. Your throw result is 25 to 30. Throw successful. The breed is rare, much prettier than the #1 beauty that His Excellency brought back from the auction last year. Indeed, but although it's pretty, it's still a human. This is different. It's said that this time it's 3 days of use. But let's not talk about 3 days, if His Excellency is serious. I don't know if he can make it through tonight. I heard from the coachman that His Excellency is in a good mood today. Xianxia listened for a while and slowly moved his ears away, deep in thought. Of course, these servants didn't know that the duke they were talking about had long been controlled by #1. His time limit was only 2 days. He remembered Zhuge En's warning before he entered this instant's dungeon. The key to your solution lies in #1. Who told you to ask him for help? You don't know how to fool people. Do you need me to teach you? Since the key was the devil, there was no need to think about escaping. Moreover, the devil did reveal that he had a way to get out of this instant's dungeon. Xianxia thought as he took off his clothes and slowly immersed himself in the boiling water. Originally, they only had one way out, and that was to find a way to contact the main system. Now, a second way had appeared. Now, he needed to think about how to fool #1 like Zhuge En said. It was a bit difficult, but interesting. It was a challenge that magicians liked the most. Xianxia was eager to give it a try. He took a shower, dried his hair, and put on his robe. The servants who had been waiting at the door for a long time wiped expensive golden wax on his hands and feet and led him upstairs. They held burning candlesticks all the way to the mansion's master bedroom. The butler knocked on the door respectfully. Your Excellency, I brought him. The duke's voice was deep and rich. Who is it? Xianxia didn't want to waste his breath. He kicked open the heavy door and closed the door in front of all the servants behind him, who knelt down hurriedly and looked at him in shock. I'm here to tell you a bedtime story. Takuman felt that he was in a difficult situation. It was really too difficult. He finally had a chance to find out some new information, but in the end, Listen actually threw out a big failure. Listen's big failure, also known as reverse hearing loss. Originally, when he wasn't trying to throw the dice, he could still hear 1 or 2 words of conversation through the quiet air. But now, his ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything. However, after listening to the 2 sentences just now, he knew that the person who came must be discussing very important content. Not only did they talk about magicians' movements, but they also talked about the information they needed. Damn it, the yin-yang master beat his chest and stomped his feet in anger. Give me a lip-reading skill. Seeing Takuman in such a miserable state, the subsystem couldn't bear it. Now that this information had slipped away, who knew how long he would have to waste? The lip-reading skill was a lip-reading skill. It could be thrown when he couldn't hear or in an emergency. But I don't have any lip-reading skills, Takuman burst into tears. Subsystem, look at how many lip-reading skill points I have on my identity card. The subsystem was silent for a moment. Survival skills start with 5 points. Skills such as swimming, diving, lip-reading, speaking, and animal taming were not required points. Due to the main system's black-hearted allocation of skill points, the trainees were extremely careful when it came to the allocation of skill points, afraid that they would waste points. If they didn't have any points, of course, there would only be 5 skill points. The yin-yang master chanted Amiba in his heart and spun 2 10-sided dice. Your throw result is 1/5. Congratulations, great success. So you feel that your vision suddenly becomes clear and sharp. You can tell what the other party is saying from the way their lips move. Coupled with the effect of great success, Even if the other party is saying some kind of obscure term, it will be clear in your eyes as if you have God's help. Takuman, this was a big failure and a big success. It was really a test of one's psychological endurance. However, now wasn't the time to complain here. The yin-yang master carefully moved twice on the ground and looked out through the gap in the bookshelf. The light outside was dim. The two of them had yet to reach the location of the light, and Yumi was so anxious that he scratched his head. After waiting for a long time, two figures in black cloaks walked out of the tunnel. Unfortunately, both of them were wearing tall, pointed hats on their heads. Their faces were hidden under the wide brims of the hats, making it impossible to see their faces. If he couldn't even see her face clearly, then what was the point of successfully reading her lips? Just as the yin-yang master was about to stop eating, he turned around and saw that one of them had taken off his pointy hat. The person behind the bookshelf suddenly opened his eyes wide. What was unexpected was that the thing behind the hat was not the same beast head as in this Super S instance dungeon. Instead, it was a human face. The man's appearance looked very gloomy under the dim light. Perhaps it was because he often hid his body under the black cloak, but his face was unbelievably pale. Seeing him take off his hat, the other man did the same. Sure enough, they were not animals, but two serious human beings. The symbol has shown signs of being activated. We can 100% confirm the identity of the survivor. After spending so many years confirming the coordinates, we finally found the target. They spoke very quickly. If it wasn't for the support of the great success, Takuman wouldn't have been able to see what they were saying. The yin-yang master could barely make out a sentence. Just this sentence alone revealed a lot of information. As for the Duke, he'll send the white-haired survivor here in 2 days. It doesn't matter. There's a magic circle anyway. If it weren't for the Holy Church, how could those animals have stabilized their rule so quickly? It's all those damned cultists' fault. The carnival in 2 days, the last chance. It's been 20 years. One of them stepped forward, seemingly unintentionally blocking the other. Takuman couldn't see what they were saying, but he was shocked to the extreme. Infinite Loop, Survivor, 20 years ago. These exclusive terms clearly showed the identity of these members of the church. They were the survivors who entered this Super S instance dungeon 20 years ago. After confirming this, the yin-yang master's heart was filled with anger. He and Magician both guessed that these survivors purposely used special items to take dirty photos and deliberately hid them in the diary to record them. It was very likely that they jumped the wrong way. But after confirming it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but feel angry. At this moment, the subsystem reminded him. Inspiration check, please. Takuman chose the inspiration type. It had a special bonus and the probability of passing this check was very high. Your throw result is 36 to 50. Inspiration check successful, so now, you have connected all the fragmented memories and clues in your mind. You have also figured out some problems that you couldn't before and obtained new logic and explanations. According to the logic of the successful inspiration check, it was very likely that something big happened to this world 20 years ago. As a result, these survivors were suddenly cut off from the main system and were trapped here. Because they were cut off before they were wiped out, there was no need to complete the main mission. These survivors were even alive in the instance dungeon until now. What was even more surprising was that in this instance dungeon where animals were the absolute rulers, the survivors actually managed to make a place for themselves. According to the information on the bookshelf, they even created an evil cult and turned around to help the animals in this instance dungeon to rule the humans. Two Yumimen recalled the tragic scene they had seen in the underground farm, and he felt nauseous. Many survivors were like this. They were selfish to the core and only focused on their own interests. If it weren't for the main system forbidding survival players from attacking NPCs, many survival players would probably use NPCs as a shield to clear the dungeon. Now that this instance dungeon wasn't supervised by the main system, these survivors naturally didn't care about the lives of other humans. In their eyes, instance dungeon NPCs would always be instance dungeon NPCs. It was just like how gamers farmed instance dungeon bosses. They had a sense of superiority. Not only that, but these survivors also seemed to be plotting something big, and the main content of this big event was the carnival ceremony that would be held 2 days later. The main participants were Takuman and Zongjio, the two unlucky fellows who were forcibly summoned from the main system. They didn't know what the specific plot was, but it was definitely not a good thing. Could it be that these survivors had gone as crazy as this dungeon? Wait, something's not right. Just as Takaman was thinking with his inspiration sense, one of the members of the cult suddenly frowned. Someone has been here. He looked at the Sussex manuscripts, which had been placed in a different order on the bookshelf. His malicious eyes swept across the few imperceptible footprints on the ground, and he straightforwardly ordered, "KP, investigate it for me." F***CK. Takaman screamed in his heart. Subsystem, you didn't tell me that they also have 10-sided dice. This is also beyond my expectations. The cold mechanical voice of the subsystem was also silent for a while. But it's true. Since this Super S instance dungeon supports the use of 10-sided dice, then it would also allow survivors to use it 20 years ago. Logically speaking, this situation is impossible because the subsystem's energy can't support it for 20 years. They should have found other ways to replenish the energy of the 10-sided dice. And why would someone steal the host's job? The subsystem was puzzled. How could a host who had to deal with troublemakers and make up stories be so popular? If there was such a good thing, it would have given up its position a long time ago, just as the Onmyoji and the subsystem were frantically talking to each other. The members of the church had also discovered the traces of this uninvited guest through their detect skill. Thus, they immediately sneered and walked straight towards this side. Since he had already been found, Takaman didn't hide anymore. He clenched the item in his hand and suddenly overturned the bookshelf in front of him. He ran toward the corridor without looking back and began the next round of running for his life. Catch him. Don't let him escape. On the other side, Xianxia ignored the gazes of the servants and butlers outside and closed the door with a bang. The room was very dark, and the only source of light was the candlestick in his hand. The curtains on both sides of the room covered the gradually darkening sky, not allowing any light to leak in. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Xianxia remembered that not long ago, when they were sitting in the carriage, they saw the sunrise through the window and saw the bright sky. However, not much time had passed, and the sky was gradually taken over by the night once again, returning to the appearance of night. Dark clouds hung low, covering the flashing lightning that was about to come. The sunrise time was a bit too short. It was a bit too short. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with it. The closer it is to the festival, the shorter the time of day will be. In the darkness, the Duke sitting on the high-backed chair slowly said, "On the day of the festival, the whole day will be dark, there will be no sunrise, and there will be no day." Xianxia didn't reply. Instead, he leisurely walked to the bed and lay down. The bed that belonged to the ruler was naturally expensive. Magician didn't know what material the bedding and pillows were made of, but when he laid down, it felt like he was rolling into a soft cloud. It was so comfortable that Magician closed his eyes. He really looked like a lazy cat. "Since you took the initiative to come here, it seems like you have an answer to the question just now?" The roaming shadow slowly landed beside the youth's bed and affectionately lifted a strand of silver hair. "No." Xianxia lazily waved his hand. "I'm here to tell you a bedtime story." They had a tacit understanding not to mention the special Judgment Day instance. It was as if it never existed. But now, Xianxia took the initiative to break this tacit understanding. "I'm warning you, don't try to find the same traces on me as that brat. Then let's change the method." Since he wanted to trick him, he couldn't provoke him first. Xianxia turned over and looked into the dark golden eyes behind the shadow. For the first time, Magician took the initiative to invite him. "How about we play a game?" "Play a game?" Interest flashed in the devil's eyes. It was rare for him to feel like his lines had been stolen. He had always been the one to invite Magician to play games. Whether it was in the No. 1 middle school instance dungeon, Halloween instance dungeon, or the masquerade ball, both of them had used it as a stage to engage in different games or bets. But this time, Magician was the first to ask for a game. He had to admit that he knew how to pique No. 1's interest. With just these few words, the demon's previous lack of interest was swept away, and his golden eyes suddenly lit up with eagerness. "How do we play?" He took the bait. Xianxia made a sign in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "Since you have a secret, I also have a secret." Since we are both interested in each other's secrets, why don't we be honest with each other and get straight to the point? You ask, and I answer. I ask a question, and you answer. No matter what the questioner asked, the person being questioned had to answer in detail and was not allowed to evade. How about that? Of course, since it's a game, both parties have the right to lie. But if the other party finds out, there will be corresponding consequences. In fact, this rule was more beneficial to Xianxia. Number 1 was crazy, but there was one good thing about him. He never bothered to lie. Previously, when they were still mortal enemies, even though the two of them had tried to kill each other time and time again, the devil had never lied to Xianxia about information. Instead, he had given him a lot of information for free time and time again. On the other hand, Xianxia was different. Magician's job was to deceive the eyes of the audience. Occasionally, he had to use words to attract the attention of others. Therefore, tricking people was a walk in the park for him. He was so skilled that he couldn't be more skilled. It was obvious that whatever Xianxia could understand could not be hidden from the devil. The man narrowed his eyes dangerously. Magician was lying on the big black bed with one hand supporting his head lazily. His long white hair spread out on the surface of the bed sheet. There were traces of steam rising from his body. It was a very visual impact. His eyebrows deepened under the steam as he stared at him with a smile. The bathrobe on his body was loosely opened, revealing a pale chest. Recalling the comments that the dungeon NPCs gave to the magician during the auction, the devil felt that it was rather pertinent. A beautiful kitten. Although they were fierce, they often gave people unexpected surprises. Most importantly, you never know where the cat will go next. For example, right now, they were racking their brains trying to lure their prey to take the bait, trying to fool them with words. The man let out a sigh of laughter, his fingertips trembling with pleasure. He definitely didn't know that no matter how much he pretended as if nothing had happened, the craftiness in those light pink pupils would always be exposed in the eyes of the devil. How adorable. How could the demon reject such a cute kitten that came to his doorstep? Of course. The shadow played with the young man's white hair. His fingers rubbed the gap between the ends of the hair, and the hair slipped through the slender fingers. He agreed. Xianxia pretended to decline. Since I proposed the game first, the banker should be polite. You can ask first. Oh? The devil pretended to be surprised and raised his eyebrows. His gaze stopped at the young man's jade-like neck. Since Mr. Magician has said so, I can only respectfully accept. You are not from the real world, nor are you an NPC in any S-level dungeon. The man dragged his voice slowly, as if he was asking an unimportant question. Then, where are you from? Here it comes. Good fellow, the first question is so sharp. This question wasn't easy to answer, and it wasn't easy to fool. Xianxia didn't know how much the devil knew about this. The little devil had stated his guess with certainty. Before that, number 1 had already guessed that he was an NPC in an S-level dungeon when they were in the number 1 middle school dungeon. Xianxia paused and decided to be vague. That's right, I'm not from the real world, nor am I an NPC in an S-level dungeon. But I also don't know how you and the main system define my original world. Perhaps it's a different world? He wasn't wrong. Because he really did transmigrate into a book. In the real world that Xianxia lived in, all kinds of transmigration themes were common, and transmigration into books was popular for a time. As a fan of online novels, Xianxia knew that he had transmigrated into the book thriller Trainee. As for why the world in the book was so realistic, Magician had his own guesses. Perhaps it was the dimension. Before he transmigrated into the book, the dimension he lived in was higher than this world, so what happened in this world was just a book in his world. But these were all guesses, and Xianxia wouldn't say it out loud. It's my turn. Seeing that the other party didn't raise any questions, Xianxia quickly changed the topic. His question was the key to the game. Of course, in order not to expose his true intentions so quickly, Xianxia decided to guide him patiently. What kind of deal did you make with the main system? According to Zhuge and the others, the demon only destroyed the perfect world at the beginning and took the special item left behind by the survivors. It followed the guide through the space turbulence and came to the infinite loop. In the memory that the little demon showed Xianxia, the survivors who came to the perfect world to carry out missions in order to lure the little demon back to the sacred city with them. Under the night sky of the desert, they once drew a beautiful blueprint for the 6-year-old number 1. They described the infinite loop as heaven, a fantasy land without pain and suffering. But in a sense, the survivors were not wrong, because the demon born from evil did like the infinite loop. But even so, it was unexpected that the demon could cooperate with the main system. The main system had been a cold machine for so many years, like a high-dimensional brain, an absolutely rational existence. The cooperation between the two was abnormal from the beginning. The demon chuckled, his tone nonchalant. It wants to accumulate energy to return to the higher dimension. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. It's true that it needs energy to make a wish, but there will be karmic rewards when the wish is fulfilled. The main system was originally the brain of the high-dimensional world. Because of the lack of energy, it fell to the low-dimensional world. Number 1 gave him an example. The demons in hell couldn't come to the human world, unless a human summoned them from hell and made a wish. Then the demons could use the power of the wish to break the seal and stay in the human world to wreak havoc everywhere. Magician was enlightened and fell into deep thought. This saying was similar to the animal spirits in the ancient legends of China. It was said that animals like weasels and foxes had been cultivating for many years. When they felt that they were about to transform, they would usually go to places where humans lived and speak human language. They would ask the first person they met, "What do you think I look like?" It was called asking for a seal. Because the words of humans had power, they would transform into whatever humans said they looked like. Moreover, the words of humans would determine the level of magical power they had after transforming. According to the legends, there was a person who was shocked when he met such a speaking animal at night and called it ugly. In the end, the ugly monster harbored a grudge and killed the person's entire family. With this example, Xianxia more or less understood. Why did the main system organize this seemingly arduous and unrewarding competition for trainees? It turned out that it wanted to use the power of karma when the wish was fulfilled to go to the higher dimension. The clues were immediately connected. Zhuge had guessed that the wish could only be fulfilled within the scope of the main system's ability. However, if a trainee made a wish with ill intentions, the main system's efforts to organize this competition would be wasted. It was because of this that the main system was interested in the demon's ability to control puppets. It took the initiative to come to the door, and it also wanted the wish ticket to be in its hands. The demon, on the other hand, simply wanted to have fun, so it hit it off. The turn turned to the demon's side. "I'm curious, why are you willing to put shackles on yourself?" If the first round was a test, then the second round had a sharper meaning. Both of them were in the open and in the dark. The hostility that had subsided started to thicken again. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "I'm willing." He was silent for a moment. These 3 words didn't seem to fit the rules of the game they had set, so he reluctantly added another sentence. "Hate can never bind or change a person, but love can." Xianxia was indeed indifferent to love, but he would definitely remember the kindness that the old nun had shown him and would be obedient. "Love?" The man seemed to have heard something funny, and a burst of undisguised laughter came from his chest. Both of them were well aware of what he was laughing at. One was lacking in love, the other was born in the swamp. This word was too far away from them, so far that it was a little funny. "That's a pity." The demon sighed pretentiously. "We are so similar." The magician responded with a sneer. They were indeed similar. One had a hidden insanity, while the other was openly crazy. If both of them were openly crazy, then there would be no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. It would be a real fight to the death. Xianxia had a good temper and was too lazy to argue with the little demon because he was pitiful and cute. How could the demon sigh here? "Cut the crap, it's my turn." The 2 of them faced each other. One was hidden in the shadows, while the other was lying on the bed. The room was dark and a candlelight flickered, elongating and blending their reflections, adding an indescribable atmosphere. Tap, tap, tap. Just as they were asking and answering questions, there was a sudden pitter-patter outside the window. It was raining. Duke, who had been sitting silently on the high-back chair, stood up. Under the puppet line's control, He became an outsider and obediently moved his waist to close the window and pull the curtains. The rain came without warning. It turned from a light drizzle to a rapid downpour in a flash, and then it started raining fiercely. The sky and earth were pitch black. Only the rumbling of lightning behind the thunderclouds could be seen, pale and cold. The heavy windowsill blocked the sound of the rain. The game continued. Next, it was Xianxia's turn. Since it was his turn, he would not hold back. Xianxia had thought of this game while he was bathing. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to strip number one of his underwear, he would not be called magician. I want to know the details of your ability. Xianxia demanded an exorbitant price. He had been curious about this for a long time. Although the devil's ability was mysterious, it was not untraceable in the infinite loop. After all, Xianxia the exorcist Takaman and other top survivors knew about it. Xianxia had even specially created a precious special item for him. After returning from the Judgment Day instance dungeon, Xianxia had taken note of it. The devil was already at the top of the pyramid when he was in the infinite loop. When the thriller trainee competition first started, all the veteran survivors only dared to call him that lord. They did not even dare to call him the devil. Xianxia followed this lead and realized that many people in the infinite loop knew about it. The devil had played in the infinite loop for so many years and had entered many high-level instance dungeons. If he found some instance dungeons interesting, he would control a few puppets to stir up trouble. If the instance dungeon was boring and made him unhappy, he would destroy it without a second thought. This made Xianxia a little confused. He knew the devil's ability, but he did not know what the medium was. He only knew that the first puppet string required physical contact with the target, and the second puppet string required the target to bleed. However, if this was all that was needed, then the devil's ability was too powerful. Of course, the ability to destroy an instance dungeon with his bare hands was already powerful enough. However, Xianxia instinctively felt that something was wrong, so he decided to investigate. This question. The man purposely dragged out his words. A cold hand slithered out from the shadows. His slender fingers picked up a handful of magician's hair and combed it slowly. You can guess. If you guess correctly, you will be rewarded. Speaking of rewards, Xianxia got angry. The white-haired young man ignored the hands on the back of his head and neck and said coldly, "Oh? Then, does your excellency devil still remember the special reward promised by the main system at the masquerade ball last time?" Back then, before the ball, the main system had drawn a big pie for all the trainees. It said that if they could find their mentor at the ball and reveal his true identity, they would be able to receive a big mysterious gift. This incident could be said to have disrupted Zhuge An's plan. After all, their sudden exposure of their identities as instructors and the main system's deliberate guidance and advance notice of the event to reveal their identities as instructors were two different matters. But there was nothing he could do about it. Even though he knew it was an open scheme, he still had to do it. Xianxia went up to him. In the end, after the dance and the kiss, she was almost pressed against the wall. There was no sign of the mysterious gift. The demon did not expect this old score to be brought up. He was stunned for a moment and said in an innocent tone, "But didn't I crown you then? Look at how beautiful that crown was." Under the eyes of thousands of people and the spotlight, the demon crowned magician. Magician put on a silver-red crown with a sparkling ruby embedded in it. He held a joker card in his mouth and his eyes were cold. He announced his victory like a proud peacock. The demon immediately became hard. "Go away, I earned that from playing games with you." Seeing that the atmosphere was strange, Xianxia did not want to waste his breath on him and changed the topic. "I'm guessing that your puppet strings have something to do with your evil thoughts." He hit the nail on the head. The corners of the man's mouth curled up. He spread his fingers from the ends of magician's hair to the roots. He tested magician's bottom line as if he was stroking a cat's fur. Indeed. Xianxia's guess was not far from the truth. The puppet strings could actually be called malicious strings. The first two strings were restricted by physical contact and bleeding wounds, but the last three strings were actually focused on the puppet being controlled. The demon was born from the malice of a plane. His ability was closely related to malice. For example, the shadow, the huge black mud of evil thoughts, and the puppet strings. That's right, it comes from malice. The deeper the malice in a person's heart, the deeper it will take root. The greater the malice, the faster the string will be added and the deeper the control. Magician was deep in thought. He thought of the Holy Child, Messiah, in the first instance of the mental hospital. This was the earliest puppet that he knew to be deeply controlled by number one. At that time, Messiah had fooled all the survivors in the instance and even gained a wave of die-hard fans. Even after the masquerade ball, there were still many survivors who chose to side with the holy sanctum because of Messiah's shocking appeal. It could even be said that she was a puppet that the demon had pushed to the front of the stage. But according to Zhuge, Messiah was indeed a good person in the infinite loop. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to accumulate so much support and climb to such a high position. According to the demon, the Holy Child was probably the kind of person who would always leave the light to others and leave the darkness to herself. But in the end, she was deeply controlled by the demon because of this reason. It was a pity. His fingers came to the back of the youth's ear and slid along the beautiful line of her neck. Under the dim light of the candlesticks, everything was painted with an ambiguous color. Xianxia didn't care about the demon's little action. Instead, he asked, what about the soul invasion of the fifth puppet string? That's the second question. His cold index finger pressed against Magician's thin lips. If it violates the rules of the game, then this is another price. Or, his fingers slid down her back from top to bottom, brushing across the thick bathrobe with a meaning that even an adult could understand. Magician is willing to pay this extra price? Xianxia was speechless. He could only show two hands and he was still flirting. As expected of the demon. He flipped over and chose to lie flat on his back. It's your turn. After 2 rounds of the game, Xianxia was very satisfied with the information he received. But he had also exposed a lot of his own information. Although it didn't seem important from his point of view, it was definitely worth it to exchange it for information from the demon. In the next round, Xianxia would cut to the chase. But what he didn't expect was that after this round of questions and answers, the demon suddenly stopped and looked mysterious. I'm done. Xianxia was confused. Wait, make yourself clear. How can you stop playing? I haven't even dug a hole for you to jump into. Why are you quitting now? Wouldn't all my previous efforts have been wasted? The white-haired youth said earnestly, the night is still young. How can you stop playing? At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. It was as thick as a bowl and pierced through the long night. Just as the two of them were playing the game of asking and answering questions, the heavy rain outside suddenly became more violent. The storm was here. The strong wind pushed open the closed windows. Squeaking sounds accompanied by the sound of the storm and thunder intertwined. The cold air rushed into the spacious and dark master bedroom. Once again, Duke walked over to play the role of a servant under the puppet line's control. Xianxia suddenly understood. He hadn't understood why his mood had suddenly plummeted to the bottom of the abyss while chatting with the demon. Now, it seemed like it had something to do with the weather. He remembered the little demon who hugged the rabbit plushie and curled up alone in the thick blanket, the one with a cloth over her eyes in the toy room, and the nameless number one. The nun in the church said that every time there was a thunderstorm, the Pope would not be able to sleep at night, or he would be haunted by nightmares. What do you want to know? Just as Xianxia was thinking of a better way to trick the demon, number one spoke first. Since number one was straightforward, Xianxia could only regretfully let go of his previous idea. Since he had already asked for a way to leave this dungeon, and the demon had already given him an answer, Xianxia chose to be direct this time. I want to know how to contact the main system. Since he couldn't use the demon's method, if Xianxia could ask for a way to contact the main system, then he could leave this dungeon using the same old method. Obviously, number one was also well aware of his little scheme. However, his answer disappointed Xianxia greatly. The demon shrugged. I came in through an unusual way. Why do you think I know how to contact the main system? Xianxia was speechless. That's right. If the demon had a way to contact the main system, he wouldn't be in such a pitiful state with only his 2 hands exposed. He had miscalculated. Just then, a heavy object fell into the magician's slightly open palm. Congratulations, you've received? Level item, unknown key, usage description, It seems to be a key that allows the user to teleport. Use it to return directly to the trainee dormitory. The cold finger circled the white-haired youth's beautiful brow bone. Of course, you know what it means to use it. Of course, Xianxia had achieved his goal of tricking the demon, and even received an additional surprise. However, using this key meant that magician would willingly give up his pride and voluntarily become the demon's captive, a canary in a cage. Right at this moment, another deafening bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. This time, the demon's mood was obviously worse. A shadow suddenly pierced the candlestick, extinguishing the flickering candle flame. Even if the puppet line controls the NPC, it cannot do anything that goes against the rules of the dungeon. The Duke will send you back tomorrow night. In the meantime, you have enough time to consider whether to use this key. It's late, go to sleep. Xianxia didn't speak. After a long time, there was still the sound of steady breathing in the darkness. It would be strange if he could fall asleep with his nemesis sleeping beside him. The magician, the demon, and the puppet were all awake. They all had their eyes open, listening to the storm behind them. They were silent and dead. God knew how long had passed. Perhaps it was a long, long time. It was so long that Xianxia started to feel sleepy. Suddenly, a cold hand reached out from under the blanket. The hand wasn't wearing the white gloves. It was cold, broad, rough, and covered with hideous scars. Xianxia still remembered. The NPC in the dungeon had brought him to the altar. They wanted to use the same method as they did with the other vessels. They wanted to pour malice onto him and then set fire to the vessel once and for all. They didn't expect the little boy's talent to be immune to fire. However, the fire couldn't burn number one. It was the natural enemy of malice. Hence, the little boy, who was filled with malice, struggled in the fire. The fire burned the malice and left horrifying scars on his small body. There were no scars on the demon's body. Only when he saw his hands did he remember the unknown past. The magician reflexively wanted to withdraw his hand, but he stopped himself. He felt the hand caressing his fingertips. Finally, it slowly inserted between his fingers and intertwined with his fingers. The series of actions was calm, without the usual flirtatious pretense. Instead, it reminded him of the little boy who shivered in the thunder. Forget it. Only this once. The white-haired youth silently felt the warmth and slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia was a light sleeper. If he only needed 4 hours of sleep to complete the amount of sleep he needed for a day when he was in deep sleep, then if he was in light sleep and would wake up at the slightest sign of disturbance, he would have to sleep almost twice as long. Normally, Xianxia wouldn't feel sleepy in such an unsafe environment. Even though he seemed to be asleep when he closed his eyes, he didn't really allow himself to fall asleep. If there was any movement from the hand that grabbed him or any movement in his ears, he would open his eyes immediately. But there wasn't any. The storm grew heavier as if someone had scooped up a handful of water and poured it down from the sky. The youth's eyes were slightly closed as he slept in the darkness. His silver-white eyelashes cast a dark shadow. In a place where he could not see, darkness silently swept up from the ground and wrapped around the bed, isolating the sound of rain, wind, and thunder outside. The hand that grabbed magician was rough and cold, but as time passed, it warmed up as it absorbed magician's higher body temperature. On the other side of the shadow, a few strands of dark hair fell from the burnt and dirty rabbit plushie. No one spoke, it was a dreamless night. When Xianxia woke up, it was already night time. Magician opened his eyes. Moments later, his sleepy eyes were wide open. The room was still dark. The hand that grabbed him last night was nowhere to be seen. Even the NPC Black Panther, who had been sitting silently on the high-backed chair, was nowhere to be seen. The endless rain from yesterday had stopped, and the stars were shining brightly. The closer it was to the carnival, the shorter the day. Strictly speaking, Xianxia slept during the day, but when he woke up, it was already night time. Xianxia sat up on the bed, adjusting his robe as he asked the system, "What time is it now?" 10 at night. Gentle reminder, you have 1 day and 1 night. The system will run out of energy at 9 tomorrow night, and the 10-sided die will be unusable. There wasn't much time left. Xianxia's action of tying up his robe paused, and he strode out the door. He pushed the door open. The servants that the Duke had ordered to guard the door were shocked and bowed. Obviously, when these raccoons saw that Xianxia was still able to walk on his own, their faces revealed extremely shocked expressions for a moment. As one of the NPCs with high authority in this Super S-rank instance dungeon, the Black Panther Duke's brutality could only be said to be even worse. At the very least, all the servants in this mansion were well aware of this fact. The cat that the Duke had brought back from the auction last year had been locked in the bedroom for 3 days. When it came out, it was covered in bruises and blood, almost dying. This time, the servants privately opened a bet, betting on how many days this little beauty could last this year. In the end, no one expected that the Duke would leave the room first after a short while. He even coldly ordered them not to disturb him, which made the servants puzzled. However, from the looks of it, the cat seemed to be perfectly fine. Nothing happened to it at all. Where's the changing room? Xianxia was not interested in observing the animal's expressions. Instead, he asked directly. It's here. Please follow us. Because the Duke had ordered them to satisfy all of the humans' requests, the raccoons did not dare to disobey the order. They quickly led the way for him. Over the years, there had been cats with noble bloodlines and rare breeds in the mansion. However, this was the first cat that had been ordered by the Duke. Looking at the back of the white-haired youth disappearing into the changing room, the servants turned their heads and looked at each other in dismay. On the other side, Xianxia stood in front of a row of clothes racks. He was deep in thought. He opened his hand. In his palm was the key that the devil had given him last night. The appearance of this key was very simple. It was grayish-black and cold. It was impossible to tell that it was a precious space transfer key. The level of this item cannot be detected. It should be an exclusive item that the instructor added part of his authority to this key. Zhuge had said that Xianxia would not be able to escape death in this instance dungeon. It was enough to make the tactician so nervous that he did not hesitate to spend a lot of survival points to transfer his item to Xianxia. This was enough to prove the seriousness of the situation. Zhuge knew what it meant to be able to carry a B-grade item in a Super S instance dungeon. But even so, he had to ensure Xianxia's safety. This meant that the instance dungeon in the dark dimension was more difficult than anyone could imagine. There was even a 50% chance that Xianxia would die here. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Takuman were separated. They could not communicate with each other. Xianxia did not know if Takuman was in danger or if he had received any new information. Since he had received all the information he had from the devil, there was no point in staying here. The white-haired youth picked up a white suit and lowered his head to button up his vest. He adjusted his tie and fixed it with a tie clip. He buttoned the sapphire cufflinks on the cuffs of his suit and smoothed out his hair. As for the key, Xianxia did not even look at it and threw it into his backpack. Zhuge was right. The solution was in number one's hands. But Xianxia had to survive the death calamity in order to protect his own life. Therefore, he had to bow down to the devil, shatter his own pride, and make a naked deal for power and sex. What a joke. A magician would rather die arrogantly like a dying swan on the stage in front of millions of people than compromise like a dog, giving up his pride and bowing his head to anyone. Xianxia finally fastened his belt, grabbed a windbreaker, and walked out of the changing room. The devil was no longer of any use. He had to leave. In the study on the other side, an expensive red gold chandelier hung from the ceiling, coating the room with a layer of warm light. Tall bookshelves stood on the 2 surrounding walls. They were stacked with books, and the spines of the books were burned with dark gold writing. If Takuman was here, he would probably scream out loud. This was because there was a high repetition rate between these books and the books in the underground meeting room that belonged to the circus. Many of them were the only copies that even the church did not have. The black magic recorded in these books was of the same origin, and there were even many hymns praising that evil god. The Duke stood in front of the bookshelves with his hands behind his back. His tone was deep and dignified. He said he wants him to leave here? Yes, Your Excellency. The butler stood at the door of the study and bowed deeply, not daring to look up at his master's expression. At the same time, the zebra butler cursed the ungrateful kitten half to death in his heart. His Excellency did instruct the servant to do his best to satisfy the kitten's request, but that did not mean indulgence. When the butler heard the servant say that the kitten wanted to leave the manor, he hurriedly came to report to the Duke. A lowly human, and a plaything that His Excellency brought back from the auction, really thinks of itself as its master. The zebra lowered his head and thought bitterly in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a low and pleasant laughter in front of him. The Duke put down his hand, left the bookshelves, and walked to the window-sill. The heavy curtains around the window-sill were lifted and tied to the side, revealing the transparent glass behind them. Through the glass, the devil controlling the puppet could clearly see what was below. The white-haired magician stood on the grass in the courtyard, speechless as he watched the coachman feed the human in the stable. No servant dared to approach, and the coachman only dared to pretend to be dead without the manor's master's order. Occasionally, he would raise his whip to make the horses that could not help but look up to be obedient. Almost at the moment when the devil's gaze fell on him, the Xianxia seemed to feel it. The Duke stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the study on the third floor of the manor, looking down at the magician, his eyes golden. The magician stared at him for a second, then suddenly curled his lips into an arrogant and provocative smile. He turned and walked towards the door of the manor. "Your Excellency, do you want me to send someone?" The butler, who had been following behind, was shocked and quickly went forward to ask for instructions. Whether it was the right to use the human in an auction or not, as long as the animal aristocrat bought the human would forever belong to the aristocrat. Just like the slaves and slave owners in the old society, whether dead or alive, they were subordinates. Usually, the manors of the aristocrats would have specialized human trainers. These trainers knew how to make the human better to please the aristocrats, and tame the human in all aspects. The butler had already thought about how to get the cat to be trained by the trainers after capturing it, but he saw the Duke waving his hand nonchalantly. "Let him go." The devil stared at the white figure, his tone filled with regret and inexplicable anticipation. If the magician immediately used the key and returned to the trainee's dormitory, what greeted him would be a beautiful cage prepared for him by the devil. From then on, the savior in the prophecy would willingly give up his pride and become the devil's prisoner. The name of the archenemy would no longer exist. Of course, the devil would be a perfect lover. He would announce to everyone that the magician was his. Then, no matter how scary the final battle dungeon of the trainees was, no matter how scary the endless dungeon was, it wouldn't be able to hurt the magician at all. The magician would live under the devil's protection, unless the latter got tired of him one day. But would the magician do that? He was so proud, arrogant, always bringing surprises to the devil. The more unyielding he was to fate, the more he wanted to break free from it. Only then would his eyes be dazzling, bright, and sparkling. What made the devil stop in his tracks was always this light. "Go and bring my staff down." The Duke's staff was surrounded by thorny vines, as if the Duke himself was there. Not to mention a human, even if it was given to another aristocrat, it would shock the entire aristocratic circle. The butler looked up in shock, and immediately replied after a moment, "Yes." The devil heard the sound of the door closing behind him, and smiled as he watched the young man leave. He could never guess what surprise the magician would bring him next, so he was always full of anticipation. Xianxia took the staff from the servant's hand, which was respectfully handed over to him. The entire body of the cane was made of an unknown incense wood, and the top was inlaid with an incomparably large sapphire, reflecting a clear halo. When he held it in his hand, he felt that it was very heavy. The magician weighed the staff in his hand and found the Duke's family emblem engraved on the staff. The butler lowered his head and only dared to look at the sapphire. This lowly human would never know that this was the Hope Gem, known as the heart of the sea in the empire. It was also the family heirloom of the Duke's family. His Highness the Duke had absolute power, so there was no need to explain the meaning behind this cane. As long as the staff was in his hand, even the royal family couldn't give orders. The staff was the same as the Duke's. However, Xianxia didn't seem to be flattered at all. He spun the staff in his hand and threw it back to the butler without hesitation. The butler was so scared that he trembled with fear. He hurriedly went to catch it, fearing that the cane would fall to the ground and leave a mark on it. If that happened, even 10 of his heads wouldn't be enough to chop it off. "Tell him that I don't need it." After saying this, Xianxia left without looking back. He didn't want to see the butler's expression. This was the duke's territory and no commoner would dare to cause trouble in the noble's territory. Under the devil's orders, no servant dared to stop him. Thus, Xianxia left the huge manor without a hitch. After leaving the manor, he quickly put on a disguise and hurried towards the circus. Because he didn't want to take the human carriage, there weren't even bicycles in this era. Thus, Xianxia had no choice but to walk. The duke's manor was in the center of the capital. It was very close to the capital and not far from the circus. It was night time and it would only take a few minutes to reach if he ran. Xianxia frowned. Subsystem, can you contact Takaman? Takaman was separated from him. The two of them shared a system, so they should be able to contact each other through the subsystem. Although it is against the rules of the game for trainees to contact each other privately, but, obviously, the subsystem also remembered that it was now a grasshopper on the same line as these two trainees. Therefore, it was silent for a while, and then secretly made a joke. You can use the navigation skill. Every time it succeeds, you can refresh the coordinates of the other party. Xianxia smirked and started to spin the 10-sided die. On the other hand, Takaman's situation was not much better. He was crouching down and creeping into the kitchen of the underground farm. Due to the lack of raw materials, the chef went to the slaughterhouse to hasten the delivery of the food, but he was nowhere to be found. Now, there was only a fire burning on the stove in the kitchen, as well as some bloody pieces of meat used for the side dishes. Other than the colorful bottles and jars on the table, it was unbelievably quiet. Fortunately, there were many baskets for food. Each of them was taller than a person, and they were filled with things. For example, there was a basket of cabbages next to Takaman, another basket of carrots, and another basket of potatoes next to it. The yin-yang master was holed up in this large pile of food, shrinking deeper and deeper. For some reason, Takaman felt that it was slightly strange. After running out of the cult's basement, he used the invisibility item again and ran for his life. But for some reason, perhaps because he had been running, he did not have time to think about it. Now that the yin-yang master crouched down and thought about it carefully, he realized that there were many problems. It seemed that the people chasing after him were too casual. They were so casual that the two Black Cloak cult members that he saw at the beginning did not even appear. All that appeared on the road were Oxhead and Horseface. Gradually, there were even fewer people chasing after him. Thinking about the conversation he overheard in the conference room not long ago, Takaman felt that something was not right. After thinking for a while, the yin-yang master spun the 10-faced die and listened. Before there was a walking magician to absorb his luck could be called stowaway. He might not be able to hit every time, but at least he was slightly better than the average person. Your throw result is 13 to 20. Listening successful. You feel that your hearing has suddenly become sharper. You can easily hear the sounds in the corridor behind a wall. Hey, did you see the husky that ran away? I didn't see it. Okay, it's about time to go back and report. The leaders of the cult said that we don't have to chase too far. Just scare them a little. They won't be able to escape on the day of the carnival anyway. Indeed, prey that has been branded early on. As long as the magic circle is there, they won't be able to escape the hands of the cult leaders on the day of the carnival. Let's go. Tu Yumiman was startled. Whoa. His brain connected with a certain line. His eyes widened. Only then did he realize that he had overlooked a very fatal problem. He and Magician were both summoned to this Super S-level dungeon. This was confirmed by the system. Yin-yang masters had summoning spells, but they summoned Shikigami. This type of summoning spell, regardless of whether it was from the east or the west, had obvious similarities. For example, if the summoned person couldn't resist the first time, of course, they wouldn't be able to resist the second time. No wonder when he eavesdropped on the conversation between the two survivors of the cult, they said that it didn't matter if the Duke sent Magician back or not. There was still the magic circle anyway. How could I forget this? I'm a yin-yang master. It's more like I'm an idiot. He was so angry that he hit his head with his fist. It's over. If this is the case, those survivors must have marked me and Magician. But I don't have the ability of a yin-yang master. What should I do now? Yes, you're quite stupid. Just as Tsuchimikado was in tears and lamenting why he was still so unlucky even after getting rid of his Onmyoji ability, Magician's lazy voice suddenly sounded above his head. Takuman froze for a moment, then jumped up. Holy shit, when did you get here? You scared me to death. He was startled. He only reacted when he saw Zongjio's mocking expression. You kept running. Do you know how many navigators I had to throw to find you? Zongjio was furious at the mention of this. He didn't know what Juga did to their luck. After Zongjio and Takuman were separated, his own luck became extremely unstable. It wasn't easy for him to succeed on a die, but Takuman's coordinates changed again, causing Zongjio to run around. It was true that he had disguised himself, but many animals saw the Duke's family emblem on his suit and thought that he was some big shot, so they let him in. Zongjio didn't expect that after he threw the staff back, he would be able to benefit from the puppet NPC controlled by the devil. It was quite miraculous. However, he would be an idiot if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He didn't want to take advantage of it. Thus, Zongjio strutted into the underground farm like a big shot, looking for Takuman in the vicinity. Alright, now's not the time to talk about this. In a few words, he briefly recounted what he had experienced throughout the day and night. What about you? Me, two Yumimen said with a sad face, we have a location set by the survivors. No matter where we run to, as long as they draw a magic array on the ground on the day of the carnival, they can summon us there at any time. This was indeed bad news. Especially when Zongjio asked the subsystem, which also said that all the skills of the 10-sided die were useless against the anti-summoning spell. Don't worry. Zongjio put his index finger on his chin and fell into deep thought. You're saying that almost half of the survivors from 20 years ago didn't die, and even went into hibernation to establish a cult that worships an evil god? The Yin-Yang master nodded. The animals in this dungeon firmly believe in an evil god called Satahegara. The Sussex manuscript says that Satahegara is just an incarnation, and that she has a higher body. However, even the manuscript says that worshipping this evil god is an act of complete madness, because from the moment one worships the evil god, one's mind will be corroded by an indescribable darkness and insanity, and one will become insane. But they still believe in her unswervingly. Every 10 years, they will prepare a festival. In fact, the festival is a ritual used to sacrifice to the evil god. It is said that only when a satisfactory sacrifice is chosen will the evil god show mercy and grant the believer's wishes. This didn't seem right. The survivors in the infinite loop rarely believed in anything, and even if they did, it was impossible for them to believe in an evil god. Even 20 years ago, these survivors wouldn't be so crazy as to preach a cult in a scary dungeon. Unless, this S-level dungeon had a tradition of believing in cults and evil gods. Just as Zongjio realized this, the subsystem sent a warm notification. Key clue triggered. Inspiration check, please. Zongjio's luck was good again beside Takuman. Your throw result is 21 to 35. Inspiration check successful. Some memory fragments that were hard to notice suddenly connected together in your mind. Some details that were previously ignored also happened to be pieced together along with this clue. Thus, you seem to have a new and extremely bold speculation about the situation in front of you, accompanied by the cold mechanical voice of the subsystem. Zongjio suddenly remembered something that he and Takuman didn't pay attention to when they were searching for clues in the underground farm. For example, when he stood on top of the farm and looked down, he saw an obviously oversized pigsty. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't fit the size of a small human. There were many buildings that didn't make sense and weren't even suitable for animals, but for humans. There were also some strange facilities in the underground farm. Everything seemed to be in sync with the real world. Juga once said that all scary dungeons originated from the real world. No matter how absurd it was, it couldn't be separated from the real world. However, something was clearly wrong with this world. It had gone too far. With the success of the inspiration check, Zongjio felt like he had been blessed by the gods. Wait, you just said that if I summon the evil god, I can succeed in fulfilling my wish? They were suddenly dragged from the light dimension to the dark dimension, and the darkness that filled this dungeon was everywhere like a plague. Crazy animals, cruel rule, sick class system and concept. The survivors who were suddenly cut off from the main system and left in the dungeon volunteered to become the mainstay of the church. They even practiced black magic and planned to hold another ceremony. Even, devout faith. Under what circumstances could the survivors who didn't have any faith willingly and devoutly believe in the evil god and rack their brains to summon the evil god a second time, unless, then tell me, 20 years ago? Is it possible that the evil god has already been successfully summoned once? He saw it with his own eyes. And it fulfilled a wish. Tomorrow was the Empire's once-in-a-decade big day. The Carnival Festival. This festival had many years of tradition, and it was said that the earliest could be traced back to thousands of years ago. The original version of the festival was to worship an evil god called Satahegara. Since the beginning of the festival 1,000 years ago, the animals of the Empire had been madly worshipping this evil god. Morning, noon, and evening prayers were not missed, and it could be said to be fanatical. The name of the evil god could not be simulated with any vocal cords, so they engraved the evil god's Latin transliteration on every building in the Empire, and even the symbols of the evil cult and altars could be seen everywhere. Every 10 years, the church would borrow the circus's space and hold a festival in the center of the circus. The more they believed in the evil god, the crueler the content of the festival was. For example, the Carnival Festival. The content of their festival was a bit like the Aztec civilization in ancient Central America in the real world. They would choose a satisfactory sacrifice for the evil god, and then force the sacrifice to drink hallucinogens. If the evil god was not satisfied, they would use a sharp knife to cut open the sacrifice's chest, take out the still-beating heart, and put it on the altar. If the evil god was satisfied, then the sacrifice would be tied to a pile of firewood, lit up with a fire, and burned fiercely as an offering to the god in the sky. What was even more terrifying was that this cruel ritual had been continued and never changed. Because in historical records, they had really summoned the evil god, and even, the evil god had fulfilled their wishes. The appearance of miracles would only make the believers more fanatical, devout, and crazy. The day before the festival, the sky fell into darkness, and there was no daylight. This was the abnormal weather caused by the church's powerful wizards, because the invocation of God's spell could only be performed at night. Oh. Listening to the noise outside, it seems that many guests have arrived. The wild boar's ears twitched, and heard the cheers outside the circus tent. The circus leader with a mane was letting the servants comb his hair and apply a thick layer of hair gel. As the church's partner, the circus leader naturally had to attend. Yes, leader, many guests have arrived. The fox doctor, who had been bossing the humans around in the veterinary hospital earlier, was now obediently styling the circus's leader. The scalpel in his hand flew, and the mane was neatly trimmed. Are the performing humans ready? When the circus rabbit manager came in to report, the wild boar belched lazily. Yes, everything has been handed over to the church. They said that they would arrange everything. Humph, the leader of the circus snorted. If it weren't for the big shots and the Duke coming tonight, in the past, the church held ceremonies directly in the square. Only with the special approval of the king could they borrow the venue of the royal circus. You don't have to worry about that. If we can't achieve what we did 20 years ago, the royal family will definitely punish the order after the ceremony. Rabbit skillfully flattered, the circus is backed by the royal family. Even if this batch of humans were to die here and the church is convicted, His Majesty will not forget the credit of the circus for taming these humans. The circus also managed the underground farm on a daily basis. Some of the humans that were carefully cultivated were bought by the nobles and kept as pets in their mansions. Some of them were detained by the circus and locked in cages to train day and night to become circus performers. This time, the carnival ceremony also needed these humans to perform to liven up the atmosphere. He just didn't know if those annoying fellows in the church would do anything to these carefully cultivated performers. Indeed, this year, the church caught 2 blue bloods from the outside who were said to be highly compatible. Don't worry, this year should only need those 2 offerings and the livestock paid by each participant. The wild boar didn't say anything, but the expression on his face became more relaxed. He waved his trotters. Okay, go backstage and supervise the preparations for today's ceremony. Don't make any mistakes. At 12 o'clock tonight, the carnival ceremony would be held as scheduled. All the animals in this Super S-level instance dungeon, regardless of whether they were nobles or civilians, would go to the square to participate in this grand ceremony that was held once every 10 years. Now, the square was decorated with colorful lanterns everywhere. It had a sense of antiquity and absurdity like New York in the 1970s. Further away, an orchestra wearing knitted hats made of human hair held flutes and cellos, playing unknown and strange cheerful music in the corner of the circus. Countless animals gathered around the circus. They all wore exaggerated costumes and black pointed hats of the same style on their heads. Some of these animals came in carriages, while others came on foot. But no matter how they came, they had a human in their hands with chains and collars. The human's back was branded with the word horse, pig, chicken, duck, and goose. There were so many of them. The members of the church waiting outside the square checked the animals' identities one by one and took the chains. Don't cut in line, don't cut in line. One offering for one person. The identity of the core members of the church was very easy to identify because they were the only ones who wore black cloaks and pointed hats. They hid themselves behind the darkness, and even their faces couldn't be seen clearly. A little hamster skipped and held its mother's hand, pointing at the ice cream on the ice cream cart. "Mom, I want to eat that." "Okay, we'll go buy it now." The big hamster patted its head and handed over the reins in its hand. Then, it brought the little hamster over there to buy snacks. The black cloak pulled the reins, and the human who had been crawling on the ground on both hands and feet was dragged onto the scale. He kicked it impatiently. "Only 60 pounds. You're really sending away beggars. This pig has been raised to look so skinny. Throw it to the secondary offering." Another black cloak's gaze moved back from the frozen human blood ice cream cart behind him. He obediently held the human's reins and classified it into the stable of secondary offerings. Although it was called a stable, it was actually a boundary that was hastily enclosed with wooden fences. The humans inside were all ugly, with their mouths wide open, their eyes unfocused, and saliva dripping from their mouths. These humans didn't have much value. They were born to be raised as livestock for animals to eat, so naturally, they couldn't receive language education like the good-looking humans. There are so many offerings. It should be enough. The second black-cloaked figure glanced at the densely packed humans in the stable and asked in a seemingly casual manner. "No, it's not enough. It's far from 20 years ago." The first black cloak casually glanced and continued to deal with the next guests. Any grand ceremony required enough offerings, especially to summon the incarnation of the supreme god in the Sussex manuscript. "Why do I feel like there weren't as many offerings 20 years ago as there are now?" The black cloak Xianxia began to lie. As he lied, he also used a language spell on the subsystem. It was known that the survivors 20 years ago also had the 10-sided dice. If the Xianxia threw charm, he would need to go through a charm contest with this member of the church. If the other party's psychological skills were high, and the Xianxia's charm failed, then he and Takaman worked so hard to knock out a survivor, take off his clothes, and disguise themselves as this would be equivalent to wasting all their efforts. It was not worth it. Language 21/30, your throw was successful. So you began to beat around the bush and used words to test the other party without leaving any trace to obtain more information. Note, the other party also has the 10-sided dice and KP. If the other party notices a problem and uses psychology on you, it is very likely that your language spell will be exposed. However, the real members of the church didn't notice the loopholes in his words. 20 years ago, the offerings were all pigs, cows, and sheep. How can they be the same as the pigs, cows, and sheep now? Besides, have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? If he is not satisfied with the offerings, disaster will descend. If we continue to believe in him, the world will become more and more crazy. If we continue to stay in this world, it will only become more distorted. It's better to risk it all and escape the infinite cycle. Finally, he got some information. The Xianxia sighed in his heart. In the past few hours, he and Takaman had been trying to break into the inner circle of the circus while the other tried to break into the inner circle of the church. Takaman, on the other hand, had accidentally chosen a role in the circus. Now, he probably didn't know what to do. The Xianxia was also miserable. This member of the church seemed to be a survivor who wasn't valued in the group and didn't have much right to speak. After participating in a short meeting in the church's conference room, he was sent to the square to look at the tickets. There were no clues at all and so much time was wasted. Now, there was only half a day until the 10-sided dice's energy was exhausted. They still needed more information. It was also at this time that Takaman, on the other side, learned another piece of extremely bad news. When it rains, it pours. When people are unlucky, they can't even drink cold water. In the study below the circus, the higher-ups of the church were counting the offerings to be used in the ceremony and chatting casually. Just now, the yin-yang master saw them carrying human blood and brushes to the circus stage and drawing a summoning array on the stage. Once the summoning array was completed, he and magician wouldn't have any room to resist and would definitely be summoned again. Before that, they had to hurry and find a way to contact the main system. Escape? That's impossible. One of them casually picked up a pen and drew a red cross on the heads of the offerings. Then, he ordered his subordinates to bring the offerings down and warm up the altar with a layer of fresh blood. We didn't prepare these two offerings for the incarnation to descend. Only when the Supreme God descends here can it be possible to fulfill the wish. Of course, if the Supreme God descends, the two survivors might really be able to contact the main system. But don't forget, only a satisfactory offering can make the Supreme God descend. Isn't this why we spent so much effort to pull them over from the main system? He's very satisfied with the offerings this time. It could be imagined that after hearing this news, Tu-Yuman felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He reluctantly put down the circus props in his hand and hurriedly found an excuse to pee. He walked to the corner and threw a navigator before running towards magician. According to what he overheard, these survivors were not worried about whether they could catch him and magician, nor were they worried about whether they could contact the main system. To be so fearless, they naturally had something to rely on. Because those who were summoned already had a curse mark on them, they could perform a second summoning. As for contacting the main system, it was very likely that the main system would only be able to contact them when the evil god broke through the space barrier and was summoned to this Super S-level instance dungeon. Because only then would this Super S-level instance dungeon be broken by the evil god of a higher dimension. Only then would the signal be able to pass through the strange space coordinates wandering in the dark dimension and successfully connect to the survivors. But the problem was that Zhongjiu and Takaman were the sacrificial offerings. Only by sacrificing them would the evil god appear. If they were not sacrificed, the evil god would not even appear, let alone show up. This was a dead end. Alright, it's almost time, get ready to start. Just now, the members of the church had dragged a few humans with red crosses on their heads and ordered the butchers standing beside the altar to cover the altar with their fresh blood. The butcher grabbed the shiny knife and chopped off the heads of the humans as if he was cutting vegetables. Instantly, white brain matter flowed out from the heads. They cursed their bad luck. After throwing away the head, they grabbed the section of the head and painted it on the surface of the altar as if they were holding a paintbrush. Immediately, the ground that was cold and hard like black and gray was dyed red. Half of the large tent of the circus was taken away and turned into a semi-open space. The round stage in the middle of the performance was the perfect choice for the altar. The members of the church were all dressed in black cloaks and pointed hats. Most of them surrounded the altar with their hands clasped together as they chanted. Nobody knew when it started, but the sound of the orchestra's performance became strange. Accompanied by the violin and flute, the original sacred Christmas carol gradually changed its tune. The members of the church around the altar chanted loudly. Look up at the sky, high above, the time has come for the stars to return to their positions. It was a monologue in an unknown tone, one after another. At first, it was still a little vague, but later, with the addition of all the members of the order, the sentences began to gradually become clearer, brighter, and suddenly sharper. The recitation and the song seemed to have some indescribable magic that made people involuntarily open their mouths and continue with the strange and rhythmic intonation. Gradually, not only the members of the church, but also all the animals standing in the square opened their mouths, including the humans who were tied up with reins and collars and locked up in the stables to be sacrificed. They all opened their mouths and began to sing a strange Christmas carol along with the sound of the carol. It was not as pure and holy as the original song. Instead, it was treacherous, cold, and inconceivably gloomy. Ignorance and stupidity shall become the new rulers. The time for the stars to return to their positions has arrived. The seal has been destroyed, and the ruler of the old days is about to awaken. There was no doubt that this was an extremely strange scene. For some reason, Xianxia thought of the painting hanging in the veterinary hospital. The background of the painting was the same dark night as this festival. And in the center of the painting, inside the circus tent, the spectators in black cloaks and pointed hats were densely packed. There was no end in sight. The blood-stained altar was flowing viscously in the center of the cloaks. Some of them held blood-stained knives, some held thick parchments, some knelt on the ground, and some raised their arms as if they were welcoming the arrival of God. Their faces were filled with indescribable fanaticism. Like some kind of deadly contagious plague, it was crazy and unreasonable. It was exactly the same. The chant was still repeating. Xianxia felt his heart begin to feel irritated again. Hesitation indicates that you have received some kind of mental pollution. You need to pass a rationality check. Success deducts 1 rationality point. Failure deducts 1 to 3 rationality points. Please. Your throw result is 72 to 50. Rationality check failed. Your rationality points have been deducted by 2. Level S Trainee Xianxia's current rationality points are 38/50ths. Attention, you are now in an unknown location. Staying in this location for too long may cause your rationality points to be deducted. Just as Xianxia was trying his best to ignore this part of the song and calm down the pain in his head, a stone was suddenly thrown into his back. The magician instantly became alert. He secretly glanced at the black cloak who was immersed in the chant. Using the crowd as cover, he quickly slipped away. It was a simple matter because all the living creatures in the square that could make sounds were singing, except for Xianxia and Takuman. What's wrong? What's new? The two of them turned into a secluded corner one after the other. Takuman's face was dark. He paused for a moment before telling the magician the shocking news he had just received. Xianxia took about 3 seconds to digest the shocking news from the Onmyoji. So what you're saying is that if we stick our head out, we'll be stabbed. We can only wait for our deaths? Takuman nodded in anger. It wasn't easy to get the news, but in the end, it was all for naught. Anyone would find it hard to accept. I've already asked the subsystem before coming here. It said that if the dimensional barrier of this Super S instance dungeon isn't broken, there's no way to contact the main system. The conversation returned to the beginning. If they didn't sacrifice the 2 lab rats, the demon god wouldn't appear. Oh, I understand. Xianxia nodded. He suddenly opened his left hand and punched it with his right hand. Then I have an idea. Takuman was confused. No, it's already like this. What else can you do? Takuman was on the verge of breaking down. If you have an idea, just say it. The ceremony has already started and they're about to summon us. Why are you still keeping us in suspense? The idea is 2 business cards. Suddenly appeared in the white-haired youth's hand. Like this. You have used a B-grade item, Joker's friendship business card. You have used a B-grade item, Mad Hatter's friendship business card. Because this item is a friendship item, the trainee needs to ask the other party for permission after using it. Please wait. The next second, a ghost suddenly appeared in front of them. Mad Hatter was maintaining an elegant posture. He held a blue royal teacup in one hand and a cup holder in the other. Takuman could clearly see that the teacup wasn't filled with black tea. It was filled with human blood. Oh, Mr. Magician Little White Bird, long time no see. Mad Hatter flashed an exaggerated smile. It made people wonder if the paint on his face was about to fall off. He raised his cup to the 2 of them. Do you want to try the fresh Bloody Mary? This is specially provided for the tea party. Even Alice said that it tastes very good. Takuman was speechless again. He lowered his voice and said in a trembling voice, Isn't this a ghost NPC from the Halloween event? Now they were in a Super S-level dungeon. It was bad enough that they didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, but now a ghost had appeared. This was really going to kill them. It's okay, we're on the same side. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and greeted Mad Hatter skillfully. long time no see, where's Joker? Oh. You even invited Joker. Ah, as expected of magician. You always bring me new surprises when I'm bored. I really like you. Mad Hatter's eyes lit up. He was about to speak when there was another bang in the air. This time, it was Joker. Unlike the Mad Hatter, who had hurriedly accepted the invitation and rushed over from the tea party, the clown had obviously made some preparations before coming over. He had changed into a neat purple suit, his messy hair was combed to the back of his head, and even the color of his eyeshadow and lip gloss were freshly reapplied. It was obvious that he had carefully dressed up after receiving the invitation. By the way, the corners of this suit were stained with scarlet blood. It was unknown which unlucky bastard he had snatched it from. Mr. Magician, long time no see. Joker had the same horrifying smile on his face as he bowed politely. I really missed you so much. I didn't expect you to still remember me after so long. He seemed a little flustered and didn't know how to express his excitement and happiness, which made his expression even more ferocious and clumsy. Tu Yumiuman trembled and took a step back from Xianxia without a trace. When he received the invitation, Joker was in the middle of killing someone. The next second, the person who was about to die saw the King of Darkness throw away the dagger in his hand and take off his suit. He quickly changed into it and disappeared without a trace. It was inevitable that his clothes were stained with blood. Of course, Xianxia pretended not to see the scene. Wait, it's only half an hour. Let's make it short, old friends. Mad Hatter interrupted this touching reunion. He threw away the teacup and cup holder in his hand and clasped his hands together. Mr. Magician, this time, you invited us, of course. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I'll only call you if there's something fun. As soon as he finished speaking, Mad Hatter and Joker laughed and high-fived at the same time, making cheerful and expectant sounds like yay. Joker cupped his face in happiness. It's my honor to be able to help Mr. Magician solve his problems. Mad Hatter started to tap dance on the ground excitedly. So, what's the fun? Is it a surprise performance by Joker, Mad Hatter, and Magician? Takaman looked at Xianxia in horror and nodded. That's right. The white-haired youth held 2 10-sided dice in his hands and said calmly, there's no way out. Then we can only destroy this dungeon. Magician let go of the madness hidden in his eyes the moment he entered the dungeon, the 10-faced die's eyes filled with interest. Let's make a scene. Yay! Clown and the Mad Hatter agreed wholeheartedly with Magician's declaration of causing a ruckus and committing atrocities. Not only were their hands and feet in agreement, but they were also almost jumping on the ground and happily dancing a 2-person bullfight. Seeing the clown's hand hooked around the Mad Hatter's, the two of them excitedly spun in circles. Tsuchimikado was speechless. He leaned against Xianxia's back and whispered. Are you kidding? Xianxia turned around, and the look in his eyes made the yin-yang master's heart palpitate. Why do you say that? Takaman was speechless. Isn't it obvious? What kind of dungeon do you think this is? This is a Super S-level dungeon. Why do you make it sound like destroying this dungeon is as easy as drinking water and eating? He really wanted to grab Magician by the collar and roar at him to wake him up. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Xianxia patted the yin-yang master's hand comfortingly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I have a plan. Just then, the subsystem sent a warm notification. This scenario contains an unknown source of pollution. Trainees, please be aware that staying in this scenario will result in a continuous sanity check. It may be accompanied by uncontrollable arrogance, paranoia, fear, mania, hysteria, and other negative trends. Trainees, please be aware. Takaman's eyes were filled with fear again. He felt that the subsystem was implying Magician, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Yay, let's make a scene. Then what should we do, Mr. Magician? Joker and Mad Hatter finished their dance and stood side by side, looking at the white-haired youth with expectant eyes. They couldn't wait to rush into the crowd and make a scene. Xianxia turned around and whispered in a very provocative tone, of course, we'll give this dungeon a big gift. A world where animals and humans are inverted is so interesting. No matter if it's humans or animals, they all have the same arrogance when they become rulers, right? No wonder Magician could communicate with Joker and Mad Hatter, these two lunatics. Just by looking at each other, he knew what they were waiting for. Look, he pointed into the distance. The black-cloaked members of the cult were still standing in front of the altar, singing a strange tune with a high-pitched voice. Gradually, these voices condensed into one in the air, rising and falling, sometimes high and sometimes low, just like when Buddhas were holding scriptures and chanting in the Buddhist hall during a gathering, their throats stuffed with something. But when you tried to concentrate to understand what they were singing, these voices were like thousands of needles stabbing into your mind, making you involuntarily want to open your mouth and sing along with the voices in a daze. Zhongjiu only shifted his attention to listen for a moment, and he felt an unbearable pain in his head again, as if thousands of flying insects were buzzing in his head. It was very annoying. The voice of the subsystem brought him back to his senses. Checking your dark dice for rationality, please wait, he rubbed his temples and said coldly. For example, they're too noisy, let's shut them up first. Mad Hatter and Joker immediately stood still, one bowing, and the other saluting. Yes, sir. Like magic, one of them took out a balloon, and the other took out a pistol with a rosewood handle. They laughed shrilly and rushed outside. Joker, Mad Hatter, and Magician's surprise show is about to start, ha 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 ha. Takuman was speechless. It turned out that Magician's sense of propriety and plan meant that there was no sense of propriety and no plan. He looked at the white-haired youth with an indescribable expression. Now that we're trapped here, there's no better way than to risk everything. Zhongjiu comforted Takuman. By the way, how many more chances do you have to use your invisibility item? Yin Yang Master sighed. One more time. Although he was still a little uncertain, it was all based on the premise that they couldn't destroy this dungeon. This wasn't a child's play. A Super S dungeon was a level higher than an S dungeon. If an S dungeon was a small plane, then a Super S dungeon was a world of its own. Just like the crazy circus dungeon in front of them, animals ruled humans, and there was a strict order between each other. The division of labor was clear, and it was difficult to find any loopholes or fatal logic problems within the dungeon to break this boundary. If they wanted to use physical means, what kind of joke was that? Not to mention that they were deprived of their abilities now, even if they were not deprived of their abilities, they couldn't destroy the world. Oh, there's still one more time. Alright then, let's exchange. Give me your item. Zhongjiu took out a heavy object from his backpack and threw it into Takuman's hand. While the latter was shocked by his matter-of-fact tone, he received a warm prompt from the subsystem in an instant. You have received the transfer of the S-level trainee Zhongjiu? Level item, unknown key, special description, use this item to return to the trainee's dormitory in an instant. That's right, it's for you. Zhongjiu lazily spread out his hand. Give me your invisibility item. Yin Yang Master placed his invisibility item in the other party's hand in a daze as if he was in a dream. When the subsystem notified him that the item transfer was completed, he came back to his senses and opened his mouth wide. This time, Takuman finally stopped stuttering. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he threw out countless questions. Stop, we don't have much time. I'll only answer 3 of your questions. Zhongjiu flattened his hand, his expression saying, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Takuman calmed his emotions. Then he realized that he really couldn't do it. A second ago, he thought that he was about to die, but the next second, he found that there was no way out. Who could keep their heart as calm as water? Yin Yang Master's face was filled with excitement and shock as he wrapped the key in his hand. He was afraid that he would lose his only hope. Can I really return to the trainee's dormitory with this? Right now? Immediately, right now? Yes, you can use it now if you want. You can go back after you use it. What's going on? How do you have an item to go back? Zhongjiu, someone gave it to me. Who? Zhongjiu was silent for a moment. Anyway, it's fine as long as you can use it. Let's go and cause trouble. Takuman instinctively felt that something was wrong. He grabbed Magician's clothes and said, wait, if you have this, why didn't you use it earlier? No, since we have this, why do we have to cause trouble? Can't we just use it and go back? After saying this, Yin Yang Master immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait, how many of these items do you have? However, before he could finish his words, the white-haired young man put on his black hood again and rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, he disappeared into the crowd of animals and the order, leaving only the yin-yang master standing in place, staring blankly at the other parties departing back. After a long time, Takaman scratched his head and muttered to himself, although magician is a good person, he wouldn't give me the only chance of survival. He stood there and thought for a while. After becoming more and more certain of his thoughts, he put away the key and ran forward. Forget it, since I have the key, I can leave whenever I want. I'm not in a hurry. Magician could be considered as his savior. Since he wanted to play, he would play along with him. Duke. The carriage, which was difficult to tell from its appearance, came to a stop at the side of the square. The last member of the church hurried forward and was about to help put down the foot of the carriage when a cold and dignified voice came from the carriage. Go in like this. Go in like this? Drive a carriage into the venue? The member of the church hesitated. He couldn't be blamed for his hesitation. Even the king and the crown prince were sitting obediently in the VIP seats. If the duke drove in like this, wouldn't it be a little? His hesitation only lasted for a second because in the next second, a cane inlaid with a large sapphire gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. The member of the church shuddered and immediately bent down to make way for the carriage. Please. Seeing the carriage crushing the crowd, the survivors broke out in cold sweat from fright. It's only been 20 years. How could he forget? 20 years ago, during the cultist ritual, the cultist NPC in this dungeon wanted to summon a god, but because of a mistake in the cultist taboo and the ritual steps, a black hole appeared in the sky. After the ritual was completed, a black hole appeared in the sky. Accompanied by the monotonous sound of a detestable flute, an evil god who happened to pass by and watch punished them. Not only did it drag this huge plane into the dark dimension, it even reversed the original structure of this dungeon. What did the dark-skinned evil god with a hearty smile say at that time, offering and being sacrificed? Ha 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 ha, this is so interesting. No one understood his tone, which was different from that of ordinary people and could not be understood by humans. Even just hearing it would cause one to fall into an unconscious madness. Thus, the identities of humans and animals were swapped in the boundless madness bestowed by the evil god. In the past, the cultists brought animals to the altar. Now, it was humans who were brought to the altar. No one noticed anything wrong, except for the survivor who came to this dungeon from the infinite loop and witnessed it with his own eyes and took a precious photo. Although they survived, their rationality was on the verge of being depleted. Of the 5 teams, almost 95% of them went crazy and died on the spot. Only less than 10 people survived by luck, but they also fell into intermittent madness and could not be cured for the rest of their lives. Then, the survivors found that they could not resist the orders of the animals. Because the dominator was no longer human. At the same time, the carriage slowly drove into the square and stopped in the most conspicuous position. The person inside gently tapped the edge of the carriage with his cane, and his tone was emotionless. How far is the ritual going? The butler in front of the carriage immediately replied, Your Excellency, the church is already preparing to summon the offering. The demon was about to speak when he suddenly heard a sudden scream from the edge of the square. He looked up with interest and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Under the clear night sky, a young man stood on a new hat balloon. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he looked down at the square below. Blazing flames ignited on the cards that danced on Magician's fingertips, and then streaks of red flames fell from the sky, accurately landing on the spot prepared by Mad Hatter and Joker. With a bang, colorful flowers filled the sky. One of the latter held a torch high, while the other held a fan behind his back. They literally fanned the flames and ran about everywhere, spreading the news like Prometheus. Come and watch the show. It's now or never. Joker, Mad Hatter, and Magician will present it to you. The chaos caused by the 3 men broke the chanting before the ritual. It was like 100 ducks, 100 noisy frogs, and 100 geese had been thrown into the hall. It was a complete mess. The man's lips curved, and his gaze was fixed in the air. No one knew better than the demon that there was no other way out of this dungeon than using his key. Of course, even if he told the truth, Magician wouldn't listen. He seemed to like to fight against fate. Even if he knew the outcome, he liked to make unnecessary efforts and attempts. But it was this kind of meaningless struggle that made people look forward to it. This kind of anticipation even exceeded the demon's imagination. When all hope was destroyed and fate was unshakable, Magician's eyes dimmed, and he walked into the golden cage that the demon had created for him. It was undeniable that the demon couldn't look away from him. "Then, what will you choose, my little magician?" Number 1 said in a low voice, as if talking to himself. He lowered his head and brushed the brand new red rose in his hand. If Magician was able to survive this ordeal, he would give him the rose as a gift. The demon thought happily. Xianxia felt that he was a genius. Back then, his D-grade item Mad Hatter's balloon was created by Joker and Mad Hatter. So naturally, if they could create the first one, they could create the second one. Because Joker didn't have enough balloons with him this time, they took whatever they could find. Along the way, they snatched balloons from countless baby animals and knocked over several popcorn carts and ice cream carts. Mad Hatter even commented that the human blood ice cream wasn't authentic at all. He also scooped up a piece of ice cream and put it on the face of a member of the church who wanted to stop him. In this Super S-grade dungeon, the combat power of the two ghosts could be said to be invincible. Even if the members of the church and the royal family screamed for the troops and guards guarding the square to come in and maintain order, they couldn't stop Joker and Mad Hatter at all. The two of them were jumping around, looking like they were having fun. "Welcome to our circus performance." Joker lit up most of the square with a fire in his hand. He specifically kicked over a few floats, looking for materials or items that could keep burning. "Catch them. Don't let them escape." The royal family screamed. "Guards, soldiers, soldiers." The animals were in a state of chaos. The chanting from earlier had completely disappeared and was replaced by a burst of chaos. The members of the church in black cloaks were flustered and exasperated. One by one, they gathered by the altar and chanted difficult black magic, trying to stop the two troublemakers who had appeared out of nowhere. However, Joker and Mad Hatter were originally from the ghost camp, and they were also bosses of the same dungeon world. There was no need to doubt their strength. No one knew how high their magic resistance was, and they were completely unaffected by the attacks. Those who should kill would kill, and those who should set fire would set fire. It was a pity that Mad Hatter and Joker could only appear for half an hour. The ceremony had just begun, and there were still nearly 3 hours before they completely lost contact with the main system. In this half an hour, they had to destroy the church's arrangements and make the altar a mess so that the ceremony couldn't continue. Then, for the next 2.5 hours, they had to rely on themselves. Xianxia was now standing on top of the second Mad Hatter balloon, holding a thin balloon string in one hand and a burning card in the other. Takuman's support was also timely. He rushed out of the storage room below the circus, and with some unknown skill, he was carrying a large oil barrel in his hand. "Hurry," he threw the barrel into the open space, and the magician in the sky took the opportunity. The card in his hand, like a scattered kaleidoscope, fell steadily down steadily. In the next second, raging flames soared into the sky. The flames mercilessly devoured everything around them, from the ground, the ants and the horses. The humans lying in the stables looked at all of this in a daze. Even though the ropes around their necks had been burned off, they did not know what to do. Until the flames reached their naked bodies. The humans screamed and jumped out of the stables, running in all directions like wild beasts, adding to the chaos of the entire venue. There were thousands of living sacrifices in the venue, and except for the ones that the butchers had caught, almost all of them ran out. "Hey, catch!" Joker whistled, and the frisbee in his hand spun out from the edge of the flames, hitting the circus's tent. This was great. The circus's rainbow-colored tent was originally made of woven fabric. Now that it was lit on fire, the flames quickly spread along the woven fabric and the knots. In a short moment, the entire tent was engulfed in flames. Under the night sky, the solemn and cold ceremony square suddenly turned into a sea of flames. The rainbow-colored light bulbs that were originally decorated with lanterns and streamers were completely covered by the flames. Everywhere was filled with the sound of running, screaming, crying, and cursing. No animals were standing in place to continue the ceremony, and even the church's members were frantically walking around the altar. "Captain! In the midst of the chaos, a man in a black cloak suddenly rushed out from the backstage of the circus. The other church members seemed to have found their backbone, and one by one, they gathered around him. The captain's expression was gloomy. If Takaman happened to see this scene, he would realize that this person was the pale-faced survivor he had seen hiding in the underground meeting room. It must be the doing of the two offerings we caught this time. The captain's eyes were sinister. He looked at the chaotic square in front of him, the flames everywhere, and the veins on his hand that was holding the 10-sided dice were bulging. He hadn't expected this. He had thought that the captured survivors would lose their claws and teeth after entering the Super S-level dungeon, but he hadn't expected them to still have the items in their hands. Quick! Let's start the second part of the sacrificial summoning. The other survivors immediately came back to their senses and stood at the edge of the altar, raising their hands in front of their chests, and chanting long and obscure summoning words. Almost at the same time, Takaman, who was busy backstage, felt a huge pulling force on his body. Not only him, but Xianxia, who was standing on the Mad Hatter balloon in the air, also felt the same pulling force, almost pulling him down to the altar below. Mad Hatter. Joker. Here. Mr. Magician, it's an honor to serve you. Mad Hatter and Joker waved the torches in their hands, turned their horses around, and rushed to the center of the altar. Go. Give these traitors a good kick in the ass. Hit them. Uppercut. Use fire to set their cloaks on fire. This involved half of Takaman's field of expertise, so the Onmyoji was naturally very familiar with it. The most important thing in the summoning circle was the summoning words. If the chanting was interrupted midway, the summoning ritual couldn't be carried out. Anyway, no matter what these cultists had prepared, as long as they made a scene on the altar in the square, the ritual couldn't be carried out. If he had to consider how to contact the main system before, now that he had the key from the magician, Takaman, who had nothing to worry about, could be said to be dancing with joy, like a fish in water. Seeing that things had developed to this point, the captain of the survivors flew into a rage. He grabbed the strange pointed scepter on the brazier in the center of the altar and pointed it at the sky. Don't worry about these little bugs. Surround me, I'll use the summoning spell directly. Quick! He looked back at the survivors who were still in a daze and ordered decisively, do you hear me? Stand in position and start the ritual directly. The captain stared at the viscous blood flowing on the altar, and his pupils turned black and red for a moment. Since there are no better sacrifices, let's sacrifice these animals directly first. All the survivors were shocked. In their plan, this ritual was divided into two parts. The first part was to summon the old dominator known as Sada Higra, using other inferior offerings that were of inferior quality but one in numbers. According to the Sussex manuscript's original name, the Book of the Dead, Sada Higra was the incarnation of the Master of the Universe. If they could offer a satisfactory sacrifice to Sada Higra, the Master of the Universe was likely to descend. Therefore, the second part was to use these two precise coordinates to pull the survivors from other worlds and sacrifice them to summon the Master of the Universe named Azathoth to fulfill their lifelong wish. If we miss this time, we'll have to wait for another 10 years. Who can guarantee that we can still use the previous space coordinates to snatch a satisfactory sacrifice from another world 10 years later? Do you still want to leave this world, escape the control of the main system, and leave the infinite loop? The other survivors couldn't care less about the fire on their bodies. They threw down their cloaks and surrounded him like crazy. Yes, this was their last chance. If they missed this chance, no one could guarantee how long they would have to stay in this damned S-level instance dungeon. Darkness and madness would gradually erode one's soul and erode one's rationality. After experiencing the crazy exchange of humans and animals 20 years ago, the few survivors who were lucky enough to survive all suffered from extremely serious illnesses. Their rationality dropped from 50 points to less than 10 points and was replaced by an extremely serious intermittent madness. Or they couldn't fall asleep at night. Once they closed their eyes, they would be under the dark sky, filled with endless fear and fantasies. An obscure and indescribable evil god had descended. Things were no longer defined and bounded in the eyes of humans, but instead, they were placed in an endless abyss of chaos and terror. That was the source of their nightmares. Ironically, in order to borrow such power, they could only walk towards nightmares in the end. But if they could summon the master of the universe, the situation would be different. The leader of the cult raised the staff in his hand high and chanted a generous and high-spirited prayer. "Great Satahegara, please listen to your servant's prayer. We are willing to offer you the sacrifice of the entire square in exchange for your arrival." The surrounding animals turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to speak, a low moan came from afar in the boundless night. The moon had risen high up in the night sky from some unknown point of time. But the moment the staff was raised, the moon disappeared. Some kind of higher level, evil and ominous existence, slowly gathered and cruised in the night sky. Festering clouds swept across the boundless night sky. The darkness, like a big mouth dripping with mucus, started to wriggle in hatred. The smell of decay covered the sky in an instant. At the same time, sticky blood suddenly gushed out from the altar. Almost half of the animals in the square were fixed in place. They twisted and screamed. Their flesh and blood were suddenly sucked away by the rolling black fog in the sky, turning into a literal puddle of mud, leaving only scarlet-white bones. The survivors of the cult were all excited. 20 years ago, this S-level instance dungeon was still under the rule of humans. At that time, the cultist NPCs had mistaken the name of the master of the universe. As a result, they summoned another evil god named Nyarlathotep. They were punished by the gods for reversing the order of this world. This time, they had carefully studied the Sussex manuscripts. They would never make such a stupid mistake again. In the next second, a clump-like object dripping with mucus fell onto the altar and wriggled to get up. Its body was covered with tentacles, and there were open mouths everywhere. It stepped on hooves, dripping with a green, stinky liquid. Everyone who saw this indescribable scene felt dazed. The subsystem and KP kindly reminded the trainees and survivors that they had to go through another sanity check because they were looking directly at a filthy mythical creature. The black goat cub swayed a few times on the altar. It seemed to be very satisfied with this altar full of blood. But after looking around, it suddenly opened its mouth in displeasure and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Tremble, my slaves. The dark goddess of abundance has accepted your sacrifice and is about to descend. Before that, she ordered me, the goddess servant, the black goat cub, to come and accept the sacrifice. So, where is the sacrifice you offered to the great and honorable Sabu Nicholas?" The cultists were speechless. "What? Sabu Nicholas? Who is this? We want to summon Satahegara. Where did you come from?" After the black goat cub finished speaking, the square was dead silent. It was not exactly dead silent. The animals that had been sacrificed by the church screamed loudly, loudly cursing the members of the church for not being human. Because their cloaks had been set on fire earlier, many members of the church took off their cloaks in a panic, revealing their backs. Many animals who had never seen the members of the church realized that under the cloaks of the members of the church were lowly humans, who would have thought that they had provided the venue and the sacrifices, but in the end, these damned evil cultists had burned the bridge after crossing the river and had simply sacrificed them as sacrifices. They were clearly the ones in power. They were the rulers who ruled over these humans. "Soldiers! Where are the soldiers?" The crown prince shouted, surrounded by the crowd. "Quickly take down those despicable, shameless people who dare to deceive the royal family." Of course, as he shouted, he also stumbled out of the square under the crowd. Soon, these animals discovered that an ominous scarlet line had appeared at the edge of the square at some point in time, and it just so happened to wrap around the entire square. As long as they tried to cross this line, a burning pain would come from their bodies. If they tried to forcefully cross it, their entire body would burn into a fireball. The scene was incomparably horrifying. Only then did the animals realize that they had been deceived by the members of the church. Despicable humans. Despicable foreigners. Extremely shameless. The members of the church, these survivors, were not affected by the reversed identities of humans and animals in the instance dungeon, and it was even more impossible for them to be servile to animals like the humans here. In their eyes, animals were animals, and humans were superior. Even if the identity of this instance dungeon had been changed by the evil gods 20 years ago, they still looked down on these animals from the bottom of their hearts. In order to be safe, the survivors had already set up traps in the square. For example, Nearly half of the animals in the square just now had their flesh and blood extracted before they could even make a sound. They turned into melted meat paste that was absorbed by the black fog that appeared in the sky and used to open a spatial passage. For a moment, desperate cries, screams, and curses sounded under the night sky. Along with the scorching flames, it was, however, all of this was accompanied by the arrival of the black goat cub, and the scene became confusing once again. Perhaps because it didn't get a reply for a long time, the black goat cub was a little unhappy. It stomped on the ground with its massive hooves. Thick, dark green liquid flowed out of its thousands of mouths, and its thousands of tentacles danced wildly in the air. Why don't you answer my question, slaves of the Mother Goddess? Why are you so silent? Shouldn't you kneel down and offer more sacrifices to welcome the arrival of the dark goddess of fertility, one of the three pillar gods? The cultists were speechless. Wait, who are you? After another awkward silence, the leader of the church spoke with a trembling voice. But, the one we summoned, is the old dominator by the name of Xianxia. Why did we summon the Supreme Mother Goddess? It was clearly written in the Sussex manuscript that only the descent of the Master of the Universe, Azathoth, could fulfill the summoner's wish. As for the nuisance Sabu Nicholas, they had never heard of it before. What made them even more confused was that even though they chanted the name Xianxia, the one they summoned was this Sabu Nicholas. Wasn't this a ghost? A terrifying thought gradually formed in the minds of the cultists. Could it be? Could it be that they were like those foolish cultists 20 years ago and summoned the wrong person? Hearing this, the black goat cub stomped on the altar angrily with its hooves. Every stomp caused waves of blood that splashed onto the numb faces of the church members. You have spent a lot of effort to prepare the altar. An altar filled with blood on a night of full moon, an environment filled with the aura of darkness, and succulent and delicious sacrifices. These are all the Mother Goddess favorites. In order to reward you, you have received the blessings of the Mother Goddess. She is about to appear from the dark void and arrive. But... Great, so all of this was prepared for other evil gods. You bunch of foolish fools, you don't even know the name of the god you believe in. Fools, fools. The blood and darkness from the waving tentacles intertwined in the air. Every drop of mucus dripped onto the altar and produced a terrifying sizzling sound. She is about to arrive. Everything you say and do now will not escape the eyes of the Supreme Mother Goddess. Because of your disrespect, the Supreme Mother Goddess is very angry. She will punish you. Tremble. Foolish humans. Hearing this, some of the survivors immediately collapsed and knelt on the ground, crying loudly. It turned out that they had never figured out the name of the god they believed in. Please go back. We don't want to summon any more evil gods. We don't know that idiot Nicholas, and we don't know any Sabu Nicholas. It was needless to say how disrespectful it was to get the name of the evil god you believed in wrong. 20 years ago, a group of evil cult NPCs had gotten the name of the evil god wrong. They had originally planned to summon the Lord of the Universe, Azathoth, but they ended up summoning Nyarlathotep. Then, they were punished by Nyarlathotep, who loved to cause trouble. Not only was the dungeon turned upside down and dragged into the dark dimension, but none of the cult NPCs survived. 20 years later, the survivors learned their lesson from the previous NPCs and planned to summon Azathoth again. However, this time, it was another unheard of Sabu Nicholas who came out. According to the law of twice, they were about to follow in the footsteps of those evil cultists 20 years ago. After 20 years of hard work, they were back to square one. This was not to welcome them, but to send them to their deaths. Xianxia, who was stepping on Mad Hatter's balloons in the air, was stunned for a moment. He was laughing his head off. Originally, he and Takaman were on high alert, but they did not expect these evil cultists to set themselves up. As he was laughing, he did not expect to suddenly hear a notification from the subsystem. Abnormality detected in the space barrier. Signal wavelength detected. Attempting to connect to the main system. There was a signal. It seemed that as long as the space tunnel was opened, there was a possibility of connecting to the main system. Unknown interception, failed to connect to the main system. Attempting a second connection. Xianxia's face changed instantly. His reaction was quick. He slid the poker cards in his hand and popped the balloons on Mad Hatter's balloons one by one, forcing him to fall to the ground along with his hat. Everyone could feel it. Behind the dark and chaotic night, the unknown, viscous and surging black fog all came to a standstill in an instant. Then, it surged even more crazily. The disgusting fog, which was full of hatred and horror, gathered together and formed a huge concave hole in the sky. It spun and flowed inside. It was as if someone had pushed a black hole from the universe into this S-level dungeon. Even light would be destroyed when it got close. The black goat cub standing on the altar danced in ecstasy. It was literally dancing in ecstasy. The tentacles on its head waved around in the air. Countless mouths opened, mixed with dark green mucus, and screamed with all its might. Goddess of dark fertility, the black goat of the forest that gives birth to thousands of children, the great god of fertility. You have finally descended from the darkness and come to the territory of your people. Let these arrogant cultists, who dare to disrespect you and offer your sacrifices to others, see your glory. It's over. Not to mention the evil cultists who fainted, even all the animals in the square were trembling. Behind the darkness in the sky, the indescribable festering fog rolled and formed thousands of horrifying body parts. The tentacles, which were even more terrifying than the black goat cub, occupied the entire sky. The twisting legs split and reformed and split again, over and over again, in an endless cycle. A huge, ferocious, and ominous shadow covered the moonlight and spread on the ground, turning the darkness even darker. Beep, beep, beep. Something dripped from the funnel in the sky and fell to the ground, forming a brand new black goat cub. Just like the black rain, in almost a moment, hundreds of black goat cubs split and formed in the sky and fell to the ground. They waved their tentacles on the ground and welcomed the arrival of the Supreme Mother Goddess with joy. Go! Xianxia didn't dare to look at the scene above him and shouted at the Onmyoji. Okay, you go too. Without needing his reminder, Takaman had already nodded at him and clenched the unknown key in his hand. His figure twisted and tore the space apart, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The latter saw his disappearing body and suddenly closed his eyes. Detected that the trainee is now in an extremely filthy place. Even if he is not directly facing the indescribable thing, he is still affected by the pervasive darkness. Your throw result is 67 to 50. Rationality check failed. Your rationality has been deducted by 2 points. Warning: if the trainee loses another 1 point of rationality, he will once again fall into a state of erratic madness. Xianxia turned a deaf ear. The next second, a shiny silver coin appeared in the white-haired youth's hand. Aluka's silver coin. In the next 10 minutes, the user's luck would reach an unbelievable level. He opened his eyes and suddenly raised his head to face the Supreme Mother Goddess in the sky. His light pink eyes were shockingly bright. Finally, it was time for the magician to perform. Now, let me take a gamble. Will I destroy this pocket dimension, or will this pocket dimension become my resting place? On the other side, the man in the carriage also looked away with disinterest. Just now, the devil sensed that the item he gave the magician showed signs of being used. He felt a moment of astonishment, followed by deep disappointment and boredom. It was like opening a gift full of expectations, but that was all there was to it. That was all there was to it. In the end, I still made this choice. The curtain of the carriage lost the support of the cane and suddenly slid down from the window. He showed a look of regret mixed with boredom. The bright red rose in his hand suddenly began to wither from the tip of the petals in the next moment. Finally, it softly drooped on his wrist, turned into flying ash, and disappeared without a trace. The subsystem had already warmly reminded them that evil gods were the most filthy, ugly, evil, and indescribable existences in the universe. Because they actually existed in a higher dimension, their existence itself was far beyond the scope of human understanding. Therefore, as long as humans saw them, they would produce distorted mental damage, and it was the kind that was irreversible. Even facing mythical creatures required a sanity check, let alone facing evil gods. Once the situation of facing an evil god occurred, the trainee would first need to go through a sanity check. If the check was successful, the rationality value would be deducted between 1 and 10. If the check failed, the rationality value would be deducted between 1 and 100. For something like rationality, as long as 5 points were deducted at once, the trainee would fall into temporary madness. If 1/5 was deducted in a day, the trainee would fall into indeterminate madness. It was so harsh that it made people frown. If it wasn't so harsh, the survivors of 20 years ago wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. 95% of the people would either go permanently crazy or die on the spot, and those who survived were just wretched people. Fortunately, Takuman used the key given to him by the magician in time. The second he used the key, this special item that wasn't recorded in the main system brought him through the thick barrier of this Super S-level world. It rushed to another exit as if someone was stuffed into a pipe. For a moment, Takuman felt that his whole body was being crushed, and there was an indescribable sense of suffocation. The world spun, and from then on, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. The key brought the Yin-Yang master to the destination locked in by the key, rolling to the cold ground. The subsystem's contact with you has been interrupted. You have arrived at the trainee's dormitory. Takuman lay on the ground for almost 3 minutes before he recovered from the nausea of the forced space transfer. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. 2 minutes later, he found that there were pure gold lines in front of him that cut through the white ceiling, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, this wasn't the cold ground, was it? Not only was it not cold, but it was also covered with soft mats that had their own temperature. It was warm and unbelievably soft under his body. The Yin-Yang master struggled to get up from the ground, and he was stunned. He was now in a gorgeous birdcage. It was truly gorgeous. It was hard to describe with words. Its entire body was made of pure gold, and its corners were filled with white and pink crystals. At the very top, there was even a lifelike canary spreading its wings, ready to fly. Under the dim light, it reflected a luxurious and blurred light. It might not be appropriate to call it a birdcage because it was obviously the size of a bed. It was more like a cage for humans. As for why Takuman could accurately compare the cage to a bed, it was because he was lying on the pure black bed in the middle of the birdcage, so he had the right to speak. What was going on? Takuman was dumbfounded. Not only was there an unknown black blanket on the bed, there was even a layer of fresh scarlet rose petals on top of it, which was stained with cold sparkling dew. The Yin-Yang master sneezed as he tried to ignore the nausea he felt after teleporting and looked around. After returning to the trainee dormitory from the S-level dungeon, his Yin-Yang master abilities and physical enhancements that had been removed were back. As an S-level boss, any part of his body that could be enhanced had definitely undergone basic enhancements. The deep darkness couldn't block Takuman's vision. Through the boundary of the cage, he could see that he was now in a dark room. The only source of light in the room was a ray of moonlight in the distance. It shallowly shone on the surface of the bathtub, giving off a faint glow. The interior of the room was decorated in an incomparably sinister manner, revealing a cold and strange beauty. It wasn't at all inferior to the mental pollution brought by the S-level dungeon just now. The statue of the Virgin of Tears was praying in the corner, and Botticelli's painting of Hell took up an entire wall. Black flowed, and a decorative candlestick hung next to the cage. It was inconceivably strange. Directly opposite the golden cage, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror embedded in a vintage oil painting frame. It could completely reflect the inside of the cage. Tsuchimikado could now see himself in the mirror. He was weak, pitiful, and helpless, trapped in a cage. His dirty clothes, which had just experienced the chaos of the carnival, were covered with dewy petals. His nose twitched, the tip of his nose was red, and he kept sneezing. This was really King strange. He wasn't allergic to pollen, was he? The Yin-Yang master's doubts grew. After making sure that he wouldn't vomit as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked the main system in a low voice. I'm back? Where am I? Where's my dormitory? The Yin-Yang master thought that he would return to the studio as soon as he returned, meet up with magician, and wait for the level evaluation. He didn't expect to be teleported here. To put it nicely, it looked quite romantic, but to put it bluntly, it was a cage specially made for canaries. Who the F***ck would be so bored as to create such a thing in the trainee dormitory? The main system was silent for a while. Just as it was about to answer, a soft chuckle came from the gloomy darkness not far away. The chuckle was very light. It was filled with surprise, astonishment, and surprise. Gradually, the chuckle grew louder, from low to sharp, and gradually became joyful. Just by listening to it, he could feel that the other party was in a good mood. Takuman was speechless. When he realized who this highly recognizable voice belonged to, he froze on the spot. The yin-yang master stuttered, good evening? Although he really wanted to say that his lung capacity was really good, his survival instincts made him swallow those words back down. Stepping out of the darkness, the teacher's figure was tall and slender. His face was classic and handsome. Just by standing there, one could feel the power that made one tremble in fear. There was a smile on the man's face. It was the most usual happy and unpredictable smile, but there was also an indescribable anger. He raised his finger in the air. In the next second, Takuman's vision blurred, and he was thrown into the salty and cold seawater. Gurgle, for number 10 who had recovered his abilities as a yin-yang master, a basic skill like swimming was definitely not a problem for him, not to mention that he was only thrown to the beach and not directly transferred to the deep water. He skillfully applied a thin layer of spiritual power to his body and dragged himself slowly out of the sea, heading towards the beach of the Rainbow Amusement Park not far away. In the distance, the entire trainee dormitory stood under the setting sun, covered in a layer of red light. Only now did Takuman feel a little more real about finally escaping from that seemingly dead-end Super S-level instance dungeon. He stood on the sand and ran a hand through his wet hair, talking to himself. Strange, why would it appear in number 1's room? Could it be that the magician gave the wrong key? But if the wrong key was given, then wouldn't that huge golden cage be specially prepared by the tutor for the magician? He thought of the huge cage, and number 1, who was guarding outside the cage, just happened to be in the room with the spatial teleportation key. Wait. The yin-yang master suddenly realized, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Takuman felt like he suddenly understood something, and his small eyes were filled with great shock. Damn, it can't be what I think it is. Help. On the other side, Xianxia had no idea what Takuman was going through. That night when the devil gave him the key, he did say that he had prepared a big gift for him, but Xianxia didn't listen carefully at all, because he didn't plan to use the key from the beginning. That's right, he planned to give the key to Takuman that night. After all, the Calabash brothers saved his grandpa, and he couldn't just give them one by one. Now, he was tightly holding the B-grade item that the old nun gave him in the Judgment Day instance dungeon. Around him, the sky was already occupied by the indescribable god, and the fire and the sticky black substance intertwined, abominable and ominous. It was also at this time that Joker and Mad Hatter's business card items regrettably ran out of time. Next, please enjoy the magician's personal stage show. One of them took off his hat, and the other released the balloon in his hand, and saluted Xianxia from afar. Their faces were filled with crazy smiles, as if they were looking forward to the next meeting with each other. But no one was paying attention to this. All the humans and animals raised their heads and looked at the sky blankly. Their movements were surprisingly uniform. Even the angle at which they raised their heads was the same. Their necks were so stiff that they couldn't move at all, as if they were forcibly fixed on the spot. Their eyes were filled with madness and slackness. Many of the members of the church were fixed in place. Their KP kindly reminded them that they needed to pass a rationality check. In the situation where the survivors couldn't respond, the host could only throw the ball. Unfortunately, most of the survivors failed the rationality check. Randomly deducting rationality from 1 to 100, your rationality has been deducted by 47 points. Your rationality has returned to 0. Thus, when the Supreme Mother Goddess revealed her true appearance, you couldn't help but look directly at this great Mother Goddess. Of course, your rationality was dragged into an endless abyss, because the tiny human brain capacity isn't enough to comprehend her existence. Rejoice. 1 second before you lose your rationality, you are lucky enough to see the full appearance of the black goat of the forest. You have fallen into permanent madness. The members of the church screamed and knelt on the ground, their thoughts annihilated by the huge evil god. On the other side, the magician clenched his silver coin tightly. You have used a B-grade item, a Lucca's silver coin. In the next 10 minutes, there is no doubt that you will be an unparalleled lucky person. The Xianxia ignored the indescribable voice in his ears and slowly raised his head. The system's cold voice sounded in his ears. Facing the great black goat of the forest, you need to pass a rationality check. Your throw result is 1/50th. Congratulations, great success. Your rationality check has passed. Next, you need to deduct 1 to 10 rationality points. Your throw result is 1/10. Congratulations. Why is it another great success? Obviously, the 2 consecutive great successes made the system stutter. If the system had consciousness, it would have jumped up and screamed. After a moment of silence, it maintained its professionalism and used an awkward but polite voice to continue the broadcast. Your rationality points are deducted by 1. S-grade trainee Xianxia's rationality points are 30/50ths. Thus, you faced one of the 3 primal gods, the Supreme Mother Goddess, the black goat of the forest that gave birth to thousands of descendants. The magician stood on the ground covered in blood, fire, and broken limbs. Scarlet blood flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Around him were creatures that instantly fell into madness, howling and dancing. But his white hair fluttered in the smoke. He raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and looked directly at the churning, indescribable body of the Supreme Mother Goddess in the sky. The system was silent for a very long time. Looking at the indescribable body of the evil god in front of you, you suddenly feel a sense of familiarity and joy. While talking and laughing without a change in expression, your rationality points are deducted by 1 as a sign of respect. Without a doubt, the situation at the scene was not any better. But the situation in front of him had exceeded the subsystem's expectations. Although it had heard of some extremely lucky legendary investigators who could face an ancient god without changing their expression and talk cheerfully. But facing a trainee who remained unmoved in the face of one of the 3 pillar gods and even had the mood to look at him, the subsystem still felt a headache coming on. Xianxia endured the pain in his eyes and ignored the hot blood dripping from the corner of his eyes. He stood on the ground full of vicissitudes and smoke and looked up at the indescribable existence in the sky without any hesitation. Obviously, this wasn't a beautiful scene. Tens of thousands of roiling clouds and mists intertwined with each other. When one took a closer look, it was as if there were many twisted and horrifying body organs hanging in the air. Countless mouths mixed with liquid opened, and from the unknown torso came out sections of entangled black tentacles that made people want to vomit. There was a sticky and disgusting glossy liquid attached to the tentacles. Occasionally, a drop of black mucus would fall to the ground and split into a new black goat cub. Although his rationality value was only slightly reduced by 1, the visual impact of this scene was still huge. Even if Xianxia's expression did not change and his heart did not beat faster, the disorderly and pervasive fear attached to the evil creature of a higher dimension could still easily burn his eyes. Because your rationality value has once again decreased by 1/5 in 1 day, the trainee will enter an indefinite madness state. The 10-sided die in the air started to spin again. This time, it was a temporary madness symptom drawn from 10 major categories and hundreds of minor madness symptoms. You have drawn the madness state, mania. Duration of negative state, 7 hours. The subsystem is making a dark die for you. Since he used Irika's silver coin, his luck value was maximized. Xianxia touched his chin and felt that it was best to enter a temporary madness state that did not affect his calmness and rationality. Congratulations, you have drawn the madness symptom number 93, paranoia. Paranoia. In the next 7 hours, you will believe that you are an ancient god. After 7 hours, the indefinite madness state will be removed and you will return to normal. In the next second, the confusion caused by the madness symptoms formed in the magician's mind. Xianxia suddenly realized. It turned out that his true identity was not some magician who had transmigrated from a book, but a supreme, great, and honorable evil god. His believers were spread across thousands of worlds, and his alias was the Lord of the Deep Space. His true identity was the old dominator of the Pleiades stars Ing-9 in the Pleiades star cluster. He owned the ancient and glorious city of Carcosa and ruled over an entire planet as his territory. He ruled over millions of fanatical people who worshipped him. The youth stood on the ground, the stench of the wind and of the fire. He suddenly lowered his voice and said in a slow, elegant and dignified voice, "Subsystem, what are you waiting for? Why don't you drape the king of Calcasa in his regal yellow robes?" Subsystem. It was not a problem for him to imagine himself as a god due to the madness symptoms, but the problem was that Hastur was not made up, he was a real god, The Lord of the Deep Space's full name was Hastur, and he often appeared in the form of a tattered yellow robe. In the 19th century, a secret meeting of revelers in France had performed a cursed play, The King in Yellow, at the Grand Theatre, and had succeeded in summoning the terrible ruler of the old days, throwing all the opera-goers on the spot into a permanent frenzy. Over the years, the image of the King in Yellow robe was passed down in the works of various secret arts and artists. The subsystem wanted to wake the magician up. Paranoia was to imagine oneself as a god, so why did the magician put himself in the shoes of a famous old dominator after being afflicted with this indefinite madness state? But in the next second, before it could say anything, the 10-faced die started to spin again as if there was no one around. Your roll points are 1/20th, congratulations. Successful disguise. Strictly speaking, the disguise had to be done with the materials on hand. Just as the subsystem was about to remind him of this, it turned around and saw the magician throw a great luck. 2 great successes. Didn't that mean he could have anything he wanted? The Europeans could do whatever they wanted with the 10-faced die. The subsystem didn't want to say anything, it decided to check if the 10-faced die was tampered with by the magician. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such materials around. But fortunately, you happened to find the disguise items you needed in the pile of junk pushed by some black goat cub beside you. You put on a splendid and resplendent ragged yellow robe and put on a hood of the same size. After putting on the robe, the Xianxia felt that he couldn't be any better. He even found an excuse for why he didn't put on the yellow robe and why he lost his power. Of course, it was because he was in a sealed state, and what appeared was only an afterimage. JPG the youth stood in the same spot, his long white hair unraveled in the wind, tangling with the tattered robe. The long yellow robe covered his entire body, even his head was covered by the hood. From the back, only a thin and mysterious figure could be seen, just like a real, proud king. The Xianxia opened his arms and laughed maniacally at the sky. He felt that he was the omnipotent king of the world, the great ruler of the old days. Hastur, the subsystem was speechless again. It suddenly felt that its non-existent heart was also tired. It, who saw through everything, hid its achievements and fame. On the other side, the leader of the cultists was trembling as he raised the wooden staff in his hand. The other cultists were really wiped out this time, only he was slightly luckier. After a round of rationality checks and deduction of rationality points, he was left with a precarious 3 rationality points. As a result, as soon as he got out of that nauseating state, he turned around and saw the sacrificial offering that they had dragged over by force laughing arrogantly as if there was no one else around. At this moment, the leader, who had just escaped death, was furious again. He firmly refused to believe that he was deceived by the Sussex manuscript that was full of mistakes. Instead, he vented all his anger on the 2 sacrifices. Wait, it was at this moment that the leader suddenly figured out the key. He couldn't give up just like that. The evil god had appeared, and although it was a little different from the one they wanted to summon, as long as it was an evil god, it should have the ability to grant wishes, so it didn't matter who it was. Besides, the perfect sacrifice from the other world was right in front of him. If he didn't sacrifice it now, when would he? After figuring this out, the leader calmed himself down and raised the staff in his hand again, but he didn't dare to look up at the sky. "Oh, Reverend Mother Sabu Nicolaus," he cried in a hoarse and cracked voice. "Oh, Reverend Mother Sabu Nicolaus. Please forgive my rudeness. In order to express my sincerest apologies, I have decided to offer you these offerings that I have prepared long ago." The rotting black fog and tentacles in the sky weren't in a hurry to do anything. Even the black goat cubs that were constantly being born from the fission below followed the will of the mother goddess and waved the tentacles on their heads on the ground. He appeared to be very interested in the 2 insignificant ants who had passed the test of rationality and had not gone mad in front of the evil god, maintaining the most basic rationality. The leader of the cult had a glib tongue. He wished he could turn the living into the dead, saying that he had eyes but failed to recognize the pearl and mistook the supreme name of the cult. However, his sincere sincerity could be witnessed by the heavens and the earth, and the sun and the moon could be distinguished. As he spoke, he changed the topic and pointed the tip of the staff at the white-haired magician who was standing on the side with his hands behind his back. "Of course, there is also the perfect sacrifice that we have carefully selected for you." Xianxia? The next second, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Sabu Nicholas is staring at you." She is sizing up your surroundings and seems to be very interested in this human who dares to look directly at her. Not only was she interested, but the tentacles that were dripping with mucus from the rotting black fog were gradually moving downwards, as if eager to try the suggestion of the cultist. Xianxia sneered, and the 10-faced die in his hand was thrown out mercilessly. He felt that his dignity as an evil god had been offended by this tiny human. Even if he was in a sealed state, he definitely couldn't tolerate this level of offense. Xianxia, who was cosplaying as the king in yellow, turned around with a cold expression. This tiny human dares to offend the authority of God. As a higher dimensional existence, Sabu, you actually allow such a deceiving and sweet-talking cultist to be so presumptuous in front of you. The cultist? What evil god? What kind of evil god are you? I think your Chinibu disease is acting up. He was about to speak when he saw the magician throw out the 10-sided die in his hand. As the owner of the 10-sided die, the leader immediately realized that the magician wanted to use a skill, so he immediately urged his KP to enter the confrontation check. The subsystem's voice was weak and thin. Your throw result is 1/30. Great success in persuasion. Your throw result is 1/5. Great success in persuasion. The KP on the other side. Good lord, there's no need to go through the confrontation check. 2 great successes. Is he still human? The subsystem also felt the sinister malice from the universe. That's right, it didn't matter if he was Haster or Hester or Hester. As long as Sabu Nicholas felt that Xianxia was, then Xianxia was. If Xianxia was in a good mood and made 2 consecutive great successes, everyone present would kneel down and shout, "Long live the master of the deep space sea." If the boss was convinced by his persuasion, then what was the point of fighting? Obviously, with the addition of 2 great successes, you successfully convinced the evil god with your persuasion. Therefore, the supreme black goat of the forest seemed to be confused and agreed with your words, seeing you as one of them. The tentacles that were curled up in the sky paused for a moment, then indescribable ravings sounded. This voice was indescribable, extremely spiritual pollution and filth. It was like a distant voice that was projected down, making people dizzy and easily falling into a hallucination. There was no doubt that Sabu Nicholas was convinced. He waved his tentacles and used the evil god's way to express his friendliness. The subsystem and KP had fallen into a dead silence because of the development in front of them. One of them was the host of Xianxia, and the other was the host of the cult leader. But neither of them had ever seen such a scene in front of them. To be honest, the infinite loop had existed for so long that every 10 years or so, there would be a wave of survivors who were specially selected to enter the Super S-level instance dungeon. Many of them also entered the dimension supported by the 10-sided dice. After hosting for so many years, the subsystem and KP had seen all kinds of storms. He had seen lucky people like the leader of the church who could barely survive facing the ancient gods. He had also seen people who failed countless times at the beginning of the match and sent themselves away on the spot. He had also seen people who failed to save their teammates and sent them to the afterlife with a fist when their teammates were on the verge of death. But they had seen so many examples, and they had never seen someone who tried to pretend to be an old dominator. But it couldn't be said to be an imposter. Strictly speaking, the magician was just a maniac who had suffered from manic symptoms. The problem was that there had been trainees who had suffered from this temporary madness before, but none of them had played so big behind their backs like Xianxia. Believing oneself to be an evil god and convincing others to believe oneself to be an evil god were 2 completely different concepts. Of course, convincing others to believe oneself to be an evil god and convincing an evil god to believe oneself to be an evil god were 2 completely different concepts. Looking at the yellow-cloaked magician who firmly believed himself to be the king in yellow, and who was talking and laughing with Shab Nicholas who had just descended from the sky, the subsystem, destruction. JPG for a moment, it even wondered if the black goat of the forest, one of the 3 original gods, who was only below the master of the universe, who had given birth to thousands of descendants, was a little silly. But when it thought of the success of persuasion and the success of persuasion, the subsystem was relieved. It threw away the doubts in its heart and tried to convince itself that with the magician's unstoppable momentum, even if it was Azados who came today, he would have to kneel. Cold black tentacles danced in the sky, and thousands of mouths continued to drip saliva, making hateful sounds. Strictly speaking, the communication method used by the evil gods was impossible for humans to understand. Not to mention understanding, even hearing their real names required a sanity check, which completely destroyed the rationality of intelligent creatures. Of course, Xianxia did not understand either. Even if he threw out 10 more great successes, he wouldn't be able to understand, because it was impossible for a human's identity card to light up the evil god's language skill. Not to mention that Xianxia was just a fake evil god. However, the white-haired young man did not panic at all. He stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the wind that was tainted with the stench of blood to flutter the corners of his tattered yellow robe. His white hair fluttered in the deep and terrifying night, and his beautiful face was completely indifferent, giving him the appearance of an unfathomable expert. Xianxia listened to the Supreme Mother Goddess repeat for a while in a dreamy, indescribable voice filled with dread. He automatically interpreted the other party's waving tentacles as meaning, "Friends, let's show each other your tentacles," and said very calmly, "This is just a doppelganger of mine, Sabu. My true body is still imprisoned in the Pleiades star cluster star, Pleiades 9. Everyone else knelt on the ground and called him Lord Sabu Nicholas, but he spoke as if he was on the same side. Subconsciously, Xianxia felt that he also had tentacles, especially when his tentacles reached out from under his yellow robe. They were not much worse than the black goat of the forest, and could be used as a bayonet. Unfortunately, he was just a doppelganger. The stunned cult leader looked at the two of them talking as if there was no one else around, and no one could understand the shock in his heart. No way, no way, no way, he couldn't have really dragged an evil god's doppelganger from another world, right? If that was the case, he didn't need to fight, and he didn't even need others to do it. He could just dig a hole and bury himself. The survivor spun the die in his hand and trembled as he gave Xianxia an anthropology skill. KP informed him in a flat voice. Your throw result is 7/30. Anthropology check successful. There is no doubt that the one standing in front of you is not an evil god, nor is it an evil god's doppelganger. It is a genuine human. It's just that he seems to be in an unstable state of madness, and his thoughts are not normal. The cult leader, F***CK. He really thought that he had summoned a father. Not only did this offering in front of him dare to fool him, but he even dared to fool the Supreme Mother Goddess. As the saying went, a cult member had to be flexible. He would believe in whichever god worked, and the cult leader could change his faith in the next second after throwing the mistake of the wrong name to the back of his mind. The cult leader raised the staff in his hand, and spoke with a hoarse voice towards the sky with righteous indignation. Oh, esteemed Supreme Mother Goddess! This despicable offering dared to deceive you. The survivor's words were sincere, and sincere. He is clearly a genuine human, but he lied in front of you and claimed to be the Lord of the deep sea of stars. His intentions are unforgivable. My devotion to you can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Please do not be deceived by this scoundrel who is trying to deceive the world with his flowery words. The tumbling and festering clouds seemed to be still for a moment. The tentacles covered in mucus hung in the air, and no one knew what they were thinking. Xianxia, who was in the midst of cosplaying as the King in Yellow, looked at the cult member who dared to speak so arrogantly with contempt. He turned around and saw that Shub Nicholas, who was talking to him on a different channel, seemed to be in deep thought. When the cult leader saw this, he thought that his advice was effective and was overjoyed. He immediately knelt down and opened his arms. Oh, great Supreme Mother Goddess, please allow me to offer this perfect offering to you. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and was surprisingly angry. He threw the 10-sided die in his hand. Subsystem, charm this evil god. Your throw result is 1 for 70. Charm is a great success. After receiving another great success, the subsystem expressed that it did not want to speak. It was so tired. JPG. No, since it's a charm, it has to be included in the resistance test. I want to give the evil god a psychological die. Previously, the subsystem could only turn a blind eye to the success of persuasion and persuasion. But now, good lord, even the evil god of charm came up. However, a resistance test was not acceptable. In the next second, the subsystem fell silent. The noble black goat of the forest, the Supreme Mother Goddess, Her Highness Shub Nicholas, threw out a big failure. At the same time, the subsystem suddenly realized something. If it could materialize, the subsystem would be trembling right now. Because a great failure was not the most terrifying thing. The evil god was an existence of the higher dimension, while the 10-sided die and its rules were a special product created inside the Super S-level instance dungeon. Without a doubt, the evil god's level was higher than the entire Super S-level instance dungeon. In the end, the 10-sided die, a low-dimensional product, could not have any effect on the evil god. This included persuasion, and charm. So, all that the magician saw, in the eyes of Shub Nicholas, it should be watching all of this as if it was a joke. It deliberately threw a great failure and deliberately showed friendliness. That was the most terrifying thing. It was interested and willing to cooperate. After the subsystem predicted this, it began to use the remaining energy to contact the main system. As it contacted, it spoke with a trembling voice. Without a doubt, your great success of charm has produced an unexpected and delightful effect. You have charmed Shub Nicholas. Very good. Xianxia, who had fallen into an unstable madness, had long lost his usual rationality and calmness. Of course, even if there was, the magician, who now stubbornly thought of himself as an evil god, would not listen to all of this. The white-haired youth pointed at the evil cult member kneeling on the ground and said in a casual tone, "Shub, this is the sacrifice I brought to you." The leader of the cult? The survivor was so angry that he jumped up from the ground. Bullshit, you despicable, but in the next second, the leader could no longer speak. Because the black goat cub suddenly appeared behind him and mercilessly twisted his neck. Blood gushed out, and the severed head rolled to the ground. Even in death, it did not die in peace. Xianxia just glanced at it coldly and gathered the yellow clothes on his body. He was not interested in the death of this ant at all. He looked up and was about to speak when he suddenly felt an indescribable voice in his mind. "I like this sacrifice very much. Do you want to destroy this dungeon?" The voice had no attributes. Compared to the definition of a human's voice, it was more like a lazy stream of consciousness. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. If he did not want his body to be sealed, he would have destroyed this disgusting dungeon long ago. The surging magic fog and countless mouths opened and closed as if laughing. In the next second, thousands of tentacles suddenly fell from the sky. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely fall into permanent madness. Because the entire sky was occupied by the gigantic evil god. The ground became the sky, and the black forest hanging down from the sky bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was indescribably terrifying. Countless tentacles wrapped around magician's waist without any explanation and pulled him off the ground. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to realize the existence of the subsystem. In the next second, the subsystem that had little energy left gave him an answer. "She likes you and wants to mate with you." As the Supreme Mother Goddess, Shub Nicholas was also the representative of desire. She had super strong fertility and was the mother of all things. There was even a saying that she gave birth to all the old dominators. In other words, she was almost equivalent to a walking evil god aphrodisiac. Run, I can't stop her. The subsystem had no other choice. The descent of the evil god directly blocked its way to contact the main system, and now its energy was almost exhausted. How could a human's body mate with an evil god? The subsystem was well aware of this. Magician's body and consciousness would probably vanish the moment he was accepted by the cloud. But Xianxia wasn't worried about this at all. He didn't even struggle. Instead, he allowed the tentacles that were as thick as him to surround him and pull him into the bottomless festering cloud in the sky. At the last moment, the white-haired magician lowered his head. He saw that on the ground full of broken limbs, blood, and on the verge of destruction, someone stepped on the shadows and hurriedly walked out. The man lifted his head, meeting magician's gaze from afar. Because they were too far apart, Xianxia couldn't see what was in the dark golden pupils. Inexplicably, Xianxia felt that there was no smile on the person's face now. Whether it was the usual happy smile, the smile full of interest, the lazy smile, or the fake smile, in short, there was no smile. Detected the energy wave of the main system, connecting. Preparing to open the space door. Failed to open the space door, failed to connect, the subsystem's energy has been exhausted, entering a state of deep sleep. The man's expression was dark and gloomy, like an enraged beast. He grabbed the black umbrella in his white glove, the shadows under his feet darting around. Around him, the shadows turned into sharp thorns that pierced mercilessly towards the evil god in the sky. He seemed to be saying something to the sky, but Xianxia couldn't hear him clearly. This doppelganger is probably going to die. Xianxia thought the moment he was swallowed by the festering black fog. That's weird. They are mortal enemies, why do they have such an expression? If he could still speak, he would have laughed at him. But, if it was sex, he would rather have sex with the devil. The tentacles sensed his resistance and tightened their grip. His limbs and bones felt like they were being crushed. The festering black fog rolled and rolled, like ink that was constantly gathering on the surface of the water. It surrounded the white-haired young man. Forget it, I'll wait until I recover my original form. Xianxia thought in a daze. Zhuge was right. He really couldn't escape death in this dungeon. What was worse was that the devil did have the solution. But Xianxia's pride didn't allow him to lower his head. At the last second, Magician closed his eyes in exhaustion. Fresh blood rolled down from his yellow robe and mixed with his white hair. Drip, drip, drip. It dyed the depths of his other pair of eyes red. Now, there were only 30 seconds left until Irika's silver coin took effect. This was the most typical European orphanage in the early 20th century. There was nothing special or new around it, and the entire building was made of wood. Because it was exposed to the rainy season all year round, the wood underground had long been damp. In addition to the lack of resources during wartime, both oil lamps and electric lamps could not be lit. The night was dark. There was an endless rainstorm outside. Thousands of raindrops the size of beans poured down from the sky as if there was no end to them. They were like giant beasts with their fangs and bloody mouths wide open. The old-fashioned building, which was so old-fashioned that it was about to decay like the ashes of a coffin, was creaking and rumbling. Every sound was like stepping on a person's heart. It made people's hearts jump and their souls fly out of their bodies. All the trainees who were still alive were all trembling and curled up in the pitch-black darkness. They stuffed their bodies and heads into the cramped, damp wooden lattices. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was also fortunate that they were now 6 years old. If they were adults, they would not have been able to hide outside these dog holes. Everyone was waiting, silently and hopelessly praying for the arrival of the last moment. In the distance, the bell rang again. Ring, 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 intertwined with the sound of the distant rain, the sound of the resentful bell was still as cold and ominous as ever. It continued to hover, filled with an indescribably terrifying whisper. It was time to assemble again. The bodies of the trainees who were lucky enough to survive trembled violently. What should we do? After so many days of laying the groundwork with the blood of countless people, the trainees naturally understood the meaning behind the sound of the resentful bell. Every time the resentful bell rang, the trainees had to go to the first floor at the bottom of the orphanage to assemble. The most terrifying thing was that there was a very strict limit on the number of trainees who could assemble each time. Sometimes, the people who went down to assemble could survive. But sometimes, the people who went down to assemble would become fresh sacrifices to the resentful bell and die without a complete corpse. What was even more terrifying was that there was no trace of it. Unless a trainee was lucky a few days ago and received a dry broken finger from the orphanage director who did not have any eyeballs. Only then would they be able to offset the curse of the resentful bell once. However, a few days ago, all the trainees had avoided the vengeful spirit of the orphanage director. After all, who would raise their head and try to reason with a malicious spirit the first time they met one? It would be good enough if they didn't die from fright when they saw the dried corpse hanging from the ceiling. Even if they stumbled and ran away, they wouldn't realize that the other party was just angry and didn't have any killing intent. It was also because they missed this huge clue that led to the tragic deaths of thousands of trainees in the following days, just as Zhuge had predicted. Everyone's main storyline quest was different. Everyone had their own goals, and no one would be kind enough to pay attention to or help others. But what was even more frightening was that almost everyone had two fixed main quests. That was, after completing his main quest, he still needed to survive until the instant's dungeon closed. The resentment bell was still ringing. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly came from the endless rain. the 7-day countdown is up. Excluding 15 people who did not complete the main mission, remaining survivors, 251, all the trainees were overjoyed. There was nothing more exhilarating than waiting in anxiety and confusion to finally welcome the end and hope. Please wait a moment, the main system is evaluating, Super S Instance Dungeon, the indescribable orphanage, spatial coordinates locked. Spatial teleportation will begin in 30 seconds. Teleportation location, studio. It was also at this moment that the smiles of countless people in the darkness froze on their faces forever. Behind them, a pale and cold hand suddenly reached out from the narrow darkness. In the next second, it dragged them into the dog hole that was only a few inches in diameter. No one knew what was inside the dog hole. There was once a trainee who tried to look into the bottomless darkness. In the next second, he suddenly lost his mind and bit his fingers until they were dripping with blood, leaving only 2 strings of bloody white bones. As he chuckled, he crazily crawled into the bottomless hole. Ironically, only the grid connected to the dog hole could not be discovered by the resentment bell outside. But before this, no one would have thought that the thing in the dog hole would skip the hide-and-seek stage and directly drag people in. This time, it was Zhuge who spoke. Almost a second after the main system's voice fell, the black-haired man reacted. He was the first to nimbly roll out of the grid and rushed toward the bottom of the orphanage, shouting, "Come out quickly! This is a Super S Instance Dungeon. There is no possibility of time suspension." His words woke everyone up from their dreams. After the trainees heard the main system's announcement, they all breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed their vigilance. Because of their habitual thinking, all the other instance dungeons, including the S Instance Dungeons, would fall into a state of frozen color and time suspension after the main system's announcement. This was also the stage that everyone jokingly called the Resurrection Stage. But this was a Super S Instance Dungeon. In terms of level, it was not much different from the real world. Even if the main system was a high-dimensional artificial intelligence, it was still far from the level of controlling an entire plane. At most, it could interfere. But to pause the time of an entire plane, how was that possible? Therefore, no one would have thought that the 30 seconds that everyone jokingly called the Resurrection Stage would actually become the final time for the Grim Reaper to claim their lives. Thousands of withered and pale hands reached out from the dog holes. Countless hanged figures swayed in the wind from the beams of the house. White dresses that had turned yellow after settling down for an unknown number of years fluttered in the wind. The bloodstains on them had long dried into black spots. Together with the only hanging kerosene lamp, the resentment bell finally revealed its true appearance. The originally simple and old copper yellow exterior seemed to have a layer of bright paint on it. The bell was nourished by these fresh souls and resentment and shone even more brightly. The next one to react was number 2. Immediately after, the other 7 S Instance Dungeons reacted almost at the same time. Some of them took out their last trump card or special items that they had kept hidden. Everyone was running. No one dared to stop. In the darkness, the only thing that could be heard was the sharp and terrified screams that rose and fell around them. However, these screams usually only lasted for a moment. After a moment, everything returned to the sound of rain. With nowhere to go, the urgency and panic that would befall them at any moment spread silently in the cold and gloomy orphanage. 30 seconds became exceptionally long. The exorcist felt an ice-cold hand on his shoulder. He made a prompt decision and used the special item that he had been holding in his hand. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, narrowly avoiding this attack. The exorcist, who had escaped a fatal disaster, felt his limbs turn cold and his heart beat like thunder. No one knew better than him the resentment contained in that withered hand. If he had been a second later, he would have lost all ability to move and been dragged back to the dog holes with his stiff body. This wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that the exorcist remembered that he was one of the first few people to run out. Even he had been targeted by the ghost hands, let alone the others. It was clearly only 30 seconds, but it was longer than a century. At this moment, Xianxia, who was also in the darkness, felt a familiar smell of fresh blood. Although he had been stripped of his vampire bloodline, he was still sensitive to fresh blood. Not to mention, this wasn't just a little bit of blood. It was unbelievably thick. As long as one was nearby, they could smell it. At this moment, all the ghost hands that had reached out stopped. The next second, they all crazily reached out to the place where the fresh blood was gushing out. Lightning struck the ground, and in an instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the scene. The black-haired man stood in place, holding a knife in one hand and cutting open his left arm with the other. The race that smelled his blood went crazy. At the end of their vision, the densely packed pale arms gathered together like an endless sea, stabbing toward Zhuge and in the center. There were even many ghost hands that gave up on the prey that they could have easily dragged away and joined the army. Not only that, but wraiths were also continuously appearing from the dog holes. The scene made one's hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. At this point, how could the other survivors not understand? This was clearly Master Zhuge using himself as bait to save them. This matter was too shocking, and it had nothing to do with Zhuge and's usual reputation. It was precisely because of this that people felt so shocked and speechless. At this moment, regardless of whether they had a grudge or not with number 3, or whether they were prejudiced against him, everyone sincerely prayed for a miracle to happen. However, Zhuge, who was in the center of their vision, closed his eyes tightly and didn't move. Just as the first ghost hand was about to touch his clothes, the 6-year-old boy slowly moved his other hand in front of him. A dried-up severed finger lay quietly in the palm of his hand. In an instant, the whole world froze. 30 seconds have passed. Space transfer commencing. The studio was still the same as when the trainees left. It was dazzling, and the lights were flashing. However, there was only one person in the entire hall now. Takuman sat in number 10's seat. It was rare that he wasn't holding the Fat House happy drink in his hand. His face was full of anxiety. If it were any other time, when there was no one in the studio, he would definitely call out the main system and jog all the way to number 1's seat to take a few photos of himself as a memento. However, he wasn't in the mood at all. It had been 2 hours since the Yin-Yang master returned to the trainees' dormitory. During these 2 hours, he experienced the bizarre experience of accidentally entering number 1's dormitory and being thrown into the sea. However, when Takuman felt that he seemed to know some shocking secret and hurriedly ran to number 9's dormitory to knock on the door, there was no one inside. There was no answer. He paid survival points and used his level S authority to find out that magician didn't come back with him at all. What the hell? The Yin-Yang master thought sadly. He didn't look like the kind of person who was noble enough to give the opportunity to survive to others, but he did something like this. Therefore, in the next hour, he anxiously and loyally waited for a miracle to happen. Magician could definitely create a miracle. Just like on the stage when everyone was worried that he wouldn't be able to escape from the cage containing the shark, the next second he appeared in the crowd as if nothing had happened, smiling and bowing to everyone. Definitely. Takuman couldn't sit still under such a tense and anxious wait. He sat on the high throne and stared intently at the empty studio below. Generally speaking, even if they entered different dungeons, the main system would control the dungeon flow to be the same. Just like the main system told Takuman that the trainees would return to the studio in 3 hours, they would definitely return in 3 hours. The Yin-Yang master waited until he suddenly realized a problem. Wait, the main system of the crazy circus dungeon can't even be contacted. Can the magician really rush back in the time set by the main system? The main system gave an uncertain answer to his question. The energy of the subsystem will only run out in 3 hours. Tsuchimikado understood the meaning behind the main system's words. If the magician didn't return before the energy of the subsystem ran out, there was probably no hope. Even the central hub connected to the main system was gone. If he had to use an analogy, it was equivalent to wanting to go home but not being able to find the way home. Without the space coordinates of the trainees' dormitory, he would probably have to stay there forever. No, the magician will definitely come back. He was so nervous that his fists were curled up and his eyes were trembling. It was also at this moment that Takuman suddenly remembered the huge golden bird cage in the dark room, the black bed covered with rose petals, and the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror standing in front of the cage. Although he had been thrown into the sea at that time, the Yin-Yang master's jaw had almost dropped when he realized that number 1 really had ulterior motives towards the magician. But now, Takuman really hoped that the tutor could use his authority to at least take responsibility for his ill intentions. The key that the magician gave him was most likely given to him by number 1. It would be better to be a good person to the end, please. Just as Takaman was letting his imagination run wild, there was a sudden movement in the silent hall. The Yin-Yang master suddenly stood up from the throne. In the next second, a white light representing a spatial transfer flashed in the empty room. Like a signal, after the first white light lit up, more than 100 white lights appeared one after another. After the light faded, the trainees also appeared from the spatial transfer. Most people were not in a good state. Their faces were either pale or their lips were purple. Many of them had torn clothes on their shoulders, revealing the black festering skin on their backs. Livor mortis had already appeared on their withered skin. Some of them even had half of their faces turned into zombies. These trainees' eyes were unfocused, like birds startled by the twang of a bough. When they saw that they had indeed returned to the trainees' dormitory, they slumped to the ground as if they had lost all their strength, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The speed of spatial transference was very fast. Because they all came out from the same instance dungeon, everyone was transferred in the same batch. There was no saying that anyone was faster than anyone else. They all arrived at the same time. Takaman stared at the throne next to him, his hands trembling on the armrest. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Until the main system's voice sounded, he did not see anyone appear on the throne. All trainees have gathered. The final round of rating will begin soon. Panoramic camera activated successfully. The next second, the survivors who had been waiting outside the live broadcast room for a long time swarmed in. Because it was a Super S-level instance dungeon, the main system could not activate the live broadcast room. Therefore, the survivors in the endless loop had no idea about the process and results of the last round of selection. They did not know what the last Super S-level instance dungeon was like. Even if they wanted to see, they could only watch part of the recording that the main system would release later. It's here, it's here. F*CK, I haven't watched the live broadcast for 7 whole days. I'm going to die of boredom. Me too, me too. I've been bored in the instance dungeon for the past few days. Now, finally, my source of happiness is back. Speaking of which, this should be the last round of the instance dungeon, right? Didn't the main system say that after this instance dungeon is the final battle instance dungeon? Oh my god, that's fast. Why do I feel like the first round of the thriller trainee competition was only held yesterday? How did we reach the final battle instance dungeon so soon? Everyone was chattering away. When the screen of the live broadcast room completely lit up and they saw the scene in front of them, the topic changed again. Oh my god, looking at the scene, this is too tragic. It was not just tragic. Most of the trainees were still in the stage where their minds were affected by the resentful bell. Even after they returned, they were like walking corpses. They could not recover from the environment that was full of resentment for a while. It really is a Super S-level instance dungeon, huh? These big shots are all like this. It's hard to imagine what would happen if I went in. I guess there wouldn't be anything left of me. Indeed, and what's even scarier is, have you realized, there are almost no people left on the steps of the level C trainees? I've been shaking for a long time. Do you remember how many people there were before we entered the instance dungeon? There were more than 1,500 of them. Now that they're back, I dare say that less than 1 in 10 are still alive. Sigh. This bullet screen was right. It was indeed less than 1 in 10. Originally, there were trainees from level S to level A, B, and level C in the studio. After they returned this time, the number of more than 1,000 people suddenly decreased sharply. There were only 3 level C trainees left standing on the steps. All of them were dying. The survival rate was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. How can there be so few people left? The exorcist who had just returned raised his head and was in shock. Current number of survivors in the studio, 112, no one spoke. They clearly remembered that during the last 30 seconds of the broadcast in the orphanage, the main system had said that there were 251 people left. No one would have thought that in just 30 seconds, another half of the 250 trainees would lose their lives forever. However, this was not enough. Since the main system had already stated that only 100 trainees could survive and debut in the thriller trainee competition, after this level evaluation, all the trainees who had received a C-grade evaluation and those who had fallen to C-grade after this level evaluation would be eliminated. Did any of you notice? On the throne at the top of the studio, the seats that belonged to number 1 and number 9 were empty. Number 1 was the seat that the big shot had given up. Number 9, however, was not in any special situation. After the main system had confirmed that all the trainees had returned to the studio, no one else had appeared. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Immediately, the bullet screen exploded. It can't be. The magician is level S. Level S is a seated player. He is guaranteed to be sent to the final dungeon. How could something go wrong midway? That's right. He is the magician who always brings about miracles. How could he not come back? I'm going to burst into tears. Upstairs, don't be so confident. In the previous group dungeon, the top psychics were all gone. I'm really cracked. I'm still waiting for the magician to bring me out of here. 55555, not only the bullet screen, but many trainees had also noticed this. Zhuge, who was sitting in the number 3 seat, did not even immediately exchange for 500 healing points from the main system. Instead, he turned his head to look at the 9th throne beside him. What disappointed him was that there was no one on it. The black-haired man pursed his thin lips. Traces of blood flowed down his fingertips and dripped onto the ground. He closed his eyes deeply. What Zhuge did not notice was that beside him, Fan Shuo was staring at the drop of dark red blood that had fallen to the ground. A flash of astonishment flashed through his dark red eyes. In the dim room, the shadows that had accumulated on the ground swam. In the next second, after the darkness faded, the tip of a black leather shoe suddenly appeared. The man held a tattered black umbrella in his hand. His face was so gloomy that ink was about to drip out. His usually spotless and neat suit was now stained with dust. A piece of the hem was even shaved off, as if it had been corroded by something unknown. It was a ghastly sight. The devil had not been in such a sorry state for a long, long time. He was the embodiment of the malice of a high-level plane. In terms of status, he was not inferior to the evil gods. If he had to fight, he could have fought to a draw with the help of his home ground. No matter what, it was impossible for him to die. As long as there was evil in people's hearts, the devil was almost eternal. However, even in such a sorry state, he had not been able to bring her back. To be precise, whether it was the devil or the evil gods, neither side had gained any advantage. Because of the devil's interference, Sabu Nicholas had not been able to successfully spend the night with the human she had taken a fancy to. They were facing each other head-on. The shadow that rose from the ground cut off the tentacles of the sky like a sharp thorn. The Supreme Mother Goddess let out a furious and indescribable cry. It was a battle that was higher than the plane. It only lasted for 10 seconds before the Super S-level plane suddenly collapsed because it could not withstand it. At the moment when the space collapsed, Magician, who was wrapped in the tentacles, was suddenly swept away by the space turbulence caused by the collapse of the dungeon. He disappeared without a trace. The two non-humans were engaged in a fierce battle, and neither of them was able to stop the other in time. When they noticed this, there was no need to fight anymore. Sabu Nicholas was an evil god who controlled reproduction and desire. She was not Yog-Sothoth who controlled time and space. The devil had used his natural ability to leave. She could not stop him. Main system, use your authority as a teacher to lock onto Magician's coordinates. The black-haired man threw away the umbrella in his hand and stepped out of the shadow with a sinister expression. Are you crazy? The main system's voice did not fluctuate at all. He came from a high-level world. Its meaning was very clear. Magician came from a high-level world. He would only be an obstacle to the plan between it and the devil. He would not be of any help. He might even cause their plan to fail. If such a person died, it would definitely be a good thing. It was not worth it at all. There was no need to care. Crazy? The devil said coldly. You should have thought of this when you cooperated with me. The man stared at the huge golden cage. Extremely complicated and obscure emotions surged in his dark golden pupils. For some reason, he suddenly thought of that stormy night. After Magician's question and answer game ended, it was followed by the Devil's game. He had given the key to Magician. However, Magician did not bother to use it at all. Although the winner and loser of this game had not been defined, at this moment, the Devil suddenly understood. He had lost long ago. A crushing defeat. Xianxia felt his head hurt. It wasn't a normal pain, but a splitting headache. It felt like a hangover, but it also felt like he drank fake alcohol. It was so painful that he felt nauseous. Then, countless broken memories came back to him. Just a few hours ago, he stubbornly thought of himself as an ancient god. He opened his arms and told the sky that he was the king of the world. He scornfully told the leader of the church that he was an ant. He used a dignified and familiar tone to call an evil god. He didn't even realize that he was about to die. He stubbornly believed that he would return to his sealed original body. Xianxia was speechless. For a moment, he really wanted to buy a ticket and leave the planet with the train. After 3 seconds of silence, he comforted himself. The leader of the church was dead. He probably wouldn't see Sabu Nicholas again. As for the Devil, he arrived late, so he could ignore it. Very well, let this memory turn into nothingness, let it go with the wind. No one would know that the Magician had suffered from paranoia in the Ultra S-level dungeon. No one would know about his dark history. In the midst of the dizziness, pain, and memories, Xianxia heard an anxious and impatient voice by his ear. How long are you going to sleep? The main actor is already here. Do you still want to run away as a stunt double? The tone of the voice wasn't good. There was obvious anger in it. Xianxia was confused. He struggled to open his eyes. Strangely, he saw nothing but darkness. It wasn't the blindness of extreme darkness, but the darkness of sunglasses. Through the refraction of the sunglasses, he could clearly see his current appearance in the reflection of the car door. The ragged yellow robe he wore was long gone. It was replaced by an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. Not only did he wear a pair of huge sunglasses that covered half of his face, but he also wore a pure black mask. He looked mysterious and cool. What's going on? Xianxia ignored the man who was yelling in front of him. He tried to contact the main system in his mind. Sure enough, this wave of communication was like a stone sinking into the sea. Logically speaking, if he had survived, then either the subsystem had contacted the main system through sit-ups and transferred him to another dimension, or number 1 and Evil God Gang had brought him back to the trainee dormitory. But now, neither of the two situations existed. This was very strange. While Xianxia was trying, the person in front of him who he had ignored for a long time finally exploded in anger. Are you F***king listening to me? In the next second, the hand that tried to reach forward to slap off the young man's sunglasses was suddenly grabbed and gently bent back. The latter let out a squeal that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, and the tears that he subconsciously secreted immediately ran down his fat face. In front of him, the white-haired youth stood up slightly from the parking spot. His sunglasses were slanted, revealing his sharp light pink pupils. He didn't do anything. It was just a simple movement, but it was enough to make people feel an oppressive cold killing intent. Xianxia said coldly, "Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to fight? Let go. Let go." Xianxia was unmoved, and maintained his posture of bending the other person's wrist. Even if his enhancement ability was removed, it was more than enough to take care of King Fat House. Because of the movement just now, the sunglasses on his face had slid down to the tip of his high nose bridge, revealing half of his face. The temperature outside the car was very high. It was a hot summer day. Xianxia muttered to himself about why someone would cover him with a mask on such a hot day. He reached out to take off his mask and observed the environment outside the car. In the distance was a majestic old castle. It was dark gray in color and surrounded by tall steeples. There were still remnants of the faded dark blue above. Judging from the style, it seemed to belong to the same style as Germany's famous Neuschwanstein Castle, the most common style of the classical revival period. the old castle was surrounded by mountains and fields. The trees were tall and straight, blocking the sky. Only a few spots of light could be seen from the forest. One could imagine how dark it would be at night. Even the moonlight couldn't shine through. Right in front of the old castle, a large number of workers in vests were walking around. Some of them lowered their heads and tied stannikins to their bodies. Black slides were laid out on the ground. On the side was a hydraulic pan without a camera. The set clerk had a roll of white paper in his hand as he directed people around. Further away, someone was adjusting the height of the microphone and the direction and effect of the lighting screen. It looked very professional. Xianxia looked back. Holy shit, the car he just came out of was a minivan. He was now certain that he had mistakenly entered a film set. Strange, he couldn't contact the main system. Did he return to the real world before he transmigrated? But that didn't make sense. Not only the clothes he was wearing, but the clothes he was wearing were also very different from Xianxia before he transmigrated. While Xianxia was deep in thought, the person in front of him suddenly moved. The fat guy stopped moving. He stood in the same spot as if he ignored the pain in his wrist. He stared blankly at the white-haired young man's face after he took off his mask. His chubby face was filled with amazement and obsession. Xianxia, who originally wanted to make him suffer, was disgusted by the gaze and quickly let go of his hand. Even so, the young man's gaze didn't disappear. Instead, it became more blatant as he stared at Xianxia. As he stared, the fat guy stuttered, You, strange, was there something on his face?" Xianxia looked back at his reflection in the car window. The young man in front of him was no different from the one in his memory. However, compared to the dispirited and dejected magician, he was much younger and more energetic. He didn't return to the real world. After confirming this in his heart, Xianxia didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he felt excited. Compared to the real world where he had nothing to worry about, challenge, and fun, he obviously preferred the endless loop filled with excitement. This time, seeing the white-haired young man ignore him, the fat guy didn't show any signs of anger. He kept his eyes glued to the young man's face as he tried to take advantage of him. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind them. Directly, Xianxia lazily raised his head and saw a pure black Benz Sprinter parked not far away. In front of the luxurious nanny van, many staff members were holding towels and cold water. A slender figure was walking towards them like stars surrounding the moon. After hearing the voice, the fat guy who was about to take advantage of the young man suddenly woke up from his abnormal state of obsession. He immediately bowed and said, "Best Actor Yi, good morning." The person called Best Actor Yi was a slender young man. He was wearing an ordinary white shirt and trousers, and he was also wearing a pair of sunglasses. His temperament was very refined, and he looked more like a young senior from an institution of higher learning than someone in the entertainment industry. "This is my double?" Best Actor walked up to her and sized her up. His interest was piqued. "Take off your sunglasses and let me have a look." For some reason, Xianxia felt an unexplainable sense of vigilance. This person was abruptly filled with malice. Although it was faint, it couldn't escape the eyes of a magician who was very sensitive to emotions. The most interesting thing was that this malice was completely different from that of a demon. It was more like some kind of cold resentment, as if something unclean had touched it. For this reason, Xianxia looked at his feet. Yes, there was a shadow. "What are you waiting for? The actor is telling you to take off your sunglasses." Directorly turned around and urged him in a low voice. Xianxia paused for a moment and put his slender fingers on his sunglasses. There were too many mysteries that he couldn't figure out. For example, why was he suddenly transferred from the S-level quest to here? Why was he wearing different accessories and clothes? Also, there was the inexplicable situation in front of him, and the fat guy's abnormal obsession. Without any answers, he could only wait and see. The next second, the white-haired young man took off his sunglasses. There was dead silence. Everyone, regardless of whether they were looking at him directly or from the side, intentionally or not, as long as they saw his face, they all seemed to be fixed in place. Faint black mist appeared in the depths of their pupils, revealing an undisguised expression of infatuation. Xianxia noticed that among so many people, the best actor Yi in front of him was the first to recover from the shock. He broke the silence with a laugh. Hey, why does the stunt double not look like me at all? Not only did they not look alike, one had black hair and the other had white hair. When they stood next to each other, their auras were completely different. Their appearances were also completely different. If they were talking about looks, this unknown minor character could even surpass the movie king, who was the dream lover of countless people. The fat guy was shocked and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Their crew was originally a small production and the investors were all brought in by Best Actor Yi. Whether it was experience or background, the other party had the final say on the set. No one would have thought that such a mistake would occur while they were looking for a stunt double. Just as he was about to hurriedly explain, the other party spoke again. How about this? Best Actor Yi narrowed his eyes. I think this child is also talented. Why don't we keep him and arrange a small role for him? Immediately, everyone looked at the white-haired youth with envy and jealousy. This was a personal suggestion from the best actor. If it was someone else who would have such good luck, Director Lee was stunned and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. This was exactly what he wanted. With such looks, it was like adding a layer of magical beauty that could easily arouse the deepest desires in people's hearts. Who wouldn't want to possess him? It was also at this moment that a familiar cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the Xianxia. Activating subsystem. System activated successfully. Level S Trainee Xianxia is currently in a punishment instance. Main mission of this instance, survive until filming is completed. Attention, an unknown source of pollution has been detected on the trainee. After testing, it is found to be a curse mark belonging to Sabu Nicholas. This curse has the characteristics of a plague. If the curse cannot be removed, the main system will reject the trainee's request to return to the dormitory. Trainee is requested to actively find a way to remove the curse in this punishment instance. This sudden turn of events did not last long. No matter how good-looking he was just an unknown minor character. Compared to the famous and award-winning actor, he was insignificant. So after Best Actor Yi opened his mouth, the crew quickly arranged a minor role for Xianxia. They even printed out a contract for him to sign. However, even though they had dispersed, the atmosphere on the set suddenly became a little strange. As long as it was a staff member, they would occasionally look at the white-haired young man when they were not working. It was as if they had been greatly attracted by something and could not move their eyes away. From afar, they could still hear the whispers. No wonder she caught movie King Ye's eye. Her appearance is really top-notch. Indeed, if you ask me, even the gods of the entertainment industry have to admit defeat in front of him. That's strange. With this appearance, how can he still be an unknown person? People used nonchalant words to cover up the filthy desires in their hearts. Because even if the white-haired young man did nothing and just stood there lazily with his hands in his pockets, no one could ignore his existence. On the contrary, he was like the god of love and beauty in ancient Greek mythology. He was perfect from head to toe and could evoke countless desires in people's hearts with just one glance. Xianxia furrowed his eyebrows subtly when he saw the gazes that were sizing him up. He casually signed the contract, put on his sunglasses again, and sat back in the nanny van. This time, no one dared to disturb him anymore. Not only that, the other crew members on set were like crazy bees and butterflies, trying their best to get close to him. Some gave him water, some gave him tea, some gave him fruits and popsicles. They all looked very flattering. It was fine if they had nothing to say, but the depths of their eyes were pitch black and revealed an unbearable ugliness. Xianxia casually closed the door, blocking all these people outside. He then rubbed his temples and continued to communicate with the subsystem in his sea of consciousness. He clearly remembered that in the crazy circus dungeon, the subsystem had just connected to the main system not long ago. The moment it opened the space door, it fell into a deep sleep due to energy exhaustion. But now, the subsystem had clearly replenished its energy and was alive and kicking again. No matter how he thought about it, there was only one explanation, and that was that they had returned to the jurisdiction of the main system. The subsystem also said that he was actually in a punishment dungeon. And the punishment dungeon was of course the main system's subordinate dungeon. Why doesn't the main system let me return to the trainee dormitory directly? This was what Xianxia was puzzled about. Since he escaped, no matter what, it was reasonable to go back to the dormitory directly. After all, the punishment dungeon was actually a chance for trainees who had just been eliminated to come back to life. In any case, it had nothing to do with Xianxia, the S-level number 9. Because you have Sabu Nicholas's curse on you. Perhaps it was because the magician wanted to return to the trainee dormitory, but the subsystem also wanted to return to the main system's stream of consciousness. Therefore, it did not hesitate to answer Xianxia's confusion. This curse is very spreading. Its effect is comparable to a plague. Moreover, it is a curse from a high-dimensional world. The main system has no authority to remove it directly. The subsystem's meaning was very clear. The general meaning was that Xianxia was now a pathogen carrying the virus. If he was released back to the trainee dormitory, the entire dormitory and even the infinite loop would become a carrier for the curse to spread. Naturally, the main system would not do something so stupid as to shoot itself in the foot. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, it directly threw Xianxia into the punishment dungeon and mercilessly told him that if he could not solve the curse on his body in this dungeon, he would never be able to return to the trainee dormitory. Losing a number 9, there were still other trainees who could replace him. If all the trainees were affected, the main system's plan would be ruined. It was obvious which was more important. Xianxia was speechless. As expected of you, main system. He was speechless for a while. Then, he began to think about the details of the punishment dungeon. No one had an accurate conclusion about the difficulty level of the punishment dungeon. After so many frightening trainees had participated in the competition, they had experienced many level ratings. However, there were only a few people who could come back alive from the punishment dungeon. At the very most, there were no more than 10 people who could come back alive. Previously, there were 3 levels that were eliminated. Even if these levels were filled with newbies and rookies, there were still more than 10,000 people. Among them, there were probably a few thousand people. In the end, less than 10 people survived. The survival rate was much lower than a Super S-level dungeon. Moreover, the punishment dungeon was a single-player dungeon. It was in the middle of nowhere. If something happened here, no one would be able to help. Xianxia put this question aside and turned to ask the subsystem, "What's the curse from Shab Nicholas you mentioned?" The subsystem was silent for a while. It briefly and vaguely described the scene after the magician fainted a few hours later. The evil incarnation and the 3 primordial gods fought fiercely in the Super S-level dungeon, interrupting the evil god who was about to mate with the human he liked. This made the latter furious. It was not the first time Sabu Nicholas had done something like this. As the Supreme Mother Goddess, the representative of reproduction and desire, she had always had sex with anyone she liked. There was no lack of human victims. For example, one of the outer gods, the Mother of Pus, was the product of her mating with a human. In the end, who would have thought that the 2 non-humans would fight so fiercely that the dungeon would collapse? The collapse of the dungeon was like an iceberg falling into the deep sea. It caused a huge tsunami, creating a frenzied space turbulence that swept the unconscious magician away. Xianxia should have been buried in the frenzied space turbulence. After all, his body was exposed to the universe. Even if it was a demon purely composed of evil thoughts, traveling aimlessly without accurate space coordinates was an extremely dangerous challenge, let alone Xianxia who had a mortal body. Fortunately, when he was swept away by the space turbulence, Irika's silver coin still had 5 seconds left. Therefore, after using an A-level passive item to block a fatal blow from the turbulence, the space turbulence reversed and swept Xianxia out of the dark dimension. As for Sabu Nicholas' curse, you can think of it as a mark she placed on her prey in advance. Sabu Nicholas was one of the 3 primordial gods. She was always successful in snatching and robbing. She had never seen the meat in her mouth fly away like this. The subsystem explained very calmly, even if you want to snatch by force, you need to liven things up. Of course, the mark is to liven things up for the prey so that the upcoming process, which is not allowed to be broadcasted in Xinjiang, will be more enjoyable. By the way, if you have an identity card in front of you now, you will find that your appearance value and charm value have exceeded 100 under the effect of the curse. Under normal circumstances, the basic value of an identity card can only be set to 90. For example, if your appearance value exceeds 100, you are no longer in the category of human beings. Xianxia was speechless. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Sabu Nicholas was not a proper evil god, so it was clear what kind of curse it was. No wonder the NPC in this punishment instance dungeon looked like she wanted to pounce on him immediately. According to the Supreme Mother Goddess's personality, after his charm value increased to an unprecedented level, he was most likely a walking aphrodisiac. It was not an exaggeration at all. It was all because of that temporary madness. The white-haired young man rubbed his nose tiredly and tried to ignore the strange feeling in his heart when he heard the subsystem say that in order to take him back from the hands of the evil god, the devil did not hesitate to confront one of the three primordial gods. The only good news now was that after he escaped from the Ultra S-level instance dungeon, the main system returned all the enhanced abilities to him. Of course, there were also unlucky ones. The unlucky ones were that he could not contact the main system and could not open his backpack. Naturally, he could not take out any special items. Other than the S-level earrings and the holy sword of physics, he had nothing on him. It could be seen that the main system was avoiding him, who was now infected with the evil god's curse. Xianxia rubbed his wrist that had recovered his strength. His slender fingers with distinct joints nimbly performed a set of extremely complicated hand exercises in the air. After all, he was an S-level trainee at the top of all the trainees. With his enhanced body, it was not difficult to survive this instance dungeon. The most difficult thing was how to remove the curse from Sabu Nicholas. Just as he was negotiating with the subsystem, there was a sudden knock on the car window. Xianxia looked up and saw the assistant outside holding a thin script in his hand. He gestured for the window to open. He coldly turned his head and pressed the button to open the window. Perhaps it was his seductive beauty that increased everyone's tolerance. Even though this was not in line with the arrogant behavior of a minor character, no one dared to make a sound. Instead, they focused their eyes on the brown window, trying to take a closer look at the shockingly beautiful white-haired young man. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Xianxia only opened the narrow window a little. He waited for the script to be stuffed in before closing it again. No matter how passionate their gazes were, they still did not see anything. Xianxia, who had blocked the line of sight, slowly flipped open the script in his hand. The name of the movie was very unoriginal. It was simple and crude. It was called Fright Night at the Castle. One look and you could tell that it was a horror genre late-night movie. Then, just like its name, the movie's plot was equally unoriginal, old-fashioned, and tacky. Xianxia's hand that was holding the script was momentarily sluggish. He did not know how a movie like this fell from the sky when they were looking for investors. They even pulled in a movie king who had invested in it. It was even said that the movie was highly anticipated and praised by the outside world. The entertainment industry in this punishment instance dungeon was doomed. Soon, Xianxia knew why. The script had a total of 10 pages. 5 of them were sex scenes. Among them, Xianxia's scenes were specifically circled in red. This minor character had a total of 5 scenes. 2 of them were related to sex scenes. Xianxia was speechless. Good heavens. He finally understood why the assistant had stared at him like that when he had delivered the script to him. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment. The script of Fright Night at the Castle was very boring and unoriginal. The story was about 5 paranormal enthusiasts who went to explore a deserted castle. In the end, some unusual paranormal events happened. In the end, the other 4 people all died tragically, leaving only the male lead to escape with his life. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed many horror movies that emphasized erotic scenes. It seemed to have become an unspoken rule, and Fright Night at the Castle was no exception. For example, in the script that Xianxia was holding, he was assigned to a small supporting role, and he lived the longest among the supporting roles. But at the same time, he also became the main character of the movie. The first scene was normal, following the most basic plot of the movie. But the second exploration scene started to feel strange. Then came the third scene, where he had a passionate scene with one of the supporting male leads in the bathroom. The last scene was when he had intercourse with the scariest ghost in the castle, and then his vitality was sucked dry. Xianxia was speechless again. This guy knew how to play. He finally understood why there was no female lead in the movie. Even the ghost was gay, as expected of a boy group talent show version of a thriller trainee competition. Even the logic of a punishment instance dungeon was so meticulous. It was not very harmful, but it was very insulting. The main system's move was precisely aimed at the straight man's weak point, making him climb Kongtong Mountain overnight. After reading the short script, Xianxia could no longer sit still. He opened the door and jumped out of the minivan. Seeing the door slide open, he was surrounded by a large number of passionate gazes. Some stared at him blatantly, while others quietly sized him up. The white-haired magician seemed to have become a mass of light for no reason, attracting all the light and gazes. The subsystem was right. Perhaps it was because of the evil god's curse, but these gazes were not very friendly. It was filled with an incomparably heavy and dark desire. But even though he was unfriendly, Xianxia was still wary of the resentment coming from Best Actor Yi. Even though it looked like they were filming a horror movie in this abandoned castle, Xianxia did not forget that this was a real horror dungeon. Since the main mission stated that they had to survive until the end of the movie, it was definitely not a simple movie. According to the rules of punishment instance dungeons, the movie would most likely become real. Xianxia ignored everyone's stares and walked to the shed of the castle. He was tall and slender. Even the simplest clothes could outline his thin but beautiful slender figure. Coupled with the sunglasses that covered most of his face and that lazy look, he really looked more like a movie king than the movie king on the set. Seeing him come over, everyone in the shed abruptly stopped all the work they were doing, including those who were having a good time just now. They all turned their heads in unison as they held a clipboard, pen, and paper, and wrote something that no one knew what they were doing. No one spoke, but there was no doubt that their eyes followed the white-haired youth as he walked. It looked extremely strange. Best Actor Yi, who was standing to the side with a smile on his face, suddenly spoke. "How about this, Teacher Yu? Why don't you make some changes to the third scene?" The scriptwriter who was suddenly called out by him was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly responded. He reluctantly retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and quickly flipped through the script that was marked with countless marks and circles. He respectfully asked, "Yi, how would you like to change it?" There was nothing special about the third scene. It was mainly about the male lead escaping from the evil spirit and putting on a wonderful solo performance in the hallway. Apart from that, the most interesting part was the scene where Xianxia played a small supporting role in the bathroom and had a passionate scene with another supporting male character. The script's use of words was intense, explicit, and erotic. It just wanted to attract attention. In this day and age, screenwriters were at the bottom of the hierarchy in the production team. People like Best Actor Yi usually brought their own screenwriters with them. If they encountered any scenes that they were not satisfied with, they would directly make changes on the spot. Now that this great Buddha had finally been invited, if anything went wrong, he would not be able to take responsibility. Naturally, it was up to the best actor to change it however he wanted. Change the subject of the passionate scene in this scene. Best Actor Yi curved his eyebrows. Even though he was smiling, it made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. Change it to the male lead. When he said this, there was a dead silence. Many people were surprised and jealous at the same time. The male supporting role who was lucky enough to have a passionate scene with Xianxia had a dark expression. He looked at the best actor with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, the screenwriter stepped forward to smooth things over. "Brother Yi, you're really kind. It's most likely this child's first time acting in a movie and can't get the feeling. With you guiding him into the role, this scene will probably pass quickly." Best Actor Yi nodded and did not say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and played with the fringe that he had just done. The assistant beside him immediately stepped forward. "Brother Yi doesn't have much time left. There's still another main movie waiting to start filming. Everyone, please work hard tonight. We'll take advantage of tonight to film all the scenes with the main lead in one take. The supporting roles will have to be res hot later." As the assistant spoke, he held a large bag in his hand and gave out red packets to everyone. "Come, this is a small token from Brother Yi. Please don't stand on ceremony." Although the content of his words was not polite at all, his actions were sincere. At least the red packets were very valuable. Xianxia weighed the thickness of the red packet and was about to speak when he saw the director raise the script in his hand. All right. Brother Yi has already spoken. Everyone, get back to your positions and go do whatever you need to do. Next, we'll prepare for the first and second scenes and try to get it done in one take. Don't waste any more time. Fatty yelled and everyone in the film crew got to work. Just a moment ago, the filming equipment and recording equipment were almost set up. Now they just needed to wait for the final adjustments. Coincidentally, the sky had turned dark purple and it looked like night was about to fall. It was obviously unrealistic to finish filming an entire movie in one night. From the looks of it, the director seemed to want to focus on filming Best Actor Ye's scenes tonight. In other words, the thin 10-page script from earlier. Xianxia was about to turn around when he saw Best Actor Yi, who was surrounded by everyone, nod at him. You're a newcomer. Why don't you come to my dressing room and I'll explain the scene to you? Oh, here it comes. If both parties were normal and this was a normal film set, although it would be strange for an actor to explain this scene to another actor, it could still be considered a senior promoting a junior. But the situation in front of him was obviously abnormal. Not only was it abnormal, but Xianxia was also cursed with a human-shaped aphrodisiac. And Best Actor Yi had been in the industry for many years and was well versed in this field. He didn't look like someone easy to deal with. So this scene was particularly abrupt. At the very least, the staff members who heard this sentence all showed a tacit understanding. There had been rumors from a long time ago that Best Actor Yi was gay in private. Because he had a strong backing, his debut had been smooth sailing. However, it was said that his standards were very high. The last celebrity who had a scandal with him had already become a B-list celebrity and was banned from the industry. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about him. It was rare for him to take a liking to someone. He casually gave that person a supporting role with just a few words and even personally explained the scene. Although the others were jealous, they were still a little envious. If they were to follow Best Actor Yi, resources would be sent to their doorstep in the future. However, Xianxia just waved his hand coldly. No need. After the white-haired youth said that, he turned around and walked into the dressing room for the extras, leaving the people behind looking at each other. The others did not react. Instead, Best Actor Yi stood in place and waved his hand good-naturedly. Let's disperse. Hurry up and prepare for the first scene. Seeing that the biggest boss did not show any signs of anger, the others naturally did not say anything. One by one, they retracted their infatuated gazes and returned to their positions. But, did they really not care? A huge spotlight was turned on outside the venue, directly facing the entrance of the castle. The staff sitting on the high stools were working hard to adjust the intensity of the lights. One of the spotlights seemed to have malfunctioned and suddenly emitted an unknown dark red color. As the lighting staff roared, the dark red color fell to the ground and illuminated Best Actor Ye's slightly tilted face. The fat director suddenly looked up and saw a ferocious and terrifying ghost shadow behind the face. He was shocked and quickly rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Strange. That's weird. The actor who played the ghost didn't come today." On the other side, after changing into a slightly old shirt and trousers, Xianxia was looked up and down by the makeup artist again. Or rather, he did not need makeup at all. In everyone's eyes, the white-haired youth seemed to have been covered in a layer of light in this gray world. His appearance was beyond the limits of human imagination. Other than being amazed, they could not do anything else. If they really put on makeup, it would be superfluous. Thus, he swaggered onto the set just like that. The first scene was very simple. After the introductions, it was time for the 5 actors to appear together. The male lead played by movie Emperor Yi was a detective literature enthusiast. When he heard that there had been an unjust case of a vicious dismemberment of a corpse in the outskirts of this ancient castle, he rushed here without stopping to try to solve this unjust case. The supporting role played by Xianxia was a fickle college student. He came here to explore purely to catch the other rich guy in his team. His goal was very simple and crude. As for the other rich guy, he came because part of the evil spirit in the castle had attached itself to him. It made him restless every night, so he decided to come to the castle to investigate. There were also 2 other supporting actors. One was Xianxia's pursuer, Dead Fat House, and the other was the detective's assistant. The director held a clipboard in his hand and gestured for the cameraman to follow. Action. The first scene began. The five of them gathered at the entrance of the abandoned castle with different goals in mind. They planned to go in and take a look. The castle looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. It was surrounded by weeds and looked very eerie. The moment Xianxia stepped into the castle, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. When he turned around, he saw the best actor standing next to him. His eyes were filled with concern as if he wanted to give him a hand. The white-haired youth paused for a moment, brushed past him, and quickened his pace. Facing this small interlude, director Fatboy didn't stop them. Because the male lead in the movie was a detective full of curiosity, and at the same time, there was no lack of kind-hearted people. It could be said that the character was quite perfect and had many shining points. However, the evil male lead played by Xianxia was not only fickle and evil, but he was also very good at acting. This acting generally meant that he always put on airs and looked cold on the outside, like a flower on the top of a mountain, but in reality, he was incomparably promiscuous. It could be seen from the two passionate scenes in the script. Therefore, according to this character's personality, it was normal that the evil male lead didn't like the detective. Because the detective was down and out, the trench coat he wore was very old, and even his socks were not the same color. It would be strange if the evil male lead, who had his sights set on the rich second generation, liked such a person. Therefore, after this small interlude, the five actors finally entered the abandoned castle. Different from the light outside, the castle was pitch black, and the places where the light swept were all tattered. In fact, it was a bit difficult to get into character on set because there were countless camera positions around the actors. Some of the camera positions were raised in the air, and there were also cameras that were raised. A large group of staff and cameramen stood in front of them. If you wanted to immerse yourself in the movie, you had to first ignore these people who were staring at you. But this time, it was not necessary. Not sure if the director had instructed the stage crew, but all kinds of cameras were set up in the castle. The staff didn't need to carry the heavy Steadicam to film, they only needed to leave one to follow the movie king, and the other supporting roles could be filmed independently. In summary, the staff had remote monitoring. In such a large castle, other than the actors, there would be no other unrelated people who could interfere with the actor's performance. Xianxia didn't know the specific process of shooting a movie, but since this was a horror dungeon, it was normal for strange things to happen. Moreover, this development was just right for a horror dungeon. Why is it so dark? Is there a fire? Just as he was thinking to himself, Fat House, the most explosive person in the team, spoke. However, it was obvious that Fat House's eyes were still glancing at Xianxia when he asked this question. It was obvious that he wanted to show off in front of his idol. If I can find the power source for this castle, maybe I can try to fix it. The Fat House was an electrician's specialty. In addition, there were still people living in the castle when the unsolved case happened a few years ago, so it was unlikely that there would be no electricity. However, Xianxia did not say anything. He did not even look at him. Instead, he walked to the side, his beautiful profile flickering in and out of the darkness and the dim light. The movie king immediately answered, "The power switch seems to be over there. I'll go with you to take a look." He held a dim flashlight in his hand and relied on it for illumination. The light from the end of the flashlight fell on the dark wall in the distance, illuminating the abandoned and broken electric switch. When the director said action, Best Actor Ye's aura and vibe changed. He went from a refined and elegant man to a detective who was curious about the current situation, eager to help others, and full of keen intuition. Then, they fiddled with the old light switch for a while and it slowly came on, illuminating the large hall that was covered in cobwebs. This was the director's arrangement. All the actors knew about it, but on the surface, they still had to cooperate and cry out in surprise. Fat House rubbed his hands and jogged over. His eyes kept glancing at Xianxia. From the corner of his eyes, Xianxia saw the darkness around Fat House's pupils thicken. This was not acting. This was completely acting. As expected of the evil god's curse. Just like the system said, it spread like a plague and was extremely powerful. Xianxia realized that the weaker the person's self-control was, the more obvious the effects of the curse would be and the deeper the effect on them. He just didn't know what it would be like when their pupils turned completely black. At this moment, the rich kid suddenly said, "There are 2 levels here. How about this? Let's explore the castle together and then move in groups." Everyone expressed their agreement and agreed. "Okay. Cut," the director shouted, cut in front of the screen outside the castle. The lights came on and the first scene was over. There was a 15-minute break before the second scene began. The makeup artist carried a basket and went up to touch up everyone's makeup. Only Xianxia stood there alone. With the help of the spotlights, he could clearly see the general appearance of the castle. Outside were lush trees and bushes. The shadows of the trees danced and cast a silvery light. The living room was gray and the carpet was covered in dust. Many of the decorative patterns on the walls had peeled off. Not to mention the cobwebs that were everywhere on the furniture. It was as if no one had lived here for a long time. Xianxia was a little concerned about the rich kid just now. According to the script, the rich kid was possessed by the evil spirit in the castle. He often dreamed of coming here at midnight and couldn't sleep well, so he decided to come here to investigate. But in reality, the rich kid was bait for the evil spirit. By luring him here, he was actually providing a fresh body for the evil spirit to revive. Other than that, there was no other effect. In the end, the rich kid ended up being possessed by the ghost. Then, while the detective's assistant wasn't paying attention, he killed him with a knife. If the evil spirit in the castle really existed, then wouldn't the rich kid have been possessed long ago? Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't open his system backpack and take out a tool to detect resentment. It was difficult for him to move forward and he could only take one step at a time. At this moment, the conversation between Best Actor Yi and Director Li finally ended. The two of them seemed to be discussing something important. Then, the director announced loudly, "Everyone, gather around. Brother Yi just gave a good suggestion." The director pointed at a camera and commented seriously, "The first scene just now had the simplest plot and the calmest emotions. It's also a buffer for everyone, especially the newcomers. So far, under Brother Ye's guidance, you've all gotten into character very quickly. Not bad. But the next few scenes won't be easy to shoot." Director Fatty made full use of the saying, "As everyone knows, something came up with the actor who played the ghost tonight and he couldn't make it. So, we can only shoot a few scenes from the script today. We'll have to ask Brother Yi to come back to the crew in the future to make up for the rest of the solo scenes." Fortunately, there weren't any malicious ghosts in these few scenes, so the crew made a few realistic props and placed them in the castle. When the time came, they just had to follow the script. But that was where the problem lay. In a horror movie, whether a ghost was scary or not was also a highlight. A ghost with perfect makeup could not only make the audience feel scared, but it could also make the actors quickly get into character. The director's meaning was obvious. Because the actor playing the ghost wasn't there, the following scenes had higher requirements for the actors, especially for the third and fifth scenes. When it came to the fourth scene, the gazes that fell on Xianxia became even more unrestrained. Perhaps it was because of the light and the crowd, but some of the gazes were especially naked. The third scene was changed to a passionate scene between Xianxia and Best Actor Yi. Because it was changed in a hurry, the scriptwriter didn't have time to write the details, so Best Actor Yi said it was fine without a detailed script. After all, he was a senior and had experience, so he could help the newcomers get into character. The fifth scene was the highlight of Xianxia's supporting role. He had to complete the entire passionate scene alone without another ghost actor. Brother Yi means that this lacks the atmosphere of the character. So for the next 3 scenes, the crew won't follow the actors inside the castle. Instead, they'll film from afar to make it easier for everyone to get into character. Since the Best Actor Yi had spoken, no one dared to disobey. Naturally, everyone agreed in unison. Only Xianxia remained silent. Filming from afar and it was a scary dungeon. What was the difference between that and putting meat in a tiger's cage, a Best Actor Yi with bad intentions and resentment, a rich second generation with signs of being possessed by evil spirits? Either of them could be the mastermind behind this dungeon. After a short break, the second scene began. The second scene was a group of 5. They would explore the castle from the first floor to the second floor. After figuring out the general topography and finding some traces, the plot would be considered to be over. Before filming began, the director specifically said, "If there are any problems, you can just call a pause through the invisible headset. The crew will come in and take care of the rest. But try not to do it. Try not to make any mistakes throughout the night. Don't waste Brother Ye's time." As long as the director doesn't call a pause through the headset, it means there are no problems. You can continue acting. Thus, everyone went back to their positions. Creak. After packing up, the heavy wooden door in the castle hall was slammed shut, kicking up a cloud of dust on the carpet. Director Fatty was right about that. After sealing up the entire place, the scary atmosphere was immediately released. The supporting actor who played the dead Fat House even trembled. As the sound of the start of filming came from the headset, the best actor immediately got into character. He turned around and said, "I think this brother's suggestion is good. It's getting dark, let's go take a look around." Thus, everyone nodded and walked into the depths of the castle together with their flashlights. But this time, Xianxia walked next to the rich second generation and used his peripheral vision to observe the rich second generation. This rich second generation actor should be someone with a strong mind. Although he was also drooling over the beauty under the curse, his appearance was far less revealing than Fat House's. Soon, it would be Xianxia's second solo scene. When he reached the bathroom, he paused for a moment before speaking according to the script. "Wait a second, I'll go wash my hands." When Xianxia stepped into the castle, he felt an abnormal heat in his chest. He went to the bathroom to follow the script, but he also wanted to avoid everyone and see what was going on with him. Soon, in the dirty bathroom mirror, Xianxia saw a strange pattern suddenly appear on his collarbone. The light in the bathroom was dim. It was an old-fashioned warm light, so the lighting effect was not that good. However, under the dim light, it was barely discernible. The pattern was very strange. It was not the kind of pattern with obvious traces or patterns. If one had to describe it, it was more like a strange symbol. As the breathing moved from deep to shallow, it felt like it had a life of its own. With just a glance, one could feel the heat rising to one's head. Xianxia was speechless. As a man, he knew all too well what kind of feeling this was. Even if one had not eaten pork before, one should have seen a pig run before. Combining that with what the system had said earlier, he suddenly had a very bad guess. At this moment, a warm notification came from the subsystem. "You guessed right." At this moment, Xianxia couldn't care less about the filming site. He kicked open the door of the bathroom cubicle and locked himself in. The CCTV in the washroom was not installed in the cubicle, and it just so happened that the single person seen in the washroom was relatively loose. In any case, after Xianxia entered the washroom, the director team did not call for a cut or stop. That should be within the scope of the plot. After closing the door, Xianxia took out the lighter from his pocket and pulled up the front of his shirt. Then, he saw that under the flickering light, a pattern that was exactly the same as the one on his collarbone grew on his chest where he had felt some discomfort earlier. If the curse is not removed, not only will you not be able to return to the haunted trainee dormitory, there might be additional negative effects. This is because the pattern is not fixed, it is spreading. In the future, it might spread to other places, and it will be harder to remove it. "How do we remove it?" Xianxia asked directly. "Shab Nicholas is in charge of reproduction and desire. Since this is a mark that he left on his prey, it has to be related to these two aspects, right?" Xianxia was speechless. It was over. His worst premonition had come true, men could not have children, so there was only one answer. Just as he was about to say something else, the sound of static came from his earpiece. "Attention, attention. Actors, please pay attention. After 30 seconds, the slide will issue a prompt. Actors, please prepare according to the headset's instructions." The white-haired young man's hand on the door paused. This scene was a solo scene for him, a small supporting character. It was basically a trip to the bathroom, and when he was washing his hands, something strange happened. Generally speaking, it could only be considered a common supernatural prelude in horror movies, not a high-powered plot. Originally, Xianxia had planned to start the scene as soon as he left the cubicle, But he did not expect the director to rush him so much that he even used the slide track. As for the reason for the change, Xianxia recalled the curse-like black fog in the pupils of the group of people when they were outside the theater, and he could not help but feel a little irritated. People with bad intentions were everywhere, and there were also countless people spying on him through the cameras. The mark of the evil god not only evoked the desires in people's hearts, it even evoked the deepest evil side. Speaking of the evil side, he could not help but think of another typical representative character. Creak, 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 creak. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, the sound of the slide track suddenly came from the empty bathroom. To match the atmosphere, the light bulbs in the bathroom flickered, creating a terrifying atmosphere. The white-haired young man turned the doorknob and walked out in large strides. The main mission was to survive until the end of the movie. If he did an NG here, it would delay the mission. Just for this, he had to cooperate with the crew. There was no one outside. Xianxia cooperatively raised his eyebrows, looked away, and walked back to the sink. The mirror hanging in front of the sink was still dirty. Only a blurry reflection of a person could be seen, the light and shadow hazy. Following the script, he lowered his head to wash his hands. Suddenly, the sound of static came from the invisible headset again. This time, the static continued to buzz. It did not sound like an abnormal signal, but more like the sound of an old tape recorder being damaged. At this moment, Xianxia subconsciously straightened his back. A cold aura approached the back of his neck, and strands of hair swept down from the ceiling. Magician instinctively pushed his elbow back. He was the only one in the mirror. But this indescribable resentment could only come from the evil spirit in the castle. In an instant, Xianxia's chest and collarbone, which had just calmed down a little, started to heat up again. It was a very dangerous omen, confirming his and the subsystem's worst guess. What's going on? In a flash, the white-haired young man took a step back, a look of shock on his face. In terms of acting, Magician was well versed in it. Whether it was tricking or lying, he was the best at it. In front of him, the rusty faucet spurted out a jet of crimson water, flowing down the dilapidated sink and out, looking like a continuous stream of scarlet blood. This was obviously a prop that had been prepared beforehand. But that wasn't important. What was important was that Xianxia stepped on his back when he retreated. He missed. In an instant, the cold aura disappeared without a trace. Hearing the noise coming from the bathroom, the actors who were waiting outside ran in one by one. Fat House was the fastest, his face full of concern as he asked in a flattering tone, "Are you okay?" The others all turned their heads to take a look. Only the first handful of water from the faucet was bright red, the rest of the water had returned to normal. "I'm fine." Seeing that it was him, Xianxia waved his hand coldly, looking arrogant as though he didn't want to talk to a poor man. Instead, he turned and explained, "I'm not sure if it's because it hasn't been maintained for a long time, but the water coming out of the faucet is actually red." Red water coming out of the faucet. When Best Actor Yi heard this, he quickly squatted down and exaggeratedly took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, dipped his finger in the water, and examined it carefully. Unexpectedly, the water on his finger was colorless and transparent, without any abnormalities. "How is that possible? I clearly saw that it was red." Xianxia frowned. "Maybe it's rust." Best Actor Yi took the opportunity to comfort him. "Pipes that don't have water running through them are prone to rust." The castle had been abandoned for so many years, and the water pipes were still made of iron, so the insides had long rusted. Trivalent iron would appear red in the water, and after a while, it would return to normal. This explanation was quite convincing, logical, and convincing. After all, according to the development of the movie, this was only the first strange incident they encountered after entering the castle. According to the plot, the adventurers usually wouldn't take it to heart. They were following the script and reading their lines step by step. At this moment, the dim yellow light in the bathroom suddenly flickered twice and went out. In the darkness, the rich kid was the first to say, F***ck. Why did the light go out? This wasn't written in the script. Only after he said that did he realize that he had been out of character. If it was serious, he would have had a bad take. The rich kid immediately panicked and subconsciously looked at Best Actor Yi, who was standing next to him. The lights in the bathroom and corridor went out, leaving only the dim light of the flashlight. which still shone brightly in the darkness. In the darkness, the flashlight seemed to cast a ghastly shadow on the wall. The rich kid rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but Best Actor Yi continued, "Could it be that the power switch wasn't connected properly? Huh? What's going on?" Only then did he realize that he hadn't heard the director's voice from his earpiece. That meant that they were still in the middle of filming. What if the film crew deliberately didn't tell the actors about this to create an atmosphere? This time, it was Fat House who answered, "Impossible, I definitely connected it properly." In the script, Fat House was an electrician. If he couldn't even fix this small power switch, then how could he be considered an electrician? "There's no point in talking about this now, let's go downstairs and take a look." The detective's assistant hurriedly came out to mediate the situation, stopping this small argument that was predetermined in the script. Thus, everyone had no choice but to fumble their way out of the bathroom and return the way they came. The atmosphere was silent the entire way. Without the light, the other supporting actors wanted to use the darkness to get closer to Xianxia. However, when they approached, Best Actor Yi also took a step forward and blocked them without a trace, as if the white-haired youth was his possession. Almost at the same time, Xianxia once again felt the abnormal cold aura from the other party. A look of understanding flashed across his eyes, and his chest began to burn again. This time, the burning was intense, and it seemed to be spreading in all directions. "What's wrong?" The detective turned around and asked in a faint concern. Under the dim light, the white-haired youth's face was abnormally red. Magician didn't say anything, instead, he quickened his footsteps. Xianxia realized. He couldn't be too close to the others, or else the curse would show signs of recovery. The young man raised his hand and pulled up his collar without a trace. What was worse was that Sabu Nicholas wasn't a proper evil god. If Xianxia had known that this day would come, he would have used the key to go back and have a round with the devil. Besides, this wasn't the first time he had gotten on a bus without buying a ticket, he should have had experience. It was better than being thrown into this godforsaken punishment instance dungeon. Not only was he helpless against the curse, but he also had to film a passionate scene. Xianxia could only hope that he could find a solution before the movie ended. The main system had thrown him here instead of killing him, so he shouldn't be at a dead end. Everyone had their own thoughts as they returned to the starting point. However, this time, the situation in front of them suddenly changed. Fatty was the first to lose his voice. "What's going on?" Next to the wall, on the old electrical switch, the wires that had been connected with great difficulty seemed to have been cut by something extremely sharp. A large bloody palm was left behind where the switch had been. Taking a closer look, the blood around the palm was still dripping down. At a glance, it was obvious that the blood had been imprinted not long ago. It was extremely fresh. There was no doubt that this scene was quite strange. The production team had clearly vowed that there were no other unrelated people in the castle other than the actors and prop cameras, but this bloody handprint was obviously left by someone. There was no other possibility. Could it be that the production team didn't inform us beforehand and is planning to create a surprise prop? The other three supporting roles all had the same thought. In the darkness, everyone seemed to be a little silent. Best Actor Yi didn't say anything. He was still holding a magnifying glass in his hand, looking like he was deep in thought. Now that it was filming time, no one dared to ask into their earpieces, "Director, what's the situation now? Are we still filming?" But the earpieces were very quiet. After that strange electric current sound, the production team didn't make any more noise. Not only were there no more instructions, but there were also no further movements. What do we do now? Fat House trembled as he moved closer to take a look. For a moment, he was at a loss. Fat House's bootlicker was an electrical technician. This was a setting in the script. Previously, the props team had already set up the power switch. Fat House only needed to connect 2 wires according to the script and the entire castle's power supply would be completed. There was no need for any technical skills. Now, the wires under the power switch had been cut off neatly. It was quite strange. They didn't have any black electrical tape on hand, so there was no way to connect the wires. They could only watch as sparks appeared in the middle of the broken wires. Best Actor Yi pretended to move closer, dipped a cotton swab in the blood, and brought it to his nose to smell it. His expression changed. There was no trace of acting at all. It's human blood. This sentence was like a signal that the movie hadn't finished filming yet. The other supporting actors were stunned for a moment before they all came forward to take over the role. According to the script, after they finished exploring the castle, there would be a quarrel and then they would split into groups to act. Since the plot had been brought forward, the rich second generation pretended to not believe it and casually said, "Human blood? What kind of joke is this?" Of the 5 of them, the detective and his assistant didn't believe in ghosts. The vicious male supporting character was purely trying to hook up with the rich guy, while the bootlicker Fat House was trying to chase after his idol. Only the rich second generation had experienced the nightmare and had some speculations in his heart. He was especially jittery and paranoid. In addition, he had always been a pampered young master. He had always been the one giving others the cold shoulder. When had he ever been the one giving others the cold shoulder? Therefore, he immediately became angry. He felt that the detective was deliberately fooling him. F***ck, this ancient castle has been abandoned for so long, and there are only 5 of us in total. Who else could it be in the middle of the night? He pretended to be fierce and sneered. You, on the other hand, I've never heard of a detective like you in the city. Don't tell me you're some kind of swindler, pretending to be a detective and deliberately waiting here to swindle money? The detective's assistant was furious. He stepped forward and said, "Who are you calling a liar? Watch your mouth. I'm talking about you guys." How boring. The rich second generation rolled his eyes and put his hands in his pockets. I don't have time to play this kind of house game with you. After saying this, he turned around and glanced at Xianxia, who was standing to the side. The black fog in his eyes became more obvious in the darkness, almost covering his entire pupils. His heart was still very unwilling, and he even vaguely had some evil thoughts. If Best Actor Yi hadn't changed the script, he would have been the one having sex in the bathroom. On the surface, Xianxia was playing the role of the vicious male supporting character, who was the rich second generation's good friend and had ulterior motives. Of course, he had to support him. Since the idol had chosen a side, the stupid Fat House would naturally follow suit. Therefore, the situation became 3 against 2. This was the original plot's direction. However, Xianxia didn't say anything this time. Instead, he stood in place and watched the rich second generation walking away into the darkness with a flashlight. He lowered his head calmly and pressed his hand on his headset. "Hello, is the director here? Stop filming for a moment. There seems to be a malfunction here." His question could be said to have broken everyone's tacit understanding from before. The other 2 male supporting characters looked over in shock. When their gazes landed on the other party's face, their eyes were filled with infatuation and they suddenly felt that it was only natural. Just as they thought, Best Actor Yi didn't say anything when Xianxia suddenly interrupted the filming. Instead, he looked at him indulgently. Since the biggest boss didn't say anything, the others naturally didn't say anything. However, Xianxia paused for a long time and didn't hear anything from the other side of his headset. He understood, but on the surface, he called out a few more times. "Hello? Is the signal bad? Can you guys hear me, director?" There was only silence on the other side of the headset. There was no reply. What's going on? There's no sound? Seeing this, the assistant and Fat House quickly started to contact each other. Unsurprisingly, no one received a reply. That's strange. Let's just go and open the door. Fat House was the first to make a decision. He walked to the door and tried to push it. He obviously used a lot of strength, but he was quickly pushed back by the reaction force. He stood there in a daze for a while before saying in shock, F***ck, what's going on? I can't push it? He really couldn't push it. Xianxia also pretended to try and realized that the heavy door wouldn't budge at all. It was more like someone had poured a layer of cement on the outside and sealed it in place. What the hell? Fat House slammed the door so hard that his hands turned red. Can you hear me? Of course, they weren't allowed to bring their phones with them during filming. They were all left with their assistants and could only be used during intermission. Xianxia stood in place and distanced himself from the others. He discreetly observed the living room. When he was outside, he noticed that the exterior of this ancient castle was very cold and hard. It didn't look like it was used for living. The entire living room was dark and surrounded by walls. There were no windows at all. Including the corridor they had just walked through and even the washroom, there were only vents for ventilation. Many castles in the Middle Ages weren't built for aesthetics. Because there was often a possibility of war between lords, most castles in the Middle Ages were built on high ground that was easy to defend and hard to attack. The interior was a classic example of cold and gloomy. This was all for strategic reasons, but this ancient castle was built in the modern era. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been suitable for strategic reasons. Why did they choose this type of architectural style? Just as the assistant and Fat House were banging on the door and trying to ask for help from the outside, suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the silent darkness. This voice was very familiar. It belonged to the rich second generation who had left the team to follow the script. They looked at each other. Best Actor Yi was the first to nod. He raised his flashlight and rushed towards the source of the sound. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after realizing that the door couldn't be opened, Fat House felt that their surroundings were a little strange. They had already gone off script and NG'd. Logically speaking, the film crew in front of the camera should have known. Why didn't they come in to ask after realizing that the door couldn't be opened? This was a little strange. However, the current situation wasn't one where a small supporting character like him dared to interrupt. He could only follow along and take things one step at a time. There's no one here? Best Actor Yi was the first to arrive at the side hall where the sound had come from. He shone his flashlight around and found that there was nothing around. Brother Yi, you rest first. I'll do it. The assistant hurriedly raised his voice. Zhou Lianwei, where are you? Can you hear me? Zhou Lianwei was the rich second generation's real name. Since they had already gone off script, they couldn't care less. It was at this moment that Fat House suddenly jumped up from the ground. The painting. The eyes in the painting are moving. He trembled in fear and pointed at a painting hanging on the wall of the side hall. Due to the passage of time, not only had the frame faded, even the canvas inside was so dirty that it was impossible to tell its original color. All that could be seen was a graceful and luxurious lady. Her face was the most vivid and lifelike, and her pupils were eerily black and white. Don't scare yourself. It's already out of the movie. Even if it's real, it's probably a prop prepared by the director. The assistant waved his hand nonchalantly and continued to call out the rich second generation's name. Zhou Lianwei? Zhou Lianwei. There was still silence. There was no reply from the darkness. Xianxia touched his hair. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise coming from the ceiling. In the quiet night, the noise was no less than thunder. The light from the flashlight naturally shone upwards. In the next second, everyone was shocked to discover that a headless corpse had been hung from the ceiling. The corpse was quite fresh. The head that had disappeared into thin air was tattered and still dripping with blood. But looking at the style of the clothes, it was undoubtedly the rich second generation that had just left. Ah, Fat House was so scared that he fell to the ground and trembled all over. This. Which scene is this prop for? His voice was erratic and weak. According to the original script, the rich second generation and the detective would turn around and leave immediately after the argument. At this time, Xianxia, who was playing the evil second male lead, quickly chased after him and used his tea-talk skill to comfort him softly and gain a favorable impression. At the same time, Fat House followed. Seeing his idol and the rich second generation being lovey-dovey with each other, he was furious and brazenly drugged them. In the end, the rich second generation and the evil second male lead had sex in the bathroom while he himself was hung from the ceiling by the castle's evil spirit. In other words, no matter how many scenes were added in the middle, it was impossible to completely change the plot to this extent. I didn't expect the props on set to become more and more realistic. Ahahaha. Just as he was mumbling to himself and shrinking back, suddenly, everyone's earphones were filled with a clamor. Buzz, 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 the assistant was overjoyed. Hello? Is this the director's team? We have a problem here. Please send someone in to help us. However, the voice that came from the earphones was not the director's team. It did not even sound like a human's voice. The new voice was cold and bitter. It seemed to be filled with resentment and was extremely unpleasant to the ears. From now on, all actors in the castle must act according to the original script. Otherwise, you will end up like this person in front of you. The next scene was the third scene. When the voice appeared, almost all the actors froze in place. Especially Fat House, who looked like he was about to pee his pants. He forced a smile and said, "This. Ha ha ha, director, don't joke with us. We didn't follow the script, and now we're out of the movie. Why are you still talking about this?" Indeed, when they suddenly heard something like this, and they were filming a horror movie, no one would really think that it was supernatural. As he spoke, Fat House seemed to see the white-haired young man's gaze, and his heart suddenly filled with confidence. He actually took a step forward and walked directly to the headless corpse hanging from the ceiling. He reached out and pulled the corpse's pants hanging in the air. "Look, this prop is quite realistic. It almost scared me." He pulled at his pants and turned back to the white-haired young man with a smile. However, in the next second, something black suddenly rolled upstairs and crashed down, hitting Fat House's head. F***ck, what the hell is that? Fat House cursed. He felt something warm fall on his face, and he wiped it on his face. In the next second, when he saw the color of his hand and the thing rolling on the floor, he was scared out of his wits. There was a palm full of sticky blood and a head that rolled onto the carpet, eyes wide open in death. The head's eyes were white, and the expression on its face was still between shock and fear. A small part of the back had been cut off by an unknown object, revealing the white brain matter inside. Without a doubt, this head belonged to the rich second-generation heir, Zhou Lianwei. This time, even Best Actor Yi, who had been standing to the side indifferently, came forward. He squatted on the ground and gestured for his assistant to pass him a long stick. He then poked the head on the ground. After a while, Best Actor said with a serious expression, "This should be a real human head. Zhou Lianwei is most likely dead." No matter how Zhongjiu looked at him, he felt that his expression was full of disdain. However, when he thought about how he had found out that this person was most likely the boss of this castle, he felt that it was understandable. The strange resentment on his body was different from that of ordinary people. Even now, there was not much black fog in his eyes. Of course, the most important thing was that one of the two suspects had died mysteriously. Wouldn't that make the remaining one even more suspicious? Zhongjiu trusted his instincts. Even if this Best Actor Yi was not possessed by an evil spirit, he was definitely not a good person. But in the next moment, he was no longer in the mood to think about this. Because the marks on his chest and collarbone began to burn. This time, Zhongjiu could clearly feel that they were moving towards his back and abdomen. The curse had spread much faster than he had imagined. What? This time, the ones who spoke were the assistant and Fat House. The two of them had been deceiving themselves all this time. They were even discussing whether they should try to go to the second or third floor of the castle to see if there were any windows. Then, they could make a simple rope out of bed sheets and the like. They had tried their best to ignore the voice in their earpiece. After all, if what the earpiece said was true, it would mean that the corpse in front of them really belonged to a rich second-generation heir and was not a prop. But now, someone had broken their self-deception. Best Actor Yi had said it himself, so who would dare to refute it? Their faces were extremely pale. Then the assistant suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, it said that this castle has been haunted before." That was indeed the case. The film crew of Fright Night in the castle was not considered a rich film crew. Just by looking at their script, it was obvious that it would be difficult for a third-rate horror film to attract investors. But things were different after Best Actor Yi joined the film crew with funding. Originally, the script was based on the legend of this castle in the suburbs. At the beginning, the filming location was chosen here. Later, after they managed to cozy up to the Best Actor Yi, the film crew had thought of moving to a professional filming location. But to everyone's surprise, Best Actor Yi's team told the film crew that they wanted to keep the filming location in the original location in order to better replicate the story. That was why they decided to film here. But that was where the problem lay. This castle had really been haunted in the past. There had never been an accurate conclusion as to what kind of unresolved cases had occurred in the past. There were all sorts of rumors that had been passed down for many years. There were countless versions of the story. However, among all the rumors, there was one very common point. Which meant that there was an unknown evil spirit in this ancient castle. In the early years, there were still many paranormal enthusiasts who would come here to explore and take pictures. But later on, for some reason, perhaps because they did not manage to take any pictures here, or perhaps because a moat was built over time, this place gradually turned into a small forest overgrown with weeds. Very few people would come here again. If not for the fact that they were filming a horror film and were planning to use this ghost story as a selling point, they would not have come here to film. What haunted incident? Let's not scare ourselves. Fat House trembled as he distanced himself from the corpse. Maybe there's a psychopathic murderer hiding in this castle. Wait a minute, after saying that, he seemed to feel that this speculation was very reasonable, so he continued to speak. Yes, this speculation is possible. Some anti-fans really want you dead. To be honest, even guessing that it was a psychopathic murderer was more comforting than guessing that it was an evil spirit in the castle. After all, humans causing trouble and ghosts causing trouble were two different concepts. At least humans could see and touch them, but ghosts couldn't see or touch them. The assistant hurriedly continued, if there is a psychopathic murderer, why don't we gather together first and find a window to escape? Just as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling sneer came from his earpiece again. It's time. From now on, all actors who do not act according to the script and say anything unrelated to the script will be punished. In the dark, with headless corpses and severed heads as decorations, the sound from the earpiece was undoubtedly terrifying. At the very least, the cowardly Fat House collapsed on the spot. He directly lay on the ground and refused to get up. He even knelt with his legs together and cried bitterly, "Big brother, please do me a favor. I'm just a small actor. If you want money, I'll give you anything. Can you let me out?" In the next second, what answered him was a finger that suddenly fell to the ground. Ah! Fat House let out a shrill scream. He didn't care about the old dirt on the carpet and kept rolling on the ground in pain. The resentful voice continued to sound in the earpiece. I've said it before. If you don't act according to the script and complete the next few scenes, only death awaits you. This time, no one doubted the voice's words. After all, just now, Fat House's little finger was cut off without a trace in front of everyone's eyes. Now, ha 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 ha, action. It was very dramatic. Just like when Director Lee held the script board and pressed the button, everything was pressed again. But the voice made it sound simple. Now that the script was no longer carried out according to the previous script, the next plot development would become more and more unpredictable and could only be improvised. Best Actor Yi was the first to get into the zone again. He turned around and looked at the corpse in front of him with a serious gaze. Unless there was a large tool or an extremely strong man, it would be impossible to create such a flat gap. The assistant's forehead was covered with fine sweat and he almost couldn't control the expression on his face. After a long pause, he came back to his senses and handed over the tool bag in his hand. He was clearly coming this way just now. I also saw the white-haired man follow him. The conditions given by the ghost voice were very intriguing. It said that everyone had to complete their corresponding scenes. Now that the plot was like this, the important thing was how to continue. Fat House, who was curled up in pain on the ground, didn't care about his finger anymore. He quickly got up and said in a changed voice, yes, 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 I saw it too. With this, the Zhongjiu became the target of public criticism. They were all pointing the finger at him for fabricating the plot. According to the development of the plot, if everyone tacitly agreed that he caught up, Fat House would have a reason to be jealous. Then, according to the script, it would be logical for him to drug the Zhongjiu. However, to everyone's surprise, the white-haired man lowered his head and spoke in a hurried tone. I did follow him, but I don't know much about his situation because we split up halfway. I'm sorry, I don't feel so well. Excuse me. After that, the Zhongjiu didn't wait to see how the others reacted. He hurried out of the side hall. Behind him, Fat House revealed a panicked expression. His next part of the plot was to drug the Xianxia, and the drug had to be used on him. Who knew what the voice would do to him if the drug didn't work? Therefore, he quickly added, "Wait for me, where are you feeling unwell? I have medicine with me." Not only him, but the other two also added a few words on the spot and followed the person who disappeared around the corner. It was rare for the Xianxia to feel such a change in his body. If it was pain, he had always been able to tolerate it. But if it was this kind of burning desire... Sorry, the Xianxia had never experienced it before. He hurried into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and chose to use cold water. The cold water poured down on his head, bringing a slight chill to the originally hot parts of his body. His white shirt stuck to his body, wet and uncomfortable. Without a doubt, this scene didn't match the script. Therefore, the Xianxia gripped his holy sword of physics tightly, ready to deal a blow to the evil spirit that might appear at any moment. Far away, through the bathroom door, he could still hear the voices of several people talking outside. According to the script, soon, the male lead played by Best Actor Yi would walk into the bathroom and have a passionate scene with the evil supporting male lead. Now that he knew that Best Actor Yi was most likely the evil spirit, the Xianxia felt more confident. A magical weapon like the Holy Sword of Physics could not only be used against angels, but also against supernatural beings. Especially now that he was in his peak state, it wasn't impossible for him to fight the evil spirit. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, which was very close. Then I'll go in and take a look, you guys wait outside. It's here. The Xianxia gripped his holy sword tightly, held his breath, and tried his best to concentrate and wait. But in the next second, there was a sound of someone blocking the door. The best actor standing outside the door frowned, a trace of scarlet flashed across his eyes. His fingers exerted more force, leaving a charred fingerprint at the corner of the door. But the door still didn't move. As for why it didn't move, behind the door, the shadows in the darkness rose up from the ground in an instant. They moved and covered the entire back of the door, leaving no gap. Even if the evil spirit outside tore down the door, the shadows wouldn't let him take a step forward. The white-haired young man standing under the cold water suddenly widened his eyes. Someone pressed down on his shoulder and pressed him hard against the wall. It was a long, crazy, and suffocating kiss. The bathroom was very dark. In the silence, the sound outside the door became more and more piercing. Hearing Best Actor Yi say this, although the other two still had some fear in their hearts, when they thought about how the other person was about to follow the script and walk into the bathroom to put on a passionate scene with the white-haired youth, the faces of Fat Otaku and his assistant twisted unnaturally for a moment. Deep jealousy appeared in their eyes that were filled with black fog. So when Best Actor Yi realized that he couldn't push the door open, the two of them had a gloating expression on their faces. What no one knew was that there was another scene behind the door. The lights in the bathroom flickered twice before suddenly going out. It was as if the narrow space had been invaded by the darkness of the ancient castle. It fell into the dark night, lifeless. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and his body tensed up. He gripped the holy sword of physics tightly in his hand and stared cautiously at the door. Without any warning, the next second, he was pressed against the wall. His jaw was forced to one side and cold lips suddenly pressed against him from the void. He didn't know when, but there was another person in the shadow behind him. This kiss was very invasive and even contained an inexplicable anger. It forcefully and cruelly pried open Magician's teeth and mercilessly robbed him of the air between his lips and teeth to punish him. Feeling the familiar cold touch, Xianxia froze for a moment and didn't immediately swing the holy sword of physics in his hand. He lost the best opportunity to resist and could only be at the mercy of the other party. The invisible strings of puppets intersected in the darkness, firmly sealing off all of the white-haired youth's escape routes. After a long time, Xianxia spoke in a hoarse voice, "Are you angry?" He had to admit that this discovery surprised Magician. Although the devil was usually unpredictable, it was mostly when he went crazy. It was rare for him to express his true emotions so clearly. The last time he was this angry was when the little devil let go of Xianxia's hand and fell into the lava, and when the big devil stepped on the black mud and destroyed the S-level dungeon. That was why Xianxia was so surprised. Not only was he surprised by this, but he was even more surprised by why the demon had followed him. Needless to say, even old enemies were so cautious and conscientious these days. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, they would still rush over to find trouble. It was one thing for him to travel through space turbulence to watch them make a fool of themselves in a Super S-rank dungeon, but he even came to a punishment dungeon? He had to admit that he was really dedicated to his work. The man hugged the white-haired youth's waist from behind. His dark golden pupils were obscure where the other party couldn't see. He did not answer the question. Instead, his fingertips moved along the young man's slender neck and landed on the strange but strangely beautiful pattern on the young man's collarbone. The unique texture of the fabric swirled on the skin, sliding along the open space of the collar to another pattern on the chest. His fingers were very cold, and he didn't use much strength when he touched her. Even so, Xianxia still felt that the things that he had been suppressing for a long time had exploded at this moment. His face, which was paler than normal people, suddenly turned abnormally red. His long and narrow eyes lost focus for a moment. He couldn't even maintain his center of gravity and fell directly onto the demon behind him. He could only rely on the hand that was holding him to not fall down. Xianxia cursed in his mind. He dared to say that he had never been so embarrassed in his life, at least not in this aspect. The silence didn't last long. Soon, the previous inexplicable atmosphere suddenly dissipated and became ambiguous. The black-haired demon's face once again had the usual careless smile. His fingertips crushed the invisible headset and circled around Magician's body maliciously. He lazily raised his hand and the light in the bathroom suddenly turned on. Through his hazy vision, Xianxia saw himself reflected in the glass of the bathroom door. The young man was held by the waist by the person in the shadow behind him. His white hair was messy and stuck to the side of his face. The soaked white shirt hung loosely on his body, and the color inside could be faintly seen. His chest was moving up and down abnormally, and his face was unbelievably red. "Look, look," the demon said slowly as his eyes slowly swept across every inch of the young man's body in the reflection. The man stared at the food in the reflection with satisfaction. Like a seasoned diner, he began to think about where he should start to taste the delicacies better. This is what our famous magician looks like now. He didn't do anything. Just the simplest gaze was enough to make Xianxia's mind sink even deeper into chaos. It was infuriating. Under the curse of the evil god, any small movement would cause a chain reaction. Xianxia didn't even need to look down to know that retribution for mocking the demon's estrus had reappeared on him. Inexplicably, he felt irritated. He said coldly, "Are you done? If you're just here to admire my pathetic state, then you can leave now." The demon spread out his hands and said innocently, "My dear Mr. Magician, why would you think that I'm here just to admire your pathetic state? On the contrary, I'm very satisfied with your current appearance." In order to prove his words, the demon hugged Xianxia tighter in his arms so that Xianxia could feel his passion. His tone was teasing. Thinking back to the night of the ball, Mr. Magician easily lit a fire for someone, but in the end, the poor demon was left lying on the cold ground. Sigh. He sighed and said, "That was truly a long and lonely night." The man lowered his head and slowly pecked Xianxia's neck. It was so cold that it felt like a reptile had swum by. The pleasant smell of cedar wood enveloped his senses, making him more sexually aroused. After doing such a heartless act, did the sexually indifferent Mr. Magician ever imagine his current situation? Hearing the demon say so much, Xianxia relaxed even more. He still maintained this lazy posture. Even though he knew that he was at the end of his rope, Xianxia still held on and provoked his nemesis. The white-haired youth raised his eyebrows. "Are you done? If you're done, then leave." With the demon's bad taste, he probably remembered it when he was rejected. Now, he was obviously as hard as Xianxia, but he still wanted to argue with him. Wasn't he just trying to make Xianxia take the initiative? As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is usually your enemy. But Xianxia didn't fall for the trap. They were both F*king men. Couldn't they solve this kind of problem with their fingers? It was all number one's fault. If he didn't come, Xianxia felt that he could still hold on for a while under the curse. Yet, he had come. Not only did he not do anything, but he also added fuel to the fire. He even spouted a bunch of nonsense. In this kind of situation, even if they did it, it would be a win-win situation. But to make him bow? What a joke. As Xianxia thought about it, he didn't care if the demon left or not. Anyway, he was like an arrow on the bow. He had to shoot. If he had to talk about something like shame, would someone who lacked emotions have it, after playing the role of an evil god in front of an evil god, shouting that he was the king of the world, the master of the deep space, Haster, nothing could defeat magician. Even if he had to satisfy his sexual needs in front of his nemesis, so, Xianxia repeated his mistake and firmly stuck his face to magician's face to provoke him. Magician had never done this before, but this was a special situation. His body was unbelievably sensitive. Almost as soon as he laid his hand on her, he involuntarily let out a satisfied sigh from his throat, tickling her until she threw away her armor and was utterly defeated. The white-haired youth in the reflection squinted his eyes comfortably. His movements were rusty and there was no rhythm to it at all. He repeated the same action while adding fuel to the fire. If you're done looking, then get out. It's up to you whether you want to help me or not. At most, I'll find the ghost movie king outside to solve it. Anyway, it's written in the script. We're both adults, we each get what we want. Who cares? In the next second, a dangerous aura enveloped him from all directions. Xianxia was grabbed by the back of his neck. He shuddered and the puppet strings tightly bound his hands in the shadows. The demon chose to directly block the mouth that was incessantly provoking him. Neither of them realized that kissing had unknowingly become a matter of course for them. It was as if this was how it should be since they were mortal enemies. They still had a tacit understanding not to mention the ending of the Super S-level instance dungeon. Whether it was the sudden appearance of the demon or the last look in Xianxia's eyes when he thought he was going to die. Just like Judgment Day. Some things were destined to change subtly. Another cold hand replaced him. At that moment, Xianxia shivered from the cold and almost lost interest. But soon, he didn't have the time to think about these messy things. Unlike Xianxia's previous criticism of the demon's skills, the demon had now exchanged something from the main system to evolve and level up. His skills were unbelievably good. The cold as ice book controlled him unhurriedly, making him rise to the top of the clouds, and also making him fall to the bottom of the valley. Comfortable? The black-haired demon chuckled wickedly in his ear, as if mocking him for his arrogant provocation. A layer of physiological tears appeared in the white-haired youth's eyes due to the cold. His eyes were misty, and his whole body convulsed unnaturally. Instead, he sank deeper and deeper. The originally cold air became dry and hot. The youth clenched his teeth and didn't want to make any sound. This kind of thing, doing it himself and others doing it, were two different concepts. This was the first time, and it was under the effect of the curse. Within a few minutes, Xianxia felt like he was thrown high up in the air. Cold water poured down from the shower high up in the bathroom. Because it was in disrepair, no one used it for so many years. The water that sprayed out from the shower droplets didn't even form a line. The wet water stuck to the white gloves, and he shook twice, looking extremely pitiful. Uncontrollable laughter sounded from the man's throat, accompanied by the movement of his chest, trying to show his joy. But the demon couldn't laugh for long. Seizing the opportunity, the white-haired young man sneered again and again. Taking advantage of this great opportunity when the enemy relaxed his vigilance, he drew back with the holy sword of physics in his hand. It could be said that he had pulled up his pants and turned his back. What would happen if a weapon that could fight against an angel hit with full force? Now, the answer was clear. The devil was caught off guard and was dragged back into the shadows by the enraged magician. Number 1 froze for a moment and stood in the same place. After a moment, he laughed out loud. The tip of his scarlet tongue gently scraped the warm liquid that was still on his gloves. He narrowed his eyes happily and looked like he was in a good mood. The magician must not know how good he tasted. Xianxia walked out of the bathroom with a pale face. Like the demon, he was a very honest person in this regard. So even if something did happen, he wouldn't show such an expression, let alone almost nothing happened. In the end, it was mainly because his pride as a man was hurt. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Xianxia would have turned back and fought the demon again to prove himself and regain his dignity. But there were people in the corridor who looked worse than him. For example, Best Actor Yi, who was locked outside the door and couldn't peek inside. Best Actor Yi stood in place, his sinister gaze sweeping over the youth's reddened eyes and full lips. The latter's white shirt was soaked and hung loosely on his body. The first 2 buttons were unbuttoned by the devil, revealing a large patch of pale skin on his back. Looking deeper, one could even see the end of the mysterious pattern. Anyone who had been in the brothel for a long time could easily tell that something unusual had happened in the dark bathroom just now. Perhaps, not long ago, the white-haired youth had been fiercely loved by someone. Not to mention, there was the sound of lips and teeth intertwining through the invisible earpiece. The suppressed sigh was suddenly crushed, and there was no sound coming from the other side. What were you doing in there just now? Jealousy and anger swept over his rationality. Best Actor Ye's voice suddenly became sharp, infinitely close to the venomous and cold ghost voice in the earpiece. But it was only for a moment. A moment later, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure and returned to his usual elegant voice, but his expression was still gloomy. However, Xianxia, who was in a bad mood, sneered, "What does it have to do with you?" After experiencing it once, he felt that his hot body had calmed down a lot. But it was still not enough. The pattern on his collarbone and chest was still slowly spreading. Xianxia could clearly feel it. Subsystem, has my curse been eradicated? Ever since leaving the Super S-level dungeon, the subsystem had lost its host identity and became exceptionally silent. Unless Xianxia called out to it in his mind, most of the time it would play dead like the main system. No. But the effect has weakened. As expected, his curse was still not eradicated. The white-haired youth stood in place and rubbed his messy hair irritably. After being caught and released by the devil, he could clearly feel that the scorching lines on his body had gradually dimmed a little. This also confirmed his and the subsystem's previous guess. Sabu Nicholas, one of them had to be lust and reproduction, right? When he said this, the other 2 supporting male leads looked at him in shock. It was not only because the white-haired youth dared to go against the best actor, but more importantly, both he and Best Actor Yi did not follow the plot. This time, it was the assistant who asked the question. He looked at them in surprise. Could it be that the evil spirit in this castle is fake? A second later, the assistant received the same treatment as the fat house. His pinky was suddenly cut off and rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. The assistant knelt on the ground in pain and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. No, he was still under the control of the castle's evil spirit. This time, the cold voice did not come from the earpiece. Instead, it appeared directly in the castle, echoing on the mottled walls that had fallen off. Changes to the plot that cannot be made due to force majeure are allowed. But there is no next time. Due to Best Actor Yi not being able to enter the bathroom for some unknown reason, the original script was changed once again. It was just like how the rich second generation left the bathroom only to die tragically for some unknown reason. It turned out that in the eyes of the evil spirit, this was within the scope of a reasonable plot change. Of course, no one dared to take the risk and try to change the plot. If the plot did not continue, it was very likely that they would not receive the evil spirit's approval, but a fatal disaster. Continue, Act 4 and 5. Do not stop. The evil spirit's voice became colder and colder. It contained a strong sense of resentment. It was like a bucket of ice-cold water pouring down, causing people to tremble and continue to drag them into the abyss of fear. When the 4th act was clicked, the assistant's body suddenly began to tremble violently. Because in the 4th act, the biggest highlight was his death. After the 2 sides quarreled, the fat house drugged him, and the male lead and supporting male lead made love in the bathroom. The assistant realized that he had dropped something in the side hall, so he could only leave the team and go back to get it. What he did not expect was that leaving the team this time would cause his death. It was described in the script to be very tragic. It was said that when he was found, his body was already covered in livor mortis. His limbs were fat, and he looked like a terrifying giant. He even had green hair. Originally, when filming a movie, the script was the script. But now, the script had become reality. Zhou Lianwei, who played the role of the rich kid, had died. Did this mean that if he followed the plot, he would also? The more the assistant thought about it, the more afraid he became. Undisguised fear appeared on his face, and his legs started to shake uncontrollably. His eyes wandered around. This was the subconscious reaction of a person who wanted to find a rope when they were in extreme fear. Suddenly, when his gaze landed on the white-haired young man standing to the side, the assistant's gaze froze. Due to the angle, he just happened to see the strange pattern on the young man's collarbone. At that moment, everything seemed to have left him. The only thing left in the assistant's line of sight was the extremely strange pattern that seemed to be able to dig out the deepest desire in the bottom of a human's heart. As he breathed, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was possessed, and his mouth was uttering monotonous and repetitive ravings. He made a decision that he did not even dare to think about. The assistant suddenly rushed forward. His hands twisted like they were broken, and he viciously pushed the fat house, who was standing to the side, to the ground. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Originally, the fat house was gloating as he watched the assistant's fingers break and was about to meet his death. He had changed the plot once. After the rich kid died for him, the fat house was quite carefree. However, he did not expect the latter to pounce on him like a mad dog. His fingers dug into his clothes, and the strength of his fingertips was so great that it left scarlet bloody marks on his body. Some of his fingernails even broke on the spot, causing Fat Otaku to cry out in pain. He, found it. The assistant giggled, and his head tilted to his shoulder like a broken machine. From the beginning to the end, his eyes had been staring at the white-haired young man standing there. The black fog in his pupils spread to the surroundings. It was so deep that no light could be seen. In his hand, a small bottle was crushed on the spot. The glass shards pierced deep into his flesh and blood dripped. However, he did not seem to notice this at all. He even lowered his head and tried to swallow the glass shards with his teeth. He crawled on all fours to where the white-haired young man was standing. The alarm bells in the Xianxia's heart rang. He took 2 steps back, but Best Actor Yi, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, grabbed his wrist. The best actor, who was 100% possessed by a ghost, looked fierce. "I'm asking you, what did you do in there just now?" What responded to him was the white-haired young man's holy sword of physics. Under the attack of the ghost, even the ghost's soul was affected. He could not help but let go. The Xianxia did not stop at all and ran to the other end of the castle corridor. The assistant wanted to forcibly occupy the role of the fat house and change the plot. This way, the scapegoat, fat house, who did not act according to the script, would be the one who died, not him. But the problem was that the bottle in the fat house's hand was the one that the prop team had prepared for him. It was to be used to drug the male lead and the evil man. Although the Xianxia looked annoyed by the other people's stares, he did not let down his guard at all. The curse of the evil god was like a plague. It could easily stir up the darkest part of a person's heart. Therefore, when he heard the assistant instruct the prop team to replace the empty bottle with the real medicine, the director and everyone else did not think there was anything wrong with it. They even claimed that it would allow the new actors to better immerse themselves in their roles. He was already prepared to fight back. In the darkness, the sound of running footsteps echoed down the corridor. After passing through the soft and thick carpet, the dust rose high into the air and scattered. For some reason, the Xianxia felt annoyed. He liked excitement and challenges. But this punishment dungeon, whether it was the hint behind the main mission or something else, clearly showed that the main system was giving him a chance to get rid of the curse on him. On the contrary, he would rather the vengeful ghosts of this punishment instance dungeon harbored killing intent towards him than play such a meaningless game. All the solutions pointed to the final ending. If number 1 did not come, it meant that the NPC in this dungeon had a clear intention. Moreover, this curse was not something that could be easily removed. If he had to do something like that, he should have at least picked a better partner in bed. The provocation was provocation, but if he really had to do it with the boss of this dungeon, the ghost, Xianxia would not be so hardcore that he would have sex with a ghost. After thinking about it for a long time, number 1 became the only optimal solution that could be chosen. Xianxia was speechless. Why did he feel a little displeased for no reason? He did not know when, but he had already run a long distance. He didn't know if it was because of the curse or because he had taken the colorless and odorless medicine earlier, but his body gradually heated up. His wet clothes stuck to his body and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His collar gradually slid down to his shoulders, revealing the tattoo on his back that was slightly dimmer in color, but at the end, it was fierce again. "Aya, Mr. Magician, are you thinking of me?" A teasing and familiar voice rang out from the shadows. A cold hand intimately circled around his neck and draped a black suit jacket over the white-haired youth's body. The chain of the ancient Egyptian cross protection talisman dangled from his chest, clinking. The devil's clothes were cold like his body. It did not look like it had just been taken off from his body. Instead, it looked like it had just been taken off from a hanger. Xianxia turned around. He had run from the second floor to the third floor. Or rather, the shadow had changed the entire space. He was still standing at the corner of the second floor corridor and running down the stairs, but the next second, he was on the third floor. On the third floor of the ancient castle, there was a small window in the middle of the corridor. The cold moonlight outside spilled in through the window, coating the side of the youth's face with a dark veil. The black-haired man leaned against the wall and grabbed the white-haired youth's hand, pulling him in front of him. Xianxia's gaze drifted down. "So fast? You're done?" He was still brooding over what had happened just now and was happy to add insult to injury by mocking number one. "Oh, it seemed like it was not done." The devil raised his eyebrows. "Aren't I waiting for Mr. Magician to help me?" Outside the window, the night was long. It was late at night. The strange thing was that in such a large forest, not only was there no lighting set outside, there was also the sound of the film crew in front of the camera, and there was not even the slightest sound of birds and insects in the forest. Instead, it was unbelievably quiet. Further away, from the gap in the middle of the stairs, cursing could be heard from below. In between, there were cries of pain from the fat house, the assistant's mechanical and weird giggling, and heavy objects suddenly falling to the ground. The glass suddenly shattered, and the cold wind blew through the corridor, like the howling of evil spirits. The white-haired youth's wrist was tightly grasped by the man. The hand with the unique rough texture of fabric slowly rubbed the protruding joints of the youth's wrist, and the other hand squeezed into the gap between the youth's fingers and intertwined with the youth's fingers from behind. The puppet thread followed the master's will and firmly sealed the youth's escape route. "I'm waiting for Mr. Magician to help me return the favor." The man dragged out the last word and grabbed the white-haired young man's hand, not allowing him to say anything and let him experience his rising enthusiasm. The magician's hand was undoubtedly a pair of extremely beautiful hands, with distinct joints and slender, full of visual contrast when placed on the black suit pants, making it look more like a fine white jade. He was getting more and more excited, visible to the naked eye. In the Las Vegas casino, other people were looking down at their chips. The devil crossed his hands, looked across the distant gambling table, and fixed his eyes on the magician who was smoking a cigarette, trying his best to disguise himself, but in fact, was secretly changing cards and making small movements. Back then, number one could easily see through this and had the intention to kill this magician who had ruined his plans time and time again. But why didn't he say anything to expose him? Maybe it was because the scene was too beautiful, or maybe he felt that the horror trainee competition was not as interesting as he had imagined. All in all, in the following time, the devil found that no one could be more interesting than him. The malice of human nature in the world could bring very little novelty. Except for one person, the devil could never guess what kind of surprise would be brought to him next. He didn't know when it had changed, the lingering murderous intent turned into deep desire, and even the iron rule of one must die at the end of the line turned and led to an unknown place. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and sneered, "You're the one who rushed up. I could have solved it myself, why would I need to return the favor?" In the bathroom, the devil was just a hindrance. Xianxia was now resigned to his fate of removing the curse, but even if he had to do it with the devil, he would never be the first one to give in. The familiar heat once again, along with the other's cold fingertips. This burning sensation spread to his face, as if the two of them were exchanging heat with their breaths while confronting each other. At that moment, the devil spoke with a cold expression. What a nauseating resentment. The dark golden pupils stared deeply at him. They were cryptic and sharp. Just a little bit of it was enough to shatter a person's bones. The man's voice was neither cold nor indifferent. She could not tell if he was happy or angry. "Did he touch you here?" Zhongjiao crossed his arms. What does it have to do with you? He pulled his hand back and massaged the place where it hurt just now. A magician's hand had always been precious, especially Zhongjiao, who had experienced the pain of having his hands crippled before he transmigrated. Naturally, he cherished his lost hand even more. However, just as he lowered his head, someone suddenly grabbed his chin and forced him to look up. Cold lips and tongue invaded his mouth. In a place no one could see, a shadow suddenly rose from the darkness and crushed the evil spirit lingering in the castle. Inexplicable anger. Zhongjiao thought. He was forced to endure this predatory kiss, but at the same time, he was displeased by this sudden action. The devil's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It had to be said that the other party's repeated flirting made him angry. Zhongjiao fiercely bit back. It was a long-awaited kiss filled with the taste of blood. The taste of rust spread in their mouths and spread, filling their senses. Unless the magician was too lazy to argue with him, or the devil was deliberately teasing him. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, their kiss would be like a smoke-filled battle. Neither of them dared to step back, as if this was also a kind of surrender. Moreover, in most cases, the devil's kiss was crazy, irrational, and unreasonable. It was like darkness sweeping the moonlight into the abyss, wanting to dye the light with a deep color. From a man's point of view, he could easily see the strange intertwining patterns under the other party's open collar, and even the infinite spring light deeper inside. Without a doubt, this pattern wasn't just for show. As the embodiment of evil, Number 1 clearly understood that this pattern was the manifestation of Sab Nicholas's curse, which could affect the minds of intelligent creatures. According to the rules of the 10-sided die, when the host saw this pattern, he would prompt the trainee to pass a rationality test. If the rationality test didn't pass, the trainee would fall into a state of charm, which was equivalent to a charm switch that was always on. Moreover, its power was closely related to the charm of the cursed person's appearance. Unfortunately, the two values of Zhongjiao weren't bad. Because of this intense kiss, the suit jacket that the devil had personally draped over the magician's shoulders slipped to the ground due to gravity. No one reached out to grab it. The devil looked down at the scene with his back against the light. The young man's white hair was messy, his posture was lazy, and his eyes were hazy and absent-minded because of the turbulent emotions. He didn't realize that because he was pressed against the wall, one of his hands involuntarily rested on the devil's shoulder. Because of the man's embrace, he tiptoed slightly and had no choice but to shift most of his weight. It was like some kind of invitation that didn't need to be said. The magician looked up lazily and pulled open his collar with his other empty hand. He was very strong, and his wrist had undergone top-level strengthening. With a tug, he tore off the soaked white shirt on his body, leaving only a little hanging on his waist, revealing the mysterious pale skin on his back that was coated with a layer of silver gray under the moonlight. "Hey!" The young man's voice was unbelievably hoarse. He bent his leg and pressed it against the devil's body. He used his knee to kick up the devil's body provocatively. "What are you waiting for? Are you going to do it or not?" Rejecting the words just now, this was an invitation. The devil smiled faintly and responded with a kiss full of lust. "Don't rush, take your time." The puppet string shredded the man's leather gloves, turning them into shreds that fell onto the carpet. If there weren't the hideous scars on the hands behind his back, they wouldn't be much uglier than the magician's hands. Without a doubt, the scars were more irritating than the flat hands. Just a simple touch was enough to set the prairie ablaze. It wasn't as painful as the touch of the gloves in the bathroom, it was a million times worse. Zhongjiao clenched his teeth, his eyes red. This time, he had to clear his previous grievances and wipe away the shame. "You're in such a hurry to throw yourself at me? Mr. Magician is so passionate." The man chuckled in his ear, his hands didn't stop moving at all. He looked down and enjoyed the scene of the young man struggling with himself. Instead, he increased the strength between his fingers. The white-haired young man held onto the man's neck with one hand and was forced to expose himself. The corners of his eyes were incredibly red under the pressure of his fingertips. His pupils were out of focus, his Adam's apple moved, his chest rose and fell violently, and he breathed rapidly. His whole body was trembling unconsciously, but he was pushing himself deeper into the devil's arms. The puppet strings and the shadow were the devil's most loyal subjects. One of them helped lift him, and the other helped hold him in place. The devil exclaimed happily in his heart, and the darkness in his pupils grew thicker. His little magician must not know how beautiful he was now. Whether it was to prove himself, he closed his eyes in vain, the silver-white eyelashes sweeping a crow's feather shadow under the moonlight, or the extreme endurance, unwilling to bow down and admit defeat. It was as if they were branded and placed on the altar, waiting for the devil to collect the perfect sacrifice. The pattern bloomed on the young man's back, like a scarlet rose blooming in the thorny field. He raised his head like a dying swan. Finally, he couldn't control himself. His calves tightened like Naxos bending over to look at his reflection in the water. After a violent tremor, he suddenly collapsed. His body was incredibly soft. This time, the devil didn't give him a chance to adapt. The cold puppet threads held him firmly in the air. With a mocking look in his eyes, he slowly arranged his knife and fork, preparing to taste the feast he had been looking forward to for a long time. A strange sense of possessiveness was at work. When he heard the magician say, "What does it have to do with you?" the devil's anger suddenly rose from his chest, screaming to tear apart his rationality, piercing through him mercilessly, and tearing apart the magician's cold mask on the surface. The devil had never experienced such a novel emotion. Gold, treasures, novelties, status. The mortal world and the pursuit of vulgar mortals were not worth mentioning to him. They were even worse than the garbage on the roadside. He didn't even bother to look at them. But now, his emotions were controlled by another person. That person could easily provoke his anger, sway his reason, and make him lose his careless attitude towards everything. The cynical spectator who coldly watched the struggles of the world was pulled into the mortal world, and he was no longer above all. The magician now felt that the devil's anger came inexplicably. But in the Ultra S-level dungeon, when he saw the white-haired young man being dragged into the air by the evil god, scarlet blood dripping down his white hair, and closing his eyes in exhaustion, that was the real anger of the man. He should have killed him. He should have killed him. How could the devil allow himself to lose? He was destined to die in his own hands, in his own bed, in the devil's cruel taunt. Was it a deadly bullet or a bright thorny rose that came out of the gun? A birdcage could hold a canary, but it could never hold a free eagle. Everyone in the world was like a puzzle. Countless people were simple enough to see the answer at a glance. It was so boring that it was boring. And the magician was destined to make the devil unable to find the answer. So he indulged. He failed miserably. The night was still quiet. At some point in time, the sounds coming from the bottom of the stairs had all quieted down. Even the fierce wind that had been blowing through the windows on both sides of the hall had stopped. The huge castle was unbelievably quiet and lifeless. The shadow surged and gradually swam from the wall to form a surging curtain, sealing off the entire staircase on the third floor. If someone looked out the window, they would see, not only inside the castle, but the entire sky was raining black rain. However, they tacitly avoided the moon, leaving only a trace of afterglow on the ground. The punishment dungeon was collapsing. Someone's possessiveness wouldn't allow anyone who dared to covet his possessions to continue living in this world. Just like an old enemy and a lover, after crossing the line, there would only be a blurry boundary. An old enemy was an old enemy that only belonged to the devil, and a lover was a lover that only belonged to the devil. What was the difference between a fight under the bed and a fight on the bed? In the narrow space cut by the shadows, the long hair that flowed down was grasped by the man's hand. It slipped through the crisscrossing scars of his fingers and slid down the back of his hand. The end of the hair swayed in the cold air and merged with the silver glow. In order to save his pride as a man, Xianxia struggled for a long time. He could only see his futile efforts through his trembling eyelashes. Unfortunately, the more he tried to restrain himself, the stronger the devil became. The battlefield seemed to have shifted from other places to this small space, and the tug-of-war began again. The young man tensed his body and looked up. His slender neck trembled in vain, like a dying swan. His light pink pupils were unfocused. When Xianxia came back to his senses from that short yet long time, he found himself leaning against the demon's chest in a limp posture. His long hair was hanging down, and the demon was casually playing with it with his fingertips. The culprit looked at him with a smile and repeated the question that he didn't get a response from the bathroom not long ago. "Are you comfortable, my little magician?" As he asked, he interlocked his fingers with the young man's hand from behind, seemingly inadvertently grabbing the magician's hand and blocking the moonlight from afar. He looked at magician's finger trembling pitifully and chuckled in his chest. He bent his knuckles and placed magician's warm finger on his lips. He licked it clean as if he was tasting a cake that he had finally opened. In the end, the man even kissed his fingertips and said teasingly, "Baby, you taste so sweet." Xianxia was speechless. Damn. He had lost. He finally understood why so many people were addicted to this. Magician, who had always been honest about his desires, had to admit that it was very comfortable. It was so comfortable that he couldn't control himself. What he was unwilling to accept was that the demon that he had previously provoked and rejected by saying "your skills are too bad" had learned a skill from somewhere and could easily make a fledgling like him throw away his armor and surrender. Not happy at all. Out of the unwillingness of never lowering his head in front of his mortal enemy, Xianxia ignored the strings of the puppets that had wrapped around his waist and acted as if it was not a big deal. He waved his claws and taunted the enemy like a cat that was too arrogant to be used to being spoiled. "Compared to your lousy skills, it's just SOSO." The man looked at him with a faint smile and suddenly attacked. "Oh?" Hiss, the sudden provocation shocked the white-haired young man. He instinctively struggled to escape from the extremely cold fingers. But he couldn't. The shadow and the puppet lines sealed off his path of retreat. Even before Xianxia himself realized it, those puppet threads that were almost like steel wires had already tightly wrapped around his ankles, forcing him to stand on his tiptoes in a better position for the other party to explore. Xianxia knew that his opponent's body temperature was very cold. However, he had never thought that just his fingers could be so cold. It was just a F***king hand, but it was no different from a block of ice. Xianxia couldn't imagine what kind of torture he would have to face in this long tug-of-war. The demon wasn't a gentle and considerate lover. He was merciful enough to let the magician go for so long. Now that Xianxia kept provoking him, his dark golden eyes narrowed dangerously. He decided to solve the problem from the root. Since the magician didn't like what he said, he would make him speechless. The darkness began to stir suspiciously. The moonlight shone through the window again and again. The intervals were faster than a storm. It was brutal and unreasonable. Due to the side effects of the curse and his inability to respond, the white-haired magician's body was unbelievably soft. He couldn't exert any strength and could only clench his teeth to endure the torture. His cold hands seemed to have touched the young man's frighteningly high body temperature, making him lose his rationality. The black-haired demon looked at him condescendingly. Maybe it was because of some deeper meaning, or maybe it was out of admiration, or maybe it was out of pity. The man suddenly leaned down without a word, pinched the magician's chin, and gave him a wet kiss that was completely different from his nature. It was extremely lingering. What was different from his gentle actions was extreme ruthlessness, as if he wanted to nail the magician into his arms. Ugh, the light pink pupil shrunk for a moment. It was most likely bleeding. It was so painful that he frowned. In comparison, the unbearable temperature was ignored. Xianxia couldn't hold it in anymore. He regained some consciousness from the previous chaos and kicked the demon. King, he wanted to scold him for being gentle, but in the next second, he was interrupted by the demon's actions. The sky and earth were filled with dark clouds and rain. The thunder was accompanied by rolling waves, and the storm set off monstrous waves that swallowed him in the next moment. The current came with an unstoppable force, slapping the traveler off the deck of the ship. It grabbed his slender and pale ankle and dragged him into the bottomless sea. The sea was all ice, cold, and bottomless. The man didn't seem to have any intention of asking for his opinion. His dark golden eyes were deep. He didn't know the severity of the situation. He was like a cruel tyrant. While he was planning how to conquer the city, he was also very skillful and methodical. He was neither too fast nor too slow. He could make people hover at the door of the peak, unable to climb up or fall down. It was very torturous. But his senses were still accumulating, layer by layer. Xianxia became a lonely floating boat, sailing in the storm full of lightning and thunder. He was like a blind man who was bumping around and couldn't find the way out no matter how hard he tried. It was extremely uncomfortable. Mr. Magician's voice is so beautiful. It's a pity not to call him out. The demon sighed. His fingertips were grinding the corners of Magician's eyes. He took in Magician's dazed expression and smiled happily. Don't you think so? The cold sea was infected by another person's body temperature. It was scorching hot, like a pot of boiling water. It swept Magician's rationality into a whirlpool and sank deeper into the sea. It drowned his mouth and nose, leaving him with a straight line that couldn't be turned. He had no time to think. Xianxia couldn't speak. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop the intermittent sounds from leaking out from his throat. He suddenly realized the demon's trick and shut his mouth. He fiercely squeezed out a word from his teeth. Scram. The man smiled nonchalantly and pried open the white-haired youth's lips. He swallowed all the whimpers and stubbornness that the youth didn't manage to utter. He didn't care about the struggle at all. Instead, he excitedly grabbed Magician's wrist and kissed his fingertips. He started the next round of plundering. The moonlight and darkness intertwined. The darkness penetrated deep into the silver-white moonlight and began its invasion. There was no doubt that the moonlight had always been proud. However, under the current situation of being dominated by the curse and heat, it couldn't retreat even though it was flustered and exasperated. It could only be catered to by the darkness. In the end, it drowned in the unfamiliar impact and senses and fell into the embrace of eternal darkness. The demon's laughter was lower than before. It was hoarse and deliberately dragged out the end of the sound. It constantly teased Magician's ears. One moment it affectionately called him Little Magician, the next it called him Baby. One moment it teased him and asked him to move closer. When Magician did so with the puppet strings, the demon pretended to be surprised and said, "Look, my little Magician is so passionate. His whole body is flowing." This made Xianxia, who had just recovered a little, so angry that he kicked him with his knee. He wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from the demon. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength was insignificant to the demon. He even stopped and allowed Magician to move forward. Then, as if he was going to eat him alive, he suddenly charged forward. When he caught the uncontrollable sounds from Magician's throat, he was satisfied like a satisfied beast. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon narrowed his eyes and was in a good mood. If it was any other time, his Magician wouldn't be so obedient. At least, he wouldn't be like now. His long eyelashes were stained with physiological tears of joy. He looked fragile yet beautiful. He couldn't help but want to bully him. It was too much, too much. Because of the large movements, the clothes hanging at his waist had already become rags on the ground. They were piled on the ground together with the demon's black suit jacket. Xianxia took the opportunity to regain his senses. When he looked up, he saw that his opponent was well dressed. His upper body was still wearing a white shirt and a dark gray suit jacket. On the other hand, he was like heaven and earth. It was infuriating. Xianxia pulled the dark red tie mercilessly and pulled Magician towards himself. As if taking revenge, Magician stumbled in the next second. The sudden acceleration caused his tailbone to tremble. Even his toes curled up uncontrollably, turning a cute pink. Magician cursed in his heart, cursing the demon's 18 generations of ancestors. His fingers mercilessly left deep bloody marks on Magician's back. This degree of pain was just to add to the fun for the demon. To him, the fresh blood and pain only fueled his desire. The man became more and more excited under the white-haired youth's intermittent curses. It was as if he wanted to smash Magician into pieces. Behind them, endless sticky black rain fell from the sky. The river, the forest, and even the periphery of the ancient castle were all plated with a layer of ominous and terrifying shadow. It was as if God had poured a bucket of asphalt from the sky, covering all light. It was a scene of collapse, but no one noticed. The moonlight sank into the depths of the darkness, preventing him from escaping. There was not much suspense in the assessment of the trainees this time. No matter how many people entered the Super S-level instance dungeon, there would only be around 110 people left when they came out. This was more or less enough to determine the number of people who would make their debut in the thriller trainee competition. The spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people bustling around at the beginning of the competition was nowhere to be seen. There were only 3 people standing on the sea-level steps. It was so bleak that it made people feel sad. Many trainees who came back were still immersed in the extremely terrifying environment from before. They sat in a daze for a while before they knelt down and kissed the thick carpet in the studio, crying tears of joy at their successful survival. Looking at the bullet screen, everyone was more worried about the empty throne at the top. Looks like the magician is really gone. Yeah, there's no need to take any chances. The grading has already started. To be honest, I really didn't expect this result. The magician is so strong. Not only is he the publicly acknowledged strongest newcomer, he is also someone that the Lord thinks highly of. Sigh. He brought us so many miracles in the past. Why can't he bring us another miracle this time? 55555, whether it was inside or outside the studio, the atmosphere was particularly gloomy. Soon, the grading began. After the re-evaluation, a few B-level trainees dropped to C-level, while one C-level trainee was promoted. It was as if it had been confirmed long ago. Coincidentally, the number of C-level trainees eliminated in the last round was exactly 13. Therefore, the C-level trainees present did not even have a chance to rest before they were thrown into the punishment instance dungeon by the main system again. For these C-level trainees who entered the punishment instance dungeon, they needed to go through a complete instance dungeon to determine their survival. However, for the trainees in the studio, the flow of time was different. After 5 minutes, they would be able to see who came out of the punishment instance dungeon alive. Soon, the results were out. No one came out of the punishment instance dungeon alive. Now, there were only 99 people left standing in the hall. Congratulations to the last 99 survivors of the thriller trainee competition. The main system's cold and inanimate voice rang in everyone's ears. You have successfully survived to the end. So many rounds of the competition felt like a lifetime ago. Thinking of their close comrades leaving one after another, the hall could not help but be filled with soft sobs. But more than that, it was the tears of overcoming all obstacles, of surviving a calamity, and finally surviving until the very end. In the infinite loop, only living things had value. Feelings were the last thing that needed to be remembered. Your names will be added to the party list, forever engraved in the endless loop of history. The main system went through the official process. After the competition, everyone will receive an S-grade item blind box. From the blind box, you can randomly obtain any S-grade item as a reward. In the future, you can choose not to participate in the infinite loop of forced horror dungeons. At this point, many of the remaining trainees let out a long sigh of relief. Quite a number of trainees had initially come for this S-grade prop. However, the insidious thing was that the main system had never told them in detail about the process and difficulty of the thriller trainee competition. Therefore, many survivors signed up with the mentality of taking advantage of the situation, but in the end, they died tragically because of their lack of ability. The silver lining in the midst of misfortune was the final reward. Even the S-level trainees only had one S-level item on them. There was no doubt that the 90 S-level items that the main system had given out at once could greatly increase the survival rate of individuals and groups in the horror dungeon. It could even reshuffle the cards of the major forces. In addition, every survivor in the infinite loop had a monthly quota of forced horror dungeons. After participating in the thriller trainee competition, they could finally have a good rest for a while. Survival was the goal of all survivors. Everything was for the sake of survival. As long as he could survive better, anything was worth it. At this moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was filled with sincere celebrations and congratulations. After all, the difficulty of the thriller trainee competition had already been placed in front of them. The S-level dungeon was already the ultimate nightmare of all survivors, and now there was another one. Who would not be frightened by the name of a super S-level dungeon? What's more, the main system was playing some clips from the Super S-level dungeon. Looking at the gloomy orphanage building, the abyss that couldn't be seen clearly, the narrow dog path that could only allow one person to pass through, and the thousands of pale ghostly hands, anyone would feel their heart tremble. They would no longer have the naive thought that they would be able to enter the dungeon quickly. Of course, when the survivors who watched the clip saw number 3 sacrifice himself for justice and lamented that everyone had misunderstood the big boss Zhuge, they also noticed something unusual. Wait, why don't I see the two big bosses number 9 and number 10? F***ck, now that you mention it, I also noticed the problem. It's true. Upstairs +1, I just went back and watched the clip several times. I really didn't see the big boss Onmyoji and the big boss magician. No matter what, when the thousands of ghost hands attacked at the end, they should have been in the crowd, right? That's right, and the main system said that this is a full team dungeon, so it shouldn't be different from the other dungeons. Besides, Big Boss Takuman is still sitting on the throne. They were confused. But they didn't know that the throne was also in a mess. Zhuge had teleported too quickly just now. When he returned to the studio, the first thing he did was to look for Zhongjiu. He didn't have time to heal the injury on his hand. However, he didn't have the hobby of self-abuse. After he confirmed the situation in his heart, he turned around and asked the main system to spend 500 points to heal him. It was this small interlude that made him, who had always been sharp, ignore the inquisitive gaze from the throne next to him. After announcing the results, the main system paused for a moment, and then announced the following arrangements. The final battle will take place in 1 month. This dungeon is a special final battle dungeon. Only S-level trainees are allowed to participate. It will be used to determine the final C position. This dungeon also has the risk of death, but it is not a compulsory dungeon. S-level trainees are free to choose whether to participate or not. Please make your decision carefully. After the final battle ends, the thriller trainee competition will officially end after the participants make their wishes. It's here, everyone was shocked at the same time. Wow, it's finally the final battle. I'm so looking forward to it. Without the popular champion magician, I don't know who will get the universal wishing ticket. Both number 2 and number 3 are possible. Since number 2 was cheated by number 3 before, I choose number 3. 233,333, upstairs, I'm dying of laughter. If this is the case, all S-level trainees have been cheated by Master Zhuge before. The man with the script is sure to win. JPG, whether it was the audience or the participants, they were all familiar with the universal wishing ticket mentioned by the main system. Even if Zhuge stamped the conclusion and confirmed that the universal wishing ticket mentioned by the main system was not true, not only could it not allow the main system to explode on the spot, but it could only be done within the scope of the main system's high-dimensional artificial intelligence. Everyone's enthusiasm was still high. Excluding these, the main system's authority was obvious to all. Previously, there were people discussing this issue on the survival forum. Other than S-level dimensions and below, even the main system of A-level instance dungeons could fully control them, not to mention those magical special items and bloodline abilities, as well as the means to silently transfer space. There were even some people who guessed why the abilities and authorities could not be used in the Super S instance dungeon. It was because the main system could not control the dimensions of the Super S instance dungeon. Therefore, the rules and items set by the main system were naturally ineffective. Precisely because of this, who would get the universal wishing ticket and what kind of wish would be made became the focus of everyone's interest. After dropping this final message, the main system did not speak anymore, indicating the end of the final level rating. The atmosphere in the studio, which had just come out of the orphanage, was still a little stagnant. But now, it became lively again. Next, the ordinary trainees did not need to participate in the final battle instance dungeons. They only needed to watch the battle between the big bosses. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the throne at the highest point, exchanging looks of anticipation with each other. However, at the highest point, the atmosphere was not as tense as they had imagined. Instead, it was extremely solemn. After announcing the end of the rating, Zhuge immediately went to Takuman. As for the other S-level instance dungeons who were controlled, they naturally did not reveal any flaws, nor could they see any other problems, so they dispersed one after another. As soon as he entered the conference room, number 3 bombarded him with a series of questions. Where did you guys go? Did you go to other S-level instance dungeons? Where is Magician? What did you guys go through? Why are you the only one who came back alive? Takaman, who had his head drooped, slightly raised his spirits and reluctantly explained his and Zhongjiu's encounter in the Mad Circus Instance dungeon. This included the bug item that he finally got, but after using it, he found that he was the only one in the entire trainee dormitory. Zhuge listened while deep in thought. Silently, he contacted the main system and submitted an application. His face, which was as cold as ice, suddenly relaxed a little. He returned to his usual expression of having everything under control. When he turned back to talk to the other S-level instance dungeons, the black-haired man, who looked unapproachable, also had a pleasant expression. It's done. Others? No, even though we don't understand what you're thinking, you can't just leave out the explanation process. What's done? Among them, the yin-yang master had the biggest reaction. He directly jumped up from the ground. Could it be, that's right. Zhuge flicked his long sleeves, looking unfathomable. It's what you think. After saying this, he suddenly frowned and directly said, since there's nothing else, let's adjourn, we'll talk about the rest when Magician comes back. After saying this, he hurriedly left, leaving behind a group of S-level instance dungeons who had yet to recover from his shocking news. Zhuge was right, Magician was indeed fine. However, although he was fine, it did not mean that he was fine now. After doing it with the devil in the castle, he successfully removed the evil god's curse on Zhongjiu. However, number one was like an insatiable beast. Zhongjiu deeply suspected that he had exchanged something from the main system. Number one whispered softly into his ear, coaxing him that it would only take one time to remove the curse. At the same time, he was merciless, tossing and turning Magician around crazily, licking his slender fingers that usually only held poker cards, causing him to tremble for 5 or 6 times before he fainted. After Zhongjiu woke up from his own bed, he waited for half a minute for his consciousness to return, his face darkening. Just like at this moment, all the soreness and discomfort in his body were controlled by the main system. His limbs were filled with unprecedented strength. However, due to some people's bad taste, when he sat up, he could feel something that used to be extremely cold but was warmed by Magician's body slowly flowing down his legs and onto the black bedsheet. Zhongjiu was so angry that his fingertips were trembling. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. Just as the white-haired youth was about to struggle out of his bed and settle the score with the devil, a pair of extremely cold hands suddenly reached out from behind him, forcefully pulling him back onto the bed, encircling him in an intimate embrace. The culprit lazily propped up his head, one hand holding the end of Magician's hair, kissing it as he spoke happily. "Are you looking for me, baby?" The room was extremely dark, and the only source of light was the reflection of the rippling waves on the bathtub in the distance, flickering along with the rolling waves. A strange, twisted chandelier hung from a high place, surrounded by decorative candlesticks. White candles stood on top of the chandelier, covered in tear stains, as if they had never been lit before. The Weeping Madonna and the Last Supper were naturally present. A reverse cross-shaped ornament hung on the bookshelf opposite the bed, surrounded by a circle of withered black tulips. Further away, the huge rose garden was sleeping in the night sky. Through the huge transparent floor-to-ceiling window, one could easily see the flickering of fireflies and the quiet appearance of the moonlight. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, on the big black bed, the man hugged his Magician from behind, his fingers sliding along the lines of the other party's spine, loving it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Beside them, the huge golden cage was empty, only the cold and hard base could be seen. After a certain unlucky onmyoji accidentally fell in, the owner of the dormitory mercilessly threw the bed covered with rose petals into the sea together with it. Perhaps it left some kind of psychological trauma. Even the golden cage created by the outbreak of bad taste had no place to be used. It was really a pity. "Are you looking for me, baby?" The demon's voice was sweet and lazy, revealing a sense of satisfaction after a full meal, which made people angry. The hairband that usually tied the man's black hair up was missing. Zhongjiu thought carefully and remembered that he was pressed against the wall, unable to move because of the puppet strings tied to his body. In order to not fall from the sky, he could only reluctantly hook his legs around the man's waist. He was so angry that the ends of his eyes turned red. Obviously, the curse only needed to be broken once, but the demon's one time was equivalent to 5 or 6 times Zhongjiu's cursed state. Unfortunately, he succumbed to the chaos before the curse was broken. His whole body was soft, and he could only speak intermittently, angrily scolding the guy for not keeping his words. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to scratch the man, so he could only frantically tear off the things on his body. He tore off the hairband, loosened his tie, and lost the buttons on his shirt, revealing his well-defined chest. The demon didn't stop at that time, but instead, he magnanimously allowed Xianxia to cause a ruckus. Occasionally, he would look up from his black hair and glance at him with a half-smile, using another method to make the magician's toes curl up and shut up. Thinking of these details, Xianxia felt his fist harden. He sneered and threw a punch at him. Unexpectedly, the demon didn't dodge. This guy was very showy on the bed, not wearing a single piece of clothing. The white-haired youth's fist landed solidly on the center of his naked chest. However, because Xianxia had just recovered from the curse, he was still not sure how to control his strength. Although it looked fierce, it actually didn't have much strength. Of the demon's strength, of the demons is his strength, the strength of the punch, the demons of strength of the strength of strength. Baby, you're so cruel. You almost hit his heart. Therefore, the man did not even frown. Instead, he pretended to sigh with emotion and pulled the white-haired youth's slender wrist, causing the latter to fall into his arms. While stifled laughter came from his chest, he lazily gave the other party a cold and deep kiss. It was this action that made Xianxia realize that he was only covered by a thin black blanket. He struggled for a while before it slipped off, revealing his smooth back. Xianxia gave him an uppercut straight to his chin. This time, he used all his strength. He didn't show any mercy. The demon's expression didn't change. He rubbed his sore jaw. Just as he was about to speak, he was kicked off the bed again. The demon was speechless. He watched as the white-haired demon looked down at him from the bed, his fingers playing with the poker cards he took out from his backpack. The magician's hand was full of joker cards. He seemed to be particularly fond of the joker and joker cards. The black and white jokers on the cards were brightly colored and eye-catching. Baby, the cards whizzed through the air and gave him a warning. The magician's hair stood on end as if someone had stepped on his tail. Don't call me that disgusting name. Seeing where the cards in Xianxia's hand were pointing, the demon immediately changed his words. His dark golden eyes were filled with innocence. Then what should I call you? Mr. Magician? Mr. Magician? Little Magician? He pretended to sigh and said, these forms of address are too cold and distant. They don't match our close relationship at all. When he said the last few words, the demon lowered his voice and sounded particularly ambiguous. Xianxia was speechless. The black-haired demon met the demon's gaze. He stretched his limbs and revealed a perfect smile. How about, my dear? What made this scene unbearable was that when he was kicked off the bed by Xianxia, he wasn't wearing anything. When the demon caught sight of Xianxia's cards and gaze, he became visibly excited again. Xianxia was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only say that he couldn't be more flirtatious. After a long pause, Xianxia said with a complicated tone, I'm flattering you by saying that you're always in heat. You've misunderstood me, my dear. The demon smiled and pointed in front of him. You see, I'm only this passionate towards you. Xianxia didn't bother to say anything. He jumped off the bed and walked barefoot into the elevator of number 1 dorm. He pressed the button to go to his room. Strangely enough, his actions were not obstructed by the demons. Even the puppets that he was secretly on guard against did not appear in the darkness or the shadows. The man propped his head up and smiled as he watched the white-haired youth leave. As expected, after a few seconds, the scene around him changed. The borders of the dark room started to blur. It gradually merged with another pure white dorm that was filled with Nordic coldness. Finally, it connected from the middle and became a brand new dorm. Xianxia had just gotten off the elevator. He was about to unwrap his bed and take a shower when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw the black-haired demon lying on the ground not far away. He didn't seem surprised that Xianxia would turn around and appear here again. Xianxia didn't need to ask. He knew that someone had used their authority as a teacher to forcefully join the 2 dorms together. My dear. The demon curled his lips. As the leaders of two forces, I think it's necessary for us to keep in touch whenever and wherever we want. So, do you want to do it again? The man fearlessly continued to invite him. He felt that it was a good idea. A punishment instance dungeon and a bed in a trainee's dorm were two completely different things. The magician who was controlled by desire was delicious and juicy, but what really made the demon stop was always the cold and rational soul that emanated madness from the bones. If only he could eat the magician in his rational state, the demon licked his lips, and the smile on his face widened. However, what greeted him next was a series of beatings that fell from the sky like a violent storm. The demon was speechless. Xianxia had wanted to do this for a long time. He didn't use anything. He didn't use any weapons or special items. He was just barehanded, relying entirely on his own physical strength. Each punch was fiercer than the last, and every punch hit the flesh. During this period, he even specially greeted the demon's face that made one's teeth itch. In short, he beat the demon up violently. The demon didn't make a sound. He didn't resist. Instead, he indulged the demon by putting away the puppet threads that might cause the magician to fall. He wrapped his fingers around the white-haired youth's slender fingers and massaged his shoulders. He teasingly asked if he was tired. This made the demon look more like a considerate lover. Xianxia was like a spoiled and unreasonable canary. Xianxia was speechless. It didn't hurt much, but it was humiliating. Beating someone with high defense with bare hands wasn't a wise thing to do. Not only would it give him no sense of accomplishment, but it would also tire him out. But in view of the other party's current appearance, which was really an eyesore, Xianxia endured it and finally stepped on the demon's chest, looking down at him from above. The magician's toes were beautiful. Just like his hands, every inch of them was taut. They were exquisite, like a piece of art on display. Following the demon's angle, he could easily see the smooth and beautiful calves under the black blanket. Looking up, he could even see the faintly discernible liquid that he had purposely left in the other party's body not long ago, and was now pitifully dripping out due to the extent of her movements. The man's golden eyes darkened. He locked onto his prey. Danger. It was like a storm was brewing. Just as Xianxia noticed his gaze and wanted to step on his face, the demon suddenly grabbed his ankle. With a sudden force, he turned around and pressed the magician onto the thick carpet. The sheet fell limply to the ground, together with the intertwining silver hair. Black and white, the ultimate visual feast. The man praised, "Baby, you're so beautiful." Xianxia, who was temporarily suppressed due to his carelessness, didn't want to be outdone. He summoned the main system and added all the remaining scam and horror instance dungeons, including the survival points from the previous rating, to his basic physical attributes. He smiled coldly and wrestled with the demon. Their battle was intense. They were evenly matched, neither of them willing to take a step back. But neither of them would always be at a disadvantage. After a while, the magician clung onto the demon's shoulder and bit down hard. The next second, the demon grabbed his neck from behind and pressed a deep brand on the back of his neck. The smell of blood, which was as cold as iron, spread throughout their confrontation. It was undoubtedly the most exciting thing, causing the two's eyes to be dyed with a fighting spirit that was completely different from the past. Not far away, shadows were slowly creeping around the battlefield. Without their master's interference, they didn't dare to cross the line. Even further away, Xianxia's cats were so scared that they all ran into the bathroom. They curled up into small balls and hid under the bathtub. The cats, who were usually sleepy, opened their eyes wide and their ears erect, paying attention to the wind and grass around them. As they fought, the cold air seemed to be tainted with an inexplicable heat. With their current open and honest attitude, it was obvious what kind of changes had occurred. In this kind of intense battle where there was no obstruction, it was only natural that he would be able to do so. The demon glanced at the magician's wet mess, and the darkness in his eyes deepened. He purposely exposed his weakness and waited for the magician to sit on top of him and proudly announce that he was the winner. Then, he smirked maliciously and grabbed the magician's slender ankle, penetrating him. Xianxia grabbed the demon's hair, kicked the ground with one foot, and nimbly escaped. There was a soft pop in the air, and they separated immediately after the contact. Without the puppet strings and shadows, the demon wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against the magician. But he never got tired of this game between him and the magician, where he could get different rewards for grabbing and letting go. It was another round of fighting. It was no different from the previous battle filled with blood and bites. They were like two ferocious beasts. Only they could smell each other's scent, and they shared their joy without caring about each other. Further away, the sky was still dark. Maybe it would never be. Takuman waited outside for a long time, about an hour. Normal people wouldn't choose to wait like this, but since he knew from the main system that the magician had returned, Tsuchimikado naturally couldn't give up halfway. Every once in a while, he would knock on the door, as if he wouldn't leave until he saw the magician in person. He ignored the trainee's gazes behind him. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. So Takuman secretly contacted the main system again. Main system, can you tell me what magician is doing in the room now? Why isn't he opening the door? Main system, the main system was silent for a very long time. It was so long that Takuman thought that this question might be related to the trainee's privacy, so the cold mechanical voice rang in his ears again. I've already informed him of your visit. In other words, magician knew of his visit. The yin-yang master stood where he was, revealing an expression of disbelief. The more he thought about it, the more scared and sad he felt. In his mind, magician was already in trouble, and the main system couldn't cure him. After the main system's words, he became completely hopeless. His lower body was paralyzed on the bed. Perhaps he had been completely corrupted by an indescribable evil god with darkness. His mind had sunk into madness, and he could no longer wake up. He could only open his eyes and utter indescribable ravings. Naturally, he was indifferent to the main system's message. That key must have been given to magician by number 1. Takuman thought back to the time when he was in the number 1 middle school dungeon. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the devil didn't shy away from showing his interest in magician in front of all the trainees. Not to mention before that, at the Las Vegas casino, he even walked down from the highest seat under everyone's watchful eyes and gave his signature rose to magician. All these things had already shown how different the devil was to magician. Thinking about it carefully, the one who danced with the tutor at the masquerade ball was definitely magician. One of the real and fake tutors was definitely magician, but Takuman mistook number 1 for someone else because he heard her singing off-key. But that wasn't important. There was no doubt that the two of them had a different relationship in private. Takuman had never noticed this, because in Guguzi's prophecy, the Demon King was supposed to be the enemy of the savior, just like what Juga-en had said when the temporary alliance was established. They all had the same goal, which was to prevent number 1, who was cooperating with the main system, from obtaining the universal wishing ticket, leaving everyone in the infinite loop. At that time, magician hadn't even been promoted to level S yet, but everyone still agreed to form an alliance. First of all, magician's performance in number 1 middle school was remarkable. He could be a leader, and of course, prophecy played a part in that. But the prophecy said that they would be mortal enemies. It didn't say anything like this. Takuman turned over and over in his heart, not daring to believe the most absurd guess. Maybe the devil just wanted to set up a golden cage and bed to humiliate the magician. It seemed to make sense, or else why would the devil leave a key behind and not just take the magician away? Whenever Takuman felt sad, his thoughts would start to run wild. He thought about the magician's current situation and imagined the devil's persecution of the magician. So when the door opened, the Onmyoji didn't even react for a moment. So when he came back to his senses, he jumped up from the ground with an excited expression and gave the other party a big, brotherly hug. Brother! You're really back. Zongjio, who had just hurriedly put on his clothes and opened the door, wasn't paying attention and was hugged by the Onmyoji. In the end, the Onmyoji even patted his body, looking like he was worried sick about him. Takuman didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt a little cold. And it wasn't a normal cold, it was like, a murderous aura. How could it be? The Onmyoji comforted himself. The trainees' dormitory was the safest place, the only dangerous place was the horror dungeon. Now that the horror trainee competition was about to end, the main system didn't do any special events in the underworld. How could he feel a murderous aura in broad daylight? It must be that the mental pollution in the crazy circus was too serious and left a psychological shadow that he hadn't recovered from. It must be. Xianxia, Takaman was much shorter than him, so he looked at the Onmyoji's head with a slightly complicated expression. After a moment of silence, he imitated the other party's action and hammered the Onmyoji's shoulder to show his friendliness. In the next second, Takaman heard a loud noise coming from the trainee's dormitory behind him. Tsuchimikado was startled. Like an alert little animal, he let go of his hand and peered inside with a probing look. Unfortunately, the magician was in front of him and he couldn't see the specific situation in the room. Did something break? Do you want to go in and take a look? The Onmyoji asked worriedly. Xianxia's expression was a little strange and he waved his hand. It's okay, it's my cat. Takaman didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a happy chuckle coming from behind the door. But soon, the Onmyoji's attention was attracted by something else. The magician didn't stretch out his hand, but when he did, Takaman saw teeth marks and red marks all over his hand. But because of the distance and the flash, Takaman didn't see it too clearly. What happened to your hand? But it was obvious that the Onmyoji misunderstood Xianxia's gesture of putting down his hand quickly. Takaman stood at the door and took a step back. He carefully looked at the other party from head to toe, the worry on his face growing stronger. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Usually, Xianxia liked to wear loose shirts and khaki long trench coats. He looked very handsome in them and they complemented his straight and slender figure. But today, the magician was wearing a thick foxfur cloak with a circle of white fur around his face. Not only did he not look well, but the buttons on his body were buttoned from neck to ankle, covering his entire body. Even his neck and feet couldn't be seen. He really couldn't see anything. Takaman looked down and saw that the magician seemed to be barefoot on the thick carpet. The Onmyoji's expression turned serious. Tell me honestly, did you get some negative effects in that dungeon that even the main system can't remove? Looking at the magician's expression, Takaman started imagining things. The trainee dormitory was always on constant temperature and everyone dressed casually. But the magician wrapped himself up like this, it was obvious that something was wrong. Thinking about the previous incident, Takaman's eyes grew bitter. Xianxia, no, it's not. It really isn't. Xianxia couldn't say that he was wearing this because someone had used his mentor's authority to allow him to redeem stamina from the main system. However, he couldn't remove the traces on his body immediately. He had done it once during Halloween and now it was happening again. It was annoying. You're not lying to me? Then why didn't you open the door for so long? The Onmyoji asked suspiciously. Xianxia. It really isn't. How was he going to explain to Tsuchimikado how he had waited bitterly at the door for almost an hour, how the black-haired demon had grabbed his waist and pressed him against the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the snowy scenery of the black forest outside the window? Xianxia was angry just thinking about it. If he hadn't just finished redeeming all his points, he would have gone to the main system to ask if there were any special enhancements. Xianxia had already made up his mind to beat up Takaman after he left to vent his anger. Alright then. Takaman hesitated and gave up on pursuing the reason for his strange clothes. He was an experienced master duanshui and knew when to respect the other party's privacy and what to ask and what not to ask. The magician was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about it. Xianxia obviously wouldn't rush to touch his bad luck. However, he still looked worried. You didn't leave any side effects after coming out of the instance dungeon? Xianxia started to make up stories. No. I brought an item in. You know, it's a B-grade Aluka silver coin. It can increase one's luck for a short time. In the end, I threw a 10-sided die and charmed the evil god. He opened a dimension portal and contacted the main system. Maybe it was inconvenient to travel through the dark dimension, so it took some time. In order to prove this point, he showed that he wasn't missing any limbs. Look, I'm fine now. This set of excuses sounded flawless and completely self-justifiable. Of course, the biggest piece of evidence was the fact that magician was standing in front of him, perfectly fine. Tsuchimikado was naturally relieved. Alright, as long as you're fine. I was just a little worried, so I came to ask. Xianxia hesitated and didn't deliberately mention the key. Some things didn't need to be mentioned, just like how the magician didn't say that there was only one key. In short, he remembered this favor. If there was a day in the future when he could help, he would definitely be loyal. After going through the instance dungeon, Takuman now saw the magician as his own brother. He wouldn't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for his brother. Then you continue to rest, I won't disturb you anymore. Oh right, don't forget to reply to the others and discuss the time of the final battle meeting. We were worried when we didn't see you in the studio. We were finally relieved when number 3 said that you were fine. Alright. Xianxia nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Takuman didn't stay for long. He had a strange intuition that if he stayed any longer, something bad might happen. Due to his bad luck too many times, the Xianxia master had been equipped with an unlucky radar. Usually, when he had a premonition that he was going to be unlucky, his premonition was right. But the problem was that the radar would only alert him when he was unlucky. Thus, Takuman bitterly wondered where he had offended the Tai-Sui, as he hurriedly bade farewell to the magician. The Xianxia master ignored the trainees in the bar who were dumbfounded by the appearance of the magician and returned to the door of his dormitory. He even shivered and muttered why the thermostat turned on by the main system was getting colder and colder. He had been out for so long, but it still hadn't warmed up. Creak, Xianxia pondered as he closed the door. He opened the main system and began to send messages to the S-level editors. Behind the door, the demon who had been eavesdropping openly leaned over and intimately wrapped his arms around the magician's waist. His fingers manipulated the puppet threads everywhere as he helped the magician untie the thick fox fur cloak. The demon looked at the mess on the white-haired youth and said hypocritically, "Oh, I was careless." At first glance, his tone sounded sincere, but in reality, there was no hint of remorse. In fact, the joy in his low and hoarse voice clearly indicated that the demon didn't feel careless at all. He even thought that it was fun and wanted to do it again. It would be best if he went even further. "Baby, do you want to go to the bathroom? I'll help you clean up." Xianxia coldly pushed his face away. "No need. I'll be thankful as long as you stay away from me." Magician didn't die. The news quickly spread throughout the trainees' dormitory. It started from the trainees who saw number 10 and no. 9 talking together and eventually spread throughout the entire dormitory. There were only 100 people in the dormitory now. Other than the S-level players who still needed to complete the final battle dungeon, the other 90 people felt that they only needed to watch the show. After letting go of their tense nerves, they would meet up every day to drink and play games in the trainees' dormitory or go to the amusement park to play. When they had nothing to do, they would guess or gather together to gossip about who would be the final winner. Since the trainees' dormitory knew about it, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally heard about it as well. Originally, the two sides did not communicate with each other. However, since the horror trainees competition was nearing its end, in order to increase the program's effect and entertainment interaction, the main system specially opened a live broadcast room for each of the 99 victorious trainees. Therefore, when they had nothing to do, many trainees would also take on part-time jobs as live streamers to share their lives in the trainees' dormitory with the survivors outside. Therefore, that night, the survivors' forum exploded with activity. F*CK, magician didn't die. F*CK, 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 how can he not die? Didn't he not even participate in the gathering in the studio? I'm also curious about this. Logically speaking, trainees have to be teleported back. It's impossible to skip the level evaluation. Didn't the main system make a statement before? It said that Magician and Onmyoji didn't enter the orphanage's Super S-level dungeon because of a space warp error. Instead, they went to another Super S-level dungeon. Maybe something happened in between and that's why they didn't have time to teleport back. That's a possibility. However, no matter what, Magician is fine. I'm afraid the entire S-level forces will start to reshuffle again. That was true. After the last level evaluation ended, the infinite loop opened the casino to place bets on which side would win first place. Many survivors bet their survival points on Messiah's team, causing the odds on Zhuge En's team to be extremely high. However, at this critical juncture, the news that Magician didn't die spread. The scales of victory started to tilt again. Many survivors who were rushing to place their bets felt regretful. In everyone's imagination, the final battle instance dungeon would definitely be filled with hostility and sparks flying everywhere. The 9S levels all had clear positions. According to the gossip spread by other trainees in the live broadcast, it was said that these S levels did not even greet each other when they met. The atmosphere once fell to a freezing point. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise, feeling that this was even more interesting. Of course, they couldn't guess that the reason they didn't greet him was because everyone knew that the other 4 rank S were deeply controlled by number 1. There was no need to greet him at all. It was just like how the Exorcist and Aizen used to be good friends, but now they were like strangers. They would not even look at each other. Furthermore, in fact, the internal atmosphere of the S-class was not that tense. When Xianxia went to the meeting room today, he heard them arguing as soon as he opened the door. Unexpectedly, Zhuge was not present. Only Fanxue, the Exorcist, and the Onmyoji were present. Even Su Su, who had arrived at the venue, was not present. The Exorcist said righteously, since the last instance dungeon is not a team instance dungeon, but a one-on-one random allocation, why don't we just give up our participation right away? The main system sent the rules of the S-level final battle instance dungeon to all the rank S in advance. As it said, the rank S could freely choose whether or not to participate in the final battle instance dungeon. The final battle instance dungeon would be carried out in the form of a one-on-one promotion competition. At that time, each rank S would declare whether or not they wanted to participate in the final battle instance dungeon. If they gave up, they would retain their rank S seat and automatically move to the spectator seat. Only the rank S who wanted to compete would be left in place and enter the final battle instance dungeon. As for what the final battle instance dungeon was, the main system gave them a little hint. It was said that it was a one-on-one instance dungeon, and only one person could walk out of the instance dungeon alive. This meant that there was no turning back. Once they decided to participate in the competition, it would be a fight to the death. Unlike other rank S, the rank S would receive more generous rewards. Participating in the final battle instance dungeon was only to compete for the final candidate to get the universal wishing ticket. However, if they lost in the final battle instance dungeon, they would pay the price with their lives. This was an extremely difficult multiple-choice question. If they took a step forward, it might not necessarily be glory and wealth. It might very well be a bottomless abyss. If they stood in place, they would be safe and sound and could even get the previous reward. Zhuge had already told them in advance. The main system most likely knew about their previous preparations. It was hard to say whether or not number 1 had instructed it, so the rules of the final battle instance dungeon were set like this. If they all participated, it was very likely that they would be assigned to the same camp. According to the final battle instance dungeon's rules of one-on-one and only one could survive, this would undoubtedly cause unnecessary casualties. Because of this, everyone decided after discussion that they would only send Magician alone to participate in the final battle. After hearing their conclusion, Xianxia. This was an occasion to betray one's teammates, only Takuman looked a little worried. What if number 1 doesn't follow the rules of martial arts and takes turns to fight? To number 1, the other rank S were just puppets. He didn't need to care about their lives at all. If he sent 4 rank S to participate in the final battle in order to win, then Xianxia would have to fight against at least 3 rank S to win. Then I'm not sure. The Exorcist shrugged. Number 3 just said that the devil wouldn't do that. He said that if only Magician participated in the final battle, the other side would only send 1 person. There would never be a situation where they outnumber 1. It sounded like there was no basis for this, but since it came from Zhuge-en's mouth, it meant that there must be a reason for it. On the other hand, Xianxia was well aware of this. He had been playing chess with the devil for a long time. His main goal was to make the other party unhappy. It was common for him to use all kinds of methods and not follow the rules of martial arts. Previously, there was number 1 who held grudges against Xianxia for failing his mission in the mental hospital instance dungeon. He waved his hand and gave Xianxia an F rating. Then, there was Xianxia who snuck into Xianxia's room, stole roses, and cut up Xianxia's clothes. They were rivals, but in reality, it was more like a fight between elementary school chickens. It was extremely childish. But no matter what, if they really had to face each other head-on, no matter if it was Xianxia or the devil, with their pride, they would never allow unrelated people to disturb the final battle. This was the final battle between magician and the devil, the savior and the devil king. Thus, Xianxia casually ended the topic. He's right. Then it's decided. Right, where's Su? He asked. Takaman, Zhuge and went to find him. Number 3 drew the rank S reward, the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead was a limited rank S item in the rank S instance dungeon Ramses. This item didn't have any attack power, it was purely a functional item. With this item, one could transform into a half-living creature, similar to an existence like a lich, doubling one's survivability. It was quite a famous legendary item. But currently, none of the known survivors of the Infinite Loop had it. The most important thing was that the Book of the Dead allowed one to see the souls of the dead and communicate with them. Ever since the last instance dungeon, Susan had become Susu's sore point. Now that such an item had appeared, it was understandable that Zhuge went to inform him first. I see. But for some reason, Xianxia intuitively had some strange doubts. While he was thinking, Number 2, who had been standing silently in front of the murals in the conference room, suddenly turned his head. Xianxia had already noticed this. Fanshua's expression was particularly cold and solemn today. But when they were discussing the final instance dungeon, no. Tu didn't say anything. According to his personality, if there was a problem with the arrangement, he would have said it on the spot. Since he didn't say anything, it meant that it wasn't a problem with the final instance dungeon. It was something else that wasn't convenient to say in front of everyone. The gray-haired vampire nodded at the white-haired youth and said in a low voice, "Excuse me," before leaving the conference room. Anyway, the discussion was over. Special items couldn't be used in the final instance dungeon. This time, even passive items couldn't be used. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. They could only give encouragement. Xianxia understood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he did the same thing and hurried in the direction Number 2 left. He didn't go far before he saw the tall half-vampire who always wore a neat military uniform at the door of another conference room on the top floor. Fanshua nodded at him. Stealthily, he placed his hand on the hilt of the military knife at his waist and activated the vampire's detection mode. After confirming that there was no movement in the surroundings, he pushed open the door of the conference room behind him slightly. Come in and talk. Looking at his cautious appearance, Xianxia knew in his heart that this was definitely a big deal, so his expression became a lot more serious. He even took out a tarot card and drew a card. After confirming that there was no one around, he slowly closed the door. When they came out of the conference room, it was already an hour later. In order to avoid attracting attention, they left one after the other. Xianxia didn't rush back to his dorm. Instead, he pondered and walked all the way to the bar on the top floor. It was almost evening. The deep red sunset in the distance merged into one on the sea. The sky looked like it was about to burn, and the sea was dyed the same color. Magician ordered a glass of whiskey out of habit. He lowered his head and rummaged in his pocket. The flame flickered and lit a mint-flavored cigarette. He would only use nicotine and tobacco when he needed to think, stimulate, and clear his mind. He smoked and drank at the same time. His expression was dark and gloomy behind the smoke. The next second, a hand reached out from behind and picked up the glass of alcohol that the white-haired youth had placed on the bar. The white-haired youth purposely drank from the spot where Magician's lips had touched and drank the cold alcohol in one gulp. After drinking, the devil commented casually, "Your skills are far worse than mine." Xianxia chose to ignore a certain person who had appeared uninvited. He didn't even raise his eyes to take a second look. He was still holding the half-lit cigarette between his fingers. The ash drooped and fell onto the dark black table, spreading a grayish-black smoke. Behind the smoke, the young man's long and narrow eyes were blurry and unreal. The warm yellow light above the bar added a layer of cold light to his silhouette, making the shadows on his face look even deeper and more inhuman. Without a doubt, the Xianxia wasn't in a good mood. For some reason, this knowledge made the demon unhappy. He had rarely seen such obvious emotional fluctuations in Magician. Except when they were at loggerheads. At that time, be it the Xianxia or the demon, their burning desire to fight all belonged to the other person. Their most real and rare emotions only arose because of the other person. The demon thought with displeasure and did as he was told. In the next second, the bartender who was mixing drinks at the bar was chased away. The black-haired man took over the bartender's place and moved his fingers slightly. The puppet threads hidden in the shadows automatically wrapped around the bottle and the shaker. On the other side, the tweezers floating in the air had already prepared the ice and lemon salt, ready to be used at any time. He purposely put his hand on Magician's hand that was holding the cigarette, the white glove intertwining with the pale fingers. He didn't do anything other than catch the falling ashes, but there was an indescribable ambiguity. "Mr. Magician, do you need a bartender?" The man stared into Magician's light pink eyes, his dark golden pupils filled with undisguised mockery. "You're my only customer, so there's no extra charge for this glass." "Of course." He dragged out the word, grabbing Magician's fingertips and squeezing them suggestively. "If you want a second glass, it'll be another price." The Xianxia was speechless. What should he do? His fist was hard. His originally contemplative mood and train of thought were completely interrupted, and he immediately lost his temper. All the work was done by the puppet threads and shadows, and the demon only needed to manipulate the dazzling silver arcs in the air like a conductor of a concert, sending them to where they were supposed to be. The bartender was showy, just like the demon himself, proudly exuding his hormones from morning till night, like a peacock showing off its feathers all the time, making people feel helpless. Dong, after a parabola in the air, the freshly brewed whiskey was pushed over. The bartender leaned against the counter and looked at him with a smile. The Xianxia looked at him coldly and didn't move. The demon didn't care. He picked up a strand of the youth's white hair and twirled it around his fingertips nonchalantly. "The final battle is about to begin. Let me guess. What did you guys discuss? For example, to let you fight alone? Don't worry, you will only face to face. His tone was exceptionally gentle. "Baby, I won't let anyone disturb our battlefield. But, it's inevitable that there will be ants who will interfere." Magician raised a brow but didn't interrupt him. "Just say what you want to say, don't keep me in suspense." It would be a waste if he didn't listen to such obvious information. Seeing that Magician had finally shifted his attention to him, the demon revealed a satisfied smile. He released the puppet threads in his hand, and the ice cubes fell from the air into the wine glass with a crisp sound. "My dear Magician, you have to know that all compromises in this world have a purpose." The man was hinting at something. Especially those who are just a little smart and want to cheat the world to gain fame. Both of them were well aware of who this person was. The demon obviously didn't like number 3. This wasn't the first time he publicly criticized Zhuge and in front of the Xianxia. A long time ago, after the king's game ended, Xianxia went to the demon's dorm to steal roses, and the demon chased him into his room. This familiar conversation had already happened once. "What does a prophecy mean to you?" The Xianxia pondered for a moment. The inevitability of fate. Prophecies had the unique tragic aesthetics of ancient Greek mythology, and could also be seen as a manifestation of the law of causality. For those famous prophecies, the moment they were spoken, it meant that they would definitely come true in the future. Prophecies meant that no matter what methods the person used to avoid or hide, it would still lead to the final outcome. It was very likely that avoiding or hiding would result in an unexpected outcome. Giguzi had been dead for more than 10 years, and none of his former subordinates had survived. Not even a trace of him was left behind. His final prophecy was brought to the perfect world by his subordinates who didn't manage to enter the investiture of the god's dungeon in time. They thought that they had brought out a savior, but in the end, they created a demon king. It further confirmed the fate of the prophecy. A prophecy didn't mean that one could go against fate, it was just a notification. "That's right." The demon shrugged. "You see, in Giguzi's prophecy, we are mortal enemies." The Xianxia pondered and didn't speak. Mortal enemies. It used to be true. But after the Judgment Day dungeon, some things seemed to have changed forever. There were countless times when Xianxia could strike, ruthlessly beating up the defenseless little fiend, and even make the great fiend disappear from this beautiful world. But maybe it was out of pity at the beginning, or maybe it was because of something deeper. The Xianxia didn't. There were countless times when the demon could have killed the magician in the cradle before his wings were fully grown. From then on, the magician didn't have to care about Guguzi's prophecy and could continue his game in the human world. Similarly, maybe it was because he was too bored at the beginning, or maybe he was tired of this boring competition where he couldn't find any toys. The demon didn't either. Their motives were different at the beginning, but after they chose to indulge and be presumptuous, they couldn't attack anymore. Needless to say, the Xianxia, the demon, even rushed to save his mortal enemy. He kept saying that the magician could only die in his own hands, but it couldn't hide the essence of the matter. The prophecy had never mentioned that there would be another relationship between them while they were mortal enemies. I'm inclined to believe that this prophecy is accurate, but if someone wants to maliciously tamper with it or hide it, then it's not necessarily true. The man sneered contemptuously. Especially, if that person is still number 3, then its accuracy is even lower. What the demon didn't say was that, in a sense, Guguzi's prophecy was terrifyingly accurate. Even if he was really defeated and willingly lost to someone, that person could only be the magician. So, baby, there's obviously something wrong with this prophecy. The man's tone changed and became sweet again. Some people are obviously up to no good when they compromise, unlike me. I'm willing to be used by you and have no other request. The demon obviously knew how to flatter himself. He used the other person as a foil for himself and didn't mention how he lusted after the magician's body and wanted to abduct him to bed every day. Hearing this, the Xianxia finally understood what the demon was implying. So you're saying that you know what I have to wish for after I get the universal wishing voucher? Don't worry, baby, we can talk about this later. The black-haired demon slowly combed the magician's long silver hair. It's not certain who will win or lose. Also, allow me to remind you, Mr. Magician, you owe me so many times. Have you thought about how to repay me? The word "owe" first appeared in the number 1 middle school instance dungeon, when the Xianxia asked the demon who acted as the teacher for help. Xianxia was still able to guess what kind of personality number 1 had. As long as he felt that something was interesting, he would most likely not reject anyone who asked him for help. Of course, although the demon said so verbally, the Xianxia, who was used to not buying a ticket, didn't take it to heart. He didn't intend to repay it from the beginning. Therefore, the Mad Circus number 1 came to help and he insisted on saving him in the instance dungeon. In the eyes of the Xianxia, it was a free ride and he didn't need to pay anything. Ah, Mr. Magician is still as heartless as ever. The demon sighed pretentiously. Forget it. Who asked us to be so close now? He purposely emphasized the words intimate. The Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Maybe I'll consider this when I'm in a good mood. But if you want me to give up the universal wishing voucher? Then I'd advise you to go to bed. Sleep? The demon narrowed his eyes. It's not impossible if I'm with you. It just so happened that the sky was now completely dark. Everything in this narrow independent space was under the control of the main system. Therefore, the starry sky at night was particularly beautiful, and all the stars at all times were twinkling in the sky, forming a sea of stars. If this is the way to repay me, the man smirked and lowered his voice. I'll definitely like it, baby. The Xianxia was speechless. His answer was to get up from the bar, turn around, and leave. It was the magician's greatest mercy that he didn't pour the glass of wine over the demon's head. The Xianxia didn't walk far before he received an unexpected message. The sender of the message was Susu. The Xianxia pondered for a moment, turned around, and turned to the conference room that they usually used for meetings. Just as the message said, there was already someone sitting in the conference room. Susu sat on the sofa, holding a thick roll of papyrus that exuded a withered aura. Feeling this unique aura, the Xianxia couldn't help but look at it. Such a representative papyrus should be the famous S-grade item, the Book of the Dead. Brother Jiao. Seeing him, Susu wiped the tears on his face and stood up from the sofa. Susan asked me to call you over. He said, he has something to say to you. Su. Sun had something to say to him? The white-haired young man raised his eyebrows. Xianxia and Susan did not interact much in private. In fact, it could even be said that they did not interact much. This was because Susan had a more mature personality and was usually a man of few words. He rarely spoke his true thoughts. But there was no doubt that Susan was a good person. It was just that he was not good with words, but he was never sloppy when it came to his actions. Moreover, he knew how to control the situation very well and knew the deeper meaning behind each of Xianxia's instructions. He was a very good subordinate who cared about the big picture. In comparison, Susu used to be an explosive person who did not use his brain to think. Most of the time, it was Susan who pulled him back. But as he was an extrovert, Xianxia interacted with him more often. Even Takaman would often take care of this little brother who had not experienced the harsh treatment of society. So when Susan made such a request, Xianxia could not help but feel a little puzzled. But despite his doubts, he still nodded. All right. Susu acknowledged. He even accidentally burped because he had been crying for too long. When he came back to his senses, his face immediately turned red. It was only at times like this that he could see traces of his youth and popularity from this young man. Even if Xianxia did not care about these things, this was not the first time he had heard others say that Susu was becoming more and more reticent. He would lock himself in his room every day and would not go out. He even set up a training ground in the main system like a madman just to make himself stronger. Susu wiped away his tears and solemnly placed the Book of the Dead in his arms on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Then he walked out of the meeting room while looking back repeatedly. As he walked out, he did not forget to kindly close the door for them. It seemed like this was a private conversation. Xianxia put down his hands and walked over to the sofa to sit down. About 3 seconds later, Susan's voice came from the air in front of him. I took the liberty of asking Xiaosu to call you here. Sorry to disturb you, ninth brother. I'm fine. Magician waved his hand, puzzled. I heard from Zhuge and that you sacrificed yourself to cast forbidden black magic? Yes. Susan replied, it is indeed a sacrificial black magic that consumes one's vitality. Fortunately, it did not harm one's soul. Otherwise, even the Book of the Dead would not be able to do anything. However, even the Book of the Dead can only barely communicate with the dead. It's not a summoning technique that can summon souls. In the end, it's just drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Xianxia knew what Susan meant. Even if Zhuge gave the Book of the Dead to Susu, it was only a temporary measure. Susan was dead. This was an irreversible fact. Even if she could talk to Susu through an S-grade item, she wouldn't be able to accompany him for the rest of his life. This was because people had to be reincarnated. If she couldn't let go of her obsession, she would only wander around the river of forgetfulness. One day, her soul would dissipate from the world. At this point, Susan paused slightly. So. I want to beg you. No, I want to beg you. If you can obtain the final universal wishing ticket, please don't choose to revive everyone. This time, Susan's request really surprised Xianxia. Why? Because the pain will never end. Susan's usually calm voice was choked with sobs. Even if we are revived, there is no way for the survivors to return to the real world in the infinite loop. Someday in the future, as time passes, even if I survive and can really be together with Susu, we will inevitably usher in the death of another person. This is unavoidable and will come. Indeed. The survival time of the veteran survivors in the infinite loop was only stable for about 3 years. However, for most survivors, not to mention a year, even surviving a dungeon was difficult. The survival rate was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. For high-level veteran survivors, after passing a difficult dungeon, the main system would send them to a more difficult dungeon based on their strength. If this continued for a long time, the veteran survivors wouldn't be able to escape death. Even earlier, it was impossible to know when the infinite loop began. However, based on Guguzi's death in the investiture of the God's dungeon, it was clear that anyone who tried to destroy the infinite loop didn't end well. Just like Su Senator, if Xianxia wished for everyone to come back to life, everyone would definitely be happy. However, when they returned to the infinite loop from the thriller trainee competition, when the rest time from the competition was used up, the survivors were destined to return to being forced to enter the horror dungeon every month to complete missions. Perhaps the next year would be happy, but what about the next 2 years? 3 years, Susan trembled and said, but we have no way to welcome the other party's death again. Everyone knew how much psychological trauma and damage Susan's departure had caused to Susu. Even if it was Susan, it would be the same. Especially if the other party was revived in the future and communicated with each other to confirm their relationship, they would still know that they were walking on a dead end. The first separation was already like this, let alone the second time. I know this request is very selfish, but when I heard Susu say it to me, this was the only thought that came to me. Susan recalled the moment when he got the Book of the Dead and successfully contacted him. Susu was crying as he happily told him that Brother Gio had decided to resurrect all his dead companions. Susan didn't say anything, but his heart was suddenly filled with sorrow. So, if possible, please don't make this wish. Susan's voice was filled with uncontrollable sobs. It was obvious how much determination this request had taken and how cruel it was for him. Who didn't want to live and kiss the person they loved under the sun? If possible, I just want Susu to live well. It would be best if he could leave the infinite loop and forget about me. This was the promise that Xianxia had made to them at the very beginning. He said he wanted everyone to leave the infinite loop. The meeting room fell into silence. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, "Did Zhuge say anything to you?" Susan let out an ah, his voice revealing an unfeigned blankness. No. He didn't even talk to me. The one who contacted me and summoned me has always been Susu. The magician furrowed his brows imperceptibly. His hands rubbed his temples lightly, his light pink eyes deep in thought. He recalled the conversation between Fan Zhua and him in the meeting room and the demon's disdainful comments about Zhuge, and thinking further back, Susan and Zhuge had entered the S-level instance dungeon together. Zhuge had walked into the wrong dimension portal and placed himself in danger. He had sacrificed his substitute doll for Susan and sacrificed himself in an unusual way. Now, why was Zhuge unable to randomly obtain the S-level Book of the Dead and deliver it to Susu immediately? Xianxia couldn't be blamed for making such a connection. This series of coincidences was too coincidental. If there were too many coincidences, they wouldn't be coincidences anymore. Xianxia didn't doubt Zhuge's ability at all. Whether it was his unpredictability, overdrawing his own divination ability to predict the future, or his winding and elusive mind and brain. A stream of light that could not be any faster flashed through his mind. However, when he wanted to chase after it, it disappeared into the depths of his mind. Xianxia put down his hand and said softly, "I understand. I can understand your thoughts. But you don't seem to have considered Susu's thoughts." The white-haired youth hit the nail on the head. Susu doesn't and isn't willing to think about the future. He only wants you to come back. If he knew that you were telling me these things and that you wanted him to erase his memory and return to reality, he would be furious. "I know," Susan said bitterly. "But I just want him to live." Susu didn't think that far. He only wanted Susan to come back. He only wanted to hug his lover who he had yet to confess his feelings to. But Susan thought far ahead. He didn't just want the present, he also wanted the future. He didn't want Susu to be sad. If there was a next time, no matter if Susu or Susan died, the other person would definitely not hesitate to commit suicide. "I'm already a dead person, but he's still alive. As long as he's alive, there's hope." It was rare for Xianxia to be a little confused. He couldn't understand this kind of feeling. This kind of person was willing to give up his chance to live in exchange for another person's carefree feelings. Just like when he asked the old nun when he was young, the book said that no one would be good to another person for no reason. "Then why did you adopt me and take care of me since I was young without asking for anything in return?" The old nun said that it was love. Xianxia still didn't understand. After so many years, he still couldn't figure it out. When he was in the Cirque du Soleil dungeon, he said to the devil that hate couldn't bind a person, but love could. The difference between him and the devil was that Xianxia admitted that there was love, but he didn't understand it. Not only did the devil not understand, he didn't admit it, he even sneered at it. Just like Susu and Su Senator, was this love? Perhaps so. Magician thought. Love was sacrifice, love was courage, love was fearlessness. But even if Xianxia knew what it was, to put himself in the shoes of someone, to make him give up his own interests, give up his own happiness, At a certain moment, an obscure shadow flashed across his mind, but he extinguished it in the next second. Impossible. Magician would never give up or sacrifice anything for another person. I know why you're here. Xianxia stopped thinking. He stood up from the sofa and said calmly, if there's a chance, I'll consider it. If it's possible, please cut off the communication. When Susu comes in, I'll give the Book of the Dead to him, and regardless of the result, I won't reveal the content of our conversation. Okay, thank you for your generosity. Susan immediately replied and disappeared behind the Book of the Dead. The meeting room fell into silence again. After confirming that Susan had left, Xianxia picked up the Book of the Dead on the coffee table and took out his tarot cards from the system backpack. He put his fingers on the 2S grade items and his pupils slightly darkened. No matter what, Xianxia still had a grudge against the moon card that represented deception. He wanted to know what Zhuge and had lied to him about and what part of the prophecy was hidden from him. For some reason, Susu, who was guarding outside the conference room, felt inexplicably uneasy even though he hadn't been out for long. He leaned against the wall, lowered his head, and stared at the tip of his shoes. The joy in his heart faded slightly, and he stopped crying. His mind also calmed down a lot. Only God knew how excited he was when he found out that the Book of the Dead could be used to summon the dead and talk to them. Susu lived in these two instances in a daze. He didn't know what he was doing, but he was very clear about what he was doing. It was no exaggeration to say that everything seemed to have lost its color in Susu's eyes. From then on, he didn't know what he was going to live for, and what else he could do. After receiving Susan's relic, the Book of the Black Hen, that Zhuge and brought back from the instance, he stayed in the dormitory alone for 3 days and a daze. Susu kept crying. When he was tired from crying, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he sat on the bed motionlessly and continued to cry. Later, when his tears dried up, he could only sit there like a fixed statue. He couldn't feel the flow of time as he hugged the grade A item. Later, he woke up because he saw the words that Susan had left for him in the book. Susan wanted him to live. Therefore, this sentence became Susu's only obsession. It was as if he had suddenly aged a few decades. He no longer had the lively aura from before, and he lived like Su Senator when he was in the orphanage instance. Susu was almost caught by ghost hand. That hand was very, very cold. It was so cold that it seemed to penetrate his bones. For a moment, Susu thought that if he died like this, everything would be over. But he couldn't die. If Brother Jiu let Susan come back in the end, he would have to beat him up. Susu thought about his appearance at that time and couldn't help but smile. He never thought that he could talk to Susan like this. Just the conversation alone was enough to make him feel satisfied and overjoyed. Susu trusted Xianxia more than anyone else. He believed that Brother Nine would definitely create a miracle. He stretched out his hand and looked at his palm that was covered with wrinkles. She did not know what Susan wanted to say to Brother Jiu alone. Could it be that she wanted to ask Brother Nine about her situation during this period alone? Susu began to guess aimlessly. Thinking about how dispirited he was during this period of time, he couldn't help but hit his head, feeling a little regretful. Just as Susu's imagination was running wild, the door of the conference room behind him suddenly opened slightly. He hurriedly turned around. Ninth brother. The white-haired young man who walked out of the meeting room looked normal, but there was some imperceptible coldness in his eyebrows and eyes. Susu subconsciously stood properly, like a primary school student who was about to be scolded by the teaching director. His hands were stuck to the seams of his trousers, and he stood perfectly straight. Xianxia, who was still immersed in his own thoughts, snapped out of his daze. Seeing Susu's serious expression, Magician raised his brows. Why do you suddenly look like you're waiting to be scolded? Ninth brother, don't tease me. I'm just happy. Susu scratched his head and revealed his first heartfelt smile in more than 2 months. He glanced at the Death Spirit book in Xianxia's hands, his tone hesitant. He didn't say anything, right? Nothing. Since he had promised Susan that he wouldn't reveal the contents of their conversation, Xianxia would naturally keep his promise. I had something to do just now, so I asked him to go back first. If you want to look for him, you have to re-establish communication. Susu nodded obediently. The white-haired youth passed the death spirit book in his hands to Susu. Here. Seeing Susu accept the death spirit book happily, Zhongjiao pretended to ask casually, Zhuge gave you this book, right? Did he say anything else when he gave it to you? Susu revealed a confused expression. No. Big Boss Zhuge said that he had drawn an S-grade item that could communicate with the dead, and then directly transferred this item to me. Susu's luck wasn't as good as Zhuge An's, but as one of the last 100 survivors of the thriller trainee competition, he had also received an S-grade item, the blind box, from which he had obtained a cross. He scratched his head. Because I was embarrassed, I wanted to give the S-grade item to Master Zhuge, but he said he didn't need it and told me to keep it for myself. Right, ninth brother, why are you asking about this? Nothing. Zhongjiao denied it. I'm just asking. After that, he and Susu exchanged a few simple words. After that, he left the conference room and walked back to his dorm. The walk wasn't long, but Zhongjiao walked very slowly. He walked for a long time. There was no doubt that according to what Zhuge had said, he wanted Zhongjiao to make a wish that would allow everyone to escape from the infinite loop. If it wasn't for this condition, Zhuge, who had been both friend and foe in the Barren Village instance dungeon, wouldn't have lent a helping hand, let alone help in the battle between Zhongjiao and the devil. It could be said that Zhuge-en's promise to help him was based on Zhongjiao's identity as the savior and the promise he had made. Otherwise, Zhuge-en wouldn't have said those words when Zhongjiao promised Susu. But now, Zhongjiao gathered his thoughts and sent a short message to Fanjua. Then, he pushed open the door to his dorm room. The break this time was a month long. As the time for the final battle approached, the atmosphere in the trainee dorm became more relaxed and joyful. It was a pity that although the thriller trainee competition was conducted as a talent show, the audience couldn't participate in the voting. Otherwise, Zhongjiao would definitely be the winner. After closing the door, Zhongjiao lowered his head and changed into his cotton slippers. When the cats saw him, they scurried over and rubbed their heads against Magician's feet affectionately. His room was exactly the same as when he left. The fireplace was burning and snow was falling. White light shone in from the floor-to-ceiling windows and intertwined with the dim light in the room. It had a cold and pale beauty. However, it was in such a quiet background that someone set up a trap. Zhongjiao bent down and picked up the cats. When he walked out of the hallway, he saw a figure lying lazily on his bed. Don't you have your own bed? The black-haired man looked away from the screen in boredom and said innocently, but I like your bed better. Indeed. The bed was filled with Magician's cold aura. The devil had always liked the smell on Zhongjiao's body, even though the latter always thought it was an illusion created by number one. Ever since he used his authority as a mentor to merge the two dorms, Zhongjiao objected and had to change it back. Zhongjiao obeyed on the surface but disobeyed in private. He used his freedom to come and go as he pleased and treated Zhongjiao's dorm as his own. As long as Zhongjiao was in the dorm, the devil wouldn't stop. Even if Magician was reading in front of the fireplace, the devil would still go over and rub a blanket. Zhongjiao was always in heat. Without the curse, Zhongjiao returned to his usual indifferent attitude. Therefore, in order to achieve his goal, the devil always looked for trouble for Magician and never got tired of it. He was also very bored. When he saw that Zhongjiao had a few cats, he followed his example and created a few black cats with the shadows. He commanded the two teams of cats to fight each other every day. That was fine, but the most important thing was that he was too energetic. Sometimes, when he got angry, Zhongjiao would fight with him. Then, as they fought, there was no exception, and they would end up rolling together. Zhongjiao was about to scold him, but when he turned around, he saw the demon move the burnt rabbit toy onto his bed, as if it was the right thing to do. He even patted the side of his bed to show that he had left enough space for the rabbit toy. Zhongjiao was speechless. In the past, when Zhongjiao lived alone, his room was always quiet. Now, with the addition of a demon, the magician's peaceful life became lively. What he didn't realize was that while he was unaware, the devil had already invaded his personal space step by step and forcefully squeezed into his life. Baby, what kind of final battle dungeon do you like? Just as Zhongjiao lowered his head to stroke the cat's fur, the devil suddenly asked, since it's a final battle that belongs to us, it must be interesting. Whatever, I'll win anyway. Zhongjiao didn't even turn his head. Then let's leave it to the main system. The man got up from the bed and skillfully walked behind Magician. He leaned his head on Magician's shoulder. After being pushed away, he didn't get angry. Instead, he squinted his eyes. If you win, Mr. Magician, what would you like to wish for? The devil had vaguely revealed it during the Q&A session at the Circus of the Insane. The main system completed a karma in the form of making a wish and fulfilling the wish in order to let him return to the higher dimension. Since the main system was responsible for fulfilling the wish, then a wish like the main system will disappear definitely couldn't be fulfilled. He could only do it from the side. If you really intend to listen to that nameless scoundrel and let the entire infinite loop be destroyed, the main system will most likely be ruthless enough to fulfill your wish. Destroying the infinite loop would be a huge blow to the main system, but it would definitely agree in the end. In order to wait for this opportunity to return to the higher dimension, the main system had been preparing for a long time. It spent energy to create the infinite loop and was even willing to cooperate with the devil for this purpose. If this opportunity was missed, the next one might never come. Therefore, even if the wish could only be fulfilled by the main system, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, the main system would fulfill it for the trainees. Don't you think it's fun here? Why are you obsessed with those unnecessary things? The man's fingertips circled around his body. We're the same kind of people who like to pursue excitement. There are things here that the real world doesn't have. Why should we care about what those ants think? If you want to destroy this place, I won't be able to play with you in the future. The devil slowly tightened his hand around Magician and said in an almost casual tone, I'll be sad, baby. In any case, a month later, under everyone's anticipation, the final battle finally arrived. On this day, whether it was the survivors or other trainees, they all waited at the entrance of the live broadcast room and the studio. The viewing rate reached an astonishing 99%. After a few months of competition, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. It was just the right time to watch the last round and decide who the trainee would be at the top. As the time approached, the excitement and anticipation on everyone's faces became more and more obvious. Before the time was up, the main system's voice began to deploy the preparation work. The panoramic camera is being activated, activation successful. The main system will activate a special camera for the final battle. The camera will only be activated during voting. When the S-level trainees enter the duel instance, it will not be broadcasted. This time, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. What, the duel instance won't be broadcasted? I really want to see the duel instance. This instance is a 1v1 duel. With so many S-level trainees, I can finally watch the gods fight. Main system, you can't be a human. But, upstairs, the main system is not a human. Doge, I don't care. I really want to see the duel instance. One person's blood letter. As everyone was making a ruckus, a long bullet screen sent by a trainee slowly slid past the most conspicuous part of the live broadcast room. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. The main system will definitely control the speed of the instance. The 1v1 instance won't take long. Moreover, this isn't a game. Only one of the two can survive, haven't you thought about it? The iron law of the infinite loop has always been that the survivors are not allowed to kill each other. Now that this iron law has been opened, if the process is broadcasted, the loser will not only have to bear the pain of failure and loss of life, but you will also have to watch the process of death. This is too inhumane. Makes sense. I think this big trainee is right. As soon as this bullet screen appeared, many survivors and trainees expressed their agreement and support. Just as everyone started to discuss this idea, the lights in the studio suddenly went out. 10 lights lit up one by one, projecting from the top of the hall onto the top of the 10 highest thrones. A total of 10 S-level trainees, including number 1, who had been missing all year round, sat upright. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with a budding rose in front of his chest. There was a hint of laziness in his dark golden eyes. Instructors will supervise the final match throughout the entire process to ensure the progress of the competition. By the way, the instructor doesn't like noisy environments. All of a sudden, the rowdy trainees fell silent. None of them dared to breathe loudly. It became quiet all of a sudden. They didn't even dare to send any bullet comments for a long time. It's too realistic. As expected of that lord. I'm really nervous. To be honest, I like all the S-class now, and I don't want any of them to die. Me too. Grade S is a very good person. Everyone has their own principles and standpoints. Although there are different standpoints, I still hope that everyone can be safe in the end. I hope everyone is safe, pray. JPG. Time's up. As soon as the hour arrived, the main system immediately activated the local space transfer. At the same time, the throne at the very top disappeared. The final battle officially begins. The 9 contestants and their mentors will be transferred to a specially prepared venue for the final battle instance dungeon. All viewers, please move to the live stream to watch. After a familiar space transfer, Xianxia opened his eyes. This was a pure white space. It was white and boundless, like rolling clouds and mist. There were only pure white door frames floating in the void. 10 thrones were arranged in a circle, facing a black conference table. There was a small symbol in front of each person on the table. Xianxia's symbol was a hollow poker card. Takuman's symbol was a blue yin-yang master's symbol. Further away, Zhuge En's symbol was a grayish-black 8 trigrams. Fanju's symbol was the holy emblem of the blood breeds. Messiah's symbol was a light golden magic circle. The dark wizard's and the exorcist's symbols were black mist and a drop of bright silver holy water respectively. Of course, there was also the number 1 red rose. Good day. The first to speak was the devil sitting on the main seat. As the mentor of this final battle, I will explain the rules of this final battle instance dungeon to everyone. He lazily put his hands on the table. His gaze slowly swept across each of the grade S present. Among them, his gaze lingered on Xianxia for an exceptionally long time. Now was the time for the livestream. As the undisputed focal point, every action of the devil in the main seat was infinitely magnified. Immediately, there were bullet comments popping up in confusion. Why does the Lord keep staring at the magician? I want to ask this too. He looked at everyone one by one. He didn't even look at Takuman. He just fixed his gaze on him. Hasn't the Lord always thought highly of the magician? It should be an encouraging and admiring gaze. What the person above said makes sense. After all, the magician has been the only exception for so many years. But why do I feel that this gaze is a bit strange? Followers, don't criticize me. My family is all fine and healthy. You don't have to worry about it. Under such a heated gaze, Xianxia didn't even raise his head. He didn't even bother to look at the magician. The devil in the main seat wasn't annoyed. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Like a competent mentor, he began his explanation. The main system will randomly assign the team instance dungeon. If one side forfeits, the other side will advance. If both sides don't forfeit, the 1v1 final battle instance dungeon will begin. Just as the magician lowered his head to play with the poker cards in his hand, he suddenly felt something tugging at his ankle. Xianxia frowned slightly and looked down instinctively. Of course, he didn't see anything. Xianxia retracted his gaze and decided to ignore it. However, the thing hidden in the void became more and more presumptuous because of his indulgence. Not only did they wrap around his ankles, there were even 1 or 2 shadows that sank into his trousers and began to wander around suggestively. Some people were born to not know what restraint was. They were always insatiable, and it was intolerable. The white-haired youth looked up warningly and glared at the devil. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Why do I feel like the magician's gaze is murderous? I saw it too. Is he that courageous? The Lord is clearly encouraging the magician. This isn't good. As everyone knows, the Lord isn't a kind person. This should be considered offensive. It's over, it's over. Will magician be hated? The bullet screen was shocked and broke out in cold sweat for the magician. However, in the next second, to everyone's surprise, not only was the person at the top not angry, he even revealed a mysterious smile. Then, he raised his white-gloved right hand and lowered his head to kiss his fingertips, as if he was sending some kind of signal. Regardless of whether it was the rank S or the spectators, no one understood this action. The white-haired youth's expression turned colder. He recalled how he had been so smug the day before yesterday, but yesterday, he had been caught by the devil and dragged into the bathtub. The devil had grabbed his hand and licked it carefully. During that time, he had been forced to do some indescribable things. Hence, the Xianxia felt uncomfortable when he saw this action. The others looked at their interaction and were confused. Even though everyone knew that there was something unusual going on, they still didn't know what the two were up to. After teasing the magician, the devil, who was in a good mood, turned around to announce the important matters. The competition begins. Roger, the main system said coldly. The first round of dungeon randomization begins. Trainees, please take your positions according to the symbols that appear on the portal. If you wish to forfeit the competition, please submit to the main system after entering the portal. The first round of randomization, one of the 9 rank S will be eliminated. For the fairness of the competition, the eliminated trainee will have to pass the instructor's assessment before receiving the right to continue the competition. In the next second, the symbols of the rank S trainees began to appear on the white portal floating behind the throne and the conference table. A few seconds later, a tsunami of discussion swept through the live stream. Oh my god! This grouping, what kind of death group is this? Zhuge versus Takuman, Poseidon versus the Son of God, the Dark Wizard versus Azan in Black, the Exorcist versus the Vampire, the Magician versus... The magician's luck is not bad, he got the first round. How is this good luck? The person above, wake up. He has such great potential, but he had such an attitude just now. If the Lord was in a bad mood, wouldn't he not even pass the first round? Ah no. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I heard that. There's no need for this, at least the instructor's assessment won't be like a 1v1 dungeon where only one person can survive. If the magician doesn't pass the assessment, he will only be eliminated. It seems like it's better for him to get the first round. Without a doubt, this grouping made everyone hold their breaths. In these 5 groupings, all of the groupings were from the same camp. Although that's the case, what should we do now? One person in the same group must forfeit, or else we'll still have to fight. I'm also thinking about this problem. At the end of the day, it's still the universal wishing ticket, even if they're from the same camp. If it really comes to this point, wouldn't it be a loss to give up? Also, they can't forfeit at the same time. If they forfeit at the same time, what if they're assigned to the opposite camp? Wouldn't that be a waste? F***ck, this is too difficult. What kind of garbage groupings are these? Stupid main system, I give up. Xianxia looked away. He didn't look at Zhuge, but instead exchanged a glance with Fanjua. The latter's eyes carried a final questioning look, as if asking if he had made the final decision. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Thus, Fanjua stood up first and pushed open the dimension door with his symbol. Seeing this, Takuman and the Exorcist followed closely behind. Zhuge looked up silently at Xianxia, then followed the Yin-Yang Master into the instance dungeon. Live broadcast has been cut off. The huge pure white space once again fell into silence. This was also part of the plan. Up until now, everything was running smoothly. According to the devil's arrogant personality, he wouldn't have tampered with the competition rules. In order to prevent suspicions, such as the trainees being worried that if one side forfeited and the other advanced, they would be left in the field to fight in turns, he simply asked the main system to group all the trainees from the same camp together. This way, as long as both sides forfeited, there wouldn't be any future worries. Once the other 8 grade S students forfeited, there would only be 2 people left in the final battle. This would be the final battle between the magician and the devil. Baby, what are you thinking about? Across the table, the devil smiled and asked, 5 hours, it's such a long time, it's such a waste to just wait. Why don't we do something meaningful? Xianxia didn't even look at the demon's ill-intentioned suggestion. He placed his hands on the surface of the black round table, his fingertips pressing on the engraved playing card patterns on the table. His expression was solemn. After the other S-class left, the entire conference room became unbelievably quiet. Only the clouds on the ground were still rolling. The white-haired youth's gaze was fixed on one of the pure white dimensional doors. The door was engraved with a grayish-black 8 trigrams plate and a dark blue yin-yang talisman. He was different from those who were now anxiously waiting outside the live broadcast room for the live broadcast to resume in 5 hours. From the beginning of the final battle to the announcement of the candidates for the first round of the dungeon, none of the S-class present were nervous. Everyone knew that today was just a formality. The final battle would be left to the demon and the magician. In other words, even though it wasn't really a solution, no one other than magician had the confidence to go up against the famous and unpredictable number 1 magician. Just the other S-class puppets were enough to leave him battered and battered. However, unexpectedly, the demon was surprisingly easy to talk to this time. He said condescendingly that as long as they didn't interrupt the final battle between him and the magician, he would even consider being merciful and consider removing the puppet's control. Back then, the demon had manipulated the S-class for the sake of making or fulfilling a deal with the main system. It was mainly for fun. Now, the demon had found a magician who was more fun and would never be bored of him. Why would he settle for the second best and care about other inferior products that were not as fun? Now, the demon only had one person in his eyes. Even if the others didn't understand this, the exorcist and the Black Azan were best friends. Takuman and Messiah were old acquaintances. The dark wizard was a loner, but he wasn't the kind of person who would kill the innocent. Poseidon was a muscle man who rarely used his brain. None of these S-class had committed heinous crimes, but the evil in their hearts gave the demon an opportunity. As long as there was evil in their hearts, the control couldn't be removed unless the demon personally removed the puppets. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the trainees on Zhongjiu's side were inclined to agree with the demon's conditions. As for Zhongjiu, he didn't care about the result or decision. Because he knew that no matter which direction they went in, it didn't matter if neither side gave in and fought to the death, or if both sides took a step back. What mattered was that he and the demon were destined to fight. It was inevitable. They wouldn't want to avoid it. Because no matter how many descriptors or definitions were used to describe enemies, it couldn't change their nature. What was the only way to settle all this? Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. The white-haired young man's fingertips curled up, and the card under his fingertips pierced the sky mercilessly, but it was blocked by the puppet strings everywhere. The man picked it up and kissed it gently. The clown who was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws seemed to be signaling the gradually warming air. Zhongjiu couldn't take it anymore. Take away your puppet strings. In such a serious situation, where the final battle was about to begin, Zhongjiu's mind was filled with thoughts of how to defeat the demon, how to win beautifully, and how to make up for his loss in the punishment instance dungeon. In the end, the other party was sitting at the head of the table, immaculately dressed and smiling lazily, but in private, he was manipulating the puppets to coil around the magician's ankles, teasing him suggestively. He was thinking about how to tear the magician apart and eat him. Perhaps this was the difference in life's pursuit. Zhongjiu played the role of a savior. Defeating the demon was his ultimate goal and source of happiness. The demon was constantly thinking about how to trick his little savior into bed. You can't blame me for this. Seeing the anger on Zhongjiu's face, the man stood up and walked over slowly. His face was full of innocence. He bent down and stared at the white-haired youth with dark pupils. The end of the crimson tie fell on the magician's chest. Baby, you don't know how charming you look when you sit on the throne. The demon recalled the scene just now. The white-haired magician sitting on the throne had a cold expression on his face. The warm light cast down from above coated him with an unreachable halo. He was like an arrogant and compassionate statue in a shrine that always looked down at the world. But the demon knew better than anyone that the magician was nothing like a god who had no desires. But this didn't stop him from finding the scene unbearable. He had a strong desire to destroy it. He wanted to tear this expression apart. He wanted to tear off his calm and arrogant mask. He wanted to dye the silver moonlight with the dark color of the abyss. He wanted to lock him in the swamp where he was born and toy with him until he couldn't make a sound. The demon had always obeyed his desires. He thought so he did it. I hate your expression. Zhongjiu looked at him coldly. He suddenly grabbed the tie and pressed the magician's head down. If that's what you want, then do it yourself. This had already become a tacit unspoken rule between the two of them. If the demon wanted to do something, at least the first step was to make the magician interested. Soon, Xianxia realized that he had underestimated the demon. He felt that this matter wasn't harmful, but it was humiliating. The demon would probably back off at the first step and give him some peace. But to the demon, as long as he could achieve his goal, the process didn't matter. He was happy to see Xianxia's shocked expression and even more happy to see the magician's unbearable expression. The white-haired magician sat on the throne, his clothes neat and tidy. If one only looked at his upper body, one would think that he was a king with a scepter in his hand, waiting for his subjects to present themselves. Ugh, however, at this moment, his eyes were tightly shut. His long silver-white eyelashes were trembling, and his normally pale thin lips were dyed with a soul-stirring blood-red color. It was unreasonably red, like a long tail of peach blossoms that had just bloomed, and nothing more beautiful could be imagined. Seeing the magician unable to control himself, the demon narrowed his eyes proudly and was about to tease him out of habit. But just as he was about to raise his head, Xianxia grabbed his black hair and continued to exert force on his wrist, as if to say, "If you should raise your head, I'll continue to press you down." Ouch, it did hurt a little. Seeing how delicious the little magician was, he didn't even try to suppress his voice like he usually did. The demon thought casually. It was rare for him to go along with Xianxia's wishes and continue to serve him with all his might. For a moment, the large white space was filled with a thick and ambiguous atmosphere. The boiling heat passed its warmth to the cold, and the cold accepted it. The moonlight shone into the darkness. It was hard to describe Xianxia's current mood. Comfort wasn't the most important thing, but the most important thing was the pleasure of watching his nemesis work hard in front of him. At least, Xianxia's mood was improving visibly. He didn't restrain himself and climbed to the top of the clouds comfortably. The man straightened up, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. In the end, he even licked his lips. The tip of his scarlet tongue rolled in some of the saliva that had accidentally leaked out from the side of his lips, revealing a very annoying smile. "Thank you for your hospitality." Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. Now that he was satisfied, he swept his windbreaker over again and lifted his chin slightly, indicating that the demon could leave. He was clearly a scumbag who didn't recognize anyone after putting on his pants. Seeing him like this, the demon's eyes became more dangerous. He leaned forward and trapped the man in the narrow space of the throne. He pressed his lips and tongue against the man's without mercy. After the kiss, their positions also changed. This time, it was the demon who sat on the throne. He picked up the magician and placed him on top of him. Both of them were dressed neatly. If one ignored their movements, they looked more like a pair of lovers hugging each other intimately on the throne. "Now that you're done, it's my turn, right, baby?" The man lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with darkness like a sweeping storm. He squeezed his fingers into the magician's slender hands, forcing the latter to intertwine their fingers. He had done this too many times in the past month, so he found the right position easily. He held the magician's hands in his palms and kissed them. What a pity. If the livestream was still on, everyone would see the magician's current state. The demon said, his eyes not missing a single detail of the magician's expression. As if, with his crazy possessiveness, how could he let anyone see it? Even when others looked at the magician, he couldn't control his violent murderous intent. The shadow shredded the entire punishment instance, tearing the evil spirit into pieces and disappearing into the chaos forever. Because this is mine. Only mine. Everyone thought that one of them would die and stab the other in the heart. But who would have thought that they would be entangled on the throne, kissing and sharing the primitive joy? In his leisure time, Xianxia seemed to see a flash of loneliness in the other's eyes. As if bewitched, he placed his sweat-soaked hand on the magician's shoulder, wanting to get a closer look, as if he wanted to see what was hidden behind the black fog and sticky malice. But the magician grabbed him and kissed him deeply, unable to escape. The kiss was long, but there was no taste of blood or aggressive plunder. It was long until their lungs ran out of air before they parted, panting heavily. "You only need to satisfy the tutor to pass the test." The demon suddenly said something that didn't make sense. Even if it was a carefully selected venue, there would always be times when he lost interest. He tapped the corner of his mouth lightly and curled up into a smile that was no different from usual. It's easy to satisfy me. You know that, baby. There was a layer of lies behind one layer of lies. There might be a layer of truth behind a lie, but no one knew if there was a lie or the truth behind the truth. It was like the demon opening the gift box that he had been waiting for, but the gift he received changed his identity from the banker to the gambler. There would only be one winner, and the crown of victory would only be placed on one head. There would always be someone who would win, and there would always be someone who would lose from the beginning. For some reason, Xianxia suddenly remembered the demon's words not long ago. If you want to return to the real world or destroy this place, I won't be able to play with you anymore. When he said this, the man's tone was light, as if he was talking about the weather, lazy and casual. But Xianxia knew that was not what he was thinking. Definitely not. But in the next second, Magician's thoughts were interrupted. The demon lifted his long hair that was scattered on his back and pulled him closer to himself. 5 hours is still a long time, let's do it a few more times, baby. After a long time, so long that Xianxia couldn't remember how many times they had reached the peak, he seemed to hear a voice in the silence. It was very soft, very young, like an illusion. Stay and play with me, okay? At that moment, Xianxia heard the little demon's voice. The figure that hugged the burnt doll and curled up on the bed, shivering in the thunder and rain. But when he lowered his head, what greeted him was a scorching and unreasonable kiss. After entering the space portal, the exorcist withdrew his worried gaze and looked behind him. He looked at Xianxia, who had walked in with him. Xianxia's face was now extremely solemn. He stood straight on the side and did not say a word. The exorcist asked, "How is it? Is there any new information?" The half-vampire shook his head slowly. "No, there's still only a 30% chance." The two of them looked at each other in silence. Colors began to solidify around the space. They intertwined and looked like someone had used a paintbrush to paint dirty patches of color. Sigh, this is clearly the case, but I can't help at all. I really can't accept this. The exorcist shook his head. No matter what, the magician is only one person. Xianxia pulled out the military knife at his waist. He held the Caligula in front of his chest and swept his finger across it. My family in the real world has a saying. If you want to protect your young, you have to push them off the cliff like an eagle. His dark red eyes stared at the emblem on the military knife. The emblem's style was strange and beautiful, just like the night people that the vampires represented. At first, Xianxia had planned to stay after he was almost certain of the unimaginable yet natural guess that seemed to have cleared all the clues and suspicious points. However, Xianxia had clearly rejected his help. Xianxia understood and respected his decision. He's never been a daughter flower that needed protection. On the contrary, he's very strong. Vulture, don't worry about old eagle. From the moment we chose to stand on the magician's side, shouldn't we have been aware of this and take it for granted? Indeed. The exorcist sighed. The magician has always been excellent. He can hold his own. When they first entered the infinite loop, they, as S-ranks, had to struggle their way to where they were now. In the beginning, everyone was a newbie, struggling to survive in this world filled with despair and fear. Later on, they experienced more and saw more, and their hearts became more tenacious than others. They also adapted to the rules here in advance. Then, they were lucky enough to obtain a special item that allowed them to reach their current position. But Magician was different. Magician was a pure newbie. When he first entered the Thriller Trainee competition, he only received an E rating from the main system. One had to know that the system's initial rating was based on a newcomer's potential. There was also no lack of newbies with particularly high potential. In the first round, they were rated as Class C, a level exclusive to veteran survivors. However, in the subsequent dungeons, almost all of these newbies were defeated. Other people did not know that Xianxia was a book transmigrator. They only thought that the main system could make a mistake. In that case, let's go. Let's wait until we get out and see what the result is. The exorcist stretched lazily on the spot. It's finally the last instance dungeon. Let's hurry up and finish it. I still want to go back and laugh at Azan, the guy who tripped when he was not paying attention. At this moment, the main system's voice sounded. 1v1 Instance Dungeon is being activated. The Final Battle Instance Dungeon will automatically activate in 30 seconds. Trainees in the last few may choose to forfeit their participation at will. The Exorcist and Xianxia looked at each other. Are you sure you want to forfeit your participation in the final battle? Note, forfeiting your participation is the same as forfeiting the right to use the Universal Wishing Voucher. Yes. Yes. The familiar weightlessness of the teleportation began to surge around the two of them. In the next second, the frozen space disappeared. They returned to the empty studio hall. On the other side, the survivors and trainees who were watching the situation closely were stunned. Although the live broadcast was closed, they could still see the symbols on the dark screen. Different symbols were placed together, indicating that they were assigned to the same 1v1 instance dungeon. In the middle, there was a hollow silver playing card and a bright red rose leaning against each other. Although the main system announced that the Final Battle Instance Dungeon would not be broadcasted live, the audience could determine the winner of the first round of the Instance Dungeon based on the brightness or dimming of the symbols. No one dared to let down their guard. Even if there was only an icon, everyone held their breath and stared at it, afraid that they would miss the slightest change. These groups are all from the same camp. If they don't fight, they will be forced to forfeit. I wonder who will forfeit. That's right. The main system's grouping is 2F** Ket up. How can there be such a coincidence that they are all from the same camp? They are determined to cause trouble. Maybe the alliance will be broken at the beginning, and then everyone will stand on their own side. Sigh. You all know that the main system loves to play with people's hearts. As time passed, everyone's guesses became more and more ridiculous. But without a doubt, there were only a few who stood on Magician's side. Everyone had seen how arrogant and despotic Magician was in the live broadcast and how disrespectful he was to the mentors. Moreover, he had drawn the empty mentor's assessment. Everyone was worried about the outcome. Take him away, take him away. Magician was a decent person when he was alive. Sigh, why bother? That master appreciates him so much. If he worked harder, he might have passed. Why did he have to court death? Instantly, many followers came out to mock and ridicule him. This time, Magician's fans were on fire. As a newcomer, Xianxia had risen to the top of the pyramid with his own efforts. He was quite popular among the survivors. In the forum, other than a certain number 1, he was the most discussed person. Hence, the two sides were in a heated argument. Just as the commotion was about to erupt, a survivor suddenly screamed. Look! The symbols are changing. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. There was indeed a change. Starting from the first dark blue yin-yang symbol, there was suddenly a black mark above it, with the words forfeit written on it. Boss Takaman forfeited. Some of the more quick-witted people remembered that Takaman had been placed in the same group as Zhuge-en. This might mean that Takaman had chosen to forfeit this group, leaving the stronger Zhuge-en to continue the competition. Based on this calculation, between number 2 Xianxia and number 4 Exorcist, the one who forfeited should be the Exorcist. However, no one expected that in the next second, the symbols on the dark black screen seemed to have been infected by the black color. Following that, one by one, the symbols were imprinted with a black mark. What's going on? Why did number 2 and number 4 forfeit at the same time? The Son of God and Poseidon forfeited at the same time. Wait, the Dark Wizard and Black Azan also. This series of sudden changes stunned the onlookers. What was going on? If question marks could be materialized, then there would be countless big black question marks above everyone's head right now. Originally, everyone thought that the following scene would either be the alliance breaking the contract and killing each other, or one side forfeiting to ensure that the other side would advance. However, no one expected the situation to develop in such a dramatic manner. So many of the big shots had actually decided to forfeit at the same time as if they had all agreed on it? No. What's going on? Why did they all forfeit? Don't they want the Universal Wishing Voucher anymore? Holy sh*t, what's going on? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, 7 of them forfeited. This is crazy. That's not right. Suddenly, someone had a realization. If everyone else forfeited, then wouldn't the last level S win without a fight? How could there be such a good job? Wait. Everyone came to their senses and immediately looked back at the dark black screen in the live broadcast room. With so many big shots forfeiting, who else was left? The only ones left are the magicians who have yet to enter the teacher's test, and Zhuge. On the other side, Takuman was the first to return to the studio. After forfeiting, the level S status changed from a contestant to a spectator, and they could still enter the live broadcast room to watch. Therefore, almost as soon as he came out, he connected to the main system and opened the light screen in the void. Only 3 icons were still flashing on the light screen. The Yin-Yang master stared at the grayish-black 8 trigrams, and his heart sank. As expected, it was exactly the same as the plan they had guessed. In the past few days, Zhongjiu had secretly contacted Takuman and Fan Shui, and even asked the exorcist to provide technical support. Because of Fan Shui's unintentional discovery, they had developed new suspicions about Zhuge. This was done behind the back of Zhuge's back. Coincidentally, number 3 had not been present during the first meeting, and he was also nowhere to be seen for the next half a month. But now that the final battle was imminent, no one had the time to hide anything. Once this matter was confirmed, the entire situation would be turned upside down. Although Zhuge had a bad reputation before, in the past few months of the thriller trainee competition, he had used his actions to change many people's prejudices against him. In addition, this news was too shocking and too unbelievable. Therefore, until now, they still only had a 30% chance of winning. But Zhongjiu's original words were that 30% was enough for him to take a gamble. For a gambler, this probability was more than enough, and could even be said to be more than enough. Just as expected. Staring at the screen, Takuman sighed. Now, it seemed that Magician's guess was right. Zhuge really did not come out. He was determined to stand against everyone. When did it start? Perhaps it had been there since the beginning. Ha ha ha, Magician guessed it right. The exorcist who appeared behind him laughed bitterly. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing this, the 30% chance has become 90%. I didn't expect to be tricked by him once, and now be tricked by him again. Smart people's words can't be trusted. It wasn't just tricked once. He had obviously tricked everyone, and even the main system. Fan Shui sat upright on the throne and remained silent. On the other side, in the pure white space, the door that Zhongjiu was staring at was slowly pushed open. The black-haired man walked out with a calm expression, and did not have the slightest bit of shame for breaking the agreement at the most critical moment. According to their plan, number 3 should have forfeited the final battle like everyone else. But he did not. His appearance here was enough to prove his attitude. Magician slowly stood up, his gaze sharp. What do you want? Zhuge. Or should I call you by another name? Giguzi? The spacious room was dead silent. The black-haired devil who had been lazily leaning against Magician was nowhere to be seen. Only Zhongjiu was left in the white room, leaning against the throne. Not long ago, the devil had taken Magician off the throne and cleaned him up. However, he was not honest, so Magician was enraged and kicked him into the final battle dungeon. Zhongjiu couldn't enter the final battle dungeon so early. Because he still had one more thing to verify. And guess. As expected, the other symbols were imprinted with a black mark one by one. Only a grayish-black divinatory plate remained on the dimension door. Everyone gave up except for Zhuge. Before, Zhongjiu and Fan Shui said that he had a 30% chance. Now, the chance had risen to 90%. After eliminating everything else, the most whimsical and unbelievable answer became the only answer. The black-haired man walked out of the dimension door. His face was calm. Even when he saw the people in the meeting room, his expression didn't change at all. Zhuge. Or, should I call you by your other name? Giguzi? Unexpectedly, in the face of Zhongjiu's incisive accusation, Zhuge only raised his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed through his pupils. How did you find out? Zhongjiu looked at him coldly and didn't say a word. In fact, if one paid attention, they would realize that even though it was unimaginable, there were similarities between all the stages. No one knew what happened in the investiture of the gods' dungeon. Because too much time had passed, the survivors only knew that there used to be a number one big shot called Guiguzi. Other than that, they knew nothing about him. Even the Night Clan, a colossus that occupied the Infinite Loop, knew very little about what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this part could be skipped for the time being. The most suspicious point was Zhuge compared to Guiguzi. Zhuge was a veteran survivor who had been active in the past few years and had done a lot of big things. First, it was about Zhuge's background. Xianxia was particularly concerned about this. This was because no one in the Infinite Loop knew about Zhuge's past. This point had not only been confirmed by many S-class experts, but it had also been verified by the leader of the Night People. Before the Cursed Mask Instance Dungeon, no one knew who Zhuge was. Just as Xianxia had said, Night People would not be able to find out where he came from. Logically speaking, the S-grade Cursed Mask Instance Dungeon required a certain level of veteran survivors to enter. However, Zhuge seemed to have sprung out of a rock. Before entering the Cursed Mask Instance Dungeon, no one in the Infinite Loop had heard of his name. Yet, he managed to obtain the entry ticket to the S-grade Instance Dungeon. This was enough to raise suspicions. No one had paid attention to this nameless nobody. Who would have thought that he would not make a move, but once he made a move, he would scheme against the three major factions. At this point, after this S-grade Instance Dungeon, Zhuge had become famous. He had stepped on several other organizations and stepped onto the stage of the Infinite Loop. This was one of the suspicious points. Secondly, Zhuge claimed to be Guiguzi's disciple and knew a lot of secrets from the past. Indeed, this could explain why Zhuge was not only able to predict the future like Guiguzi, but also had the same S-grade item as Guiguzi. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. It even perfectly explained his background. Therefore, when the S-class experts first found out that he was Guiguzi's disciple, they could not help but think that it was no wonder. But on the other hand, what if Zhuge was Guiguzi from the beginning? No one knew what had happened in the investiture of the God's Instance Dungeon 10 years ago. This also made it convenient for Zhuge to show off. He could have used this ambiguous information to give himself the title of Guiguzi's disciple. He could have used the title of fulfilling teacher's last wish to walk around the world and push all the blame onto Guiguzi. Just like Guiguzi's prophecy. After so many years, the prophecy had almost been forgotten by those who wanted to live. But now, Zhuge had brought it up again. Moreover, Xianxia understood Zhuge too well. He was both good and evil. He could not be judged purely by good or bad. Such an arrogant person actually respected his teacher and even fulfilled his teacher's last wish? It did not make sense. Everyone believed that Zhuge was a good person. Perhaps he would be willing to submit to others. But Xianxia would never do that. That was why there was such a hostile conversation in the Orphanage Instance Dungeon. But back to the topic at hand. All of these could only be called suspicious points. They could not provide any crucial evidence. After all, Guiguzi was too far away from the present. He was so far away that he was equivalent to a famous person from the previous century. Even if there was a problem, it would only be suspicious points. No one had ever seen Guiguzi. No one knew the deeper meaning behind this. The real evidence was Xianxia's accidental discovery that day. In order to save the other trainees in the Orphanage Instance Dungeon, Zhuge had brazenly used a small knife to cut open his arm. In that instant, all of the ghosts in the Instance Dungeon had gone berserk. They had all rushed toward Zhuge like crazy. While everyone was praising him, Xianxia hid the doubts in his heart. At the time, everyone had been hiding in the dog hole in the dark of the thunderstorm. Injured trainees could be found everywhere. Why didn't these ghosts follow the scent of blood and drag them into the hole to be killed? Instead, they were like moths drawn to a flame, coveting Zhuge's blood. That kind of crazy riot didn't make sense. The other trainees who had been saved were too grateful to Zhuge to think too deeply about it. Thus, Xianxia put aside this little bit of doubt. Later, when they returned from the Ultra S Instance Dungeon, everyone's abilities had been returned to them by the main system. Zhuge didn't immediately choose to heal his arm. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xianxia. This allowed Xianxia, who had recovered his vampire abilities, to unintentionally discover a shocking piece of information. His blood tells me that he isn't a living person. Vampires had an unparalleled sensitivity toward fresh blood. Because of this, Xianxia finally understood why the ghosts in the orphanage instance dungeon had rushed toward Zhuge and like crazy. It turned out that in their eyes, number 3 was a genuine great tonic, even more so than living creatures. When Xianxia heard this news, he was also shocked beyond belief. But at the beginning of their conversation, the two of them hadn't made the connection between Zhuge and Nguzi. This was because Xianxia knew that Zhuge had been divining the future and had overdrawn a lot of his life force. The main system could heal injuries, but it couldn't directly replenish life force. Perhaps Zhuge knew that he didn't have much time left, so he used his mysterious Tai Chi 8 trigrams to do something to his body? But later on, there was something that accidentally caught Xianxia's attention. It was related to the Ultra S Instance dungeon that Zhuge had obtained from the Ultra S Instance dungeon. Everyone knew that the Ultra S Instance dungeon could summon the dead. According to the Ultra S Instance dungeon's explanation, humans had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Reincarnating was only a part of them, while the remaining spiritual souls and physical souls would forever remain in the underworld. This was why the Ultra S Instance dungeon could summon the dead. The holder of the Book of the Dead couldn't summon whatever undead they wanted. The holder could only summon undead that were close to them when they were alive, or undead that had a particularly strong emotional connection with them, such as Su and Su Senator that day. After Xianxia finished drawing his tarot cards, he couldn't figure out what to do, so he casually placed his hand on the Ultra S Instance dungeon. The Ultra S Instance dungeon showed that Nguzi was one of the names he could summon, but this name was different from the others. It was dim. Then there was a problem. First, Xianxia didn't know Nguzi, so it was impossible for him to have a close relationship with Nguzi, who was active 10 years ago. Second, Nguzi's name was dim. Xianxia tried to summon him with the Ultra S Instance dungeon, but there was no response. This series of coincidences made him recall Xianxia's words. Zhuge isn't a living person. As long as there was the slightest hint of suspicion and speculation, the rest of the matter would be logical. Brilliant reasoning, bold speculation. After hearing his words, even Zhuge raised his hand and applauded, echoing in the empty space. His tightly pursed lips revealed a hint of a smile. I predicted that you would know about the abnormalities in my body, but I didn't expect that I would personally deliver the biggest piece of evidence to you. Wasn't that right? The Ultra S Instance dungeon was personally given to Susan by Zhuge. The white-haired youth didn't move. He stood in place and looked deeply at Zhuge. And what are you trying to do? His tone wasn't sharp, and he even deliberately slowed down. It was as if after confirming the other party's identity, his aggressive aura eased. Because the two people present knew that one of them didn't have much time left. Zhuge's smile faded a little. He rarely smiled, and even if he did, it was with a hint of mockery or ridicule. It was rare for him to smile so purely from the bottom of his heart. You've used the tarot cards before, so you should know that this is the only thing I'm hiding from you. Xianxia indeed knew. He had tested the tarot cards back and forth so many times. With his cautious personality, how could he not know? The prophecy was true. Zhuge didn't tamper with the prophecy. He really could predict the future. The reason why he drew the moon card was because Zhuge had concealed that he was Nguzi. That was all. Perhaps everyone thought that Zhuge had bad intentions, and everyone thought that he was hiding evil intentions, but Xianxia definitely didn't. Zhuge didn't care what others thought of him or how they suspected him. He only needed one person to believe him, and that was enough. Xianxia sighed. You've planned everything from the beginning. You know that this S-grade tarot card can make me believe you. Because people can lie, but special items can't. Back in the mental hospital dungeon, Xianxia had already suspected why Zhuge deliberately left the tarot cards for him. Perhaps even before that, the other party had already started his own plan. Zhuge smiled but didn't say anything. In the next second, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly started coughing violently. His thin shoulders trembled, and it made a destructive sound like an old blower. Drops of blood slid down his bulging fingers and dripped onto the ground. I don't have much time left. After a long wait, he casually wiped the blood from his lips. I hope this little bit of time is enough for me to finish telling you a story. Zhuge and had already forgotten what his real name was. He had not been in the infinite loop for long, and had only been awake for 4 or 5 years. Many of those years had been spent in a muddle-headed state. Most of the time, he even had to rely on meditation to stabilize his barely surviving body. In the infinite loop, those who had lived for 2 years could be called seniors, and those who had lived for 3 years were already at the top of the pyramid. Giguzi was half asleep and half awake here. In terms of time, he was definitely the boss. More than 10 years ago, Giguzi was still a high-spirited young man. He was very good and very lucky. In this infinite loop, he only relied on his clever mind to succeed in a dangerous S-level instance. He obtained the mantle of the successor of the Ghost Valley and successfully inherited the name of Giguzi, becoming the new successor of the Ghost Valley. In an incredibly short period of time, he climbed to the top and became an existence that all those who sought to survive could not reach. Just like Messiah, there were very few people who knew his real name now. The same was true for Takuman and the Exorcist. Everyone had accepted the new name attached to their abilities. Climbing to the top was a very boring thing, especially when the Ghost Valley's ability came with prophecy. If a person was strong enough and could know the future, then the present would indeed become a lot more boring. So Giguzi decided to find something for himself to do. Giguzi was a very charismatic person most of the time. His personality was very strange. It could not be said that he was a pure good person, but he would not do bad things just because of evil deeds or his own selfish desires. Young people were always proud and arrogant, and wanted to achieve great things. So he decided to do something that no one had done before or since. He decided to save everyone from the infinite loop. Even Giguzi could not see the future trajectory and direction of this matter. It was like there was a cloud of fog that covered the road ahead, making it difficult to see clearly. Compared to those instances where there was no expectation, it was obvious that this challenge was more exciting for geniuses. Everyone was amazed by his ideals and ambitions. When everyone was only concerned about themselves and selfishly wanted to survive, someone suddenly jumped out and announced that he would save the world like a savior. This kind of charisma and personality was immediately highlighted. This was because Giguzi was really strong. He was so strong that everyone looked up to him and believed that he could complete it. As a result, more and more people gathered around Giguzi. In a place like the Infinite Loop, there were many who were willing to follow him. It was as if these people had found a spiritual pillar, and treated him as their faith, their lifelong ambition. Humans were always like this. If it was only for themselves, they might not be able to go to such an extent. However, once they added their ideals and transferred their selfish desires to everyone else, they would usually become indestructible and would go through fire and water for the sake of their righteousness. Gradually, in order to achieve this goal, Giguzi led them further and further down this path. Countless followers died in front of his eyes, but when they finally held his hand, their eyes were still resolute. Giguzi was all too familiar with this kind of gaze. These people had entrusted their beliefs, lives, and everything to him. It was as if they believed in a god. As long as Giguzi did not fall, they would not fall. "Sir, I believe in you, only you can take us away from here. My death is not for myself, but for everyone in the future. That's why I'm willing to die." Their mouths opened and closed, and sticky blood gushed out from their throats. However, it was as if they had seen the future, and even in death, their eyes shone with a light called hope. "If we can destroy the infinite loop, then my death will be worth it. When I think of that scene, my soul also finds peace and comfort. As long as we die here, there won't be so many people in the future, suffering here, sir." What could Giguzi do? He could only silently cover these people with white cloth, help them close their eyes, and silently leave in front of the corpses. The infinite loop was a very interesting place. It seemed to last for a very, very long time. Even if it was only a year, it could not change one's appearance, but it could make one's heart grow old. For example, Giguzi. He had already forgotten why he had set this goal 3 years ago. He only knew that so many people followed him, and so many souls pressed on his shoulders. Countless hopes turned into responsibilities, pushing him forward. Some things, once you started, were destined to be irreversible. His original intentions were not important. What was important was to achieve his goal. With his unfathomable and unparalleled divination skills, Giguzi knew many things that he should not know. For example, the origin of the main system, the energy it collected, and why the infinite loop ended in the end. In the end, no matter how strong the survivors were, they could not survive the increasingly difficult dungeons. The fundamental reason was that the main system was using them to collect the willpower that would allow him to return to the higher dimensional world. It could be said that if he wanted to stop all of this, he would either have to destroy the infinite loop or destroy the main system. It was also at this time that he caused the main system to be wary. As the brain of the higher dimensional world, the main system did not have the intelligence of a human, but in essence, its intelligence far surpassed that of a human. The main system abided by the rules. As long as Giguzi did not violate the rules, no matter how powerful it was, it could not erase him out of thin air. Finally, the opportunity came. Giguzi received a message. The S-level dungeon, Investiture of the Gods, was about to open. This dungeon was even mentioned in the books left behind by the descendants of Ghost Valley. The previous survivors who inherited the name of Ghost Valley had divined that there was a huge super S-level dungeon hidden behind the Investiture of the Gods. The S-level dungeon was definitely connected to a higher dimensional world. For example, the S-level dungeon of Judgment Day was connected to the Hebrew mythology system behind it. Another example was the Ramses dungeon that produced the Book of the Dead. It was connected to the brilliant civilization behind the ancient Egyptian mythology. Then, of course, the Investiture of the Gods dungeon was the same. The Investiture of the Gods dungeon was connected to the mythology that was born and bred in the East. That heavenly Tao behind it was also a higher dimensional world brain that was not inferior to the main system. From this dungeon, Giguzi caught a glimpse of the heavenly Tao. If he could establish a relationship with the heavenly Tao, perhaps he could rely on the nepotism of the descendants of Ghost Valley to completely break away from the control of the main system. Then he could go back and destroy the infinite loop. But the Investiture of the Gods dungeon was only the smallest and most insignificant world under the control of the heavenly Tao. Unless he could obtain the S-level item Investiture of the Gods from this dungeon, there would be a way to talk to the heavenly Tao. Now that things had reached this point, the main system could not be a fool. 10 years ago, the main system was far from being as easy to talk to as it was now. Its energy had not been fully collected, so the significance of the infinite loop to the main system could be imagined. If it was destroyed by Giguzi, it meant that it would fall short. So the two sides launched a fierce game in the Investiture of the Gods dungeon. The importance of this game could be imagined. If Giguzi obtained the Investiture of the Gods, then the main system was likely to be swallowed up by the heavenly Tao. If the loser was Giguzi, then the main system would definitely annihilate his soul and obliterate him completely. It's clear that I lost. In the vast expanse of white in the conference room, Zhuge En very frankly admitted his failure. The dangers and the urgency of the situation could not be described in words. Just a few words were enough for people to catch a glimpse of it. But in fact, for Giguzi, if he was the only one who died, it would not be a big deal. People with lofty ambitions walked in a daze. They had long been mentally prepared for their eventual death. What really made Giguzi feel tired was the deaths of his followers. The number of followers that entered the Investiture of the Gods dungeon was not in the thousands, but at least in the hundreds. These people were all carefully selected by him. There was no need to doubt their strength, temperament, and character. Giguzi finally calculated how to destroy the infinite loop in the Investiture of the Gods. The prophecy told him that in the future, there would be a savior who would save everyone from the hands of the great demon king. What made him feel cold was that this savior was not him. But no one believed it. Even if the prophecy was shown, the followers were still convinced that their master could break fate. At the final moment, one by one, they died in front of Giguzi. They did not even have time to say a word, only leaving behind a determined gaze. They used their own bones to pave the way to the Investiture of the Gods altar for Giguzi. The Investiture of the Gods hung high in the sky, fixed by the golden light of virtue and unable to move. When Giguzi approached, his hands were dripping with blood. His hands were so deep that his bones could be seen. He could not move them at all. In the end, I stepped on their bones, climbed to the sky, and tore off a corner of the Investiture of the Gods. But at the same time, the tribulation lightning in the sky also struck down. At that moment, whether it was the dead or the struggling survivors, they all cried out in grief. Blood flowed like a river. Because in the center of the tribulation lightning, not to mention bones, not even dust was left. They all thought that I was dead, so there was no greater sorrow than despair. They all threw themselves into the fire to be buried with me. At this point, the black-haired man closed his eyes, as if he was recalling that unforgettable scene from his dreams. Grief and emotion flashed across his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well. But at that time, Giguzi had not truly faced a physical death. Or perhaps, his body had perished, but his soul had remained. Thanks to the blessing of the investiture of the gods, a corner of my soul was lucky enough to escape. Giguzi had achieved his goal. He had escaped the rules and control of the main system, becoming a lonely soul that had been entrusted to the investiture of the gods. But at the same time, he had also lost many things. He had lost his body, the companions he trusted, and even the era that belonged to him. Later on, I used the investiture of the gods to recuperate my soul and reconstruct my body. I abandoned the name of Giguzi and walked the world under the alias of Zhuge. He had let down too many people. He was unworthy of the light and could only walk in the darkness. Giguzi had long since died in the investiture of the gods, along with his followers. The surviving Zhuge had inherited the wishes of those ancient people. Not for anything else, but to fulfill a promise that transcended time. No matter what method was used, whether it was good or bad, no matter the process. It did not even matter who it was. He only wanted to achieve a result. And that was to save everyone from the infinite loop. Zhuge spoke very quickly, as if he didn't care about the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very bright, just like a martyr who had just regained consciousness before his death. Actually, in the investiture of the gods dungeon, the investiture of the gods isn't an item that can be obtained through normal means. If an item had to be graded, the complete investiture of the gods was without a doubt beyond the scope of an S-grade item. Because the investiture of the gods dungeon was under the jurisdiction of the heavenly axiom, after obtaining this item, if one wrote their name on it, not only could they escape the control of the main system, they could even go to the heavenly axiom to find a job and live a carefree life as an immortal. How could an item like this be defined as a special item? It could even be called a divine item. Because of this, the investiture of the gods hung high in the sky and was controlled by the golden light of virtue, making those who wanted to steal it suffer. Even if Giguzi paid the price with his life, he could only tear off a corner of the investiture of the gods. If he wrote his name on it, he would be lucky if he could even survive, let alone become an immortal. But for Giguzi, this was enough. I've waited for many years, waiting for you. That's why sometimes I forget that I'm already a dead man. Zhuge said casually, otherwise, a mistake like the Book of the Dead. Xianxia knew that he was still upset that he provided crucial evidence in such a simple place. For Zhuge, this kind of near-fatal mistake should be hard to bear. Since you're done, I have one more question. Ask. Perhaps because he knew that he was about to meet his destined end, Zhuge's attitude could be said to be pleasant. He did not look like someone who persisted in his ideals and righteousness, walking alone in the darkness for so long. On the contrary, even his usual aloofness and coldness had softened and returned to peace. You already predicted Su Sen's death? Back in the S-grade dungeon, Zhuge took the initiative to help Su Sen, and Su Sen remembered his kindness and sacrificed himself in the end. It was too much of a coincidence, so much so that Xianxia couldn't help but be suspicious. The moment I saw the future was destined. Facing this question, Zhuge didn't answer directly. Those who try to defy fate don't have a good ending, and a diviner can't simply reveal the secrets of fate. This was something that Giguzi had experienced. Although I do things for good, I don't think I'm a good person. When I see the future, it has always been my style to use what I know to obtain the greatest benefit when I can see the future. No matter what I do, he will die, Xianxia. The black-haired Anzen's eyes, Zhuge Anz's eyes, Anz's and SSS Anz, S of his, S's of his eyes and you can't save them, and you don't have to treat them as your responsibility. This isn't something you should respond to. At first, Giguzi was just enjoying the novelty of a young man's pride. But more and more people placed their hopes on him, and more blood and bones covered the ground. Their hopes and wishes, the light that flickered in their eyes, all of it had turned into responsibilities and shackles, becoming shackles. They were all shackles. Xianxia suddenly remembered that after the number 1 middle school dungeon ended, Zhuge came to find him in his room, and they had a conversation. At that time, Zhuge An's position in Xianxia's mind was still a person with ill intentions. Someone who needed to be vigilant and untrustworthy. After that conversation, Zhuge An's attitude suddenly changed. He was willing to assist Xianxia, and even gave him a lot of information. At that time, what did Xianxia say? He said, the reason why these people's suffering attracted me was because it wasn't necessary. Xianxia rarely spoke his true thoughts. Because he knew that his true thoughts were the same as preposterous and bizarre to most people. Of course, there was also someone else. They were so similar that they didn't need to be said. But at that time, he thought Zhuge would think he was cold, but Zhuge didn't. I really don't understand you, saying something like this at a time like this. Xianxia shook his head. So this is why you've been struggling until now? To destroy the infinite loop and take the others away from here? Zhuge was about to speak when he suddenly coughed again. This time, the coughing was just as intense as before, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs. Xianxia suddenly realized that Zhuge had always been very thin. It wasn't that kind of thin, but an unhealthy kind of thin. Because he wore a loose Taoist robe all the time, very few people noticed this. His face was covered with the gloomy aura of death like the gray fog. After returning from the Super S-level instance dungeon, Zhuge was almost nowhere to be seen. He even deliberately avoided Xianxia and Fanshua's meetings and didn't notice their private actions. It must have something to do with his deteriorating body. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said intermittently, if we destroy the infinite loop, number 1 will die too. The magician's gaze sharpened for a moment. After a moment, his gaze returned to normal as if nothing had happened. This was obvious. Although it wasn't explicitly said, the devil's words of if we destroy the infinite loop, I can't play with you made Xianxia particularly concerned. As an existence that was born from evil, the devil was almost immortal. If he didn't want to pursue pleasure and excitement and make a deal with the main system, he would be dead. If the main system successfully returns to the higher dimension, the infinite loop will become a playground controlled by the devil. Zhuge goal was to destroy the infinite loop. This meant that, if the infinite loop was destroyed, the devil wouldn't be able to escape. The magician unconsciously clenched his fists, his nails leaving crescent-shaped marks on his palms. At this moment, something flashed through Xianxia's mind, which had always been calm to the point that there was nothing to write about. It was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to grasp it. Yes, it should be like this. Zhuge should have destroyed the infinite loop. Even Guguzi's appointed savior should have inherited Guguzi's wish and brought everyone out. Just as Xianxia had said from the beginning, if someone made a wish to him, then he should fulfill it. Xianxia spoke very quickly, what if I don't want to? He paused, as if he was looking for an excuse for his quick answer. Reviving everyone who died in the infinite loop is what everyone wants. No, you're wrong. Zhuge sized him up for a while, his expression clear. The smile on his lips faded slightly, no one expects you to do that. Susan doesn't want you to do that. Neither do I don't need you to revive me with the universal wishing voucher. I don't need it at all. We don't need it. Don't do anything stupid. Susan didn't want another tragedy to happen in the future. He hoped that Susu would live well. Zhuge didn't need it at all. He had lived long enough. His era was long over. He was just a soul walking now. When he completed his final wish, he would return to the embrace of the undead. Most importantly, compared to reviving, they wanted the infinite loop to be destroyed more. Don't you want to go back? Zhuge asked. If the infinite loop is destroyed, you can go back. I don't want to. The real world is too boring. Xianxia said calmly, I'd rather revive all of you. Zhuge sighed and took something out of the void. It was an ordinary book with a black cover. He waved the book in his hand at Xianxia. Do you know what this is? Grade A item, the Book of Oath. After using this item, the user can't disobey the user's orders. Otherwise, the user will die from A. Heart explosion. Unfortunately, you once gave me a drop of blood. His eyes were very calm. He didn't seem to have been scheming for a long time. Do you regret it? Magician. If I ordered you to make a wish to destroy the infinite loop. Zhu Gan thought that he would see shock, disbelief, sadness or humiliation from being betrayed and deceived on Magician's face. But there was none of that. Not only that, Magician was impatient. Zhongjiao snatched the Book of Oath from Magician's hand and said in a mocking tone. You still want to lie to me at a time like this? Zhu Gan suddenly laughed. In this short period of negotiation, the number of times he smiled was more than the number of times Zhongjiao had ever known him. Number 3 didn't look like a person with deep hatred and ambition at all. Instead, he looked like a young man with a weird temper and a smile without haze. He shrugged helplessly. Leaving the tarot cards to you was the right decision, but sometimes it's not fun. Maybe no one would believe Zhu Gan. But Zhongjiao would. Because the tarot cards had already told him that other than Guguzi's identity, everything Zhu Gan had said to him was the truth. Including the sentence I will never be your enemy. So he wouldn't force Zhongjiao to do something he didn't want to do. Zhu Gan looked at Zhongjiao meaningfully. His tone became extremely serious and solemn. This is my last request to you. Destroy this place, or, he paused for a moment. You know what to do. When he said this, Zhongjiao saw his body begin to become transparent. So they all understood that the time limit was coming. However, the person who became transparent didn't care about the changes in his body, nor did he care if he was about to die. Instead, he muttered to himself, after so many years, it's suddenly going to end. I'm not used to it. Zhongjiao threw the Book of Oath that he had never used behind him. Since you're so tired, then go back and rest. The white-haired magician stared at the gradually transparent figure and suddenly said without rhyme or reason. You're so scary. You won't even let go of your own death. In the end, Zhu Gan even schemed against Zhongjiao. He knew Zhongjiao too well. If he really used the Book of Oath to order Zhongjiao to fulfill his last wish, then the rebellious Zhongjiao would most likely not do so. But now, if he didn't do anything, he could achieve his goal. Zhu Gan used his death to openly and justly emphasize this request. Because he knew that the moment he died, his goal was achieved. In the near future, the infinite loop would no longer exist, and there would no longer be people suffering here, struggling at death's door. Zhongjiao looked at him for a long time. For once, he gave in and sighed. You should be the savior. Compared to me, you're much more qualified. Whether it was the prophecy or the belief of fighting for this goal, Zhongjiao admitted that he couldn't compare to Zhu Gan. He also didn't have the spiritual state that could be called superior. At the last second before he disappeared, Zhu Gan opened his mouth. He had a lot to say. For example, the savior didn't care about the process, but the result. Guguzi had spent so much time and made so many innocent people lose their lives one after another. It was all in vain. Magician, on the other hand, might not have realized that he had already made the most terrifying demon king submit to him willingly. In the end, Zhu Gan only said 3 words. He said, I don't deserve it. The studio and live stream rooms outside were still noisy, and there were endless discussions. At this point, other than Magician and Zhu Gan, all the other level S trainees chose to forfeit and return to the live broadcast room. This unforeseen event also left the spectators scratching their heads in confusion. What's going on? I remember that Zhu Gan is on Magician's side? I was just about to say that. Wasn't number 3 the first one to support Magician, and then formed an alliance to take everyone away from the infinite loop? God. Look at this, could it be that they're really fighting amongst themselves? I'm also suspecting this. If Magician passed the mentor test, then only the 2 of them would be left. If they didn't forfeit, then one of them would definitely die. No, I like both Magician and Master Zhu Gan. I don't want any of them to die. Many trainees who were familiar with the relationship between number 3 and number 9 quickly looked up at the live broadcast room. Up there, the Level S trainees didn't look any better. Without a doubt, Zhu Gan didn't come out with them. This action was enough to show his attitude. But soon, the exorcist was the first to break the silent and anxious atmosphere. He laughed and turned to look at the black-clothed Azan who was sitting on the throne. "Old devil, you're awake?" Azan, together with Messiah, Poseidon, and the Dark Wizard, seemed to have just woken up from a dream as they suddenly stood up from their thrones. Above their heads, the puppet strings that couldn't be easily seen by the naked eye began to withdraw one by one. All the puppets who were deeply controlled woke up from their half-dream state. Logically speaking, the devil's deep control couldn't be broken unless he was willing to withdraw the puppet strings. But he seemed to be in a good mood, so he mercifully withdrew the puppet strings according to the agreement. The trainees who had just woken up from the deep control looked at each other in confusion. "Yeah." After a while, after hearing the exorcist's words, Azan raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. Considering his usual calm and taciturn personality, this was already a very vexed expression. Although they were being controlled by the puppet threads, they still retained their memories. They just couldn't think or control their bodies. Now that he recalled it, he was so ashamed that he wished he could carry the train and leave this planet overnight. Messiah, in particular, was stunned for a long time. Even the smile on her face dimmed. With this little interlude, the atmosphere on the throne was no longer as tense as before. No matter what, everyone had the strength to reach S-class. Although Azan didn't like Messiah in the past, he couldn't help but sympathize with her after learning how to manipulate her. Just when everyone wanted to express how careless they were, Takaman suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" His voice was full of disbelief, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. All the S-class looked up. Even Fanxua, who had been silently pondering, and Messiah, who was immersed in sadness, widened their eyes. On the dark screen of the live broadcast room, the grayish-black divinatory plate representing Zhuge and quietly dimmed. As everyone knew, if one forfeited, a small black mark would be imprinted. But if it dimmed, it represented death. How is this possible? Master Zhuge is dead? In the deathly silence, a trainee finally cried out in surprise. How was this possible? The number 3 Zhuge, who was recognized by everyone as if the murderer can't be found, then the murderer must be him, the legendary ruthless three-faced spy. "I'm sorry, I didn't know he was a good person until the horror trainee competition," had died. "This can't be true. I don't believe it. How can someone as smart as Master Zhuge die? Ah, I'm crying. Master Zhuge saved so many people in the Super S-class dungeon. Now I know that I've always misunderstood him. But now he's dead. What happened? Did number 3 really change his mind at the last minute? But how is this possible? He's good at prophecies. Didn't he predict his own death?" The studio was also silent. Almost half of the people here were indebted to number 3. Now that they saw this scene, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. They didn't know what to say. After a long time, a trainee muttered to himself. I thought that maybe the other S-class would die, but I really never thought that Master Zhuge would die." Countless people agreed with him in silence. Could it be that we guessed wrong and he's actually not Gaguzzi? Takaman's voice was hesitant. It's so hard for someone from so many years ago to survive. If he's Gaguzzi, he's so smart and can predict the future. How could he not predict his own death? That's right. How could Zhuge not predict it? If Zhuge could predict it, why didn't he forfeit? Why did he still stay there? No one knew why. On the other side, after the last bit of blackness disappeared into the air, the whole space returned to the silence of rolling clouds and mist. It was as if no one had ever existed. Zhongjiao stood in the same place and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he lowered his head without saying a word. He slowly let go of his hand. He didn't know when it started, but the palm of his hand was covered with 5 crescent moon marks. Some of them were so deep that blood could be seen, and there was an indistinct dark red color. For a magician, it was needless to say how important his hands were. Especially for a magician like Zhongjiao who had tasted the loss of his hands. Even when he had just entered the infinite loop, the first thing he did when he suddenly woke up in the middle of the night was to make sure that his hands were fine. When he realized that he could move his fingers freely, he would sink back into the black sweet dream. But now, when he heard Zhuge say that if the infinite loop was destroyed, the devil would cease to exist, Xianxia realized that he couldn't control his emotions. Xianxia didn't want to think about what it meant, but at least it meant that the devil could affect him, and he didn't want the devil to die. It was a sign of danger. But none of them would say it. Xianxia closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had returned to normal. He didn't stop as he strode forward. He walked towards the white door with roses and playing cards printed on the back. He knew that the devil was waiting for him behind the door. This was their final battle. The door was easily pushed open. Xianxia didn't even use much strength. In the next second, a pair of cold hands wrapped around Magician's waist, forcefully pulling him into the misty space behind him. "Baby, you made me wait for a long time." The black-haired devil rested his head on Xianxia's shoulder, his tone casual. His fingers rested on Xianxia's slender neck, but he didn't have the sharp and cold murderous intent from before. In a daze, Xianxia suddenly felt that everything was too unbelievable. He didn't know when it started, but the murderous intent from before started to weaken. It weakened again and again until it returned to silence. At the very beginning, they had genuinely wanted to kill each other. Whether it was in the mental hospital or the barren village dungeon, they both wanted to kill each other. Even when Xianxia rejected the devil's invitation, the murderous intent wasn't fake. Since when did all of this begin to change? If this was a war, perhaps no one would emerge victorious. "I'm here," Xianxia said calmly. "You may begin." The cold mechanical voice of the main system sounded in their ears. 1v1 dungeon starting. The dungeon will start automatically in 30 seconds. Trainees in the last few seconds may choose to forfeit their right to participate. Note, trainees who fail the test will not be forced to die, but trainees who fail the test will be disqualified. Solidified blocks of color started to form around them, gradually piling up and turning into a swirling flow. No matter what, this had to end. He had to put an end to it. He had to win. Countless people had placed their hopes on Guguzi, and now, this heavy weight of hope had been transferred to Xianxia's shoulders. Zhuge also thought highly of him. What if he lost? Then wouldn't he have died for nothing? What a loss. Even if he turned into a ghost, he would still come after him. Xianxia thought as he waited for the last 30 seconds to arrive. 1098. When the countdown started, the devil suddenly stuffed something cold into his hand. Xianxia looked down, only to see that it was a black stone with a strange hexagram drawn on it. "Find me." 3-2-1. Everything returned to silence. The hand that held him intimately disappeared. After the dungeon started, they would all be placed in different places. Gradually, the surroundings became clear again. The blocks of color gathered one by one, and finally turned into something Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with. The light here was dim, the thick curtains blocked all the light outside, leaving only a deep and impenetrable darkness. The air was also filled with an old and damp smell. Final battle dungeon, trainer's test has begun. Level S trainee Xianxia, your main mission has been issued, find what belongs to you. After completing the main mission, you are free to decide whether to exit this dungeon. On the other side, the black-haired devil appeared in a dark alley. The sky outside was gloomy, a hazy drizzle fell from the sky, and pedestrians with umbrellas came and went everywhere. The buildings and houses were reflected in the puddles of water left behind by the streets, reflecting a magical reflection of iron and steel. A peaceful world. This was the world of the magician. The main system successfully replicated that world and displayed it as the final dungeon. At the same time, the devil also received a notification from the main system. Main mission, obtain something that has never been possessed before. Note, the winner of the 1v1 dungeon is determined by the speed at which both parties complete the main mission. The first to complete the dungeon wins. For the sake of fairness, your authority as a teacher is temporarily blocked. When Xianxia woke up again, the room was still dark. He lay on the bed in a daze for a long time. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the ceiling that was immersed in the shadows above his head. He only felt a dull throbbing pain on both sides of his head. It was so unbearable that he felt like vomiting in his stomach. The white-haired young man sat on the bed in a daze for a long time before he tried to sit up. Just as he was about to press his hand on the bed, he retracted his hand as if he was scalded. No, the doctor said that if he could avoid exerting force on his hand, it would affect his recovery. Xianxia's mind was in a mess, but he remembered the doctor's advice very clearly. Therefore, he didn't dare to exert force. He only dared to let his hand hang limply by his side, he didn't even dare to curl his fingers. He clearly remembered that he had a hangover last night, and even earlier, about 3 or 4 days ago, he had just undergone his last surgery. After the operation that gathered clinical medical experts from all over the world, everyone expressed their unfavorable opinion of him, who was once a world-class card magician. "Mr. Zong, we have done our best for your hand." The doctor put a thick cast on his hand and wrapped it around his fingers and wrist. "If possible, please don't use your hand for any activities during the recovery period. We believe that miracles and good luck will be on your side." Although they didn't say anything, they even smiled and encouraged him to try not to exert force on his hand for a month after the surgery. However, Xianxia, who was extremely sensitive to other people's emotions, immediately saw through their unspoken words. His hand, it was very likely that there was no way to recover it. Knowing this, Xianxia threw away his calmness for the first time. He locked himself in his room and drank one glass after another. He turned off his phone and threw it aside. He couldn't borrow his agent's phone anymore, and he didn't look at the overwhelming reports on the internet about the magician Xianxia's hands being permanently disabled due to a car accident. Therefore, the residual pain in his head when he woke up was probably the hangover's after effects. But he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. The huge full-length mirror was placed not far from the bed. It just so happened that a ray of light leaked in through the distant curtains. Xianxia maintained his posture. He inadvertently glanced around and suddenly paused. Before the car accident, he had just finished a tour, and his hair was dyed white according to the standards of the stage. "Strange, it's been so many days, but the color hasn't faded." The young man muttered to himself as the voice-activated lights at the side lit up, illuminating the high-end apartment with a hazy glow. Xianxia's eyes widened. That was because he was still holding something in his bandaged and plaster hand. It was a black stone with a strange pattern of a 6-pointed star. Xianxia instinctively tossed the thing to the side of the bed, afraid that its weight would hinder the recovery of his hands. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after the stone left his hand, the hexagram pattern on it seemed to flash. It must be fake. Which factory developed this new magic tool? It even has its own light source. Xianxia nonchalantly glanced at the stone and slowly got off the bed. The white-haired young man's movements were very slow, like an old man with one foot in the grave. He slowly got off the bed until his feet stepped on the furry carpet. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. He was a bit hungry. One had to eat after all. If he didn't eat, he would die. No matter what, even if Xianxia lived a decadent life, he wouldn't use death to escape all of this. For the past few days, Xianxia couldn't feel the flow of time at all. From his car accident a month ago to the end of the operation, his life had changed drastically in just a month. First, all the invitations and performances were forced to stop, resulting in a huge penalty. Then came the news, as well as the reporters who wanted to get first-hand information. They waited outside his building every day. It was annoying. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't have parents. After all these years, the people he knew were almost negligible. Otherwise, it would be even more annoying. He skillfully put a piece of bread into the oven with his arm and set the timer with his voice. He slowly watched the bread behind the glass soften and turn golden. Ding, it was done. As Xianxia ate, he pressed the button to open the curtains. He didn't know why, but he felt like he had forgotten something important. But he couldn't tell what it was. As soon as he turned on his phone, countless messages and missed calls flooded in. A few minutes later, another call came in. Xianxia looked at it with disinterest, and then he chose to turn on the flight mode. He began to think. If I can't be a magician in the future, what else can I do? It wasn't that he couldn't be a magician, but that Xianxia didn't want to. If he lost his magic, he would lose his interest. Like a blind man, there would be no challenge or fun for him. Xianxia became famous at a young age, and his family background was not to be underestimated. Whether it was the money he earned from casinos all over the world, or the money he earned from performing and endorsing shows, he was destined to live a comfortable life even if he couldn't be a magician. Magicians were very similar to celebrities, but they didn't earn as much as celebrities. However, the people in this world liked to watch magic, so magic became a formal and sustainable industry. It also led to the rise of a large number of magician schools and magician competitions. When Xianxia left the orphanage, he caught the eye of an old magician. After entering the school to further his studies, he showed his amazing talent, and that was how he got to where he was today. Wait, he touched his forehead. Why did I say this world? It was a statement that came out of his subconscious. It was unbelievable. Xianxia felt like his head was in a mess. After waking up this time, he even felt like he didn't fit in with the world. But all of this happened before he fell asleep. Xianxia looked down. The blue screen of the phone was lit up. He opened the green Xinjiang Literature City app and found the recent reading column. Lying at the top was an immortal cultivation text that he had no recollection of. But Xianxia felt like he wasn't reading immortal cultivation text last night, but a thrilling infinity horror novel. But what was his name again? He couldn't remember it for a while. It was like he had a very long dream. In the dream, his hands were fine, and he could still make cards dance on his fingertips. In the dream, he stood under the spotlight. Although it wasn't the stage that Xianxia was familiar with, it was more exciting for him. There was also a pair of dark golden eyes. That's weird. Why would I have such a weird dream? Xianxia laughed and said to himself, even if it was a dream, I would remember something when I woke up. I only remember a pair of eyes. That's nothing. He shook his head, walked to the door, and pressed a button on the wall. The automatic delivery machine threw in all the packages that Xianxia had received. There were even openings on the packages for easy access. These were all folk remedies that he had obtained from various places. From dark technology to dark witchcraft, everything was available. Xianxia ignored the advertisements for the mechanical arms and reached out his hand to a hexagram ritual cloth. The ancient parchment beside the cloth indicated that it was a black magic item. It was said that as long as one chanted the magic incantation on it, one would be able to summon demons and devils from hell. However, the prerequisite was that one had to prepare an item with the same hexagram symbol. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? If it was before, Xianxia would never believe in these things. But now, he had no choice but to try anything. In order to recover his hands, regardless of whether it was science or superstition, Xianxia would not reject anyone. What if it was a coincidence? He ran back to the bed and picked up the stone with the same hexagram engraved on it. He didn't know why, but he subconsciously felt that this stone was very important. But why was it important? He couldn't explain it. After everything was prepared, Xianxia stood in front of the parchment and made a cut on his arm. Because he couldn't control his strength with his hand in a cast, fresh blood gushed out, dripping onto the black magic sacrificial cloth and surrounding the hexagram stone. There was a lot of blood. But it didn't matter. If he died from excessive blood loss, then it could only be said to be fate. Xianxia paused and began chanting the incantation. I swear on my soul. Demons from hell. Please listen to my call and awaken the sins of the world. When the sun sets, when the light fades, appear before me. He chanted 3 times in a row, but nothing happened. Trash, I'm going to give you a bad review online. Xianxia curled his lips and threw the knife away. He squatted down and was about to ask the housekeeping robot to clean up the place. At this moment, the stone engraved with the hexagram suddenly lit up. At the same time, a black hurricane formed on the ground. The previously spacious and bright apartment was covered by a layer of invisible, sticky shadow that surrounded and occupied the surroundings. The young man's white hair was lifted by the wind and fluttered behind his ears. Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at the center of the hurricane. A familiar yet strange figure slowly walked out from it. The man wore a black suit, his black hair was neatly tied behind his ears and a rose was inserted in his chest. The dark golden pupils filled with an unknown emotion gradually overlapped with the one in his dream. Xianxia gulped nervously. You're the demon from hell who obeyed my call? As he asked, he cursed in his heart. Nowadays, there's a three-piece suit in hell? How strange, why is it so fashionable? The demon stared blankly for a moment and sized him up with a creepy look. Suddenly, he bent over and laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. His eyebrows were raised, and he was obviously in a good mood. Ah, that's right. I'm the demon you summoned, cute little magician. Xianxia was speechless. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. This demon didn't look too serious. On the other hand, the demon had figured out that his magician's memory was temporarily sealed because of this dungeon. He even mistakenly thought that he was the demon he summoned. He was so engrossed in his role that he even climbed up the pole. My dear summoner, you summoned me. Do you need me to fulfill your wish? Xianxia picked up the parchment on the ground cautiously. Yes, I want you to restore my hand. But before that, we have to reconfirm the contents of the contract. The parchment reminded him that demons from hell loved to lie. Therefore, after the summoning, the summoner had to carry the parchment with the demon's real name on it to prevent the demon from betraying him. If the demon betrayed him, he just had to read out the demon's secret real name as a warning. Mephisto? That's your name? Xianxia felt that it was ridiculous when he read out the demon's real name. Wasn't that the F***king name of the demon in Faust? This name was so famous that it was recorded in the history books of the world. How could it be a secret? Secret my foot. Was this parchment really not a scam? Mephistopheles Phyllis, or Mephistopheles for short. The name of the devil and demon of Faust. Although the name was in line with the style of a demon, he didn't want to accept it. No matter if it was number one, or even the nicknames given to him by others, the demon never used them as a name. Because demons didn't need names. If he wanted to, he could have given himself a name in such a long time. But why did he need a name? His name was a kind of restraint to him. Once he admitted that he had a name, it was like he had some kind of connection with this world. It was like forgetting the burn marks on the altar, forgetting the past that was buried behind the broken dungeon. It also gave him a weakness. Demons didn't need a name and didn't care about it. The demon paused for a moment and smiled faintly. If you want to call me by this name, then of course, it can be a name that belongs only to you, my magician. But if it was a magician, it would be a different story. This was the indulgence of a demon. Unfortunately, magician, who had lost his memory, didn't seem to know the meaning behind this sentence. That's right, Xianxia didn't know. He even wondered why the demon had pointed out his identity so accurately. Could it be that the creatures of hell would gather in front of the TV to watch magic? The man looked down at the white-haired young man who didn't hide his vigilance at all. According to the friendship background provided by the main system, it was still the time when magician's hands were damaged after the car accident. In other words, magician was still the high-spirited and world-renowned magician he used to be. After experiencing such a drastic change in his life as a car accident, he still had the hope that his hands could recover. He could even entertain himself and not fall into the abyss of gloom and despair. Magician, who had entered the Thriller Trainee competition, had been disabled for years. He had undergone countless surgeries and experienced the vicissitudes of hope and despair. He had even experienced the fickleness of human nature. In the end, he had completely walked into the darkness and lost interest in the world. He had reached the extremes of rationality and madness, and only relied on the chains to maintain his sanity. Compared to the always cold and calm magician he had always known, the magician in front of him seemed much more immature. Memory was the root of a person. If one lost the memory of an important period, it would cause a drastic change in personality. However, this didn't seem to be a simple memory seal. The main system distorted the time in magician's memory, returning him to a younger personality. It was just like when the demons were suppressed to the imp personality by the Judgment Day dungeon. The difference was that the imp had the memories of the great demons, but only the personality that belonged to the imp. Magician, on the other hand, had reversed time, sealed his memories, and returned to a specific point in time. He had never experienced the pain of seeking out famous doctors to no avail. His eyes were still filled with vigor. The demon immediately understood the crux of the matter. Magician's main mission was to retrieve the lost memories in time. Suffering was also a necessary lesson in life. Only by experiencing it could one understand it. The magician had shared the demon's past, so it was reasonable for the demon to share the magician's past. The demon liked it very much and was very happy to poke his nose into the magician's past. Then he would have a good taste of this delectable little magician. Perhaps the demon's gaze was too explicit, to the point that Xianxia felt like he would be torn apart and eaten in the next second, so he was the first to break the silence. If that's the case, Mephistopheles, can you fulfill my wish? Xianxia emphasized the pronunciation of the name Mephisto as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving talisman. He bunched up his thorns as a warning. This was a demon from hell. No human had a chance of winning against him. Countless literary works recorded the cunning and sinister nature of demons. Undoubtedly, making a deal with them would give you something unimaginable. It could be wealth, or something else. However, this was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Just like Faust and Faust, in the end, he chose to betray the demons. He tore up the agreement to sell his soul to the demons after death and turned to God's embrace. In the face of such a powerful existence, it was normal to be vigilant. Since the parchment said that the demon's true name was very useful, Xianxia naturally had to let the demon know his subtext. Although all of this was ridiculous. From a staunch materialist magician to a magician who successfully summoned a demon from hell, Xianxia felt like he needed to calm down. Of course, little magician. If it's just to help you restore your hands, I'm more than happy to do it. The demon glanced at the thick plaster and bandages on the white-haired youth's hands and was instantly amused. The main system crudely reversed the time in the magician's memory, but in reality, the time in this body did not change. Even the length of the silver-white hair was the same as when the demon was toying with it not long ago. In other words, the magician's hands were completely fine. As long as the plaster and bandages were removed, they would still be alive and kicking. In fact, they would be even stronger than before. This was because the main system had already strengthened his hands to the highest level. But would the demon say that? He looked at the white-haired young man who had a tense face and was obviously nervous, and the corners of his mouth curled up mischievously. However, it's possible, but... My dear contractor, summoning a demon comes with a price. Are you ready? What price? Xianxia was very nervous. He knew that this was his only chance. If even the demon couldn't restore his hands, then there was no need for him to seek help from a doctor. However, he did not want the cunning demon in front of him to discover his desires. It was dangerous to expose his desires, so Xianxia stood in the same spot. If the demon tried to play any tricks, he would immediately call out his real name and send him back to hell. The demon cleared his throat. How about this, let's confirm the contents of the contract first. Xianxia was about to pick up the parchment, but the demon suddenly took 2 steps forward and leaned in close to him. Xianxia, who hated being in close contact with strangers, did not instinctively push the demon away. Why didn't the demon smell of sulfur on the parchment? While he was thinking, the demon suddenly snatched the contract from his hand. Let me see. Oh, it's this contract. The demon began his performance with an evil smile on his face. This is a contract issued by our hell 5 centuries ago. Since we failed to steal Faust's soul from God's hands, we made a new contract that was much harsher. Many of the rules are different from the previous one. Xianxia was speechless. Summoning a demon to sign a contract was like signing a contract. Because of the loopholes in the previous contract, it was reasonable for it to be harsher. The white-haired magician's eyes darkened and said in a casual tone, "Then what do you want? Money, fame, status, or soul?" Money. Xianxia had plenty of money. As a great magician, he had bought insurance for his hands. Whether it was his previous savings or insurance, it was enough for him to live a comfortable life. As for fame and status, if the demon from hell wanted to develop in the real world, Xianxia could share his connections with him. But if it was a soul, the deal between Mephisto and Faust was a soul. Not to mention literature, in all the myths and legends around the world, demons were only interested in beautiful human souls. This was the case in traditional exorcism. Demons helped humans achieve their wishes, and humans gave their souls to the demons after death. It had always been like this. But was it worth it to exchange a soul for a pair of hands? Xianxia agreed without hesitation. To him, excitement and fun were far more important than these. Not to mention. He didn't know why, but Xianxia had a lot of confidence in himself. Confidence referred to the confidence of betraying him, tearing up the contract, and secretly plotting against the demon. It was a strange feeling. Just like when he first woke up, he felt as if he had forgotten something very important. For some reason, he felt that the hexagram stone was very important. When he first saw the face of this unknown demon from hell, he subconsciously had the urge to punch it. Soul? No, 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 I don't need that. The demon licked his lips, his dark golden eyes flashing with an obscure light that Xianxia couldn't understand. I need you to give me something else, something I've never had before. Something the demon had never had before, Xianxia asked curiously, what is it? The demon had a secretive look on his face. You'll know when the time comes. This was his main mission. But as for what it was exactly, the demon didn't know. The demon had many things and never lacked for anything, let alone something he desperately wanted. What did he want? Let's not talk about this for now. My dear magician, let's sign the contract. The demon waved his pen and signed the name he had just obtained, which belonged only to magician. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before writing his name on the parchment as well. Done. The demon snapped his fingers, and the omnipresent shadows crawled up and swallowed the parchment bit by bit like an invisible black fire. The young magician in front of him was easier to fool than the future magician. The demon had to seize this opportunity to at least have fun. Since the contract has been signed, I should ask for something in return, don't you think so? The demon lowered his head with a smile. His fingertip moved suggestively across the white-haired youth's lips, and the darkness in his eyes deepened. It took me a lot of magic to be summoned from hell to the human world. My dear contractor, since you wish to fulfill your wish, then shouldn't you be merciful and take pity on this poor demon, and replenish him with fresh magical energy? Xianxia felt like the world had gone crazy. Yesterday, he had picked up a piece of parchment and followed the incantation on it. He had accidentally summoned a real demon in a black suit. The demon did not have the smell of sulfur, nor did he have 2 goat horns like the parchment said. He even looked very handsome. In the real world, he could easily make a name for himself with his looks and become an international superstar. He did not look as ferocious as the Wikipedia description. But no matter what, he really was a demon. When Xianxia saw that with a snap of his fingers, countless shadows swarmed over and devoured the parchment, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Although he was a magician and his daily job was to fool the audience, as the saying goes, after playing magic for a long time, he did not believe in such things anymore. Therefore, when he saw such a magical scene, even Xianxia, who was usually calm, couldn't help but doubt the materialism education he received in the past 20 years. Next, it was time to discuss the contract and the agreement. Faced with the demon's request, the magician who only wanted to recover his hands agreed without hesitation. Even if the demon wanted his soul, Xianxia was not afraid. Why would he be afraid of giving him something that the demon had never owned before? Logically speaking, at this point in time, the demon who had signed the contract should begin to recover the magician's hands. But at this moment, the demon said that he had used too much magic to recover his hands because he had been summoned from hell to the human world. Xianxia was speechless. He felt like he had been fooled by a donkey and his fists hardened. He really wanted to follow his impulse of seeing the devil's flawless face and throw a punch over. In the end, Xianxia calmed down. They had signed the contract and were now in the same boat. There was no point in going back on their words. Although Xianxia had already made plans to betray them at the last minute, he hadn't gotten his hands on them yet, so it wasn't the time to betray them. Xianxia said, "Tell me, how can you replenish your mana?" He didn't even realize that he had subconsciously ignored the other party's hands that were messing around on his face. Perhaps his subconscious was too familiar with the other party, and he had actually included the other party in his safe zone. The demon narrowed his eyes and looked at him. His tone was somewhat regretful, and he began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Generally speaking, the fastest way to replenish mana is to kill people. As long as you absorb enough souls, your mana will return. Not bad. It fits the devil setting very well. No, you can't go out and kill people, magician grumbled in his heart. Killing was against common sense and against the law. There were so many cameras and reporters around the high-class apartment. If he was caught, he would be the unlucky one. No, 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 my dear magician, I'm a good, law-abiding demon. The demon looked at him innocently, not bothering to hide the mockery in his dark golden eyes. You don't know this. Although it's the end of the era, heaven is still watching over this world. If a demon from hell suddenly appears, the angels will quickly discover it. Xianxia had a bad feeling. What if I'm discovered? It shouldn't be too bad. After all, demons are immortal. At most, they'll be chased back to hell. The man spread out his hands. But if a contestant hastily made a contract with the devil, he might be punished if he was caught. Heaven has many ways to torture people, and it's not any worse than hell. The more he listened, the more he felt that he had been deceived. Xianxia suppressed his anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect his precious hands, he would have beaten the demon up. But right now, he could only remain calm, and even more calm. You mean, if I sign a contract with you, not only will I help you replenish your mana, but I also have to help you escape from heaven? Don't worry, as long as we follow the rules, the angels won't be able to find us. The demon happily began his bluff. It's safest for demons to stay with their contractors, so, he lowered his voice, bent down, and stared into the pair of light pink eyes. Only you can replenish my mana, my dear little magician. For some reason, Xianxia felt as if he had been bewitched by this dark gold color that was so dark that he couldn't see its depths. He couldn't look away anymore. He remembered a random dream. It seemed that in the dream, there was a pair of eyes like this, watching him. Xianxia pretended to be calm and said, "Tell me, other than killing people, how can I replenish my mana?" The easiest way, of course, is to exchange bodily fluids. The next second, the demon lowered his head and kissed him without warning. His cold lips and tongue went straight into Xianxia's mouth. It was so cold that the tip of his tongue trembled. Even though the demon didn't smell of sulfur, his temperature matched the setting of a cold-blooded creature from hell. But strangely, Xianxia didn't hate it. It was the passive acceptance that made him uncomfortable. But he still needed help from the demon, so he had to be patient. Sensing Xianxia's distraction, the demon narrowed his eyes, and his white-gloved fingers began to move down dangerously. The white-haired magician shivered and pushed the demon away. "What are you doing? This is too slow. If this is all, I don't know how long it will take to replenish my mana." The demon pretended to be dissatisfied and continued his act. "Why don't we try a faster method?" Seeing that the magician seemed to be moved, the demon went further. "Don't you want to recover your hands quickly, baby?" Xianxia didn't realize that he had jumped from little magician and dear contractor to baby. But indeed, in order to recover his hands, Xianxia was willing to agree to anything. Then they rolled together. Xianxia couldn't remember the process. It was because the demon had promised not to go to the last step, and magician had agreed to it after holding back for a while. Anyway, he would be the one enjoying himself if he didn't do the last step. Even if he couldn't accept it, he still had to think about the big picture. His hands were more important. But this time it was too much. Magician, who had lost his memory, couldn't resist the physical stimulation. His hands subconsciously pressed on the demon's head, trembling as he declared his surrender. But it wasn't over yet. In a daze, Xianxia seemed to hear the demon laugh and say that his mana was still lacking. Then the demon skillfully flipped him over. Before Xianxia could react, the demon grabbed his waist and slowly bit off his gloves. The cold fingers didn't have any warning and successfully brought magician back to his senses. "You. Wait, this isn't right." "Ugh." However, just as he began to protest, the demon blocked all his protests with a strong stance. Xianxia didn't want to remember what happened after that. He only remembered that he was cursing and swearing at the beginning, but he didn't dare to move his hands. He could only be held down and scolded softly. "Don't press on my hands." In the end, he endured until the corners of his eyes turned red and he panted intermittently. He couldn't speak anymore. When he woke up again, there was still an indescribable sweetness in the air. On the large bed in the dark blue apartment, the demon hugged his contractor tightly. His black hair and silver hair intertwined. They were as intimate as lovers who had been together for a long time. Magician opened his tired eyes. His silver eyelashes fluttered as he recalled what had happened. Not only did he end his years of chastity, but he was also so wild this time. Not only did he find a woman of the same sex, he even crossed races. Xianxia couldn't have it doesn't matter as long as it feels good attitude that he would have a few years later. For a moment, he felt that the world had gone crazy. There was a demon from hell. Was it scarier to make a deal with the demon or to be slept with by the demon? It had to be the latter. Baby, you woke up so early. Do you want to sleep a little longer? The demon lazily pulled her into his arms, his tone languid. Get out of here. Magician was so angry that he kicked him. He didn't expect the demon to press him down from behind and leave a trail of hot kisses on his smooth back. The culprit kissed his tailbone and moved closer to his ear. There's no need to prepare anymore. Why? Don't we do it again? How was this a contract with the demon? This was clearly raising a father for himself. Xianxia's intestines were green with regret. He even began to give up on himself. Since he had already done it and the demon was healed, the first thing he had to do after his hands were healed was to send this demon back to hell. Mist rose in the bathroom and the warm water flowed over his ankles. Magician's voice was hoarse and his eyes were red. It wasn't clear if he was happy or angry. Now that you've healed your magic, you should have made a contract, right? Hearing Magician's tone, the demon knew when to stop. Of course, my dear Magician. It's my pleasure to serve you. He kissed the corner of Magician's lips and snapped his fingers. In the next second, the light in the bathroom was covered by shadows. Some black shadows crawled onto the Magician's hands and easily removed the heavy plaster and bandages. Without the binding of the plaster, Xianxia could feel that his hands seemed to have become much lighter. The white-haired youth didn't care about his anger. He lowered his head and tried to move his trembling fingers. He could feel it. He could feel it. Magician slowly clenched his fists, feeling the difference in strength from before. He could feel that his hands were brimming with power. It was even more powerful than when he was at the peak of his magic performance, much more so. If he could easily grab the cards he wanted from the 54 scattered cards. If he wanted, he could even consider challenging a few of the magic techniques that had been passed down in the magic world. It was a technique that no one could master except for the famous ones. Baby, your hands are so nimble. The devil pretended to be surprised and grabbed Magician's hand from behind, interlocking his fingers with Magician's. Yes, they're much more nimble. Xianxia's lips curved as he retracted his other hand. Then, he used all his strength to turn around and give the other party a hard punch. As expected, Xianxia finally understood why the parchment repeatedly warned him. Every few lines, the contractor would be reminded of the devil's cunning and treacherous nature. Reality proved that the devil was indeed cunning. From exchanging bodily fluids without actually doing it, to I can't enter, to baby, so good again. Each time, the devil was more and more insatiable. Every time, the devil would step right on the boundary of Magician's heart. When Magician looked back, he realized that the devil was already so far away. But of course, if this could heal his hands, Xianxia would at most treat it as a one-night stand. That's right, there would be no psychological burden. Not only would his hands recover, but they would also improve. No matter how he thought about it, he would be the one benefiting. Xianxia told himself that. Finally, in the middle of the night, he could not help but sneak out of bed. What a joke. How could he let a demon sleep in the same bed as him? So after he finished showering, he mercilessly locked the demon in the small study room that came with the apartment. There was a small cushioned bed that Xianxia had prepared for him when he was reading. Although it didn't seem to be enough for a demon who was too tall, but what right did a bastard like him who only knew how to eat and drink have to express his opinion? He stepped barefoot on the furry carpet and pricked up his ears to listen for sounds in the distance. It was very quiet. This high-class condominium was located on the upper floors, and it was the favorite area for many public figures to purchase. Whether it was security or privacy, it was very good. It was usually far away from the streets, and there was a private elevator on each floor. The soundproofing effect was absolutely top-notch, and no sound could be heard. It was late at night. Even a devil would need to sleep. Zhongjiao looked around cautiously. After confirming that the study room door was still closed, he tiptoed forward. Strange, why did he feel that his eyesight had improved greatly? In such a dark environment, even without turning on the lights, it was easy to see the whole picture of the whole apartment. Could it be that signing a contract with the devil would improve one's physical attributes? Zhongjiao's doubts grew. He felt like he was shrouded in a fog. It seemed like, magician lowered his head and looked at his hands. His hands were now very healthy and full of vitality. It was not a problem for him to open 10 decks of cards in a row. In the next second, he could even continue his previous world tour or crack some kind of high-end magic trick that Zhongjiao had shown earlier. To put it in an even more exaggerated way, with his current pair of hands, it wouldn't be difficult to surpass the great magicians of the past. He could create history that belonged to the great magician Zhongjiao, and firmly believed that whether it was in the past or in the future, no one could surpass him. It was because it was superior. It was impossible for a magician not to know the limits of his hands. No matter what, it was all thanks to the devil. Without the devil, Zhongjiao would not know what would happen to him in the future. Maybe he would be depressed, or maybe he would be bored, or maybe he would lose his interest in this world. But Zhongjiao, magician, Zhongjiao, and Zhong cans. In the darkness, Zhongjiao's hands were stretched out miraculously. Yesterday, Zhongjiao's heart was still swaying because of his broken hands. Even though he heard the words of the experts, Zhongjiao still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Just as they said, he was waiting for a miracle. Although the miracle had turned into selling his soul and signing a contract with the devil, it was still considered a miracle. At least, it was a miracle that belonged to Zhongjiao alone. However, he had a feeling that he had seen this devil somewhere before. Maybe it was not a normal relationship. It was supposed to be like this. It was like he had forgotten something. Zhongjiao rubbed his temples and suppressed this inexplicable thought. He picked up the booklet on the ground again. Along with the hexagram altar cloth and the parchment, there was another booklet. On the booklet, there were 108 rules about summoning a devil from hell. Zhongjiao skimmed through it briefly and rearranged the candles, silver knives, utensils, and the 6-pointed star altar cloth with the names of countless Jewish gods on the ground according to the requirements. He then began to recite the anti-summoning spell. That's right. Since his hand was healed, he had to burn the bridge after crossing it. He had to turn against him and send this despicable devil back to his hell. Zhongjiao had even prepared a script for himself. Even if the angel mentioned by the devil really found out, he had to at least get himself out of the situation. He cut the wound on his arm and waited for the blood to gush out. He then chanted the anti-summoning spell 3 times. Still, nothing happened. This time, Zhongjiao had the experience from last time. He waited for a long time on the spot, waiting for the spell to activate. There should be something like that. Otherwise, why would the devil only appear after he chanted the spell 3 times? The night sky was still silent. There was no sound. Did it work? Zhongjiao turned around to look at the door of the study. There was no movement. He put the knife back on the floor and covered his wound. He walked towards the door step by step. He pressed his head against the door, but he didn't hear any sound coming from inside. If the anti-summoning spell was successful, the devil should have been thrown back to hell. But it was better to be safe. Zhongjiao took 2 steps back and decided not to push the door open. This way, he would have a way out regardless of whether he returned to hell or not. The white-haired youth retreated step by step until he bumped into a cold body. My dear magician, why are you in front of the bedroom door in the middle of the night? Are you having a hard time sleeping? The devil skillfully hugged him. He did not sound sleepy at all. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his voice. Why are you still here? Zhongjiao turned around abruptly and punched him. Ever since his hands were covered, it was as if he had awakened some strange attribute. He was always itching to fight. You can't blame me for this. You were the one who disturbed my sleep in the middle of the night. The man sighed and shook his head. Haven't you heard of the old saying, Mr. Magician? It's easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. Since we have already signed a contract, it's not a good habit to go back on your word. Although he was the young and inexperienced version of the magician, he was still as rebellious. If the devil was really a devil, he might have been beaten back. But the crux of the problem was, all of this was just a bluff. It was rare. Usually, the magician was the one who bluffed him, but now, the devil was the one who turned the tables. Mephistopheles Phyllis. Sleep. The devil lazily threw him onto the bed and climbed up. He pulled him into his cold embrace as if he was hugging a large doll. Xianxia had to thank the constant temperature air conditioner in the apartment. Otherwise, he would have shivered for a while. If you have so much energy, do you want to do it again? The man hugged him with one hand and played with his silver hair with the other. The devil pretended to put on a show. Baby, you've already treated me so passionately today. I'm very satisfied. Although I'm very happy to replenish my magic, you're too fast. It's not good for your body if you do it a few more times. Who are you calling fast? Xianxia was flustered and exasperated. This time, he used 100% of his strength and kicked the person off the bed. This was a matter of a man's dignity. How could he tolerate this? The truth was that Xianxia was not fast, but the difference between them was obvious. Get lost. You'll sleep on the carpet. Xianxia rolled up the blanket on the bed and wrapped it around himself. He closed his eyes. Of course, he did not sleep. His ears were still paying attention to the wind and grass around him. Who would be so careless as to fall asleep in the presence of a demon with evil intentions? Xianxia could not. But it was strange. He had only summoned this devil yesterday and had sex with him an hour later. It had been less than 24 hours, but it felt like they had known each other for a long time. When Xianxia snapped out of his daze, he realized there was a furry thing beside him. He looked up and saw that it was a burnt toy rabbit. This rabbit wasn't good-looking and was very ugly. A large portion of its earlobes was charred and suffused with a black and yellow color. Strange. It looked familiar. But he could not remember where he had seen it before. Magician was silent for a moment. Did we know each other in the past? The devil, who was about to sneak onto the bed, raised a brow. Yes. He did not shy away from admitting this. We used to be closer. You even invited me to share a bed with you whenever I wanted. The man pretended to sigh. Now you've forgotten everything. How is that possible? Dream on. Xianxia said coldly, you're a devil living in hell. How could we know each other? You're a liar. I won't believe you. The devil was speechless. He had been fooled by his own words. He had miscalculated. The apartment became quiet again. This time, it really became very quiet. Xianxia was alert to prevent the devil from climbing onto the bed. At the same time, he was thinking about the details of the next day. Since his hand had recovered, he had to bring up the remaining work and things that he had left behind. There was also the International Magic Exhibition that had just started. Of course, there were also the countless people who were waiting to see him, the great magician, fall from his pedestal and become a joke. His hard-earned vacation was gone and he had to return to his social life the next day. Fortunately, magicians only needed to perform. Other than studying magic, they had a lot of freedom in their private time. They did not have the restrictions of a celebrity. Perhaps he was really tired today. The white-haired magician's breathing gradually became long and deep. The shadows surrounding the bed swarmed forward and wrapped him tightly into a cocoon, ensuring that they would not disturb his light sleep. Satisfied, the demon returned to the bed and hugged her with the quilt between them. His dark golden pupils flickered in the darkness as he murmured. I didn't lie to you, my dear magician. You did say that. In the Judgment Day instance, the little devil who was hugging a doll woke up from a nightmare. His eyes were unfocused and focused on the white-haired magician who was holding a candlestick in front of him. Whether it was the little devil who was 6 years old or the great devil who was now, they seemed to have heard their non-existent heartbeat at that moment. It was reassuring. Next time, if there's no light in the room and the candles are not lit, you can look for me to light a fire. The media around the world was once again in an uproar. A month ago, the great magician Xianxia was involved in a car accident. Unfortunately, both of his hands were fractured. The news of his departure from the stage spread like wildfire around the world. The magic industry in this world was very developed. Whether it was film, television, or literature, it was very popular. Therefore, relatively speaking, the great magician at the top of the industry was also the focus of everyone's attention. Xianxia was this year's top card magician, and there were countless people staring at him on a daily basis. Therefore, when the news of his car accident came out, some people were happy, while others were sad. Especially when an unknown person secretly revealed that after the world-class experts examined him, they all said that they could only hope for a miracle. These days, all the major media lamented the fall of a star in the magic world. He was still so young. According to his golden age, he could be active on the stage for at least 10 more years. Who would have thought that he would be involved in such a tragedy at such a young age? Then today, the great magician's agent team suddenly announced that his hands had recovered and that he would resume his original world tour next week. Wow, this time everyone was in an uproar. Especially those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. They were waiting to take over the position and resources of this card magician. They deliberately stirred up public opinion in order to completely cover up this incident. Now, they were told that Xianxia's hands had recovered. For a time, the experts who had consulted Xianxia were called by all kinds of channels. Sorry, we can't casually disclose the patient's privacy. This is the professional ethics of a doctor. But even though the experts said so, they could not help but sigh. A miracle really did happen. Xianxia, who was at the center of the storm, did not know any of this. Early the next morning, he called his agent and had a video conference under his agent's strong request. My hands are really fine. Okay, did you see it? I'm hanging up after watching it. Xianxia impatiently showed off a few fancy card tricks and turned off the video in front of the stunned eyes of his agent team. Since his hands were fine, everything had to go back to normal. Of course, his agent was happy to see this situation. If something happened to Xianxia, their team would be disbanded. Other things aside, Xianxia, who had a personal studio, at least gave them a generous salary. Originally, everyone was prepared to find another way out, but they did not expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. In the afternoon, after dealing with all kinds of chores, the rearranged schedule was sent to Xianxia's mailbox. Our next stop is W City in ODL. Xianxia browsed through the list and found that the future tour venues were all around the Mediterranean Sea. Come to think of it, the accident happened in the middle of his tour. He had already been to many countries before, and there were only a few small countries left. It was said that the price of the tickets for his next performance had already reached a sky-high price. Everyone wanted to see how this master magician recovered after being diagnosed with comminuted fractures in his hands. It was said that many people had placed bets on whether his hand could recover to its peak condition. It really felt like a dream. Yesterday, his hand was still hurting, but today, it was completely fine. Xianxia walked into the kitchen and peeled an apple for himself. Looking at the green veins on his pale wrist, he could not help but clench his fingers, as if he wanted to make sure that this was not an illusion. The uninvited guest took a bite of the apple in magician's hand. The worst thing was that after eating, the devil commented, "It tastes good, but it's not as sweet as yours." Magician's response was to stuff the apple into the devil's mouth. "Baby, if you want to go out, what should I do?" The devil was not annoyed, but instead, he tried harder. Xianxia threw a card over and said coldly, "This is my secondary card, buy whatever you want, don't bother me." On the other side, the TV that was on just happened to be broadcasting boss coldly talking to the mistress. "Woman, this is my card, it has a limit of 100,000 yuan per day, are you not satisfied?" The devil was speechless. It was a subtle illusion. "But we have to stay together, it's written on the parchment that we have to stay together, otherwise, something terrible will happen." "Is there such a thing?" Xianxia was suspicious. "Of course there is, part of the contract is written in Latin, it's the language used in hell, it's normal that you don't understand it, baby." The devil started his performance again. "We have to be prepared, right? What if there's an accident? What if?" Indeed, if there was an accident, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Xianxia would not take the risk. A crossroad popped up above the white-haired magician's head. He turned around and searched for the route he had taken to buy the parchment. He had bought it on a black technology forum. The seller had said that he had obtained it from the ruins of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. He had put it up for sale at a high price and it had attracted a lot of attention. However, until now, there was only a single one on the sale list. Xianxia left a comment, "It's not bad, but can I choose what kind of demon to summon next time? It's too annoying to summon this one now." After that, he sent a private message to the seller's customer service. "Magician, how do you usually send demons back to hell when you summon them? Why didn't I use the spell 3 times? To be honest, it was very difficult to buy a ticket for a demon. He was an unregistered resident." In the end, Xianxia did not bother with him. He said, "The powerful demon will arrive at the destination by himself, see you later." Then he boarded the plane without looking back. He asked the stewardess to make the first-class bed for him. Just as he was about to climb in and have a good night's sleep, a cold hand reached out from the shadows. The first-class bed was very narrow. Xianxia was barely big enough for a man. If there was a demon taller than him, he would not know where to put his arms and legs. "Baby, you can lie in my shadow, I'm more than happy to provide you with this service." Or. The man held his head and smiled ambiguously. "You can also lie on my body." Xianxia. Get lost. He felt that signing a contract with this demon was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. The long shadow was like a folded space, covering the entire cabin with a layer that extended infinitely. Who would have thought that a shadow could be used like this? Xianxia did not expect this. After the plane landed, Xianxia turned on his phone and found that the seller had already replied to him. "Customer service, this. Dear, this is beyond our understanding. Usually, this is something for mysticism enthusiasts to try. We are not responsible for the success rate or after-sales service. Magician, you're selling such an expensive item, haven't you tried it yourself?" Customer service, but no one else has encountered this situation. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Magician, what do you mean? You dare to sell something that you don't have a guarantee for? Didn't you say that there is a 50% chance of summoning a demon? Customer service, But you're the only one we've met so far. The others have all failed. Customer service. How about this, we're actually selling fake goods, but this thing exists if you believe it, right? Can I refund you half of the money? Dear. The other party probably thought that he had met a lunatic and was so scared that he immediately asked for a refund. Xianxia stared at the dialogue box for a moment, speechless. He exited again and found that the comments section he had left earlier had become very lively. Ha 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 ha, damn, someone actually bought such an expensive IQ tax. Oh my god, is he a Chunibu? He even summoned a demon and wants a refund. WTMXS, what a Chunibu. Chunibu is common these days, but it's rare to see someone this rich. Xianxia, forget it, maybe the others were not so lucky. He comforted himself and put his phone back into his pocket. His manager was already at the airport in Wind City, ready to pick him up. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately walked up to him. Brother Joe, congratulations on your recovery. Congratulations. The manager first sighed with emotion, but when he turned around, he saw the black-haired man with his hands in his pockets and a pair of sunglasses, following behind Magician. This is... Seeing that they seemed to know each other, the manager asked hesitantly. Xianxia was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. Was he going to tell him that he had summoned a demon from hell? But it was this moment of hesitation that allowed the demon to gain the upper hand. The black-haired man lowered his head slightly, one hand resting intimately on Magician's shoulder. His dark golden eyes shone with a dark luster behind the frame of his sunglasses. When his gaze landed on Magician, it sent chills down his spine. Seeing this scene, the manager's eyes widened in shock. Who didn't know that the great magician hated physical contact with other people? His manager team had been with him for a long time, but he didn't have any friends. The only thing he interacted with was work-related issues. He was so reclusive that it made people's hair stand on end. But it was true. To be able to achieve this level of magic at his age, he couldn't be described as a genius. Geniuses who didn't fit in with ordinary people always had to endure loneliness because they couldn't find the same kind of people. He will be my personal assistant for the next few days. Why are you asking so much? Xianxia slapped the hand off his shoulder impatiently. Let's go. Manager, okay, follow me. The car is waiting outside. So they left through the busy airport. When they left, Xianxia secretly sized up the demon and asked casually, do the demons from hell often come to the real world? No, rarely. The demon frowned and glanced at the eyes that were sizing them up. Especially when they landed on the white-haired magician. His hair color was too eye-catching and he was tall and slender. He turned the airport into a catwalk and everyone turned their heads. Even though he knew that this was just a low-level dungeon built from magician's memory, the demon was still annoyed. What the devil didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. There were many people performing tonight and the huge theater was filled to the brim. It was said that the price of a ticket was sky-high. Of course, the devil didn't need to buy a ticket. After the lights dimmed, he walked out from the shadows and stared intently at the stage in the distance. Even though magician had reminded him to stay in the hotel and not cause any trouble, Xianxia didn't know what to do. But would the devil listen? Obviously not. Xianxia was the only one who was worried. He was afraid that the devil from hell would be released to wreak havoc in the human world. There were many people in the theater and whispers filled the entire theater. I didn't expect Mr. Zong's hand to recover. I thought he would leave the stage forever when I read the news. I didn't expect a miracle to happen today. Yes, I'm so happy to see him on stage again. I really like him. I hope there won't be any problems and that the performance today will be successful. All the best, Mr. Zong. Ah. On the stage, the white-haired magician revealed a practiced smile. The magic wand in his hand danced and the cards were suspended in the air. It looked as though they wouldn't fall no matter how hard he tried. The light shone down from above and dyed his hair with a warm glow. It made him look even more dazzling. He was like a luminous object with its own light source. He was unbelievably good-looking. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. They exclaimed and applauded with each of his unexpected actions. There were even people who were blushing and screaming for their husbands. They reached out to catch the cards that magician had scattered below the stage. The devil was in a terrible mood. He hated it when magician was stared at like this. It was as though someone was coveting something that belonged to him. He was furious. These people were obviously ordinary souls in the devil's eyes. They weren't even worth a second look in the crowd. With just one look, the devil could see the vulgarity hidden under their skin. Magician always paid attention to these ants and placed his attention on unnecessary people. On the other hand, Xianxia was in a good mood today. He didn't know why, but even though it had only been a month, he felt as though he had been away from the stage for a long time. It was so long that it felt like a lifetime. Although he was in a good mood, he didn't feel as fired up as he usually did on stage. It was really strange. Performing had always been his favorite thing, so why would he have such an illusion? It was as if this performance was nothing compared to something else that was even more exciting. Thank you for watching. After the performance, he saluted toward the bottom of the stage. Amidst the cheers of the audience and the sound of hats being taken off, the red curtains hanging on both sides of the grand theater slowly began to fall. When he looked up, he saw the devil leaning against the corner of the wall, blending into the shadows with an unfriendly expression. Strangely enough, even though there were so many people below the stage, Xianxia only needed to glance at them to fix his gaze on the other person. If he was a source of light, then the demon was a black hole. At a glance, he was the most out of place. Xianxia was speechless. He knew that this person wouldn't be so honest. Sure enough, he still followed him. Magician shot the other party a warning glare and walked towards the backstage. Xianxia sincerely hoped that the demon wouldn't cause any trouble. This performance was more important because it was the first performance after the resumption of work. Many media outlets and industry insiders had their eyes on this performance. Hence, Xianxia had specially arranged for some flashy moves. He had even used a set of card tricks that no one had ever deciphered up until now, pushing the atmosphere to the peak. After this performance, the entire magic circle would be shaken up. Of course, after the performance, Xianxia still had to attend a small press conference in the ballroom upstairs. After the press conference, he still had to chat with the sponsors. "Brother Joe, the media is already waiting." The manager hurriedly walked over and handed over the jacket in his hand. Xianxia put on the jacket and hurried upstairs through the special passageway backstage. There were many sponsors' representatives who were there to judge this performance. The media had been waiting for a long time and were all waiting upstairs. The moment the white-haired magician walked in, the flashes and microphones followed closely behind, squeezing in front of him. "Mr. Zong, may I know what happened to your hands?" "A few days ago, related sources revealed that there was no possibility of your hands recovering. Are they completely healed now?" "Mr. Zong, may I know if what you just performed on stage was the mysterious magic trick that no one had deciphered in the past 100 years?" "Sir," the manager separated the media from the reporters. "Sorry, please ask one by one." However, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of these people. In the next second, the impatient Xianxia threw out a few cards and nailed them in front of them. Looking at the cards that were embedded in the wooden floor, the small conference room fell into silence. The manager hurriedly wiped his sweat. "Ha ha ha, this is magic, a small magic trick." It wasn't just the media. Even Xianxia stared at the cards on the floor. He clearly knew that this wasn't a magic trick. He nailed the cards into the wooden floor with just the strength of his wrist. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Xianxia was sure that he didn't have any interest in playing cards before. And, at that moment, countless blurry images seemed to flash through his mind. There was the image of him coldly throwing a card and cutting off the black-haired demon's hair. The demon pressed him against the door and stuffed a black room card into his hand. There were also countless cards scattered on the floor. The demon bit one of them and looked up provocatively. And him, the images flashed back and forth like a merry-go-round. But when Xianxia wanted to take a closer look, the images disappeared and hid in the depths of his mind. He couldn't find a trace of them. Instead, his head started to hurt like needles, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What were these? If they had happened before, why didn't he have any memory of them? But if they hadn't happened before, why did he feel that they were so familiar? So familiar that it made him dizzy? "Brother Joe, Brother Joe?" His manager's voice brought him back to reality. "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to take a break?" Xianxia raised his hand, indicating that he was fine. He waited until the fragmented images in his head disappeared before he looked up again. "Let's begin," he said to the dark camera in front of him. Next was the meeting with the sponsors. Although Xianxia hated socializing, in this world, no matter how much he hated social relationships, he couldn't avoid socializing with people of the same kind. Maybe it was because he didn't look well, but the sponsors expressed their concern. Without a doubt, Xianxia's commercial value was enough for them to treat him with respect. Therefore, after some discussion, the sponsors decided to postpone the tour indefinitely and rest for 2 months before making a decision. There were 2 reasons for this. First, all the doctors who consulted Xianxia said that even if his hands miraculously recovered, he wouldn't be able to perform any intense activities in such a short period of time. In order to ensure that the money tree could continue to make money, the hand injury naturally had to be treated with 300% of the attention. The second reason was that after this incident, Xianxia's fame once again skyrocketed internationally. Even some people who weren't interested in magic had heard of the great magician's story of how his hands recovered. Not to mention that this time, Xianxia also showed a better ability than before. It was better to retreat in the face of the current and rest for 2 months to whet the appetite of others, which could also raise a wave of commercial value openly. Xianxia agreed. He drank 2 glasses of wine with him and then left in a hurry. The night in Win was a bit cold. In February, the average temperature here was in the single digits. At night, one could feel the chill from the sky. Xianxia walked around the bustling crowd and aimlessly walked to the Danube River. In order not to be recognized, he was fully dressed. Not only did he put his hair in a bun, but he also put on sunglasses and a mask. The colorful lights hanging from the trees were strung together with golden tassels. The theater in the distance was brightly lit. Xianxia remembered the last time he came to this city. It was a few years ago when he came to attend the New Year's concert alone. This memory wasn't fake. Then which memory did he lose? Big brother, this flower is for you. Just as he was deep in thought, a soft voice came from behind him. Xianxia turned around and saw a little girl holding a flower basket. Her head was tied with a cupid's scarf and her face was red from the cold. Looking at the bright red roses in her hand, the magician was dazed for a moment. Because he was immersed in his thoughts, Xianxia didn't notice that there were couples walking on the street. The shops by the street were also filled with roses and hearts. It was February and Valentine's Day was in a few days. Big brother? Seeing that he didn't respond, the little girl raised the flower basket in her hand over her head with trembling hands. Just now, a big brother bought all my flowers. He asked me to give them to you. The white-haired magician looked up abruptly. Under the streetlights in the distance, the black-haired devil was leaning against a pole in boredom as he looked over lazily. Even though they were far apart, Xianxia was certain that the demon had revealed that mysterious, devilish smile again. Thank you. He retracted his gaze and bent down to take all the flowers in the little girl's basket. Seeing that he accepted it, the little girl looked up curiously. Big brother, is the big brother over there your lover? Xianxia froze for a moment before he quickly replied, no. But roses are only given to people you like. Since you aren't lovers with that big brother, then the big brother must like you. That's why he bought these flowers for you. The little girl counted with her fingers in distress. These roses are very expensive. Then I'm sure he didn't pay. Xianxia opened his wallet with a frown. He patted the little girl's head and stuffed the bills into the basket. He wanted to refute but didn't know how to. In the end, he could only say, we're not lovers, we're. 2 words quickly flashed through his mind, and he almost blurted out, it's an enemy, an old enemy that won't rest until one of us dies. After the break, everything slowed down. They returned from Win and stayed at home with nothing to do. When he was alone, Xianxia was usually quiet. He didn't like to go out, and he hated crowded and noisy places. Therefore, as long as he wasn't on tour, he would spend most of his time in his high-end apartment. Only on rare occasions would he occasionally wander out to listen to concerts or dramas. It was also one of his uninteresting hobbies. The apartment was well equipped and quiet. The private elevator led directly to the garage and wouldn't disturb others. If he was lucky, he wouldn't have to see his neighbors for the entire year. If he wanted to eat, he could choose to order food or list the vegetables and fruits he needed on the apartment list. A few hours later, someone would deliver it to the door. It was just like sending a parcel, he didn't have to go downstairs. 2 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. It was enough for Xianxia to familiarize himself with the existence of the demon. During dinner, Xianxia fried a piece of steak for himself in the kitchen. He sprinkled some black pepper sauce on it and walked out with a knife and fork. Just as he was enjoying his dinner, the demon suddenly walked over with something in his hand. It was strange that Xianxia hadn't seen the demon the entire day. Usually, the demon wouldn't be able to stay by his side. It was strange that he didn't see the demon today. Magician lifted his head and was shocked to see a black cat. Interestingly, the black cat's eyes were dark gold. When he looked into its eyes, he felt like he was looking at someone. A present. The demon curled his finger and used the puppet strings to pull a stool over. He sat down intimately beside the white-haired youth and leaned half of his body lazily against the youth's back. He placed the cat on Magician's lap. Xianxia did like cats. Or rather, he didn't really like them. He just felt that he only needed one of these animals. Occasionally, when he was bored, he would look at them and relax, just like the big orange cat that accompanied him when he was young. Most importantly, cats were very obedient and didn't require much time. They could entertain themselves and were very suitable for lazy people like Xianxia who didn't like to walk their dogs. But even though he liked it, Xianxia never planned to raise it. Due to his schedule, he had to participate in various tours around the world every year. It was fine when he was on vacation, but once he went out, he might not come back for months. If he kept a cat at home, it would be a problem for the cat to eat, drink, and poop. Besides, Xianxia didn't like strangers entering his private territory, so it was impossible for him to give the key to his client's house to feed the cat. Xianxia frowned. Where did you get this cat? His fingers slid along the back of the black cat. The latter did not struggle, but allowed him to touch it obediently. I made it myself. The man buried his head in his shoulder and sniffed. You don't need to feed it, and it won't shed hair. Xianxia was speechless. Compared to this, he was more interested in how this guy knew that he liked cats. But today, Xianxia looked down at his phone. He rarely paid attention to a certain time or date, except for his work schedule. It was meaningless to pay attention to them. Most of the time, Xianxia was not a person who cared about dates. But today was different. Xianxia looked at the date and suddenly understood why the demon said that it was a gift. Because today was Xianxia's birthday. As the saying went, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After Xianxia put the dishes in the dishwasher, took a shower, and walked out in his pajamas, the demon revealed his true intentions. Baby, I used a lot of magic to prepare this gift for you. He lay on the bed lazily, one hand supporting his head. His eyes scanned the magician's body. Shouldn't you make it up to me? Xianxia had just finished his shower. His wet hair was draped over his back, leaving streaks of water on his white pajamas. The light in the room was dim to begin with. With the light shining in, one could see the steam rising from the young man's body. It was as if his long and narrow eyes were hidden behind his back. It looked very appetizing. Xianxia snorted and walked to the dining table. Xianxia had learned something in the past 2 months. He was sure that he had lost a part of his memory. But of course, he could not use this to verify with the demon. Instead, he planned to find out more information. There was no doubt that they knew each other. Although he did not know how much they knew each other, there was no doubt that no matter what happened in the past, their relationship had reached the point of negativity. A small black forest cake was already placed on the table. It was framed on a silver plate, surrounded by cold black chocolate shavings. It was one of Xianxia's few favorite flavors. Xianxia rarely celebrated his birthday because his birthday was not the day he was born. Instead, it was the day he was adopted by the old nun. No one knew his real birthday. No one knew how the demon knew about it, whether it was his birthday, his hobbies, or his gifts. How did you know? In the silence, magician picked up a golden fork and slowly picked up a piece of cake. The lights dimmed and at the same time, the candles on the cake lit up. It's not hard to find these, my dear magician. The man's deep voice came close to magician's, one hand skillfully circling magician's side. The white-haired magician looked down. On the blue screen, Xianxia the magician's personal fan club encyclopedia was flashing in the dark. It clearly listed his likes and dislikes, including age, birthday, height, weight, hobbies, and all kinds of other information. This information was posted by his agent's company when he first became a magician. At that time, Xianxia was much younger and more honest. There was almost no fake information and everything was authentic. Xianxia was speechless. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The demon actually knew how to surf the internet. Soon, Xianxia was not in the mood to care about this. The demon, who had claimed that he didn't like sweet things, commented after tasting magician's mouth, "Baby, you're so sweet." According to the demon's twisted logic, since he gave Xianxia a gift on his birthday, Xianxia should return the favor. Demons have birthdays? Magician raised a brow and sneered. Of course, it's today. The demon said seriously, "So, my dear magician, what should you give me in return?" Or, the man leaned closer to him with ill intentions, his eyes flashing with a dark light. "Give yourself to me, how about that?" This kind of thing belonged to the pleasures of the mortal world and the physical body. Magician also pursued the thrill and happiness of the real world. As long as the demon could make him feel good, why not? "My dear, I'm always the one helping you. Don't you think it's unfair?" The demon hugged magician's waist and licked his lips. Xianxia looked down at him and rejected without hesitation. "No. This kind of thing is hard and unrewarding. It doesn't make me feel good. Why should I help you?" It was magician's reason. If the demon didn't let him feel good first, Xianxia would never do such a bad thing. Even if he had lost his memory, he would try his best to gain the upper hand over his nemesis. Moreover, he often turned his back on magician after he felt good. It had happened a few times and he had no morals. But so what? Every time, the demon was the one asking for sex, not him. But this time, the demon grabbed Magician's ankle and didn't let him fool him. The temperature rose in the darkness. Behind the dark clouds, the cold thunder and lightning wrapped in golden light split people apart. Magician shivered, his entire body convulsing. He closed his eyes and allowed the sweat on his forehead to flow down. The demon loved this look of his and would tease him every once in a while. "My dear, you're hot today. Are you having a fever?" After 2 months, Xianxia could get rid of the unnaturalness of his first time and was used to it. Of course, although he was used to it, he hadn't reached the stage where he would be indifferent to anything before he lost his memories. He wasn't even at the stage where he could turn the tables and take the initiative. In this aspect, he often couldn't win against demons who had no limits. Sometimes, he was so angry that he didn't want to listen to their sweet words, causing his entire body to turn red. Just like now. Go away. Magician grabbed his hair and was pressed against the demon's forehead. His panting and trembling were drowned in the demon's mouth. When Magician regained his memory and recalled everything, who knew how he would feel, the demon was overjoyed at the thought of it. But in his heart, he didn't want it to end so soon. Finally, Magician arched his back, his entire body bending into a beautiful arc. But the demon pushed him to the end of the bed and began to grind even harder. "Mephisto!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared the name. "What is it, my dear?" "The demon," replied happily. For a moment, he suddenly stopped. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. It was during this short pause that Xianxia managed to seize the initiative. He pushed the demon to the wall with incredible strength. The black-haired demon pretended to rub the back of his head that didn't hurt at all. It's not a good habit to kick someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness. "You're always like this." Xianxia didn't reply. Instead, he stepped on the bed barefoot. The demon grunted and his Adam's apple bobbed. It was so cold that Magician's toes trembled. Looking at the messy bedsheets, a crossroad popped up in Magician's head. With a dark expression, he threw the bedsheets into the washing machine. There were no more bedsheets to change tonight. He could only sleep on the sofa. Of course, only Xianxia slept on the sofa. The demon was only fit to sleep on the floor. The stars outside the window were bright. The young man laid on the sofa and closed his eyes slowly. His hair fell to the side. He was so tired that he didn't even bother to turn around and kick the person who had crept up on him. In the silence and darkness, someone seemed to whisper something into his ear. "Happy birthday, my little magician." 2 months of vacation wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. After the vacation, Xianxia started his world tour again. This time, the tour was longer. There were 3 or 4 shows in every city, so the days he had to stay in the city were longer. Fortunately, the time between each show was much longer. In the past, he had to perform a few shows a week, but now he only had to perform 1 show a week, so it was easy. Half a year had passed, and Xianxia was familiar with the existence of the devil around him. During this period of time, something that was neither too big nor too small happened. This was because Xianxia was caught off guard during a fight on the bed. His body was at a disadvantage, and he could only taunt the other party, saying that the other party was a demon from hell. At the time, the devil bit the back of his neck, snorted, and went deeper, but he didn't say anything. In the end, after this incident, the demon often disappeared for no reason in the past few months. No one knew what he was doing secretly outside. Anyway, Xianxia didn't care. Once he was in work mode, he didn't care about anyone. Instead of letting the devil disturb him, it was better for him to disappear when he needed to work. This way, the devil wouldn't bother him. As long as he wasn't performing and didn't need to socialize, the devil would always appear without a trace. Xianxia's manager saw this a few times, and his expression was one of shock and amusement. However, he didn't dare to say anything or ask anything. As for Xianxia, he was too lazy to explain. In the end, he didn't know how to describe his relationship with the devil. They were fixed bed partners, but compared to waking up partners, they were more affectionate. It was more appropriate to call them lovers. However, they were never inseparable and affectionate like lovers in the mortal world. No one opened their mouths to start this topic. They all stopped there in tacit understanding. It was like a silent competition, and they didn't want to take the last step to break the taboo. Soon, Xianxia knew what the other party was up to. Today, he had to attend an auction. It was said that not only the magic circle's higher-ups would be there, but there were also some top people in other fields. In short, it was said that many industry representatives would be there. Xianxia, the great magician, was also invited. Of course, he couldn't refuse this kind of party. Xianxia also had to cooperate with the various promotional activities written in the contract. Early in the morning, his manager team took him from the hotel to the styling room. They bought all the clothes and hairstyles, and prepared for the party in the evening. Along the way, his agent kept reminding him how important this auction was. He told him not to walk the red carpet energetically and sit in the corner after taking a photo, not to open for business at all. Therefore, the white-haired young man agreed on the surface. In his heart, he thought that at most, he would participate in the auction and announce to everyone present that he was participating in the auction. In any case, it was impossible for him to dance. He didn't even need to think about it. At this moment, an image suddenly flashed through Xianxia's mind. The flying cards, the invisible strings of puppets, and the scene of him confronting another black-haired man in a dark hall, neither of them willing to give way to the other in an intense tango. Xianxia was speechless. He was just making a solemn vow, but now he was being slapped in the face. Sure enough, as his manager said, tonight's auction party was indeed a gathering of celebrities and superstars. The person walking the red carpet in front of Xianxia was the current international superstar of Hollywood. Suddenly, the spotlights outside flashed and screams came one after another. It was very lively. Xianxia shook his head in his mind. He quickly walked down the red carpet, signed his name at the end, and smiled. The staff came up to him respectfully and led him to the venue. The dance floor was already filled with people in twos and threes wearing evening gowns. They chatted in this public place with countless eyes on them. They smiled politely at each other. After Xianxia walked in, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. He had noticed this himself. Before his hand was injured, his appearance wasn't as splendid as it was now. It seemed that after signing a contract with the devil, he had suddenly become as dazzling as the scorching sun. Wherever he went, he could easily harvest a large number of gazes. So it's the famous magician Mr. Zone. Nice to meet you. For example, there was no shortage of people trying to hit on him. There were always some people who were particularly fond of the white-haired magician's indifferent and arrogant aura. Even his gaze was particularly disgusting. Xianxia raised his glass and said perfunctorily, "Nice to meet you." He didn't recognize who this person who was bragging about himself was, and he only listened to one or two sentences of what this person said before he turned his attention away with disinterest. If you don't mind, he didn't expect that the person who tried to strike up a conversation with him would become angry upon seeing him like this. He reached out his hand and tried to pull him back. Magician's eyes dimmed, the cards in his hands ready to be played. He also realized that ever since his hands were covered, his temper had worsened. Or perhaps it was wrong to say that he had a bad temper. In the past, he would tolerate things that annoyed him, but now he was throwing cards at him. Excuse me. Just as he was about to teach the person a lesson, another white-gloved hand lazily rested on the person's shoulder. Just as the person was about to curse out loud, he suddenly turned around and his face turned pale. He bowed and said, "Sir," and then left with his tail between his legs. Xianxia looked up. As expected, the familiar voice belonged to someone he knew. "You." He was about to speak when he heard a surprised voice behind him. "Professor, why are you here?" Magician turned back in confusion, only to see the famous best actor walking over with a glass of wine in his hand. His face was full of smiles as he greeted the black-haired devil respectfully. "I paid attention to the lecture you gave in the university last time, but I really couldn't find the time to attend it. It's really a pity. If there's a chance, can I ask about the time and place of your next lecture?" Xianxia was speechless. Good heavens, if a demon could become a professor, would his students be reserved in hell? The person was already so humble, but the demon did not give him any face at all. Impatience flashed across his face. "I'm busy, don't disturb me." But when he turned around and saw Xianxia, he immediately put on another ambiguous smile. "Dear, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Everyone who was secretly paying attention to this side began to whisper, and their expressions were inevitably filled with shock. There was no one present who did not recognize the outstanding magician, and no one who did not recognize Professor Mephisto, who was widely recognized as an authority in the industry. It was always like this, there was no need for any actual achievements. When all the industry's top experts publicly acknowledged another person's strength, they would undoubtedly put the other person on the altar. Even if the demon only needed a few insignificant puppet strings to do so. With so many media outlets here, this scene would probably spread. Even before the banquet ended. Xianxia did not know what identity the demon had obtained, but he had no doubt that the demon had gotten rid of his unregistered status. He walked up to him openly and even acted as if they were close friends. His identity might not be as simple as it seemed. How could a mere professor garner so much respect? The best actor next to them broke out in a cold sweat. "Ahaha, I'm sorry to disturb the two of you. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." After saying that, he didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Not only that, but Xianxia also noticed that the person who had started the conversation seemed to have silently walked to a corner alone. He revealed a frightened and trembling expression, knocked over the wine glass in his hand, and knelt on the ground. "What did you do?" He gave the demon a warning look. "I just woke him up." The demon shrugged and intimately wrapped his arms around Xianxia's shoulders. "Don't mind these boring ants." Xianxia was getting more and more confused about what this person was thinking. Why did he remember his birthday? Why did he carry a black cat? Why did he say happy birthday? He did not seem like a demon at all. He easily understood the rules and played with them in the palm of his hand. Just like now, why would a demon from hell need to spend so much effort to find an identity in the mortal world? He clearly didn't need any of this, and now he was acting as if he planned to develop in the long run, which made Xianxia even more confused. Of course, there was another problem. Xianxia suspected that this person was not a demon at all. However, he could not jump to conclusions before he obtained his memory. He still needed to test the waters. "You can go back after the contract is completed. Or, do you plan to stay in the mortal world?" "Baby, don't worry." The demon sitting beside him lazily played with the magician's hair. "Not only the contract, you still owe me twice." They talked softly in the auction hall as if there was no one else around. They did not realize how intimate they were in the eyes of others. They did not allow outsiders to interfere. Xianxia frowned deeply. "When did I owe you twice?" The demon smiled but did not say anything. As they talked, the auction was still in full swing. Occasionally, the black-haired demon would nonchalantly glance over and raise the auction sign in his hand. However, Xianxia, who was addicted to his verbal advantage, did not pay much attention to this. "Christmas is almost here. What are your plans?" Looking at the next auction item, Xianxia suddenly realized something. On Christmas Day last year, he was involved in a sudden car accident and spent the new year in a hospital room. It could be said that it was the darkest period of his 20 years of life. Counting the time, he had the surgery at the end of January, he summoned the demon at the beginning of February. It had been almost a year. Time flew by so quickly. It was unbelievable that they could spend so much time together. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Every Christmas, Xianxia had to return to the old church. This year was no exception. The days passed slowly, and Christmas finally arrived as promised. Decorations were everywhere, Christmas trees with colorful lights were placed on the street corners, and Christmas carols were played in the shopping malls. This year's Christmas was exceptionally cold, and it looked like it was going to snow. However, the high-class apartment was located near the sea, and it wasn't very high, so it wasn't going to be easy for it to snow. Xianxia woke up early. He opened his eyes before dawn, slapped away the demon's hand on his body, and stepped on the carpet to walk to the cloakroom. Winter was too cold, so the heater in the apartment was usually set to the highest. As long as one didn't go out, they could wear short sleeves indoors. However, this temperature wasn't for Xianxia, but for some people who were too cold and liked to stick close to others, it was annoying. In the end, for the sake of his health, Xianxia had to turn the heater to the highest setting with a dark face. When he finished changing and washing up, it was almost dawn. Magician took the coffee from the coffee machine, took out the brown toast from the toaster, and smeared a thick layer of ketchup on it. He stood in front of the dining table and was about to tie his hair. In the next second, a handful of scars brushed past his fingertips, and skillfully took the hairband from the white-haired youth's hand, and tied up his silver white hair that scattered like moonlight. The man stood behind him lazily, controlling the shadows to massage Magician's waist while he combed the hair with his fingers. Xianxia didn't move, allowing the man to comb his hair, but his eyes were still sober. He put the plate back in the kitchen, picked up a thick cashmere scarf, and put on a mask and sunglasses. Let's go. If it was in the past, Xianxia's apartment was far away from the small town where the old church was located. Every time, they had to book a room in a hotel in the small town a few days in advance and take a plane to get there. However, there was no need for that now. With the devil, they could easily get there by shuttling through the shadows, saving them a lot of time on the road. The black-haired devil snorted, and grabbed Xianxia's hand. In the next second, the shadows around the room suddenly rose from the ground, forming an ominous dome curtain in front of them, and they couldn't see the end of it. It wasn't the first time Xianxia fell into the shadows. Not long ago, he was forced to experience the feeling of being surrounded by shadows after losing a bet with the devil. To humans, this alternate dimension was undoubtedly very cold and dark, without the slightest bit of light. Because these shadows were constantly moving, even with Xianxia's excellent night vision, he couldn't see anything in this space. He could only follow the devil's lead. What Xianxia didn't realize was that for him, putting himself in a situation that he couldn't control was actually a sign of trust. There were always things that would subtly change after walking for a short while. They suddenly opened up. They appeared in the middle of the night. It's snowing. Magician couldn't help but tighten the scarf around his neck, a layer of white mist forming around his mask as he was suddenly exposed from the warmth of the room to the sub-zero temperature. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, and there were no footprints. It was so soft that it felt like stepping on clouds. The town was strangely quiet, and only the sound of the church bell could be heard, echoing in the air. The faith of Christmas was very strong. For the city where Xianxia lived when he was young, the people here were generally religious. There was a holiday for 7 days. There was no one on the streets at all. Every door was closed, and the shops were closed. However, it was different in the coastal city where Xianxia's apartment was located. It was the spring festival, and there was no such thing as Christmas. Everyone still did what they were supposed to do, and no one cared. Halfway through, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. He forgot to buy flowers. The elderly nun loved flowers, and every time she came back, Xianxia would bring a bouquet of flowers. Usually, the hotel would prepare it for him, but this time, he had forgotten to use shadow travel. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only walk around the street, hoping to find a flower shop that was still open. Fortunately, there was one at the corner of the street, and it was the only one. It was just an accessory shop. This small town could be considered a tourist city, and there were many local accessories. Usually, there were all kinds of small shops scattered around the old street, and there were all kinds of things. There were handmade crafts, and also rare witchcraft souvenirs. The shop assistant at the door looked at their interlocked hands, and immediately showed a warm smile. Merry Christmas. Do you want to give your wife a local flower ring? Xianxia was speechless. This was the second time, and the last time was half a year ago when the little girl was selling roses. As the black-haired devil chuckled happily, Magician quickly let go of the hand that he had forgotten to let go, and said, "No, I want to ask, do you have fresh flowers in your shop? I just need to buy some flowers." "Yes, we do, please follow me." The shop assistant looked at them regretfully. Although both of them were wearing sunglasses and masks, one could tell that they were a perfect match just by looking at their physique and atmosphere. The rings in the shop were not like the dazzling array of precious metals found in jewelry stores, and instead, they were warm. The ring was wrapped with bronze vines, and a small rose was delicately carved on it. After wrapping a bouquet of white lilies for Magician, the shop assistant was still a little disappointed. "Are you sure you don't want to buy a ring? We have a romantic ancient legend here: as long as you put a flower ring on your wife at midnight, you will never be separated." "Thank you for your kindness, but we really don't need it." Xianxia politely refused, and glared at the devil whose smile could not be hidden by the mask, and walked out of the shop. They walked along the road, and at the end of it was the old church. Even though 10 years had passed, it was still the same as Xianxia remembered, with grey walls and white roofs. In the winter, the fat pigeons had already flown away. Perhaps it was because Xianxia came at the wrong time. The church had just finished a Christmas event, and the snow on the stone road had already turned into ice. The world was very quiet, and the snow was falling heavily, fluttering like catkins, with no end in sight. Xianxia had never thought that there would be a day where he would bring another person here. Incredible, absurd, he would never have dared to think about it in the past. "Wait." The white-haired magician stopped, and smiled faintly. Under the reflection of the sunlight and snow, he seemed to be one with the snow behind him. "It doesn't seem good for a devil to enter the church, right?" The devil choked. As the saying goes, a lie needs 1,000 lies to cover it up. Back then, in order to show that he was weak after losing his magic power, the demon had made up a lot of lies to coax the young and immature magician into bed. Now, he had shot himself in the foot. "Of course, my dear, I will wait for you outside." He showed a sweet smile. "Don't let me wait too long. The Christmas atmosphere and the church will increase the consumption of my magic. If I lose too much magic, I will feel sorry for you, my dear." Xianxia was speechless. If the devil lost too much magic, he should feel sorry for him. Was this reasonable? The white-haired magician snorted and walked into the church without looking back. But the moment he stepped into the church, the expression on his face disappeared without a trace, and he became calm. At this moment, Lucien did not seem to be the high-spirited young magician he used to be. Instead, he looked more like a young magician who had experienced years of despair in the abyss and experienced a life-and-death struggle in the infinite loop of the trainee competition. Time could change too many things, from the initial vigilance to the current familiarity. He didn't know when it started, but the magician who was used to being alone and hated to be disturbed by others also spent more and more time with one more person. With the passage of time, his memories were gradually unsealed. Until now, Xianxia could almost analyze from the few memory fragments that this guy was most likely not a devil from hell. 9 out of 10 sentences that he said to replenish his magic were probably just to coax him. Xianxia's head was very hard. In the end, he had only picked up a few memory fragments. Xianxia was still confused about what their relationship was in the past. Why did he lose this memory, and what was his goal? Xianxia was still confused about these kinds of questions. But, soon, Xianxia had a premonition that he only needed an opportunity, a coincidence, and those things that had been sealed for so long, no matter if it was the memory or the past, they would all be returned to him. Xianxia didn't like to be kept in the dark, he liked to have everything in the palm of his hand. In other words, this kind of peaceful, uneventful life was like the moon in the water, a facade that one knew would shatter at the slightest touch. It was because of this that Xianxia insisted on coming here. He needed to verify a guess in his heart. Then, he would completely recover his memories. After the magician's figure disappeared from the entrance of the church, the devil retracted his gaze. The smile on his face disappeared, and he became bored. It had been almost a year. This dungeon had started almost a year ago. But in reality, the time flow in the dungeon was different from the outside world. No matter how much time passed in the dungeon, only a few hours would pass in the outside world. This kind of peaceful life was even more unbelievable to the devil. It was a novel experience that he had never experienced before. In the past, only human nature, blood, and death interested him. But now, the magician had become his eternal source of joy, and he never got tired of it. The devil looked around aimlessly, and his gaze landed on the accessory shop again. There, a crimson rose was wrapped around a dark green vine, preserved and fixed on a red velvet cloth in an unknown way. It looked like the cursed rose of the beast, or the one on planet B612 that would never wither. The loser had to act like a loser. Xianxia thought that even if he knew, he would never say it out loud. If the magician guessed it, he would treat it as a surprise. There was an old legend in this small town. It was said that in the Middle Ages, there was a forest here. The witches in the forest were good at making love potions, using their own budding love as the raw material to boil and sell it to passing travelers. Over time, as the materials were exhausted, the witch's heart gradually became dry, cold and hard, without a trace of waves. So she could no longer make love potions, and there was no way to stay young forever. She decided to close her witch's hut and leave this place. Just before the witch made a decision, the last traveler arrived at the midnight bell. He brought the witch a flower ring, said his love, and awakened the witch's frozen heart. In the end, the witch and her beloved lived in the forest forever, until they were old. The legend of the flower ring has been passed down, so our town has the tradition of making flower rings. The clerk said with a smile, "You and the white-haired gentleman must be a very good couple, right?" Originally, when the two gentlemen walked into the store, she was inexplicably afraid, and she didn't dare to look up at the black-haired gentleman. But the problem was that if she looked at the white-haired gentleman a few more times, the consequences would be more terrible than if she looked directly at the black-haired man, so the clerk tried to sell the ring and lowered her voice a lot. She didn't expect that when she turned her head, the black-haired gentleman would return to the store, which was really unexpected. The white-haired gentleman doesn't seem to be very good at expressing his feelings, but his eyes have been paying attention to you. The clerk carefully put the specially treated ring into the black velvet box. We have seen this kind of look on many customers who come to the store to shop, and they are all happy couples. Your gentleman cares about you, there is no doubt about it. Don't take the packaging, just give it to me. The devil always didn't like to listen to beautiful words, but this time he didn't interrupt the meaningless compliment, which was rare. The clerk was stunned, and her mind immediately turned a corner. It wasn't that she hadn't encountered this situation before. Generally, only when the customer who bought the ring was determined to propose, they would only take the ring box and leave. "Thank you for your patronage, I wish you success in your proposal. By the way, there is a tradition here. If you intend to spend the rest of your life with another person, you must take him to the elders and let them see you. Even in front of the cemetery, the elders will give you their blessings." "Propose?" The demon sneered and didn't explain. He seemed to put the small ring box into his suit pocket, but in fact, he put it through the pocket and into the shadows. Then, he strode out of the jewelry store. It was still snowing outside, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The snowflakes fluttered about, covering the world in a haze. The shadow spontaneously covered the demon's feet, preventing the snow from staining his pants. But in reality, perhaps this was a little unnecessary, because with the temperature of his body, it was simply not enough to melt them. In fact, most of the time, demons did not understand the joys and sorrows of these humans and even scoffed at them. He was a monster born from evil thoughts, so he was completely evil. But magicians were different. To humans, this seemed to be very important. As long as they did not leave this dungeon, no one would know that they had once tried their best to kill each other, and no one would know that they were once mortal enemies. For the first time, the demon thought, even if it's such a peaceful life, if the other party is magician, it's not bad to continue like this. It was dangerous, but not annoying. If the target was magician, everything would be so reasonable. He returned to the entrance of the church. There was a time difference between the two cities. It was still morning at the apartment, but it was already afternoon here. The sky was a little dark. The newly fallen snow covered the footprints of the people who came to pray, as though they had never existed. When Xianxia came out, this was the scene he saw. The man in a black suit stood in the snow. The background was covered in snow, and he was the only one with a dark color that didn't fit in. It was like the difference on the canvas, easily capturing the attention of others. "Is the prayer over?" Seeing Xianxia come out, the demon put on his habitual smile. He noticed that the bouquet of white lilies was still in the arms of the white-haired youth. There was no sign of him giving it away. But in reality, what attracted him more than the flowers was the person holding the flowers. Magician smiled at him and suddenly asked, "Do you want to go somewhere with me?" What a rare invitation. The demon raised his brows, his expression unreadable. "Yes, my magician." Thus, Xianxia led him left and right, skillfully navigating through the winding alleys of the small town. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood today, he rarely opened his mouth to explain. This is where I lived when I was young. Even though more than 10 years had passed, this place was still like an old photo, there was no change at all. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a cemetery surrounded by black iron fences. It was obvious that this area was specially fenced, there were stone crosses erected in the cemetery. After arriving, Xianxia didn't speak. He walked forward and placed the flowers in his hand in front of one of the tombstones. The old nun's white name was engraved on the gray stone, intertwined with the swaying petals. After doing all this, he turned around and didn't look at the demon directly, grabbing the cold hand carelessly. The demon was still dressed in the same way today, with white gloves on his hands, arrogantly like a noble who walked out of an oil painting. However, Magician's hand didn't stop, it went into the gloves and held the scarred hand. One black and one white stood silently in front of the tombstone with the cross. A long time passed. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe even longer. No one cared. When the demon felt that the other party's body temperature was burning him, Xianxia finally spoke. "Let's go," he said, "we should go home." After returning from the old church, something had quietly changed. The change seemed to be mutual. It could be one person, or it could be two people. But as for what exactly had changed, no one dared to make a conclusion. Magician rarely touched him of his own accord, and he had never taken the initiative to ask for sex. But today, both of these things had been broken. After returning to the high-class apartment where they had lived together for almost a year, Xianxia didn't even take off his jacket, he turned around and offered a kiss to the other cold body. The demon didn't stop or be surprised, he followed Magician's wishes and swept the tip of his tongue across the roof of his mouth, grabbing the warmth of the other party's mouth. No one spoke. The demon silently untied the hairband that he had tied for Magician, letting the silver-white hair fall. They were like two primal beasts, fiercely entangling and kissing deeply. This was different from the first possession, the bloody battle later, and even the tenderness of the moon in the water. Intense, indulgent, and clinging to the death. It was heavier and deeper than any other time, the man's strength was so fierce that it felt like he wanted to bite the other person into pieces and melt into his bones and blood. Night began to fall. The lights of Christmas night lit up outside. Circles of warm yellow lights wrapped around the Christmas tree, the stars at the top shone brightly, every holly leaf was dyed with a warm and ambiguous color. The snow was getting heavier, the feathers that fell from the heavens seemed to have no end, wrapping everything in sight in a color similar to Magician's hair. Ha! Ha! Ah! The young man's chest rose and fell violently. After a violent spasm, he fumbled for a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table. The fire in the room filled with the sound of water, the man's fingertips illuminated the pair of golden eyes filled with darkness. Xianxia chuckled, suddenly propped up his upper body, and moved to his lips to light the cigarette. Smoke rose, it was a cold mint smell. Magician's face flickered in the light and fog outside the window. The white-haired beauty held the cigarette in one hand, slowly laid back down, and said word by word, it was no different from a provocation. A little deeper. Before he could finish his sentence, he was lifted into the air by the shadow and slammed against the wall. His toes tensed up uncontrollably. Without any hesitation, the devil easily fulfilled the magician's wish. The ice-cold sword cruelly pierced through him from bottom to top, nailing him to the back of the wall. Again and again, it was like a violent storm, rapid raindrops, forever without end, as if it was going to be broken just like that. Xianxia was panting, he didn't deliberately suppress his breathing. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's expression, and no one spoke. Even the devil, who liked to tease Magician at this time, was unusually silent, concentrating all his strength into his movements. Everyone knew that Magician didn't smoke. But Magician did. He wasn't addicted, but he used nicotine to keep himself awake. Even earlier, the moment Xianxia walked out of the old cathedral, the devil knew this from the first glance he laid his eyes on Xianxia. But now, they all had a tacit understanding, no one said it out loud, only tirelessly arguing. Yes, as long as they didn't say it out loud, they could continue like this. There was no such thing as an endless cycle, and there was no such thing as a mortal enemy, and there was no such thing as opposing sides. It was just magician and the devil, nothing more. The devil nibbled on his shoulder blade, the rare gentle action gave him goosebumps. After an unknown amount of time, a voice that seemed to be the same as usual sounded behind Xianxia. "Baby, you're so passionate today." Magician, who was pressed against the wall, snorted, and was quickly swept into intermittent low breathing. He couldn't count how many times he had climbed to the top. For some reason, the devil wanted to see Magician's expression at this moment. He wanted to kiss him, to look into his eyes, to touch the tip of his nose. He wanted to put on a ring for him, using the human method. It was obviously clumsy and ridiculous, but ironically, when facing Magician, the devil was always so helpless. His thoughts grew wildly like wild grass. But the moment he turned around, the man's hand holding the ring froze in place. Roses. A budding, tender and beautiful rose that couldn't be more familiar. No special items could be used in the final battle dungeon, but this was given to Magician by the devil himself, a special item that could ignore all obstacles. Level S Trainee Xianxia used a Level B item, Rose of Planet B612. "You have been immobilized for 3 minutes. Magician panted, looking into the pair of dark golden eyes in the darkness. He couldn't see Magician's expression. Xianxia remembered what Zhuge had said to him. It was very likely that the devil had made a deal with the main system. The main system gave the devil authority, and the devil needed to achieve its goal. The dimensional point of the deal was very likely to be forcefully bound to the infinite cycle. Thinking back to the words the devil had said before, the result was obvious. But the devil had never confirmed this in front of Xianxia. He was too arrogant, disdaining to use such a weak method to gain unnecessary sympathy, and even more disdaining to act pitiful to lower himself. Perhaps to a demon, no matter what his attitude towards Magician was, it was his own business. Or maybe he knew that what didn't belong to him would eventually leave. But if this wild magician could fly back, then what belonged to him would eventually belong to him. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his ear. "Level S Trainee Xianxia, main mission completed. Unfortunately, your 1v1 dungeon has failed, you are free to decide whether to leave this dungeon." "So, you've already completed the main mission." The devil didn't answer, and he couldn't answer. In fact, a long time ago, when he accepted the name Mephisto, a name that was almost a joke, but only belonged to Magician, his main mission was already completed. The devil won, but he chose to stay. Staying in this dungeon, as a loser, he even made up a series of lies, just to create a beautiful dream. In these almost eternal 3 minutes, the devil used another method to answer. "Teacher has passed on the victory of this dungeon to you. Congratulations, you've received a C-ranked item, Universal Wishing Ticket. Immediately leave the dungeon to make a wish." He gave the choice to Xianxia. Faust chose God and left Mephisto's embrace, then what about Magician? What would Magician choose? The poor devil only had one contractor. If Magician left, then the devil could only be abandoned alone. Magician didn't hesitate. He tiptoed, gently kissed the devil's eyes, and chose to leave the dungeon without hesitation. The ring fell from the shadow and rolled to the ground. End of chapter 246. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.